ESPN2 right now. Pat, if you provide this awful content, people are going to
change the channel.
Really good
from
point,
ESPN2
Gary.
and ESPN Radio
Immediately
right now.
got the segment.
Okay. Next one, Pat.
Well, let's do some sports content, I guess.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler's going to the Warriors, and it's not going to matter. I don't understand why the internet suddenly believes that Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry can, take the Warriors to a championship. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. But Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry are old.
That. But, Pat, there's a reason the internet believes that, and I'm a Heat fan.
Because they're big names. That's it.
No,
they're not good anymore as star players.
No, that's okay. Here's what it is. If you, in my opinion, if you've been there and done that, we assume you could do it again. You came up in the wine industry because of your father.
Yes.
That is not your primary source of income right now.
No.
I believe if it was, you could do it again because I've seen you do it the first time. That's, I think, where people go with Jimmy and Steph.
I'm a huge Knicks fan, so I hate the Heat with all my heart.
Yes.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm thrilled about this trade, mainly because I'm a big fan of people that step up when it matters. And Jimmy Butler is a totally different version of himself in the playoffs. You know this, you're a Heat fan. He's a totally different player. Look, I don't think they have enough to get through the West. It's loaded out there, right? And there's still a trade or two to be done. But Wiggins is a talented player. It was an interesting trade, but if Jimmy has a couple more years in him of the version in the playoffs, it's an interesting deal.
The reason why I think they're contenders is because the top three teams in the West are OKC, Memphis, and Houston. I don't trust none of them.
Young.
OKC got smoked last year by the Dallas Mavericks. Memphis 2 years ago, healthy, second best team in the West, got smoked in the first round by my Lakers, and the Houston Rockets just got here. So there's an opportunity for the West. It's wide open. And the Golden State Warriors are saying, why not us, with Steph and Jimmy.
All right, we're going to actually do the real conversation with Gary V. He was awesome during I'm Over It. Next, we're on Sportsman, on ESPN Radio.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone from our top brands with select unlimited plans. $829.99 purchase with new smartphone line on select unlimited plans. Minimum $90 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months required. Plus $830 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Trade-in terms apply. Payoff phone requires smartphone purchase and port-in with new smartphone line on select plan. Must provide most recent bill showing payoff amount of eligible phone. Additional terms apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
With Cox Mobile, you're covered coast to coast, so you can call your friends anytime on that road trip from New York City to L.A., even in, Franklin, Illinois.
Huh, what if I call from Franklin, Georgia?
Yep, covered.
Ooh, Franklin, Texas?
Uh-huh.
Franklin, Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, Nebraska,
all
Connecticut.
covered. Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile and has call quality you can rely on. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox Internet required. Comparison based on percentage of area covered by T-Mobile as compared to Cox Mobile from FCC National Broadband Map of U.S. as of 12/31/23. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Making choices in the morning can be a bit much. I just want someone to say sausage or egg and cheese biscuit, sausage and cheese or egg and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get two for only $3. At Wendy's, fresh made food means simple choices. Dare we say it's even a little fun? Okay, not like roller coaster fun. There's only so much we can do, people. When you want less thinky and more brekky in the morning, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Did you know the average roof in Arizona lasts about 15 years? And a typical homeowner will need to replace their roof 2 to 3 times. People often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rains, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. JLC Roofing takes pride and integrity as a family-owned business. Their motto is people over profits, a roofer-owned roofing company. They offer free estimates, specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. JLC is even offering our listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount if you need a new roof. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that is roofer-owned for 32 years. From grandfather to father to son, JLC Roofing. Call them at 602 Roofing for a free estimate. And remember, JLC Roofing will never sell you what you don't need. Get that free roofing estimate at 602 Roofing or jlcroof.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now. Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns got blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, 140-109. Phoenix actually led 63-61 at halftime, but gave up a 20-2 run to start the third quarter and fall to 25-25 overall. Bradley Beal led the Suns with 25 points, while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 for the Thunder. Kevin Durant did not play last night due to an ankle sprain. Will he ever play again for the Suns? Stay tuned all day on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app to find out what, if anything, the Phoenix Suns do before the NBA trade deadline hits at 1 p.m. today. And despite weeks of rumors, a player we know will not be coming to Phoenix is Jimmy Butler, who was traded yesterday to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal that saw the Heat get Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and a protected first-round pick. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
World.
Dan Bickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
How are you, Vinny? Who's better than Vinny?
And Jerry Carlin.
It can only be champion.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We got a trade deadline we got to get to.
It's here. It's finally
We got
here,
hours.
Vic.
We got a few hours left.
I feel like a kid on Christmas morning.
Oh, yeah, I feel something like that.
Except all the boxes that are wrapped are empty.
Before we get started, I want to say it was a great day out at the golf tournament yesterday. Scotty Scheffler said that because I had forgotten he's a big Dallas guy, big Dallas sports fan.
Yeah.
He said the Luka trade was the first time he's ever been truly sad as a Dallas sports fan. That was interesting. You know what else was interesting?
The Cowboys haven't won a Super Bowl in 30-plus years. Scotty, come on.
I know. Aaron Rodgers came to the 16th tee dressed all in black because, of course, he did.
Sure.
And do you know what the song was that he played or that was playing in the stadium? My Hero by the Foo Fighters. I literally wanted to puke.
Well, I got a kick out of it, too. It's like they asked him, who's the best golfer on the Jets? And he's like, me.
Yeah.
He's great. National treasure.
Yeah, he's fantastic. So
it looked like a great day.
Yeah.
My son was actually out there. My younger son was
really?
out there, yeah.
Okay.
He was thrilled. He got to see Larry Fitzgerald in person.
Mm-hmm.
The weather looked beautiful.
It was.
Nice.
Yeah. Good start to the tournament. It starts today.
Jelly Roll missed his tea time.
Yeah. Rock star. That's what rock stars do, right? Come on now.
So what happened? Did Did he start late or did he?
He started late.
Oh.
Yeah, he started
They
late.
kicked him right out of the pro.
Yeah.
I don't think there's very stringent rules on the pro-am.
He shanked his shot on 16 badly. It hit a boulder about 50 yards in front of the green, and he immediately fell down, flopped down, if you will, onto the tee box. And then all of a sudden, everybody around him with cameras are hovering over him, taking pictures of this dude lying down on the ground. It was bizarre. Bizarre. Another wild day of golf in Scottsdale.
Yes.
Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Kevin Durant is still a member of the Phoenix Suns. Jimmy Butler is not. After more than a month of petulance, rumors, and reported desire to get to Phoenix, Butler was traded last night from the Miami Heat to the Golden State Warriors. Turned out to be a 4-team deal, with the Warriors getting Butler, Miami netting Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, and a protected first-round pick. Detroit's involved. They get Lindy Waters III and Josh Richardson. And Dennis Schroeder getting moved again, this time from Golden State to Utah. Our own John Gambadoro reported there was real progress on talks involving a package including Kevin Durant heading to Golden State. But Durant said, nope, I don't want to go back there, where he helped the Warriors win 2 championships.
So many questions.
Butler, by the way, immediately signed a 2-year extension with Golden State. And I've seen different reports, 111 or 121 million. He's going to decline his player option for next year. But that flies in the face that everything was reported leading up to it as well, that the Suns were the only team willing to give him an extension. We're going to get into all of it. And then on the court last night, the Suns had a game in OKC. They played a very good first half. Then the third quarter happened. They got outscored by 27 points in those 12 minutes and limped to a 140-109 loss to the Thunder. It's a new franchise record for the largest loss in a game that the Suns actually led at halftime. They led by 2 and they lost by 31.
I was going to say that in a season full of indignities, leading 63-61 at one point in the game and then losing by 30.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander breezed his way to a 50-point night, his third 50-burger in the last 7 games. Suns end their road trip 1-3. They return home for 3 games starting tomorrow night with a visit from the Utah Jazz to Footprint Center. Last night on the court, Cavs got by the Pistons 118-115. Darius Garland hit a logo 3 at the buzzer to win it for the Cavs. De'Aaron Fox had 24 points, 13 assists in his San Antonio debut, and the Spurs beat the Hawks 126-125. Memphis rocked Toronto 138-107. Anthony Edwards had 49 in Minnesota's 127-108 romp over Chicago. The Jazz overcame an 11-point deficit in the last 3 minutes to beat the Warriors 131-128. Denver slapped New Orleans 144-119. Michael Porter Jr. had 39, and the Magic beat the Kings 130-111 in Zach LaVine's Sacramento debut. The Lakers made another deal last night. They pick up big man Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets in exchange for rookie Dalton Knecht, forward Cam Reddish, a 2031 first-round pick, you know, the one that they didn't have to give up in the Luka trade, and a 2030 pick swap. New Orleans unloads forward Brandon Ingram to the Toronto Raptors for Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, first and second-round picks this summer. Earlier yesterday, the Bucks sent forward Chris Middleton and rookie A.J. Johnson along with a 2028 first-round pick swap to the Wizards in exchange for forwards Kyle Kuzma, Patrick Baldwin Jr., and second-round draft compensation. That move cuts Milwaukee's luxury tax bill by almost $30 million and drops them below the second apron. And one other trade of note, Jonas Valanciunas, who had also been rumored in connection in a deal involving the Suns, instead got traded from Washington to Sacramento in exchange for 2 second-round picks. And we got more coming today. 1 o'clock is the trade deadline today.
1 o'clock our time?
1 o'clock our time.
Okay.
3 o'clock Eastern. Today, it's opening round action at the TPC Scottsdale at the 2025 WM Phoenix Open. The first groups will hit the tees at 7:20 this morning. Defending champ Nick Taylor of Durant. No. He's in a group with Hideki Matsuyama and Jordan Spieth. They'll go off at 7:53 from the 10th tee. Scotty Scheffler is in a group with Tom Kim and Max Homa. They will tee off at 12:44 this afternoon. We'll have updates all morning long from
I didn't
TPC.
even realize that. I mean, I went to the Duran Duran concert last year, but so Nick Taylor won the WM Phoenix Open the same year Duran Duran played the Bird's Nest.
Which Nick Rhodes was actually the guy in Duran Duran, but it just sounds like a Duran Duran name because there's Nicks and Taylors in the band.
That's what it is. Okay, yes. All right. That's why I didn't realize that.
See?
Because, yes, okay.
I twisted it.
No, okay,
For
I
my
gotcha.
own stupid,
it's okay.
immature
it's
reasons.
Okay. It's okay.
In football, former NFL coach Ron Rivera is going full Thornton Mellon.
I'm going to college.
Rivera headed back to his alma mater at Cal to serve the football program in a GM-like capacity. He's a two-time NFL Coach of the Year in 2013 and 2015 with the Carolina Panthers. Also spent 4 seasons as the head coach in Washington. Of course, he played at Cal from 80 to 83 and was the Defensive Player of the Year in 1983 for the Pac-10.
What a trend.
You call me sometime when you have no class.
Rams have been designated as the home team for NFL's first ever game in Australia. It's happening in 2026 at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. But yeah, their global domination continues for the NFL. And one note from baseball, Pete Alonso not going anywhere. The slugging first baseman signs a 2-year, $54 million deal to stay with the Mets. Alonso, the 4-time All-Star, has played his entire career with the Mets. He's 3rd on the franchise's all-time home run list, trailing only Darryl Strawberry and David Wright. How about that? Remember the ceremony at the end of the regular season last year and what everybody thought was his last at-bat?
Yeah, right.
The curtain calls and all that.
Uh-huh.
And now he's back because he tested free agency and had to settle for $27 million a year. It's a big loss, apparently, for Pete Alonso.
Wow.
If the Dodgers don't want you, there's no market out there.
Yeah, if they didn't have Freeman at first base, they would have given him $1 billion
Yeah.
and paid him in the year 3000. There you go. There is your splash for February 6th. Coming up next, did last night once again show everyone just how far the Phoenix Suns are from being a real contender? I think we know the answer to that question. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns up. Suns up.
Final score in Oklahoma City, Thunder 140, Suns 109. Phoenix had a 2-point lead at the half, but things fell apart in quarter number 3, and they fall to 25-25 on the season, now 10-16 away from home.
The Thunder are a great team, but getting whooped by 30 points is something. We'll talk about that loss, plus keep you updated on trade deadline deals on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you are ever hurt in an automobile accident, your life changes in an instant. Your car is broken, your spirit might be broken, your finances might be broken. I'm going to give you a story that proves why if that ever happens to you, you should never face insurance companies alone. You pick up the phone and you call Sweet James. So one of our listeners was seriously injured in an accident, thought he could go it alone, found out that the insurance companies not only wouldn't play ball with him, wouldn't negotiate with him, they offered him nothing for his injuries. He called Sweet James, and not only did Sweet James get him the medical care he needed, they secured a whopping $10 million victory. That's a life-changing victory and a long way from the $0 the insurance company was offering. That can happen if you hire the wrong attorneys. Now, Sweet James can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but in our legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference in the world. Sweet James, many of his attorneys once worked for insurance companies. They know that game better than anybody. They're the firm you want in your corner. You'll pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Making choices in the morning can be a bit much. I just want someone to say sausage or egg and cheese biscuit, sausage and cheese or egg and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get 2 for only $3. At Wendy's, fresh made food means simple choices. Dare we say it's even a little fun? Okay, not like roller coaster fun. There's only so much we can do, people. When you want less thinky and more brekky in the morning, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents. Rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
We all could use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Did the Phoenix Suns challenge the league best Oklahoma City Thunder last night? We'll be reacting to Suns Thunder starting at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Sorry to step on your T's there, Wolf, but the answer is no.
Yeah, big no.
Or briefly was the
briefly, yes.
Grayson Allen bringing it up the floor, finds Beal on the right wing. He stops at the right elbow, leans in, lays it up and in as he got past Jalen Williams.
Needed a bucket. That's the first bucket in the third quarter with 6 minutes to go.
That's John Bloom and Tim Kempton on the call. A bucket by Bradley Beal in the third quarter. That's a weird highlight to play, Vince, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But it's also significant because that was the Suns' basket that they scored in the third quarter.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah.
A professional basketball team at this level made one field goal in 12 minutes of basketball. They shot 7%.
Yeah. And again, it's nothing we haven't seen before with this team. We've seen them blitzed in third periods many times before. Last night was as predictable as any of them, in my opinion. Weren't you just waiting for that to happen? I was.
Yes, I felt really
Especially
good.
with KD not playing.
I almost tweeted about wow, that was actually a really solid first half. But I didn't do it because I knew it was coming.
Bradley Beal looked really good. Bradley Beal looked really relieved that now he doesn't have to be the guy that's holding up Jimmy Butler from coming to Phoenix.
Yeah, but I almost don't even want to broach this subject. I don't know if the fan base is going to see it that way. The fan base that wanted Jimmy Butler.
Okay, listen, yeah, I'm curious what kind of reaction you have seen because I do think that's out there, but I didn't see it manifest itself yesterday because I'm not sure how overwhelming the desire to get Jimmy Butler was among the fan base. Yeah. I would say it was more than 50%, but I do think you're right. I do think that there's the potential of people remembering, man, why didn't you just leave?
Well, he was good yesterday.
I thought he was too.
He was really good in the first half.
He was playing downhill.
He
in the
did
first half.
exactly what a guy off the bench is going to do. I don't know how long that continues because
you keep saying that, but it keeps continuing.
It doesn't make sense why it's continuing.
No.
And let's get into this too because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the guy is practically unguardable.
Mm-hmm.
I can reconcile that. What I can't reconcile is you're playing against Oklahoma City and then you make a change in your starting lineup where you put your best defensive player on the bench and barely use him.
So, yeah, I don't get what that's all about now. What's going on with Ryan Dunn? What's going on with this now?
I don't know. I mean, he ended up playing 11 minutes last night.
It doesn't make any sense to me. None of this makes any sense to me. Nothing about this team makes any sense.
But there was like laughable attempts for they're not going to guard him anyway, but they didn't exactly get in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's. He could have scored 80 points last night.
Did you see that play when Grayson Allen was checking him and he was controlling the ball like a yo-yo on a string, and he just kind of made his body as thin as possible and glided by on the sideline past Grayson Allen and then hit this easy floater, and it's like, first of all, how does anyone do that? And second of all, where's the defense?
Yeah. I mean, I brought up the whack-a-mole example. It's like the Suns have all these issues, and they take care of one issue. There was no whacking of moles last night.
No, there wasn't.
All the issues popped up in the second half.
Yeah.
Listen to some of these numbers, Bick. I mentioned one basket in the third quarter. Suns had 22 turnovers. Oklahoma City had 6. Oklahoma City in the game took 32 more shots than the Suns. They had 17 offensive rebounds. The Suns had 3.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Booker was a minus 38, which is a bottom 4 plus-minus figure in his career. This is a guy who early in his career was playing for 19-win basketball teams.
And never had that kind of
Never
number.
had that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The 3 games that were worse, he had a game at Boston was minus 40 in 2022. Game 7 against Dallas, minus 41. And one game in his rookie season at Utah on St. Patrick's Day was a minus 41. Other than that, minus 38 is the low point.
Yeah, listen, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander hit the 50-point mark last night at a time when the Suns had 87 total points.
He outscored the Suns in the third quarter by himself.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, look, there was a lot in the air yesterday going into that game with the trade deadline. Suns standing pat now. They have time to make moves. I wonder if last night shifted their thinking. The Kevin Durant thing, we're going to focus on that today, and we're not going to talk a lot about this debacle of a basketball game.
Why would we?
But moving forward, there's a real chance that 1 o'clock comes and goes, Bick, and this is the group that the Suns are going to battle with for the rest of the way, which is the most frustrating and maybe demoralizing thing I can imagine.
It's the worst outcome out of everything. Yesterday, let's just put it this way. Yesterday was a very bad day for the Phoenix Suns. From start to finish. Very, very bad day.
Here was Mike Budenholzer, because, again, they ran into another team that just played noticeably harder than them. Was this an effort problem?
No, I mean, they played well. I don't think it's effort. They give great effort every night. I think we give great effort. They play better than us.
And then a follow-up from Dwayne Rankin.
If it's not effort, then what is it with the group that you feel?
Sometimes the other team just plays better.
Okay.
They make more plays than you do.
And you could disagree with the use of the word sometimes.
Yeah, yes, you could.
And is this fixable?
I think we've talked about it some through the years, just doing it for 48 minutes, finding sustainability, both ends of the court. So we just got to keep pushing, keep working.
Look, the public optimism moving forward about, hey, we just we got to focus on the next one, get right. I mean, I don't think those 24 minutes of basketball could not have been more demoralizing. And I know Kevin Durant wasn't on the floor. I don't think it would have been much different had he been on the floor.
Well, there's no proof that it would have been. In fact, that first half is the best half they've played against that team.
Yes.
But again, I knew even when they were playing that well, you just knew that third quarter was going to be a left-right knockout combination. The thing was going to be over in 5 minutes, and it was. Because we've seen that game before many times. Teams that jump the Suns in the third quarter, and then you get a team as good as Oklahoma City. It's very, very demoralizing. And now this team is back at 500, and now they're about to head into a prolonged stretch of difficult schedule, and they're cooked. It's just, this is the reality of it. This team is not rallying around anything. They're not rallying around the family with a pocket full of shells. They're not rallying around anything. They're done.
See, I watched the ESPN broadcast last night, and after the first half and coming out and you brace yourself. If you watch this team closely at all, you brace yourself for those third quarters. And the report, I apologize for not noting who the sideline reporter was, but in quoting Mark Daigneault, the head coach of Oklahoma City, credited Phoenix for playing well in the first half, but was very displeased with how his team played.
Yeah.
And the adjustments and the ramp up, the crank up of the effort and the intensity for Oklahoma City was noticeable. And it was another case where, okay, we're turning up the intensity. What are you going to do?
That's it.
And there's no response.
There never is.
There's no answers.
Timberwolves
They just got overwhelmed.
That's what's happening to them against any team with any connectivity and length and aggression and physicality. They all do that. Okay, let's flick the switch because that other team can't hang, and they can't. I mean, seriously, for an NBA basketball team to be on the downside of a 54-19 run, come on. I mean, a team that entered the year with championship aspirations, it's pathetic.
Yeah, pathetic is a good word for it. And Devin Booker was asked the question, too, after the game, is this thing fixable?
Yeah, I'm always going to say that. I just believe in the work. I believe in the process. The journey's not always pretty, but I've seen it plenty of times where this league is about hitting at the right times and peaking at the right times. So, looking back to 22, won 64 games and got to the playoffs and, just got punched in the face and didn't know what to do. So, it's good to go through the tough times now, but, it's obviously tough losing games.
And that's the frustrating thing. In a game of runs, the NBA is a game of runs. You hear it over and over again. It's one of those cliches that just pops up and you kind of roll your eyes at it. All it really takes to beat the Suns is one run. I mean, that third quarter, it was done. There's never a response. There's never climbing into the games. It gets away. Like some teams will make that push, get up by 18 to 20 points, and the other team will get their footing back.
And there's never any anger from anyone afterwards. There's never any passion. There's never any concession. There's always, well, no, we're just going to keep working. It's ridiculous.
Well, I have a suggestion.
Okay.
I think the first adjustment that should be made at halftime now is no more Ambien.
That would help.
That's got to stop.
That would help. That would help.
Take that after the, you get a flight after the game. Take it after.
No more horse tranquilizers. Come on.
Just another frustrating night watching this basketball team. Coming up next, after weeks and weeks, the mystery has finally been solved. And as it turns out, the Butler didn't do it. Well, he did it, just not coming to Phoenix. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here we go. America's pastime is almost back.
Del Castillo swings. High drive. Right field. Walk-off homer. Adrian Del Castillo.
Pitchers and Catchers Report Wednesday. D-backs season will be on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com. Spring training coverage presented by Estrella Jalisco.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and so much of what Southwest Gas provides also enhances the lives of sports fans, too. Whether it's cooking for friends and family for the big game, or outdoor dining for a backyard barbecue, to just enjoying the game from the warmth of your home or the warmth and comfort provided by a post-game shower, you can thank natural gas. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and growth in the community. Southwest Gas is a big part of that. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in the community by visiting swgas.com.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month, and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns got blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, 140-109. Phoenix actually led 63-61 at halftime, but gave up a 20-2 run to start the third quarter and fall to 25-25 overall. Bradley Beal led the Suns with 25 points, while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 for the Thunder. Kevin Durant did not play last night due to an ankle sprain. Will he ever play again for the Suns? Stay tuned all day on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app to find out what, if anything, the Phoenix Suns do before the NBA trade deadline hits at 1 p.m. And despite weeks of rumors, a player we know will not be coming to Phoenix is Jimmy Butler, who was traded yesterday to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal that saw the Heat get Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and a protected first-round pick. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
The NBA trade deadline. Bickley and Murata talk Suns and NBA moves now.
This all started 2 months ago when the Heat started really listening to offers for Jimmy Butler, and Butler was open to win now trade destinations. And the writing was really on the wall. Pat Riley had his press conference after the season, and both sides were really looking for a move. And obviously the saga that we saw took place over the coming 2 months after that spoke for itself. There were several teams in play here this entire time, but really from the beginning of this process, the Phoenix Suns and Golden State Warriors were the two teams most in touch with the Miami Heat on trying to figure out a package. And what Miami really wanted were shorter-term contracts or a player like Andrew Wiggins who satisfied exactly what they needed.
That is Shams Charania from ESPN on how the deal finally got done. Jimmy Butler on his way to the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors don't have to give up Jonathan Kuminga in any deal. Draymond Green is still there. They give up Andrew Wiggins, which... Look, I think Andrew Wiggins during the Warriors' last finals run I thought he took an amazing step forward to finally be the player everybody expected him to be.
Yeah, I had a great postseason.
Has not been the same player since. But we also haven't seen playoff Jimmy in a while either. So we'll get to the Warriors' effect and what it all means for them. But 2 months this has been going on, this Butler flirtation, and it was pretty obvious flirtation. It wasn't a batting of the eye and a glance across the bar. This was Jimmy Butler saying to the Phoenix Suns, "I want you bad."
He was doing a mating dance
for 2 months. And when this all started, Bick, I remember the conversations that we had because a lot of the fan base was like, "Oh, sign us up, Bradley Beal for Jimmy Butler." And what did we talk about? We talked about the 2 10-foot brick walls that were covered with barbed wire, the barriers that Bradley Beal's contract and status in the NBA would provide in any efforts for the Suns to try to get Jimmy Butler. And that's what happened. That's one of the things that happened. And when the Suns pivoted from that to something that still will never make any sense to me, the idea of trading Kevin Durant to make room for Jimmy Butler, maybe it's an admission of how bad things are.
Right.
But Kevin Durant saying, and I understand why Kevin Durant didn't want to go back to Golden State. I get it. It's like desperate flailing by the Suns at the 11th hour to make this happen.
Well,
and now they might have to deal with all of the damage that those maneuvers, those potential maneuvers, did.
Okay, if you want to go there, let's go there right now, because here's the question. The question becomes, Kevin Durant deciding, I don't want to go back to Golden State. I'm with you. I can vibe on that.
It wasn't going to be as good as the first time.
It wasn't going to be as good as the first time, and there are people who fashion themselves on journeys in life, and you don't want to go back to a place you've already been. And so there's a lot of reasons where I can understand that. What I don't get is the rumor mill started fixating on Kevin Durant and possibly being available and possibly going back to the Warriors for quite some time before Kevin Durant's no desire to go back to Golden State broke. What was that delay for? I want to talk this through because Kevin Durant is as engaged with what's happening as any player in the NBA. So Kevin Durant was aware of this for quite some time. Did he take some time to mull it over? Do you
Maybe.
know
at which
this thing might have, because I think that if this was a no way Jose kind of deal, he could have shut it. The thing could have gotten shut down a lot earlier.
It's always hard to tell. It's always hard to tell with what's being reported and what actually happened in real time on the timeline.
Yeah.
Like teams could have been calling when they see the Suns are struggling so much this year. Hey, is Kevin Durant available? And the Suns are taking these calls. And then at a certain point, it might have switched where the Suns are like, you know what? Maybe we will trade Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
and maybe it was at that point that Kevin Durant stepped in and said okay, I don't want to.
The reporting was out there too. The Warriors were calling on every big player.
Oh yeah, okay.
The Suns were in San Francisco last Friday. We talked about Joe Lacob sitting next to Rich Kleiman. There was conversations going on.
Right.
And what you suggested, I think, makes sense to me that Kevin Durant was given time to mull it over. And being in San Francisco, and the Suns dominated the Warriors. And the whole world saw a very disengaged Steph Curry, which you don't see very often. That was not a competitive basketball team that really ingrained any confidence moving forward that they're going to be able to get back to their glory days. I think Kevin Durant probably realized that too. How much of that was going to be on him if he goes back there and they fall short? I'll say this, I don't think Jimmy Butler does much to improve their status in the Western Conference. He can prove me wrong, certainly. I think the Suns' level of desperation showed, and here we are hours before the trade deadline, and they don't have anything to show for the desperation.
To show for it. Yeah.
The Warriors have something to show for their desperation, but it might blow up in their face.
Well,
because then it's piggybacked with the extension announcement that Butler's going to opt out of his $52 million for next year, 2-year deal, $111 to $121 million, depending on the reports. Now you see the reports coming out of San Francisco. This is done. And Steph Curry and Steve Kerr reportedly behind closed doors are like, really? That's what we're doing?
Right. So when you talk about desperation, the Warriors' desperation was a recent phenomenon. You can track the reporting. The people began to say, Joe Lacob is pissed. Yeah, and when he's mad, he does things. Watch out. And so that desperation was very, very new. And so what the Warriors are dealing with is exactly the opposite of what we would have been dealing with, which was this prolonged saga with Jimmy Butler that just never came to fruition. And then you ask yourself, okay, how do you feel about that as a Suns fan? Do you feel lucky that it never went down? Do you feel like, are you angry? I've seen people, notably Flex from Jersey, who is blaming Pat Riley for being an obstructionist, for letting his personal bias against Jimmy Butler lead him to do anything he could to not trade him to Phoenix. Okay, I can understand that kind of disappointment if you really want Jimmy Butler. But Pat Riley would not turn down a good deal just to spite Jimmy Butler if there was no other deal to take, number one. And number two, why wouldn't you feel spite towards a player who just did to you what you did? Yeah. The idea that Pat Riley should give Jimmy Butler what he wants because he's Jimmy Butler is asinine.
Not when you, like, the Phoenix Suns honored Kevin Durant's request. Hey, we're thinking about trading you to Golden State. You know what? I don't know when to go there. Okay, deal's off. We're not going to do it. We're going to do right by you. Right. Because Kevin Durant has been a good employee.
But at that time, the Warriors didn't want him either. It wasn't like the Warriors were saying trade him to us regardless of his mindset.
Yeah, but there seems to be this feeling among the Suns fan base, and I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them, that the league exists to funnel players and bend over backwards to help out the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, I know. It's silly.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is. Well, and you know why? It's because you watch what the Lakers did. The Lakers basically became a completely different team in the span of 3 days.
Yep.
And the amount of teams that have passed the Suns in the Western Conference, I can only say with confidence that the Suns are better than the Jazz and the Pelicans, and the Pelicans have already beaten them.
And the Jazz are here tomorrow night.
I can't say they're better than anybody else in the Western Conference.
Yeah, it feels like the Spurs jump past them. The Lakers jump past them.
There are teams behind the Suns in the standing right now that are going to leapfrog them. The Spurs are going to make a playoff run with what they have now. De'Aaron Fox, the Steph Castle kid who's just blowing up in real time.
And on the Riley Butler thing, the bottom line is they did not want Bradley Beal. You could say, well, Bradley Beal's better than Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins has a bad contract. Andrew Wiggins still makes $20 million less per year than Bradley Beal does.
But to what Vinny says, this is the part that gets me very disoriented and very concerned about the future of this basketball team. They knowingly traded for Bradley Beal and his no-trade clause and a contract that's the worst in the NBA. Then they spent how many man-hours and how much energy trying to find a way to get rid of Bradley Beal? Could you not have seen the complications ahead of time? No, you could. They certainly did, but it didn't matter. Give it. We want him. We can afford him. We can absorb that. Give it to us.
Yeah. Chris B. Haynes tweeted last night when the Butler deal went down. Multiple obstacles in the way to make a drastic change at the deadline. Phoenix Suns were always prepared to venture into the second half of the season with the core roster in place. With futures no longer in doubt for the time being, the internal hope is improved play. That got a reaction among Suns fans, and rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
And I, ultimately fluctuated a lot. We've kind of laughed at ourselves on the fluctuation. The part that I'm disappointed in now and potentially tomorrow at this time when we're talking about if the Suns don't do anything, the hardest part for me is watching the rest of this season with that thought. The hope is for improved play.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's coming.
I don't know anyone would think it was.
And I think the opposite might be more possible.
I think you're right. Look, they're trending in the wrong direction. That's the bottom line here. And I don't know and there's nothing about this current basketball team that makes you think they can go on the 13 wins in 16 games kind of stretch.
No, because they don't do the things in a 48-minute game that require that level of consistency. They don't do it on the defensive end consistently. They don't rebound. They don't take care of the basketball.
But as Crispy Haynes said, there is hope, and the hope,
it's internal.
The Outlaw Music Festival featuring Willie Nelson and Bob Dylan is back at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater. May 13th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m., but you can visit the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win some tickets before they are available to the public. Coming up next, we will take a look at the NBA trades made yesterday as we're just hours before the deadline. Lots of activity, none of it involving the Suns yet. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NBA trade deadline officially hits at 12:59 p.m. today. Now that we know KD is not going to Golden State and Jimmy Butler ain't coming here, what will the Suns do? Will they pick up a new starter? Who? And what will that cost?
Frustration with the Suns, mixed messaging.
Arizona Sports has breaking Suns and NBA news as the trade deadline approaches. And we've got our NBA roundtable inside the Wolf and Luke Show right here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. This weekend, the NFL crowns a champion, and if you haven't made plans for what you're doing for the big game and you want to get yourself a different entertainment center, let me tell you what Waltz can do for you. Some great stuff happening at Waltz for our listeners, starting with this. Now through April 1st, if you purchase a 75-inch or bigger Q-Series television, Waltz is going to give you a free Samsung portable lifestyle projector. This you can take anywhere to stream all your favorite content. It is a $600 value. You will get that for free if you purchase that particular television. Now, you have until noon on Sunday to purchase a big screen television at Waltz, and they will deliver it to your house before the big game. Great deal if you've always thought about getting and ramping up your entertainment system. Waltz can do it for you and get it for you in place before the big game on Sunday. Here's what else you're going to get from Waltz. Great expertise. They've been around since 1957. They are a Valley institution. Great experience. They have a great selection of big screen televisions, outdoor televisions, all sorts of audio components from sound bars to speakers. If you want to go really big, they've got a 115-inch television in their theater room. While you're there, drop my name. One final incentive, 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty. That is your choice. All sorts of great reasons to visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or call them for more information. 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Sun Devil men's and women's basketball are ready for a Big 12 showdown.
Jihad at the left elbow, bounces complete, it's cutting on the left baseline for a slam dunk.
Catch Sun Devil men's and women's basketball for a Hoops doubleheader Saturday, February 15th, when the Sun Devil women play host to Utah at 2 p.m., followed by the Sun Devil men's basketball team at 6 p.m. when they take on the TCU Horned Frogs. Get your tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? That's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
I don't want to leave just to get my car fixed.
It's Santan Ford's mobile service. We know you work from home, so be a pro and get your vehicle serviced at home too. Maintenance light on, vehicle under recall, brakes starting to squeak. Keep those pajamas on. We got you covered. Our certified technicians are coming to you. Introducing the Santan Ford mobile service. Vehicle maintenance made easy. Only at santanford.com.
We are Santan Ford.
Not all vehicles apply. See Santan Ford for details.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Visit presidentialpools.com. Dreaming of summer? Now's the perfect time to design your custom pool. Presidential Pools has exclusive offers to help you create the ultimate backyard oasis without breaking the bank. Whether you're upgrading your outdoor space or building a brand new pool, Presidential Pools has the tools, experience, and knowledge to bring your vision to life for less than you think. Visit presidentialpools.com for all the details and let them help you create your backyard paradise.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Another big Lakers trade. They've traded Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish, a 2031 first-round pick, and a 2030 pick swap, all to the Charlotte Hornets for Mark Williams. And if you don't watch the Charlotte Hornets, Mark Williams is an athletic 7'2" rising big man. He really fits the profile of the type of player that we've seen Luka Doncic thrive with, the Derek Lively's of the world. And I think they are really excited in Los Angeles about that fit. A true center now. We've been talking about it. Anthony Davis, actually, before he got traded, talked about how the Lakers probably needed a 5 edition. The Lakers have been searching for one since last summer, Scott, and they finally found one. This is a guy that could pair with Luka Doncic really for the next 8 to 10 years.
That's Shams Charania from ESPN talking about some other deals that went down after the Butler deal got finalized last night. And let's talk about this deal. And let's talk about what the Los Angeles Lakers have done. And let's talk about what other teams have done. And I brought up, there's this thought among Suns fans, Bick, that the rest of the league exists to, serve the whims to the Suns. That does exist. It exists for the Los Angeles Lakers. Why do the Charlotte Hornets give up a 23-year-old big man who's shown nothing but improvement? He's averaging 16 points and almost 10 rebounds a game and shoots about 60% from the floor. And they trade him, and they can point to the 2031 first-round pick that conveniently, by the way, the Lakers got to stash away and didn't have to give Dallas in the Luka deal.
What are you saying, conspiracy?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. These are two bullcrap trades that everybody should be pissed about.
Yeah, listen.
When the Lakers come out and Rob Pelinka comes out the other day and says, yeah, we need a big. And Charlotte's like, oh, let's call the Lakers and get rid of our promising young big man because we're not competing.
I know what you're saying, and I certainly share your frustration. I don't think what LA sent for Mark Williams is that lopsided, personally.
Well,
listen, Mark Williams is everything that they said he is. He's also very injury prone. He's missed a lot of basketball. So that to me, it looks like a very smart move for the Lakers because they were so badly in need of a center. But where my frustration is overnight as we're trying to get a basketball team that can summon what it takes to play a complete game. The Lakers are now going to field a starting lineup of Luka Doncic, LeBron James, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, and Mark Williams.
Yes.
That's a really good starting lineup.
Well, the deals that they made, outside of my frustration with the league bending over for the Lakers, they have made unbelievable trades. I love the Williams deal. Obviously, you get Luka, and if Luka's motivated more so than he was in Dallas, look out. And going back to a few weeks ago, they got Dorian Finney-Smith. I love that pickup for them, too. And they unload D'Angelo Russell.
Forgot about that.
Addition by subtraction.
Yep.
The Lakers have really helped themselves.
So they're back in the game. So most people looked at the Luka trade and thought, okay, you know what? Luka and LeBron, I don't know if that's going to work. They don't have a center. They're not that they don't really stack up yet, but they're guaranteeing them a future now with Luka. They might be a problem for some people going forward. So yeah, listen, it's very, very frustrating to watch the Lakers do what they did and sort of just springboard themselves to a different level, which is exactly what we were hoping was going to happen in Phoenix somehow, some way.
Yeah, but now, again, at the Charlotte side, they've traded both of their big men. Nick Richards is here.
That's true.
Mark Williams is now in Los Angeles. They're starting Moussa Diabate at center for the rest of the year.
Moussa!
Didn't understand that one.
How come the Suns didn't trade for that other Charlotte? Why did they pick the other Charlotte guy? Just for what they had to give up?
They didn't have,
They didn't have assets. Lakers, Dalton Connect is some people think he's going to be a serious player. Cam Reddish, he's good, and a couple of first-round picks.
I keep wanting to believe that Cam Reddish is good.
Yeah.
But
he never quite makes it.
He never shows me that he's good.
Cam.
And he gets traded a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Brandon Ingram getting sent to Toronto. New Orleans finally pulling the plug on that situation. And there's some names out there that have been expected to be moved. Cam Johnson has been probably one of the most talked about players, and he's had some injury issues as of late. But he's still this morning, and we are hours away. It's almost 7 o'clock, 6 hours away from the deadline. He's still a member of the Brooklyn Nets. So I think there's going to be movement today.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr was also asked last night. His team, obviously, the trade gets made. They got a game. They got to pull some players back and send them elsewhere. So they were pretty shorthanded last night. They blow the lead to Utah. They lose that game late. But Steve Kerr had this to say on the timing of the trade deadline.
The league should consider making the trade deadline, at the All-Star break, just so you don't have to face these games where guys are getting traded half an hour before and a game, and, you're trying to process the emotions and trying to win a game. I don't know if it's possible, but it'd be great if we could move it back to or make the last couple of days, before the deadline, like off day. I don't know how to do it, but these are tough days for sure.
Yeah, the stories that when the news was about to break with Jimmy Butler, Steve Kerr had to go back into the locker room. They had to usher all the media out of the locker room. Then they had to break the news to the team, and obviously, yeah. Then, as you pointed out, finding out afterwards that they've already agreed to terms.
Hey, thanks for the heads up.
So I can see where Steve Kerr is coming from as a basketball coach. That's a lot of heavy lifting while trying to coach get through a basketball game. But from a fan experience, the reaction from people who had whiplash from the NBA raving about how incredibly dramatic the trade deadline has become. Listen, you've got radio shows that have been in New Orleans all week that probably haven't spent a segment talking about football yet.
Yeah, I'm sure their parent companies are very happy about the return on investment. Look, we're sending you guys to New Orleans.
Right.
We want every guest on Radio Row.
Right.
Well, think about also, this is all happening at a time where people are criticizing the NBA for not, being as popular as it is. The ratings are down, this, that, and the other. They're showing they could still grab headlines from the biggest game and the biggest sport when stuff like this happens.
Yeah, but if it was game against game, it's no contest in favor of the NFL. It's all the roster construction drama that people are more apt to follow in the NBA than the actual games or the on-court product. By the way, Miami, the Heat had a game last night in Philadelphia. Did you see the footage of the fan in the first row informing the guys on the Miami bench that Jimmy Butler was gone?
That was fantastic. They're all turning like, wait, who? Okay. And they all turned back around and watched the game. That was fantastic.
Which was better than what we saw last Saturday when the Suns players were passing around a phone on the bench as they were getting blown out by Portland, finding out about the Luka deal.
Well, like you said, we've got 5 hours to the trade deadline. The Suns have done nothing but swing wildly and miss up to this point. They've been trying for weeks upon weeks upon weeks. I really wonder what the reaction to this is going to be. Do they get back on the let's shop KD to the Mavericks? I know we're going to get into this.
Yeah.
Or do they just try to find something around the margins? And if so, what would that even be?
Or does it even make sense to continue to wildly flail now as opposed to this summer?
Good point.
Coming up next, why didn't Kevin Durant want to go to the Warriors, and what does it mean for his future in Phoenix? That is straight ahead here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, D-backs, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Been telling you for years that Chapman BMW is a cut above. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. I happen to be proof. They've got an incredible reputation for elite service and handling of all their clients, of making them feel like family. From Ted Chapman all the way down, everything they do is elite. And with an all-star team working in their service department, they also make it easy to keep your vehicle running at peak performance. So I'm going to tell you what that looks like. It means they'll pick you up if your car needs service. You can opt for mobile service at your home if you'd like. They send text to your house. If you can't wait in their luxurious lounge, they'll give you a ride wherever you need to go, or you can just drive drive away in one of their beautiful loaner vehicles. Just further proof why, if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Head on down to Chapman BMW in Chandler, Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Phoenix. This is a family-owned, award-winning business that has been serving the Valley for nearly 6 decades. And when you need maintenance, they are where the ultimate driving machine meets the ultimate service experience. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
Global Credit Union. Everything a bank offers, but better. Dave Burns here. With Global Credit Union, you'll see benefits you might not get at a traditional bank. And my favorites, early access to direct deposit funds. You can use your direct deposited paycheck up to 3 days in advance. So treat yourself to better banking this holiday season. Stop into one of their 12 branches or go to globalcu.org to open an account today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
With NBA League Pass, keeping up with the league is as easy as NBA. Watch from multiple angles and in your preferred language.
Wait, really?
Oh, new guy, huh? Yeah, you get so many live games, recaps, and highlights.
So the court is my oyster.
It's your Pelican, Wolf, Bull, Nugget, Big Blue Dog, whatever you want it to be. NBA League Pass, your home for streaming hoops.
Only select out-of-market games available and local blackout restrictions apply. Additional charges and other conditions may apply. Visit NBA.com/subscriber agreement for full terms and conditions.
With Cox Mobile, you're covered coast to coast, so you can call your friends anytime on that road trip from New York City to LA, even in, Franklin, Illinois.
Huh, what if I call from Franklin, Georgia?
Yep, covered.
Ooh, Franklin, Texas?
Uh-huh.
Franklin, Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, Nebraska?
All covered. Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile and has call quality you can rely on. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox Internet required. Comparison based on percentage of area covered by T-Mobile as compared to Cox Mobile from FCC National Broadband Map of U.S. as of 12/31/23. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You'll find low prices on thousands of items. The yellow and red tags mean you'll save big on sparkling ice water, Kroger brand chips, and so much more. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns got blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, 140-109. Phoenix actually led by 2 at halftime, but gave up a 20-2 run to start the third quarter and fall to 25-25 overall. Bradley Beal led the Suns with 25 points, while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 for the Thunder. Kevin Durant did not play last night due to an ankle sprain. Will he ever play again for the Suns? Stay tuned all day on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app to find out what, if anything, the Suns do before the NBA trade deadline hits at 1 p.m. And despite weeks of rumors, a player we know will not be coming to Phoenix is Jimmy Butler. He was traded yesterday to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal that saw the Heat get Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and a protected first-round pick. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash. Receive convenient and courteous service at an unbeatable price. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
The NBA trade deadline. Bickley and Marotta talk Suns and NBA moves now.
Kevin Durant has never requested a trade this season. He has not asked out of Phoenix. And honestly, I think him being in any type of a trade conversation over the last week was a surprise to him, somewhat caught him off guard from my understanding. But this is a player who, obviously, we know, two-time NBA Finals MVP, two-time champion. He's someone who has a great legacy in this game. And so to be in potential trade talks and not really want out of a situation, that has to potentially rub him the wrong way, you would think. And so this is something that the Suns and Durant, to an extent, are going to have to navigate whatever tensions could still exist going into tomorrow, trade deadline, and then beyond, assuming he's still on the roster.
Shams Charania, ESPN's first was talking about the Kevin Durant situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure, I think it's fair to speculate on that from the outside. All right, Kevin Durant came up. They went pretty far down the road, apparently, in talks with Golden State about sending him there, and then KD's kind of put the stop sign up and said, I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
And the Suns backed off. Now, do they follow that up by making other trade overtures for Kevin Durant today before the deadline, which hits now in a little less than 6 hours, Arizona time? We shall see. But from my perspective, Bick, it looks like the Suns were very aware of, if we do this, we want to do right by you, Kevin. You tell us what to do. And I don't know if it's, I just don't want to go to Golden State. Maybe he wants to go somewhere else. But the way Shams started that soundbite was, he hasn't asked for a trade. And we talked about this yesterday. Kevin Durant has shown no indication verbally, through body language, anything that he wants out of Phoenix at this point. That could change.
Yes, that could change. And like I said, there's I'm real curious about the gap in time and what it represents. Does it represent that KD was thinking about it for a while? Was KD hoping that maybe we can pull off Jimmy Butler? Because as Gambo was reporting yesterday, he still believed and was reporting that that Bradley Beal would go someplace. And if that were the case, then maybe they were trying to balance one against the other. I don't know. If Kevin Durant truly was like, oh, no way, I'm not going back there, then that thing could have gotten unplugged from the rumor mill much earlier in the day yesterday. That's my take on it. At one point in time, Mark Spears reported that Kevin Durant approached the Suns and said, hey, listen, if you're trading me, I don't want to go there, but let's talk about places I might want to go.
Yeah, here was that report from Mark J. Spears.
I was there that last year. He was in Golden State, saw a lot of those games and saw this unhappiness no matter what their success was. Was it Draymond? Was it Joe Lacob behind the scenes? Was it Kerr? There were a lot of things there. And I was told that a couple days ago when Kevin heard about this Warriors rumbling, he was like, what? No, I don't want to go back there. I was pretty adamant.
Yeah. Okay, so that's interesting to me. So then why did that linger as long as it did? I don't know. Either way, I can understand it. It's also funny because most of the national media is very upset that KD didn't do this. So many people were invested in getting Kevin Durant back alongside Steph Curry so they could have another team to talk about besides the Lakers. But people are wondering why wouldn't you go to that team? Why are you staying in Phoenix? Why would you go to that team? Well, I think his answer would be they're not going anywhere either. I don't know. The biggest question to me is, we've got 5 hours left. Are they still shopping Kevin Durant?
We got 6 hours.
6 hours left. Yep. 5 hours and 52 minutes and 50 seconds.
49, 48.
Right, exactly. So we know that Houston at one point in time, rumblings, KD, Houston. Now, the reporting out of Houston yesterday was that the Rockets thought about it for a minute and decided we do not want to make material changes to our basketball team. Okay? It's fine. They also have all of the Suns' draft picks.
Yes. But guess what's going to happen there on that front? Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
Houston's going to make the playoffs. They're going to be talked about. They're going to go into the playoffs. Brave new world for them, and they're going to lose. They might. I was talking to a buddy of mine. He's like, "Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Rockets lose to a lower seed if that lower seed is veteran laden. They don't know what's coming for them in the playoffs.
That's a great point.
And then in the offseason, they'll realize, okay, got to have some veteran star talent. That's why, look, I hope the next 6 hours are quiet on the Kevin Durant front.
Mm-hmm.
I'm torn on it because I desperately I have no faith that anything's going to get better over the last part of the season for the Suns, if currently constructed, unless some miracle happens or some real deep soul searching and some difficult truths are told in that locker room. So, but I don't want them to flail now. Like, do what's best for you moving forward.
That's a good point.
Just because there's a deadline that exists today doesn't mean you have to participate in it.
The big question is, though, is there any part of the Suns that are considering extending Kevin Durant and keeping him?
Well, we know as recently as November, Matt Ishbia was on record. We played that soundbite yesterday. He's on record. Look, we want Kevin Durant to end his career.
We love Kevin.
Here.
Kevin loves us.
And that might not change.
So, because if that's it doesn't matter then if that's what they think. But if they don't want to extend him, then you're right. They have to weigh, is it better to move him now or in the offseason to get the best value?
Vinny's got a really good point about Houston. They might be looking at their roster and everything a bit differently if they do get bounced out in the first round. They might realize how much we need that piece.
Dallas is a different story.
Dallas is an interesting story because at one point in time, this is a true story, Kyrie Irving actually said this. Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, and Kevin Durant once had that conversation about teaming up and being a super team. They talked about doing it in Boston. So that trio has wanted to do something like that.
But if you're Dallas, and look, I have no idea what's going through the head of Nico Harrison.
Well,
do you want to get into the big three business in Dallas?
Who knows? You're right. Who knows with them?
With 3 injury-prone guys?
The way he is getting destroyed in Dallas, who knows how desperate he is? It's a great point.
What possibly could they
got some bigs I'll take.
What possibly could they give up for Kevin Durant, though?
I mean, the salaries would have to match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'd have. I don't even know if it's possible at this point.
TradeSimulator.com.
But not just this. I mean, the salaries plus, like, you would think a ton of assets.
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe we're here again. Not again. We're here.
Yeah. Mad Dog Russo was on First Take yesterday, and man, he lit up Kevin Durant.
I love Durant too, and I know he's on a team this year is 500. So the idea that the world is waiting with bated breath to where Kevin Durant is going to end up, I buy Luka. That's a huge story. I even like the Andrew Fox going to San Antonio, something different. That's a big story. Been there, done that with Durant. Go Oklahoma City, Golden State, the Nets, Phoenix. Now let's find another place for him. When he can't win in Phoenix, enough for Kevin Durant. When he gets traded, wake me up when it's over.
Well, he might be sleeping for a while because he's probably not going to get traded today.
Yeah, you're right. I think the Dallas thing is probably the only thing, but the Dallas thing too, it's. They've just made a gigantic splash.
Yes.
You're right. I don't know if they're really going to be in that business. So what can the Suns do? What can they do? They can go and try to get a couple of pieces. I don't know. I don't know what this team is even doing with its roster now. Ryan Dunn no longer starting, barely playing.
Watching their centers again last night. And Yusuf Nurkic is still on the bench. I mean, I know they're trying to trade him still.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you how that story ends today at 1:00.
Yeah.
Well, imagine if Beal and Nurkic don't get traded, and then next week Nurkic is still not playing and Beal is still coming off the bench.
Those are all very distinct possibilities.
I know.
Obviously, there was a lot of the Suns fan base that was pulling for Jimmy Butler to end up in Phoenix. And hell, we talked about it every day for 2 months. It's not happening. He's going to Golden State. That mixed with the state of the on-court Suns right now, what happened in Oklahoma City Little therapy session for you. Little venting session. 602-260-9870. We got closure on Butler. What's next, if anything? What do you think? We want to hear your thoughts on the Phoenix Suns. Open phone time straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
DeAndre Fox.
The NBA trade deadline officially hits at 12:59 p.m. today. Now that we know KD is not going to Golden State and Jimmy Butler ain't coming here. What will the Suns do? Will they pick up a new starter? Who? And what will that cost? Arizona Sports has breaking Suns and NBA news as the trade deadline approaches. And we've got our NBA Roundtable inside the Wolf and Luke Show right here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
The Life Changer Loan is exactly what it says it is. It is a financially life-changing and unique loan program that is the main way consumers borrow money in many places in the world and is the only way you should be borrowing money to buy your next home. Now, let me stop right there because that paragraph I just read you sounds like something I would tell you about Life Changer Loan, but it's not. It's one of thousands of 5-star reviews of Life Changer Loan from grateful clients who had no idea something this awesome exists. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. It allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a client to pay off that mortgage. Then you get all that time to build personal wealth while everybody else is straddled to that debt sentence, that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, and you will not change a penny of your spending habits. Now, if you're thinking, come on, Bick, that sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it is not magic, it's just math, but there are caveats. You've got to be good with money, you've got to have really good financials, you've got to have a really good credit score, but I'm guaranteeing this, if you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. Don't wait another year wishing you had custom shades. Do what I did and call All Pro Shade Concepts. They're celebrating 20 years in 2025 with free estimates, complimentary installation, and they will cover your sales tax. I use roll-down shades to keep the cold air out and turn my patio into another room. And when summer comes, their retractable awnings block the sun and add backyard shade. Visit allproshadeconcepts.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, it's Gambo. When we hit the air today, we will be 1 hour past the NBA trade deadline. We'll react to all the big moves in the state of the Phoenix Suns, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Shut up, Jared!
Thank you. We needed one of those today.
He hadn't even said anything. I just wanted to be quiet.
What?
Come on, man. We haven't had much sleep, dude.
I know.
A lot of late Suns games.
I had to stay up late to watch that last night. Hey. It is Bickley and Marauder Mornings.
Just real quick. They played too good in the first half. That's what the problem was. You're like, okay, we need to stay up and watch this. They might get a big upset.
Funny.
Maybe this is it.
These late tip-offs.
I ain't lying. That thought crossed my mind last night.
Can you tank a quarter early in one of these late tip-offs? And then tomorrow night, I know it's a Friday. It's not really a work night the next night for me.
Mm-hmm.
But they flexed the Suns game away from ESPN because they got to bend over for the Lakers again and put Luka's, which I'm fine with. But they're not adjusting the tip time. It's still an 8 o'clock tip on local TV.
Can you believe what Vinny's going to be like in a few months with this Laker-Luka combination and the hype they're going to get? It's going to be nonsense. Vinny, his head is going to explode.
I will vomit more in the next 2 months than I have vomited in my entire life.
There you go.
Open phone times now. Your state of the Suns, what you're feeling on the Suns, not getting Jimmy Butler. What do they do, if anything, moving forward? 602-260-9870 is the phone number. We will start in Gilbert, talk to Cody this morning here on Bickley and Marauder Mornings. What's up, Cody?
Hey, Vince. Hey, Vic.
Cody.
Hey, Jared. So here's the deal. This team is super mid. Everybody knows that. Ticket prices know that, by the way. As a season ticket holder, you cannot sell your tickets at the price, which, by the way, is another interesting conversation for another day that they didn't renew yet.
Mm-hmm.
And they rushedly sent saying they're not going to renew, and you'll find out in a couple weeks. That's a funny story that needs to be talked about and looked at. But in terms of what are they going to do, look, Jimmy Butler would have been a better trade asset than Bradley Beal if it didn't work. So I'm a little bummed because that would have been nice, right? If it doesn't work, fine, then trade Jimmy because he doesn't have a no-trade clause. But here's what they need to do, and here's what they're going to do. They have Tyus Jones, who is a negative asset for this team right now, but could be a positive asset for somebody else.
Yes.
They have Grayson Allen, who's a good shooter, and frankly could probably get back a decent player. They have Yusuf Nurkic, who frankly they just need to salary dump, get rid of, and bite the bullet. One of those first two guys, or maybe a combination in some way, is going to have to bring back a power forward. And that's who I think they're likely going to do, and hopefully they get a semi-decent one for a Tyus or Grayson. With Kevin Durant, you do not sell on him right now. Vince is 1,000% correct about the Houston Rockets, and I think OKC is actually ripe for another upset and getting bounced again. And they actually have assets that I really want. Everyone pines for the Suns picks from Houston. I don't want those because that means we have to suck for those to be good picks. I want picks from somebody else. That's my thought. Thanks, boys. See ya.
Yeah, Cody's got it. His finger. He actually he tweeted us too on the Houston thing and threw Oklahoma City in the mix. And I thought about that, but watching them play, they are so impressive. They're so consistent. They're so well coached. And I know they don't have the veteran that's been through the playoff wars yet.
Right.
Although Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is unguardable. But he suggested, hey, why not Kevin Durant to Oklahoma City? Could you imagine the Oklahoma City fan base finally getting a title and having to rely on Kevin Durant 2.0 to get it? I don't think
they like that.
We've always talked about, if the Suns got a title, does it matter how they get there?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of like, no, it doesn't matter.
How about another team in that boat maybe? How about Cleveland? Another young team that's doing way better than expected that could maybe flame out in the playoffs and think they need a veteran.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they've been so consistent too. I haven't really heard their name a lot.
But I think the overarching point is what you said is accurate. I think that there is this belief that the last thing we want to do is go through the rest of the season with this team that is so frustrating and so inconsistent and so maddening and so low energy that just blow it up. Because I've been on that camp. I've been go create a better future for you. And I thought leveraging KD between Golden State and Houston might get it done. you're probably right. If that's the route you're going to take, that's probably this offseason.
Let's go out to Peoria. Caden is up next here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Caden.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Good. Vince, I talked to you in person. You guys said that you guys don't do a lot of radio calls a couple weeks ago, so I'm glad you guys are opening the phone line.
I'm glad you got through.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to say I don't think that trading Kevin Durant right now makes any sense. I think you test one more playoff run and then you blow it up. But please do not trade Devin Booker if you do blow it up. And then what I am saying is, why don't we get Cam Johnson back? I do not know why Cam Johnson is not a member of the Phoenix Suns again. Phoenix Suns fans would love it. He would add so much help to this team that we need. But also, you guys talk about it all the time. Teams nowadays are built around depth. I have been saying this for a long time, for probably 2 years now. Jordan Clarkson is a player that I love tremendously. I think he would add a ton of bench help, a ton of scoring off the bench that we need. I also think that we need a lot more help because these turnovers are getting terrible to watch. I can't even watch a Suns game anymore. Offensive rebounds, we can't even get them. DeAndre, and you guys were talking about it. He had, 3 offensive rebounds in overtime, and we had, 1 as a team? Like, this is getting ridiculous. We need bench help. We need help if we're going to make one more run at it. And like I said, if we do not end up accomplishing it this year, then we can blow it up, but do not trade Kevin Durant right now. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Caden. Let's go keep it going on the phones. Daryl in Glendale's up next here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Daryl.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call, guys. It was kind of a breath of fresh air when they said that Butler was going to the Warriors. I'm kind of opposite of the last caller, man. I think we should blow it up. I know people are going to kill me for saying this, but I think we should trade both Booker and Durant and see what we can get in assets, man, because this team is horrible to watch, man. The rotation is questionable. Turnovers are horrible. Rebounds are horrible. We need to get young. We need to get long. And we need to get faster, man. So let me know what you guys think about that.
Yeah, listen, don't apologize for your opinion. It's a very valid opinion, and you're right. It's a very unpopular one, but it is a very valid one. Yeah, there is something to be said, especially if you don't want Devin Booker to be subjected to something like that, that at some point in time, tearing it down to the studs might be the best option. The problem is that Devin Booker has just reached a very important milestone. He's a very important person in Suns history. He's got to be our forever guy. He's the guy that's going to keep everybody anchored the way Shane Doan kept everybody anchored during all those horrible years of Coyotes dysfunction.
Yeah, the reality of it is what Daryl brought up is thinking about it is probably prudent, even though everything you just said is true. He's the one of the most popular Suns players of all time. He has earned that. Obviously, a guy that wants to stay here at this point. But the Suns, if you're going to use that phrase, blow it up, you can't blow it up without including Devin Booker in that.
It's true.
Because if we just saw yesterday, Kevin Durant blocked a deal to go to Golden State. Bradley Beal has still the 2 layers of barriers. He's got his contract and a no-trade clause. You can't blow it up without Devin Booker. If you attempt to, you can put dynamite all over the place. But if you don't have a match to light it, nothing's going to happen. And they don't right now, without considering that, if you're on the, and I'm not saying I am, but they don't have a match to blow up the dynamite. Let's squeeze in one more call, go out to Mesa and talk to JT here on Arizona Sports. JT, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. I hate to say it, but I agree with the last caller who talked about blowing the whole thing up. I think if you only trade KD, that's not a blow up. That's an attempt at a retool. You're never going to get close to building the kind of young player asset combo that you see with OKC and Houston and stuff if you don't go that route. I love Book. I think you would work with Book in the same way the Suns worked with KD or we're talking to KD as far as figuring out where he might want to go and showing him some respect that way. But if we keep Book, there's no chance of a championship during his prime. I don't see that path. And so, like you said, Bick, if we keep Booker, maybe he has a Shane Doan-like career with the Coyotes. But part of that comparison is no title, right?
Yeah.
The Coyotes weren't able to bring one home, and I don't think the Suns will be either. At least if they trade Book and KD, they'll have a shot at rebuilding into something that could win a title. So I'll take the comments off the air. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, JT. Yeah, I
Good
mean,
call, JT.
If the Suns are considering that too, I don't think now is the time. I think the offseason is the earliest time you consider that. But the reality of the situation too is if you want to get off Bradley Beal, you're not getting off Bradley Beal without getting off Devin Booker.
So you mean to tell me, Vinny, the answers are internal? It's internal. It's internal.
Thanks for the calls. Good stuff today. We got the Rush Hour Reboot with Jarrett Carlin next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's internal.
Suns up.
Final score in Oklahoma City, Thunder 140, Suns 109. Phoenix had a 2-point lead at the half, but things fell apart in quarter number 3, and they fall to 25-25 on the season, now 10-16 away from home.
The Thunder are a great team, but getting whooped by 30 points is something. We'll talk about that loss, plus keep you updated on trade deadline deals on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Did you know 93% of Americans have some sort of metabolic dysfunction? Hey, it's Vince Murata, and what I've learned from Dr. Abood and the entire team at Revitalize Weight Loss is that chronic inflammation from diet, lifestyle, and a broken food system is at the root of metabolic issues and why so many people, like I once did, struggled with our weight. This is where Revitalize can help. In a 3 to 6 week reset with Revitalize's anti-inflammatory approach with programs to fit every lifestyle and budget, you can get a customized roadmap to losing weight, improving your internal health by supporting your gut health, blood sugar, and removing excessive inflammation from your body. I've told you a lot about my experience with Revitalize. In 2018, I got serious about my weight loss, and I achieved my goals thanks to the customized plan based on cutting-edge technology and science that Revitalize is able to create for every individual. In fact, Revitalize guarantees you'll see results. They are the only program in the Valley to back things up with a money-back guarantee. If you've tried other methods to lose weight in the past and not seeing the results that you're looking for, it's a great time to give Revitalize a call. Schedule your no-obligation free consultation. It's free during the month of February, or a discovery call today. 480-435-3557 or online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. As someone who's experienced the exceptional care of Moving Team 6 firsthand, I can genuinely say that our relationship is invaluable. Their dedication ensures your move is not just a task, but a seamless journey free of stress from the moment you start planning to the final box being unpacked. With Moving Team 6, your move is their mission. For more, visit movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Hey, did the ref blow the whistle on your roof? Because that's what happened at Casa Calvisi, and that's why we called America Roofing. Home or business, repair or replace, America Roofing is a slam dunk. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. Recently awarded Arizona's Contractor of the Year. More than 2 decades experience and more than 400 employees statewide. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the crew can run a fast break to wherever you're at. Mention Calvisi and save 10% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Introducing your ultimate golf destination, the Golf Galaxy Performance Center at Ahwatukee Foothills Town Center, opening January 31st. Join us at the grand opening event, February 14th to the 16th. Over $30,000 in giveaways and prizes, including our $10,000 closest to the pin contest. Discover the latest golf clubs, explore cutting-edge styles, and immerse yourself in a brand new golf experience. The first 100 adults in line each day will receive a mystery gift card with a chance to win up to $500. Learn more at golfgalaxy.com/Phoenix.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns got blown out by Oklahoma City last night, 140-109. Phoenix actually led by 2 points at halftime, but gave up a 20-2 run to start the third quarter and fall back to 500 at 25-25 overall. Bradley Beal led the Suns with 25 points, while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 for the Thunder. Kevin Durant did not play last night due to an ankle sprain. Will he ever play again for the Suns? Well, stay tuned all day on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app to find out what, if anything, the Suns do before the NBA trade deadline hits at 1 p.m. And despite weeks of rumors, a player we know will not be coming to Phoenix is Jimmy Butler. He was traded yesterday to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal that saw the Heat get Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and a protected first-round pick. This report is brought to you by Right Way Roofing. There's only one way. That's the right way.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, it's the Rush Hour Reboot on NBA trade deadline day. Will today be zippity pip or zoopity poop? Stay tuned to find out as the deadline hits at 1 p.m. This is the Reboot. We'll go through the top stories of the day. We've talked so much about the Suns game last night, about the Suns not doing much of anything yet, not getting Jimmy Butler. So we'll stray a little bit away from that in the Reboot. But I just to start, a real quick question. What was your initial, quick, honest, gut, emotional response when you heard that Jimmy Butler was traded and it wasn't to the Suns?
I had like 3 levels of it. Mm-hmm. First, it's always wow, because of what had been reported earlier in the day and how close it was to coming to fruition with the Suns. Secondly, for me, selfishly, it was like, wow, that's what I predicted like 2 months ago. Again, I've shifted focus and fluctuated a million times since then, but I thought he would end up in Golden State.
Yeah.
And third was, I'm fascinated by this Jimmy Butler-Draymond Green pairing in the locker room and on the court. Has there ever been 2 more volatile guys on the same roster?
No, and that's probably too much. And so, and I agree with you. And I think for guys like Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, who are both very reasonable, happy people, they're both probably going, this could get bad. And they've already been through the Jordan Poole thing. So it could implode. My honest reaction was, by the time the Jimmy Butler news broke, I was glad that he didn't come here because it meant Kevin Durant wasn't going away in exchange for him. I am of the mindset that Jimmy Butler would give this Suns team more of what it really needs than Kevin Durant does. But you can't sub them out because this team already doesn't have enough talent. It had to be Jimmy Butler plus Kevin Durant. Jimmy Butler giving Devin Booker and Kevin Durant what they don't have, that competitive killer stuff. And so by the time it went down, my brain was scrambled eggs by that time. And I also think that at that point in time, given the fact that it was no longer going to be a Bradley Beal deal, it just didn't make any sense to me.
Also, I'd like to see Golden State really go all in and make one more trade today and send like Kevon Looney to Detroit for Isaiah Stewart. And just have 3 maniacs in the locker room.
Right.
Where's Patrick Beverley these days?
Overseas somewhere. Isn't he playing in Israel? I think he's playing in Israel.
Oh, L'chaim. Bring him back. All right. We'll move over to the NFL. The Super Bowl, believe it or not, is this weekend. But tonight is the NFL Honors, where they give out their awards. You know the NFL Honors are hosted? Who the host is tonight?
Ricky Gervais?
No.
Oh, darn. That's too bad.
He looks like a young Snoop Dogg.
Greg Schulte?
Schulte is? Wow.
It's his new gig.
The governor pulling a big gig.
Snoop D-O-double-G takes a lot of gigs these days, apparently.
Apparently, he doesn't say no to anything.
Yeah, apparently. It doesn't matter what the press says. But he will be hosting tonight the NFL Honors, so let's go through some of the awards. Let me give you your predictions, maybe just who you think should win, who you think will win, stuff like that. We'll go through some of the big ones. We'll start with the biggest one. The most valuable player, the finalists are Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson.
I think Josh Allen's going to win it. And
I would like Saquon Barkley to win it, but I think Josh Allen is going to win it. I agree with Vinny.
It always feels weird because Barkley is the last one standing of those people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So it feels like, well, he's the most deserving. He carried his team to the Super Bowl, but this is a regular season award.
And I was reading on ESPN, too, they had a panel of like 13 NFL experts make their picks.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody voted for Barkley in their panel, so
wow,
kind of an indication of things to come. I'm not saying he's not deserving, but
it's because
it's a quarterback award.
It's a quarterback award. It's a quarterback's league. Saquon Barkley not only has the numbers, he helped the Eagles get through all that dysfunction and all that dislike and distrust they have of one another.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think Saquon Barkley is the MVP, but I do agree with Vinny, he ain't getting it.
And also, the NFL has this cop-out thing where they also give out the Offensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
Which Saquon Barkley probably will win.
He will. He
which
will win it.
Josh Allen is not even a finalist for. How is he not a finalist for the Offensive Player of the Year? All he does is play offense. He's not a two-way player, so he could win the MVP but not be a finalist for that award.
I mean, of the 5 finalists, 3 are non-quarterbacks. Barkley, Jamar Chase, and Derrick Henry are all finalists along with Burrow and Lamar Jackson.
Just a weird thing. Defensive Player of the Year, do you guys have an opinion on that? Zach Bond, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Patrick Surtain II, and T.J. Watt are the finalists. Not a tremendous standout this year, it feels like.
From everything I've gotten, and this is not my opinion, I'm just reflecting what I've seen, is that Surtain is going to be the favorite. I didn't watch a lot of Denver Broncos football this year, admittedly, but the jump that defense made, remarkable.
And he's their best player.
And he's their best player. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. Zach Bond's had a great impact on that Eagles defense.
He's been tremendous.
T.J. Watt is always tremendous.
And Trey Hendrickson was great on a lousy defense, and that's going to work against him.
Jaden Daniels runs away with Rookie of the Year?
Yes.
All right.
I don't even think it's close.
Brock Bowers had a historic year, but he's a tight end on a bad team. And then finally, Coach of the Year. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, and Andy Reid.
Ooh.
Andy Reid is the only Kansas City finalist in any of the major awards.
For a team that lost one real game.
Andy Reid also has not won Coach of the Year in over 20 years. I think you can make a strong case for him, but I don't think he's going to win. I think Kevin O'Connell's going to win.
I think Kevin O'Connell is the proper choice because in terms of what he brought to that team and what he did with Sam Darnold, I think he's the guy. But the way the Vikings season ended...
And also compared to how bad they were last year, Dan Quinn should get some votes.
Well, but again, the Dan Quinn thing is that's a Jaden Daniels thing.
Right. He'll get the award for that team. All right, well, that is tonight, NFL Honors, Super Bowl this weekend, and you've been rebooted.
Can't wait to get my tux on and sit on the couch and watch that.
Tux, top hat and tails.
Are you a viewer of NFL Honors?
No.
I used to love award shows. I just can't do it anymore. I think it's a recognition of just especially on the Grammys, which just happened.
Oh boy,
who are these people?
Yeah. How about it?
Thanks, Jarrett. We're all rebooted. Coming up next.
Shut up, Jarrett.
Suns look like they're moving on with Bradley Beal. Maybe not by their choice. What does it all mean for the real deal? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Is it okay if I make the announcement?
From the
the
dais?
breaking news sounder, and I'll bring the dais here and I'll make it because it's always been I've got a fetish with this thing. It always makes you want to stand up in front of that microphone, in front of people, and make some type of announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
If Durant got traded and everybody nationally is looking for the cut of us announcing it, and it's Wolf at a dais announcing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement.
Everyone, I have an announcement.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're ready for a brand new smile, you really need to know about New Life Dental Implant Center for a whole bunch of reasons. Number one, they offer amazing quality, unbeatable prices, great convenience, everything done in one location. They've got an in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. The entire process is 100% digital, which means there's no human error, which means your implant and your brand new smile is going to be perfect. Guaranteed. Now, I've met with Dr. Javido Safi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. He's a great guy. He's a rags to riches story, and his mission now is to make dental implants affordable for everybody who needs them. For proof, currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. If you've been in the market, you know that is a fantastic price. There are no hidden fees, no surprise costs, 0% financing available. You can get into a brand new smile for $350 a month, and their patients experience faster treatment time, quicker healing, less pain and discomfort, and a beautiful smile that is truly life-changing. Learn more by calling 602-855-0000 online at newsmilearizona.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Homeowners, while many agents are making very big promises, Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is famous for her written guarantees. Now, unlike some agents who promise a very unrealistic price just to get your business, Carol's going to provide you an upfront written guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value. Or Carol's going to pay you the difference. So if you're ready to sell your home in 2025, sell with confidence and for full market value, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you, respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
My friends that own small businesses are all drowning in tax paperwork this winter. So I tell them to let TaxFile take care of their taxes and just focus on their customers. That's TaxFile with a Y, F-Y-L-E. TaxFile connects small business owners with licensed accountants who sweat the details. TaxFile's customers swear they saved them days of busy work. They say TaxFile was more responsive too. Go to taxfyle.com/radio and get their best offer. TaxFile.com/radio.
Looking to tackle home improvements or a big move? Waste Connections has you covered. Say goodbye to junk piles or renting a truck to haul your trash. Their roll-off rentals provide convenient, top-notch service at an unbeatable price. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
NBA trade deadline. Bickley and Marotta talk Suns and NBA moves now.
The Phoenix Suns knew it was going to be a difficult pathway to try to get Jimmy Butler over there, but Jimmy Butler was the Phoenix Suns' #1 target. That was their only target. They still were optimistic this entire time that at some point they can find a destination that Bradley Beal will approve. I was told that Bradley Beal wanted to be in a warm weather climate. They tried calling some of those warm weather cities, some of those warm weather teams. There wasn't mutual interest.
That is Chris B. Haynes on the aftermath of Jimmy Butler landing in Golden State. This, I don't know, indication that Bradley Beal may have held things up. You know, hearing different reports on that. Bradley Beal held it up, definitely, but not necessarily because he did not waive or wasn't willing to waive his no-trade clause. There was just no takers on the other end. And that's something we identified from very early on. Even when the Suns, and I wasn't thinking about this going south when the Suns got Bradley Beal, but there was a lot of talk about that no-trade clause, how rare a commodity that is in the NBA.
Right.
And you do have to think about those things, and I'm sure the Suns did consider that. I don't know for how long before they made that deal to get Bradley Beal, because how could it go wrong, right? Well, it's gone wrong so far. Bradley Beal's still a member of the Phoenix Suns. And Bradley Beal talked to the media last night. He played, I thought, brilliantly in the first half.
So did I. Played downhill the whole night.
Yeah. Was efficient.
Yep.
Did his role off the bench, scored 25 points the second half. Certainly not Bradley Beal's fault. But it was asked about, all right, the Butler thing's gone. It's in the past now. Were you bothered by the trade rumor?
You guys care about the rumors more than me. So, I mean, this kind of puts it to bed for you guys. I'm still competing. I'm still going out. And I still have a Phoenix Sun uniform on. Nothing changed for me. So, I'm happy I'm there. Happy to compete. And I want to win here. So, I'm sure everybody in this locker room wants to do the same.
Yeah, and I think there was also only partial reporting on what Chris B. Haynes said, too, that Bradley Beal just wants to go to a warm weather city. I don't think anybody is just, at this point in his career, prioritizing what the weather's going to be like in the city that you play in. There's other factors involved. And if Bradley Beal was unwilling to waive his no-trade clause, I get it.
Yeah.
He's the only guy wielding that hammer, and he didn't want to uproot his family again.
So again, this is where when you talk about the construction of a roster, this is a problem you could have seen coming in advance. And,
you could have.
And that is where the hyper-aggression, and again, I'm not going to complain about an owner that wants to spend money. It's the last thing I'm going to do.
Yep.
Because we've dealt with the opposite, and the opposite's 100 times worse. But there has got to be now, going forward, there has got to be, I think, a level of checks and balances when you start to make these decisions about, okay, is this helping us build the kind of roster we need to win a championship? Because this scrambling now has gone on for 2 years straight. Subbed out the bench mid-season last year, subbed it out again in the offseason, ripping it up again now at deadline, trying to bring in another major piece, trying to ship out a guy with a no-trade clause. It's
changing coaches.
Continually changing coaches. And listen, no offense, I'm just going to say it. The way Mike Budenholzer is coaching this basketball team, I wouldn't be surprised if they brought in another new head coach next year. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. There have been so many bizarre things, from rotations to handling of players to lack of halftime adjustments to even last night, waiting until the fourth quarter to swarm Shai Gilgeous, or as you would call him, Jarrett, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Hey, I wrote it out on.
He wasn't shy last night.
I wrote it out on the update.
I don't know what you think
here
about that, Vinny, but it doesn't seem like anything is working.
It certainly stood out to me because Shai was doing whatever he wanted, and there wasn't. I mean. One-on-one defense wasn't working, and there wasn't a whole lot of contributions from other Thunder players last night. But also, I mean, you mentioned all those ingredients. Look at the record. This is not what they brought him in for.
No, it's not.
I mean, that's going to be one of the storylines in the second half of the season, especially if
right.
It is.
And I don't mean to sidetrack us here.
Yes.
But basically, what I am saying here is now this is just not a good look. It's instilled a real lack of confidence, and this fan base is torn. You can tell from the people we talk to. You can tell from the people who post. There's people who are, I'm done. There are people who are, blow it up. There are people like, oh, don't you dare It's tough.
And I think the point you brought up earlier, too, look, Bobby Marks picked the Suns to go to the finals this year.
What a dope.
The point you brought up.
Totally joking.
The point you brought up earlier about how many teams around the NBA just this season now have passed the Suns.
Oh, yeah.
And where they stand in the hierarchy?
Look, the Warriors just added Jimmy Butler. You'd probably rate the Warriors over the Suns. The Rockets are legit. The Grizzlies are a problem. The Spurs now with De'Aaron Fox. I watched the end of their game last night. The Steph Castle kid they have is just fantastic. The
Lakers,
Oklahoma City Thunder are the best. Portland, Devin Booker referenced Portland. Pre-game yesterday, said, have you seen that team? I like that team. They're young. They play hard. They have great energy. And I thought to myself, somebody projecting here?
It might have been projecting.
Somebody,
if they can sustain this for another week, I might be a believer. We've already seen DeAndre Ayton become DeAndre Ayton again.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
And they always have these guys in Sharp and Simons that can't stay healthy. So we'll see if that continues.
But I mentioned all those teams, and now you can also say the Nuggets, Clippers, Timberwolves, and Mavericks are better than the Suns.
And the Lakers.
Well, the Lakers have become legit overnight. Like I said, their starting lineup right now is no joke. Luka Doncic, LeBron James, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, Mark Williams. That's a really good starting five.
I think they're missing a piece. Imagine what it's going to look like tomorrow when they get Anthony Edwards in a deal.
Oh boy! But it's also if you look
like giving up Gabe Vincent and a 19th round pick in 2058.
It's going to be fantastic.
If
this whole Lakers thing is coming back, folks.
If you look at the construction of the top three teams in the West right now, Oklahoma City, Memphis, Houston, they're young, athletic teams that are not
that tear right through the Suns,
and they're not super teams. They were built like completely different ways, and that's sort of what's trending up now in the NBA.
Here's some thoughts from Brian Windhorst of ESPN now that the smoke is cleared on the Jimmy Butler situation and what it means for the Suns.
The biggest person involved in this whole deal wasn't Kevin Durant. It was really Bradley Beal, because for a month, the Suns tried everything they could to figure out how to get Jimmy Butler alongside Kevin Durant in Phoenix, and Bradley Beal used his no-trade clause to the hilt and made it clear he didn't want to move. And a lot of things were brought to him, and he wasn't interested in it, or at least brought to his agent, and he wasn't interested in it. And so that is what got the Suns into this corner, because you look at where they're at. They're basically 500. They can't trade Bradley Beal, and Durant has a contract extension situation this summer. He's only got 1 year left. They sort of painted themselves into a corner. The only way to sort of improve the team was to look at Durant options, which they did. But ultimately, they did nothing.
And you mentioned, all right, what's the fan base reaction? And let's fast forward now because we're closing in on 5 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. There's a real good chance the Suns won't have the ability to do anything. Not from a lack of trying. Let's be honest about that. But when they take the court tomorrow night, what is the mood in the building? Oh. Is it a mood of apathy? Is it a mood of frustration? Is it a mood of anger? And if it's a mood of anger, I fear, and I'm not condoning this, and I'm not suggesting this should be the case, but I started thinking about it. Because those Jimmy Butler fans are the fans that wanted Jimmy Butler here are very vocal about it. Ask Bradley Beal's wife about that.
That's a good point.
She already knows.
That's a good point.
I don't want him to be the target of the ire of Suns fans. We're all frustrated.
Yeah.
I get it. But Bradley Beal should not be wearing this.
Be mad at the Wizards.
Yeah, they're the ones that gave
him that
trade
stupid
clause.
contract.
Way to go, Leonsis.
No, listen, you're right about that, and we've been very, very consistent about that. Bradley Beal does not deserve that. You traded for him. It wasn't like you went through the fine-tooth comb and said, what is the study clause in this contract? You knew, Kyler Murray joke, you knew.
I was looking for baseball clauses.
That's it. You knew right away that this was part of the deal with Bradley Beal, and you took it on. So but fans don't think like that.
No.
And you're absolutely right about that. I wonder, not that it means anything, but Bradley Beal, the idea that there were places that he might be wanted to be traded to, I don't know about the validity of it. I don't know how tricky it was. I don't know whether it's wishful thinking. Keep in mind that phone call goes from Josh Bartelstein to his dad.
He still says that they never approached him, Beal.
But could you imagine, too, if the no trade was waived and the Suns walked away with a deal that really helped them out, what the thinking around the rest of the league would be? Well, Bradley Beal's agent probably advised Bradley Beal to waive the no-trade clause to help out his son.
You're right. But see, to me, I would think that Bradley Beal, if that were true, I think he would have made that clear to the media.
Yes.
He would have said something like, listen, if something makes sense and they really want me out of here, I'll listen, because he knows that he's going to wear that.
Yeah, but also, the agent
Don't
works
blame him, Suns fans.
Yeah, the agent works for the player, and Bradley Beal was not willing.
Right.
And I don't blame him.
Same here.
The Blast is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Robbins, these 1 carat total weight natural earrings are $27.95. Diamond Dave price $1,600. At Shane, this 3 carat lab grown bracelet is $2,400. Diamond Dave's only $1,800. At Tiffany, this 1.26 natural engagement ring is $22,100. The same with Diamond Dave, $8,300. Let me say that again, $22,100 in a blue box. Save almost $14,000 with Diamond Dave. Look, I don't say this to be snarky. These are real numbers. With our by appointment, wholesale office, direct importing, in-house design and manufacturing, it's easy to save you hundreds, even tens of thousands of dollars when compared to retail. And it's not just about pricing. We've been and continue to be the go-to for thousands of people for 35 years. It's Diamond Dave to save big time on quality diamonds in natural and lab-grown.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave, KANTOR.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Get ready for the weekend with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, your home of the no-fee emergency. Call now to book your appointment time for today, tonight, or later this week. We're here to help. With Ready Services, you'll enjoy free estimates, no trip charge, no after-hour fees, no weekend fees. You can even get a free second opinion on your big job. Always ready since 1957, saving you money and doing business the right way. ReadyServices.com.
The Berg Simpson Law Firm, located right here in Phoenix, Arizona, has a national reputation and a proven track record. If you've been injured, don't leave the important choice of legal representation to just anyone. The Berg Simpson Law Firm has proven results, and you can check for yourself at BergSimpson.com. That's BURG Simpson.com. They're your fighters for justice when the game is on the line. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives. Call 602-777-7000. That's 777-7000. Berg Simpson is responsible for this advertising material.
Listen up, Basinonians. It's the President's Day sale going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. And here's the deal. Now through February 17th, you can get 30% off everything in-store or online. The quality and comfort are unbeatable. So score big this President's Day and get 30% off your entire purchase. This President's Day, shop local and support local at Brooklyn Betting, where the shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns got blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, 140-109, despite leading by 2 points at halftime. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 points for the Thunder. Kevin Durant did not play. What will happen at the NBA trade deadline? Will the Suns do anything? Stay tuned to Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app all day to find out. And despite weeks of rumors, a player we know will not be coming to Phoenix is Jimmy Butler. He was traded to the Golden State Warriors yesterday in a deal that saw the Heat get Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and a protected first-round pick. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
9 months ago, Matt Ishbia made a bold claim. He said 26 of 29 NBA franchises would trade their teams and their current situations for what we have in Phoenix. Today, after swinging wildly and missing for Jimmy Butler, the landscape looks much different. The Suns are about to be passed in the standings by the Spurs and the Blazers, and the Suns might be the 13th best team in the Western Conference. This is obviously a very rough time for everyone, including the Suns owner, who has done many good things in a very short period of time. But his hyper-aggression has clearly caused problems. With Mike Budenholzer pushing nothing but wrong buttons, it seems he might have missed on both of the head coaches he's hired. And the way things are trending, there's a good chance that a $400 million basketball team doesn't even make the playoffs. Now, you know how eyes roll when a sports figure thinks they can walk in and reinvent the wheel. We know how the Pac-12 laughed at the misery of Ray Anderson, Herm Edwards, and ASU's professional football model, and it's exactly the same thing here. There will be a lot of people howling at our misfortune, especially if the Suns don't find some answers or some hope in the very near future. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I don't think we're as far away as some of the people like to think. I think we're actually a lot closer, but doesn't mean we're not going to make some changes and improvements, because that'd be silly to try the exact same thing without some tweaks to the and obviously we're gonna have roster changes and things changing. We already have a different assistant coach. We're gonna have to do, like, there's obviously some changes, but I don't think it's a blow it up and all these things out there that people want to talk about. I think we're in a great position. I'm proud of the Phoenix Suns.
That is Matt Ishbia back on May 1st after the elimination from the playoffs by the Minnesota Timberwolves, the press conference that you referenced in the blast there, where 26 of 29 teams would sign up for us. And it was, in real time, I remember identifying that as a strange press conference.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of it got washed away later that week. They made the change at the head coaching position. They brought in Mike Budenholzer. You know, that started off the summer of optimism. Hey, if that was the problem, they really nipped it in the bud. A championship coach who was on the sideline, which is exactly what they had the year before, by the way. Then late in the season, you upgrade your roster. You get Monte Morris. You get Tyus Jones late in the process. And last year, through 50 games, I think the Suns fan base was doing a lot of hair pulling. Like, what is wrong with this team? This is not what we expected.
Mm-hmm.
Through 50 games this year, the Suns' record is 25-25. And they got there with a thud last night in Oklahoma City. Last year, through 50 games, that frustrating bunch was 29-21. So a 4-game difference in wins/losses. You could say 8 games difference if you just look at the wins.
Wow.
Or, excuse me, no, 4 games. I'm sorry. 29-21.
I had failed to remember that.
And here we are.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the most frustrating part for a lot of Suns fans is the optics. You go back to last year, what bothered you from what you watched from this team, a lot of it still exists.
That's it.
Some of the pieces are different. Some new ones have popped up this year. I mean, the center play last year, I think, was more solid than what the Suns have put out there this year, quite honestly. And I'm not looking at one player. I'm looking at everybody that's played the position. The third quarter issues are a new problem this year, but a lot of the same stuff has reared its ugly head.
Yes.
For a second straight year.
Yes.
And here we are. And last night in the locker room, after they lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder, Bick, there was a lot of talk about whether or not this is fixable. Mike Budenholzer was asked about it. Bradley Beal was asked about it. Devin Booker was asked about it, and here's what Book had to say.
Yeah, I'm always going to say that. I just believe in the work. I believe in the process. The journey's not always pretty, but I've seen it plenty of times where this league is about hitting at the right times and peaking at the right times. So, looking back to 22, won 64 games and got to the playoffs and just got punched in the face and didn't know what to do. So, it's good to go through the tough times now, but it's obviously tough losing games.
Yeah, that team in 2022 that Devin Booker referenced, and the audio is a little rough there, but he said, we got punched in the playoffs and we didn't know what to do. That team in the regular season, when they got punched, they knew what to do. They responded. That's what made that playoff exit from Dallas in Game 7 so shocking. But since that time, there's not really been much of a reaction to getting punched in the face.
No, and that's that. Of all the aggravating things that happens on the court with this basketball team, the lazy, sloppy passes, the turnovers that never stop, they consistently rear their ugly head, the low motor, the floating up and down the court, the lack of that fiery cohesion, the lack of any cohesion at all. All of those things still remain from last year, but the thing that really is bothering me with every passing night is when you start to listen to sound bites from the players and the coaches involved, nobody is standing on it. Nobody is putting 10 toes to the ground and saying, we need to stop sucking.
It is funny. I can't believe they're still in the things will work out, give us time, be patient kind of camp, it feels like.
But wouldn't somebody, if a team really cared and a team was really cohesive, wouldn't somebody at some point in time say, enough? Yeah. Wouldn't they be like me with you?
We've wondered about that.
Who would that be?
That's, again, Jimmy Butler.
See, maybe the Suns collectively are listening to the show. They hear your frustration with Jarrett, and they're like, see, getting upset doesn't do anything.
Right. That hasn't changed him at all.
It doesn't improve anything.
He's
Why get all bent out of shape?
Criticized and yelled at him for 8 years, and he hasn't changed at all.
Oh, you just killed me. But doesn't that bother you guys as well? I mean, at some point in time, where's the anger?
Yeah, I mean, when you're on the outside and you're frustrated by something that is kind of it's a community asset. I mean, we're all on this boat together. We all have different thoughts as Suns fans. Mm-hmm. But we're the end feeling is pretty similar for everybody. You want to know that the people responsible for making you feel the way that you feel the way that you feel.
Very well said. Yeah, that's exactly it. You want them to care and you want them to really kind of be that invested emotionally.
Yeah, and maybe they are behind closed doors. But at some point,
there's no more measured players though than Booker and Durant. They're not fiery, emotional players.
No, they're not. And that is why Butler plus them was something that I was willing to really embrace. And so where are they going to find it? Who's going to give it to them now? It's just very, very depressing. I read somewhere, I don't know if this is true, but I read that the Suns have the hardest remaining schedule in the NBA from this point forward. Is that true?
Mm-hmm. It was a graphic that it circulated on social media a couple days ago. It's not particularly close either.
For a minute last night, watching that game and watching Bradley Beal he looked fantastic. The starting, the stopping, the craftiness, that little hook shot he did in the lane. I'm like, wow. And I, for a minute, thought, could you imagine if they beat the Thunder after all that didn't happen on trade deadline day? Well, today's trade deadline day. On trade deadline eve. And then a minute later, that thought went out the window, and I thought, no, the third quarter is coming, and that third quarter.
Can I peel back the curtain a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It was 6:24 p.m., so before the Suns game tipped off, an hour before.
Okay.
The Butler stuff came down, and you're like, okay, there's resolution, there's closure there, it's not happening. But I was like, there's no Kevin Durant. They're playing a team that has their number. I texted my nephew, and I said, I think they're going to lose by about 35 tonight. That was before the game. During the game in the first quarter, I texted my friend and I was like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's going to have 50 points tonight.
Wow.
And look, there's hyperbole in both of those.
Right.
Yeah, they only lost by 31. That was hyperbole.
In a game, they were winning 63-61.
They were winning by more than that in the first half, but at halftime,
No, I'm saying that late in the game, they're up by 2.
Yeah, but they were up by 12 at a certain point in the first half. And
Yeah.
we're playing some of their best basketball in a long time.
Mm-hmm. And then what the Thunder did is what the Timberwolves do, is what the Rockets do. They just turn up the click, 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 the defensive pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then now suddenly Book is getting swarmed and physical, and it all falls apart.
Yep. Coming up, the Suns went all in for Butler, and nobody called the bet. So what do they do now? And are they stuck with the hand that they were dealt? We'll get into all that next as the trade deadline. We're getting closer and closer. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NBA trade deadline officially hits at 12:59 p.m. today. Now that we know KD is not going to Golden State and Jimmy Butler ain't coming here, what will the Suns do? Will they pick up a new starter? Who? And what will that cost?
Frustration with the Suns, mixed messaging.
Arizona Sports has breaking Suns and NBA news as the trade deadline approaches. And we've got our NBA roundtable inside the Wolf and Luke Show right here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, sports fans know it takes a lot to be number one. It's even harder to remain number one. I'm going to tell you how Parker and Sons pulls it off. They've been serving the Valley for 50 years. They are the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They're available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. When you call them, you'll always speak to a live person, never a recording, never have to leave a message. While many companies are booked out for days, Parker will be there in minutes. They offer same-day service because you know your home deserves nothing less. They only employ trust-certified technicians and plumbers, which means they have all passed drug tests and background checked. They're all certified, insured, licensed, and bonded. So if you're dealing with clogged drains, which can happen over the holidays, if your water heater is not functioning properly, if you've got leaks or toilet issues, if you want to purify the air inside your home, they can handle it all. Whatever you need, you call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Golf responsibly with Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing, Arizona's #1 craft brewery. Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is easy to enjoy. Subtle notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava flavors, and a crisp, refreshing finish. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale at your local restaurant or retailer. Golf responsibly.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
1877 Cars for Kids. KA
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Dan. So we're into the new year. W-2s are coming out, and it's tax time. Soon we'll be getting our tax return checks.
Oh, I know what I'm going to spend mine on this year.
Yeah.
New traffic jammies.
Perfect. Hey, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be complicated, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO.
Wayne, I know, but it can take up to like 8 weeks or more to get your tax check. If you need car repairs, should you just wait until you get the check?
No, Dan, don't wait. Now's the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car.
Ah, so tax time is the best time.
It sure is. And remember, AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it really works good. You can get your car, truck, RV, hot rod, whatever you drive, all fixed up and drive away. And then pay for it when your tax check comes in.
Wayne, that's awesome.
I'll say we're AMCO.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The NBA trade deadline. Bickley and Marotta talk Suns and NBA moves now.
Then when you look at, obviously, you know, Jimmy was talk about him being here. I guess now that that's over, is that okay, that's done, we got to move on? I mean, how do you view that element of it?
Yeah, got to.
That is Dwayne Rankin from AZ Central following last night's game in Oklahoma City, talking to Devin Booker about, hey, the mentality is you move on now that the Jimmy Butler thing's not helping. Maybe there was that subconscious feeling of help is on the way. That's not happening now. Devin Booker just answering the question saying, yeah, we got to. They got to. Can they?
Mm-hmm.
The got to, saying has been used too much after games this year for a team this talented.
Yes.
And I don't know if you caught it. Were you watching the ESPN broadcast last night?
Mm-hmm.
Mike Breen hit it a couple times during the show about how formidable the Suns have been when Kevin Durant and Devin Booker play. And I was like, that's kind of interesting because overall it doesn't, I mean, yes, their winning percentage is way better when they're both on the floor, but they were just coming off of a stretch of really uninspired basketball with not only Booker, Durant, and Beal on the floor. So I don't know how valid that is anymore.
Yeah.
The thing we didn't talk about with Bradley Beal is, he was grimacing last night. He was in a little bit of pain. Mike Budenholzer offered an injury update after the game on Bradley Beal.
When he drove the basket and, I think got his feet tangled up with somebody, I think, just a little sore from that. I think we're hoping he's just, just kind of the bumps and bruises that happen in the course of the game.
So it wasn't an ankle or anything like that, or?
No.
So Kevin Durant, we don't know the timetable on his ankle injury. He missed last night's game. We'll probably get an update on that, I would imagine, today with the Suns back in town. But when Bradley Beal grimaces, it usually means he's gonna miss some time, even though if he plays through it during the game, that's kind of been the pattern there. But going back to what I said, is that feeling of, hey, there's help on the way, washed away, and it's up to the guys. And they're all saying it's fixable. It's up to the guys in that locker room to fix it.
Well, okay.
Because the Suns are handcuffed.
Listen, I also think this. I also think that given the dynamics of this basketball team, every team has its own dynamics and friendships and cliques and all that kind of stuff. If this basketball team was kind of broken internally because maybe some of them really liked Bradley Beal, maybe some of them felt bad that he was put in this position now where they're actively seeking out trades when they know he has a no-trade clause, when they put him on the bench, which it wouldn't take much for a player to think that was punitive to force him out of town, whether that's true or not, what it might be taken like in the locker room. If you factor in all of that stuff, then you could build a case that having the realization that it's just us and nobody else is joining us and we've got a choice here. Either we make this worse and we continue to trend in the wrong direction and we become embarrassments, or we fight our way out of this. stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
I just don't see it with my eyes with this team. I just don't think they have it in them.
Between now and 1:00 this afternoon, when the trade deadline hits, I would be shocked if Durant, Beal, or Nurkic are moved.
I'm going to say that okay,
but
yeah.
Are you standing pat? Are you looking at other players? Are you looking at Grayson Allen? Are you looking at Royce O'Neal? Are you looking at Tyus Jones? How untouchable is Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro in all of this? I wonder what the Suns are willing to do now, because they've swung big. They've swung for the home run. Now are they going to have a check swing single before the deadline?
Yeah, something to kind of rally around. Yeah, I'm sure they're trying.
I'm sure they are too, but then you have to, unless the buy-in is there collectively and individually, it doesn't really matter.
No.
Would you unload any of those smaller pieces for picks?
The Tyus Jones thing is interesting to me because he doesn't make a lot of money. He signed for it's just over $3 million a year. So you're not going to get a real impactful player back. But he's also not going to be here next year. We kind of knew that. Even if things went swimmingly, he wasn't going to be here next year.
Right.
The usage of Tyus Jones has been
curious to say the very least
recently.
Yeah.
And I
think for the player's sake, because I think Tyus Jones wouldn't be wrong if he felt he got done dirty a little bit. Now, he hasn't been great himself, but he didn't come here to stand in the corner and shoot 3-point shots.
No, and I think Tyus Jones is a consummate pro, and I don't think he's done any belly aching either. But I also do think when we had our open phone segment, Cody said he can help a team. Now, I don't necessarily think he's a fit on every team, and that's been proven through 50 games this year. I think he can help a team. He's a smart player who takes care of the basketball, can hit a three and hit a floater and distribute.
I think the issue here, and I know I'm not alone in this because a lot of Suns fans feel this, fair or not, the team before Kevin Durant got here was known as Team Tryhard. That's what they did more than any other team in the NBA. That has disappeared ever since Kevin Durant has shown up here. Now, that's not necessarily on him. It might be a reflection of the players they lost, but it's a fact. It's also a fact that Devin Booker has stopped ascending since Kevin Durant got here. Are they related? I'm not making that claim. I'm stating a fact. Those things have to change. If Devin Booker got back to being the killer we saw a few years ago, if this team noticeably played harder and people saw it on a nightly basis, I think you could convince Suns fans there is hope here to be had. But I just don't see it with my eyes, and that's the issue. I've seen all the stats of, they're this and that with this combination of players, and they're this and that when some of this stuff is blatantly obvious when you watch this team compared to teams that have real cohesion and a real direction and a real belief. Can you summon that somehow internally or with, like you said, a move here, maybe swapping out this guy for something different? I don't know. You kind of set me straight earlier this morning about the whole idea about the Rockets and the Kevin Durant thing. You're absolutely right. And now that I look at it from that standpoint, if you're going to do the Durant deal, it probably behooves you to capitalize on a team like the Rockets or a team that thinks they're close now but doesn't know what they don't know until they get out of the postseason.
Look at Minnesota last year.
That's it.
They made a panic trade.
So Vinny's kind of corrected my thinking on that this morning. But I do think that I don't know where this team summons what they need.
Yeah, and the other part of that too, Bick, is look, Kevin Durant didn't want to go to Golden State. He didn't request a trade. He doesn't want out. That might change between now and April.
It's true.
If this team fails to make the play-in or fails to make the playoffs, I mean, he's in the twilight of his career. He's still an amazing scorer who can help a lot of teams. That thinking could change. So I think if you want to go down that road, you can capitalize way more next summer than you can right now.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. So I'm going to adopt that theory for now.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make the now any more palatable, but
no.
Coming up next, we'll shift our focus to football. Time to kick it with Jay. Jay Feely joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
See, my only guarantee is that Kevin Durant is gone. That is where I'm sitting right now. This is the way I'm walking around thinking. I do not expect Kevin Durant to play another game for the Phoenix Suns. And I don't know if I'm okay with that right now.
I tell you,
I'm having a hard time. I really am.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I broadcast here from 10 to 2 every weekday.
On Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Planning to propose this Valentine's Day? Shane Company has your back. Our easy process to create your dream engagement ring is rock solid. 1, pick your ring setting. 2, choose your center stone. 3, personalize it. With our wide selection of beautiful settings and hand-picked diamonds and gemstones, all at competitive prices, your ring will be as unique as your love story. We'll hand-set your ring in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store and protect it with our free lifetime warranty. Walk in with a dream, walk out with the ring that will take their breath away. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns got blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, 140-109. Phoenix actually led by 2 at halftime, but gave up a 20-2 run to start the third quarter and fell to now fall to 25 and 25 overall. Bradley Beal led the Suns with 25 points, while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 for the Thunder. Kevin Durant did not play last night due to an ankle sprain. Will he ever play again for the Suns? Stay tuned all day on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app to find out what, if anything, the Suns do before the NBA trade deadline hits at 1 p.m. And despite weeks of rumors, a player we know will not be coming to Phoenix is Jimmy Butler, who was traded yesterday to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal that saw the Heat get Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and a protected first-round pick. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Set yourself up for retirement success. Schedule your free portfolio review at assetpreservationwealth.com and get the insights you need today.
Kicking it. Snap, and it's a fake. They pitch it to Feely. He's running right. Feely for the pylon. Touchdown! A fake field goal touchdown!
If your offense is struggling, let your kicker have it.
Bickley and Murata.
Kick it!
Kicking it with Jay Feely.
Kick it!
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Invest in America's future. Go to investyrefi.com.
We continue here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. A little later in the week, an unscheduled treat. Special edition of Kicking It with Jay Feely as he joins us via video link. Good morning, Jay. How are you, sir?
I'm great. I'm getting ready to go to Waste Management. We're going to have a fun day. It is officially golf season for me. I know the Super Bowl's coming up, but it's golf season for me.
And
it's always golf season for me, Jay.
I wish, Vic.
Who is your pick to win this year? Are you going back to Scheffler?
Oh, wow. It's hard not to go with Scheffler.
He plays so well there.
You know, I'm always a hometown guy, though. Like, you know, a guy like Tony Finau or a guy like Kevin Streelman shocking the world. Like, I'd love to see some of those guys that I'm buddies with that live here go out and win it.
So where are you hanging today? You going to be at 16 today, or you walk the course? What do you do?
I'm gonna be at 16.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm going to help a cousin of mine. She has a suite, and she's got some clients in town. So She asked me if I'd come hang out with them and schmooze with them. So we're gonna be having fun and bringing my son-in-law with me. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time.
All right, too. We'll shift the focus to football. Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. Eagles and Chiefs, second time in 3 seasons, and you know of it, and you've heard of it all year, working the games that you worked for CBS, Jay. This thought of officiating being a boon, being an advantage for Kansas City, it came up a lot. It's come up in the playoffs from opposing teams of the Chiefs, and I know what the Chiefs said. I know what the NFLRA said. I mean, is it damaging for the league to have that such a prevalent storyline going into a Super Bowl?
Yeah, it takes away from the game. I think it's hogwash personally. I don't buy into the conspiracy at all because I sit on the flights after every game with the officials. And as soon as they get on those flights, they get out their laptops, they're watching the film, they're breaking it down, they're criticizing each other in a positive way. Like, hey, if you had been in a better position, you could have seen this better. Maybe you would have got it. The first thing they do when they see me is ask me, you know, did you disagree with any of the calls on air? You know, did Gene disagree with anything? They want to know, you know, if they messed up, if we think that they messed up, because they're going to be judged on every play. So this idea, this conspiracy theory that they're trying to help the Chiefs while getting negatively graded for not doing the right thing, just to me is garbage.
What do you think Philadelphia's, what do you think the Eagles' pathway to victory is in this game if they're going to pull it off?
All right, Beck, let's look at it offensively. Philly's got a better receiving core by far. They have a better offensive line. They got a better running back for sure. You know, the only position, tight end, you could say Kansas City's got an edge at tight end, but that's pretty good tight end group for Philadelphia as well. So the position that, you know, they have the big advantage, Kansas City, it's quarterback. It's Patrick Mahomes. It's so hard for me, if you have the best quarterback, even if the other position groups aren't as good, to say you're not going to win. You know, Vic Fangio, I think he does an excellent job. So does Steve Spagnuolo. I think these defenses will be ready. They're going to try to impact the quarterback. I think where Philly can win it is if they can get pressure on Patrick Mahomes with that defensive front. You know, you think back to the Tampa Bay Super Bowl where Patrick Mahomes was beat up and running for his life and couldn't sit in the pocket and throw anything. If Philly can do that to Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes, then they can win the game.
Jay Feely kicking it with Jay. Joins us every week to talk football. Of course, you can catch him during the season on CBS calling games. I got a feeling, and I'm not going to start. I'm not going to start singing the Black Eyed Peas.
I thought you were doing Christopher Walken in there.
I did too. I got a feeling. The only prescription.
It's more cowbell.
More cowbell.
Okay, so let's phrase it that way. I got a feeling that there's going to be an unsung hero. I am to the point, Jay, where I can't pick against Kansas City. I think the Eagles have advantages, as you outlined, all over the field at different position groups. And the run game against the front for Kansas City is going to be key, obviously. But when it comes down to that quarterback advantage, I can't help but go with Patrick Mahomes. Travis Kelce, even if he's neutralized, I think somebody's going to step up, and we've seen it in Super Bowls past, somebody stepping up from the receiving corps. I got a feeling about Xavier Worthy. Am I wrong here?
Yeah. Ooh. No, you're not. I mean, he's the speed guy. You got Marquise Brown, who hasn't played a lot, and that's the guy I talked about going into the Buffalo game, who I thought could be that X factor, and he certainly could. I mean, they got two guys that can stretch the field, and you want to get them on crossing routes. You want to get them matched up man-to-man if you can, and you want to try to take advantage. But Worthy's a guy that from the moment the Bills traded with Kansas City and let Kansas City go up and get Xavier Worthy, I just couldn't believe that the NFL would allow Kansas City to get, a speed guy, an element to their offense that they didn't have since they lost Tyreek Hill. And, that's the guy that can be a game changer. They find creative ways to get him the ball, and I think that Andy Reid does as good a job as anybody in the NFL of scheming up games. And when he has 2 weeks, you look at his record coming off the bye is fantastic. It's unbelievable, one of the best ever. And this is kind of like that when you have the bye week to get ready. And so he can really scheme up and look at what you do defensively and how do I counter that and how do I get you in a bad situation and get the matchups that I want. And Xavier Worthy's he's one of those guys that you're going to try to find those matchups for.
I was talking to a football guy, and we were talking about how great Kansas City is at situational football, and this person said you wouldn't believe how many times the Chiefs get in the red zone and Andy Reid just dials up one great call after another after another. He rarely ever whiffs badly in the red zone. Do you see that? Is that a big part of their success?
Absolutely, Beck. And they're so good and so creative when it comes to the red zone. Patrick Mahomes is so multifaceted and talented because he can run the ball. And we've seen that in the playoffs every single year. So because you have the quarterback element of the run game, defensively, you have to commit to that as well. And then he has the ability to change the arm angle and to be creative. And Andy Reid's play calling, they're so dynamic in the red zone, and they give you so many problems. And it's amazing how he wants to go to Travis Kelce, and yet teams can't stop him. Every production meeting I've been in, you go in, they're like, first priority, stop Travis Kelce. And then he goes out and he has, 11 for 110 and a touchdown. And most of that's in the red zone. And so, at these games, the team that's more consistent in the red zone is going to win the game. I will say another area where Philly has a big advantage is those third and fourth and shorts where you can do that tush push because Kansas City doesn't do that because Patrick Mahomes got hurt doing the quarterback sneak a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And so they don't have that element. And I think that's a big advantage.
Jay Feely, our guest. We were talking a little bit about the NFL honors tonight, and Kansas City's not got a lot of nominees for the major awards. Andy Reid is a finalist for Coach of the Year. It's been 22 years since he won Coach of the Year, which I think is amazing. And we know the prescription for that has always been more cowbell. There I go again. The prescription for that particular award has always been the coach that wins the most by overcoming the most. And Kevin O'Connell seems to be the favorite there. Andy Reid, I think, deserves Coach of the Year this year. Do you think there's any chance he wins it?
Sure, there's a chance. I think you're right. I think it's Kevin O'Connell losing his quarterback and going to Sam Darnold and resurrecting his career and having an unbelievable regular season. But you're right. I mean, you think back to Bill Belichick and Tom Brady and the Patriots. Belichick didn't win it a lot either. And, he did an unbelievable job pretty much every year. And that's what Andy Reid does. He's just consistently excellent. They out-scheme teams all the time. And this season, more than any others, when you looked at the receiving core, especially with the injuries they had early on, you looked at the inconsistency and the struggles they had on the offensive line, the ability to overcome that and really change philosophically. And you just think back to when they were scoring over 30 points a game with Tyreek Hill, and how dynamic they were offensively. And okay, we don't have those players, so we'll still find a way, to go out and to win more games than anybody else in the NFL, even if we have to play a different kind of offense, a different style of football. That's what makes great coaching staffs.
Jay, always a
Great
pleasure to
stuff,
talk
Jay.
to you. Thanks for the time. Enjoy yourself out at the Open.
Hey, Beck.
Yes.
Beck, don't be afraid to come on the golf course with me.
Oh, I'm not.
Come on now.
Let's do it.
Don't talk about it. Come on out and do it.
Let's do it. All right.
Now that Jay said it's officially golf season.
Yeah, now,
That's right.
Which means he's been at the range, which means
That's
his
right, I'm
swing
grinding,
is synced
yeah.
up. Yeah.
Means
Yeah,
he's
Let's
buying.
do it. We're doing it. I'll
See you
text you,
guys.
Jay. We'll make it happen.
All right.
Thanks, Jay. We'll talk to you next week. Jay Feely, join us kicking it with Jay every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, more on the Suns' activities that fell short to get Jimmy Butler. We'll get all the details, all the latest from our very own John Gambadoro. Gambo! He's back! We'll do that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns up. Suns up.
Final score in Oklahoma City, Thunder 140, Suns 109. Phoenix had a 2-point lead at the half, but things fell apart in quarter number 3, and they fall to 25-25 on the season, now 10-16 away from home.
The Thunder are a great team, but getting whooped by 30 points is something. We'll talk about that loss, plus keep you updated on trade deadline deals on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Dr. Joe, how is Aria Dental Implant Center different from other dental implant centers?
What I created is an environment where patients feel safe, where I can predictably provide care. It's cost effective. We have our own lab. We have our own designers. We have teams that do things in an effective way. Other implant centers could be part of a chain, let's say, called.
Yes.
There is cost involved with being part of those groups. My goal is to reduce the cost. I own my center. I am the one providing care. And every one of my patients get my phone number to make sure they know they have access to me.
Go see my friend Dr. Joe. If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be...
Limited time
Offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Homeowners, believe it or not, there are agents who will promise you an unrealistic sales price just to get your business. Not me. I'm Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I will provide you an upfront written guarantee that if I, Carol Royce, can't sell your home for 100% of market value, I will pay you the difference. If you've been wanting to sell your home, don't settle for anything less. Call me today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
The NBA trade deadline. Bickley and Marotta talk Suns and NBA moves now.
All right, so we know it's transpired. Jimmy Butler, a Golden State Warrior. Kevin Durant, still a Phoenix Sun. Anything changing today with this roster? Here to talk about what has transpired and what could transpire. Our very own John Gambadoro.
Gambo!
All over this. You hear him 2 to 6 here on Arizona Sports with Dave Burns. And he joins us right now here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Gambo, good morning.
Boys, what's going on?
What's happening, Gambo? Did you get a good night's sleep?
More than I had the last, 3 or 4 days before that. Yeah. Yesterday was just crazy. So barely got any sleep. I barely got any sleep. But last night wasn't so bad. We'll see. Because trade deadline today, it'll all be over in a few hours.
Yes, it will be over in a few hours, and we'll get to what could happen. Let's get to what didn't happen. Butler ends up in Golden State, and we know the flirtation was there with the Suns, and we know Kevin Durant.
More than flirtation.
Ultimately,
it was.
Yeah, he said
he
didn't want to go.
It was close.
But how close would you say? Scale of 1 to 100. How close did it get for the Suns?
Probably 80.
Wow.
What? I mean, listen. When I got up, when I was at 6 o'clock yesterday morning, I was almost preparing for, hey, this trade's going to go down. I think everybody felt pretty good about it, except that Durant had talked to Curry, and then Curry had talked to Kerr, and then Kerr talked to the owner. And Durant didn't want to go. We have been sitting here for 6 weeks talking about how Bradley Beal could mess everything up, right? How Bradley Beal was going to be the guy to mess it because he doesn't want to go anywhere. It ends up being Kevin freaking Durant that doesn't want to go anywhere. He didn't want to leave. He didn't want to go to Golden State. If Kevin Durant had been agreeable to go to Golden State, you would have had one of the biggest blockbuster trades we've ever had here in Phoenix. It was going to be a mega trade for the Phoenix Suns. And it would have been something. It would have been a trade that you would have looked at and you would have been like, oh, wow, I like this. Oh, okay, I can really get behind this. We traded Kevin Durant, but we got back this? I think everybody would have been excited because it would have been a trade that helped them now, but that also really helped them in the future. But what tied it up was Durant didn't want to go. If he would have wanted to go to Golden State, that deal would have been done.
From what you understand, was KD considering it for a while? Because it seems to me that with all the reporting that you started early in the morning, there was plenty of time for him to put up his hand and say, stop, fellas, I'm not going there.
No, I think what happened, Bick, was the Suns were ultra focused on Beal for so long, but obviously never been able to find a taker. I think Beal was open to trading his no-trade clause from what I've heard. He was open to it, even though people said he wasn't. I think he was. Right fit, good situation for him and his family, he would have done it. But nobody wanted him. There wasn't a team that wanted him. Contract situation, not playing very well. And then you look at just how the Suns had played in the last week or so, especially with the back-to-back losses to Portland. And I think it came to the conclusion like, okay, look, they know what we know. They know what the fans know. They're not good enough. It's not a good basketball team. They got to pivot. They got to try to do something big. And then the Durant thing came about. And so I don't think the Durant thing has been worked on for 6 weeks or 4 weeks or 3 weeks. I think the Durant thing came upon pretty quickly. And Golden State I reported the other day, can't remember what day it was, but that Golden State was very aggressive in trying to get Kevin Durant. It's not that the Suns were shopping Durant, that they weren't. But they also weren't not fielding calls. If somebody called on Durant, they were willing to listen. Golden State was going to make one of those offers that you couldn't refuse.
John Gambadoro joining us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. And you said, okay, it got 80%. It was 80% close to happening. And you mentioned it could have been the biggest blockbuster trade you've ever seen. Are you able to share any of the details of what that looked like? Did it look like what actually ended up happening in that 4-team trade with Miami and Golden State at the front of it?
I think in a nutshell, what I'll share is that the Suns would have gotten Butler, but that's not it. Wiggins would have went to Miami. I believe Kuminga would have ended up in Phoenix.
Ooh.
And then the Suns would have had a lot of draft capital, a lot of extra draft capital, for the future. So first-round picks, second-round picks, maybe even swaps. So, like, I believe that's what would have happened where you would have said, okay, wow. The Suns would have gotten a lot more than Jimmy Butler, guys. A lot more. They were giving up Kevin Durant. So, Miami would have got Wiggins. The Suns would have got Butler. I believe Kuminga would have came to Phoenix. And then you were talking about a whole bunch of other draft picks. Now, Nurkic was part of this deal, too. As I reported the other day when somebody said Nurkic for Valanciunas, I said, no, that's only part of a bigger deal. That would have been part of this deal as well.
Gotcha.
That would have been part of this Golden State deal.
All right, what do you think's on the table today for the Suns, Gambo?
Not much. No, as of this point, unlikely anything big. Unlikely anything big. I mean, I think they're going to try to get off of Nurkic. I think that's still a main priority, to get off of Nurkic and try to get some cost savings there. I know that they've been looking around at some power forwards. Trying to get themselves a power forward. Somebody can give them some size, because they're having so many problems with the offensive rebounds. Even last night, again, the offensive rebounds have become a major issue for them. So looking for somebody that can fill that 4 spot. I think they're trying to make that type of trade. I'm looking at a couple of power forwards, maybe in the Eastern Conference, that they may be able to go after and get. But I think that's what they're working on. But again, you can never say never, right? Something could change. Somebody makes a call in the next hour and something happens. But I would say right now, it's unlikely anything big is going to happen.
All right, a couple questions for you on what you just said, Gambo. Moving off Nurkic is a priority. We know there's going to be difficulty in that. If nothing happens with Nurkic, do the Suns, to your knowledge, have a plan on how they deal with Nurkic moving forward? Do they reintegrate him into this team, or is he exiled?
I had those conversations, and this is it's very disturbing to me what Mike Budenholzer has done here, because it reminds me very much of what Monty did for DeAndre Ayton. And you just can't have that. I think the organization is going to have to go to Bud and just say, listen, like, you got to develop some of the play. When Mike was in Atlanta, he had a really good reputation for developing young players. That's why, the Suns interviewed him. He didn't take the job. He ended up going to Milwaukee. But he had a reputation for, working really well with young players. Not that Nurkic is a younger player, but, like, you just can't have this, guys. This has to be unacceptable to the organization, to not have conversations with the guy and just ice him out the way he has. We've watched these games. I mean, there's absolutely been a game where you've said, Nurkic could have probably helped him here.
Absolutely.
Nurkic probably could have helped him there. So I'm very discouraged by Mike Budenholzer, the way he's coached this year, and I don't want to get to the point we got to fire another coach, but you're not getting as much out of Tyus Jones as you should. You alienated Nurkic to where now you can't even use him. So I think it's going to have to come from the powers above Mike Budenholzer to sit him down and say, look, this just isn't good enough. You're going to have to do a better job, because I think that Mike has done Mike has pushed a lot of buttons. None of them are working. Yeah. Like, none of them are working.
That is true.
And I think at 25 and 25, I got to see more of Ryan Dunn. I got to see more of Oso Iguodaro. You got to start playing the younger guys. This season's not going to go anywhere. We all know it with the way the roster is constructed. You got a puncher's chance in the playoffs, but none of us expect that they're going to go very far in the playoffs if they even get in. They're probably going to be a play-in tournament team. Develop the younger guys and reestablish value for Nurkic. So maybe you could trade him next year if you're not able to trade him now.
You mentioned Tyus Jones, and Bick and I have had the conversations recently with the usage of Tyus Jones and how he's being used when he is on the court. We know he's not going to be here next year with the contract that he signed, and this has not gone the way I think Tyus Jones expected it to go.
No.
No. Will he be here after the deadline in your mind? Because I imagine there's some interest in him.
Maybe because he's a veteran minimum guy.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure, Vinny. I would say yes. I would say that it's likely that he'll be here. I haven't heard any rumblings that he'll be traded.
Gotcha.
But the other day, what did he play? 17 minutes the other day?
Yeah.
And look, everybody loves Devin Booker, right? I mean, 3 turnovers in the first quarter. They again last night. The amount of turnovers that this team has, and you sit there and you're like, why are you running the point? Why?
It's senseless.
You have Tyus Jones. Give him the ball, please. Give him the ball. And they just keep turning the ball over. It becomes and these teams get these points in the paint and these fast break layups and everything are all off of turnovers. So it's just very frustrating to me. But I haven't heard Tyus's name as being traded. I haven't heard that one up till now.
All right, so Gambo, before we let you go, on Kellen Olson's story that's posted on ArizonaSports.com, there's a video above it. It's you and Bernsey, and at the very beginning of the video, you let out this hellacious yawn. So great work. Go get some rest, brother.
All right, boys.
See you, man.
I'll keep you updated if something happens.
All right, thanks, Gambo. John Gambadoro's been all over.
You gotta see the video. It's funny.
I want to check that out.
It's very funny.
It all comes down to this. Part of me got into radio because I wasn't on camera.
Yeah.
And now it's just blended into one big media glob.
Yeah. Yes.
We've been streaming the whole show. You know, we're on everywhere, but not just live stream on our website, but on YouTube now. So
really?
Many places to watch our beautiful faces.
Good.
Hey, you leave me out of that. Coming up next, Jared's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here we go. America's pastime is almost back.
Swing, ball drilled to center. Going back is Merrill, still going back. Turns, it is number 30! Gino Suarez, a solo shot to dead center.
Pitchers and catchers report Wednesday. D-back season will be on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com. Spring training coverage presented by Estrella Jalisco.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Sun Devil men's and women's basketball are ready for a Big 12 showdown. Jihad at the left elbow, bounces to Clayton. It's cutting on the left baseline for a slam dunk. Catch Sun Devil men's and women's basketball for a Hoops doubleheader Saturday, February 15th, when the Sun Devil women play host to Utah at 2 p.m., followed by the Sun Devil men's basketball team at 6 p.m. when they take on the TCU Horned Frogs. Get your tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out, because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? That's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Why do 80% of NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed?
Matthew Stafford here with the LA Rams. Because when I get high-quality sleep, I make high-quality plays. But that's not the only reason.
Hi, me, Kelly Stafford. I'm the other reason. He likes his side firm and cool, and I like my side soft, warm, and cozy.
Sleep Number does that and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting.
You're the #1 reason, by the way.
And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com. Official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Golf responsibly with Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing, Arizona's #1 craft brewery. Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is easy to enjoy with subtle notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava flavors and a crisp, refreshing finish. Whether you're enjoying a round of golf or kicking back with friends, Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is perfect for any occasion. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing at your local restaurant or retailer. Golf responsibly.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, or 7-Up. Select varieties or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Suns got blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, 140 to 109. This is despite Phoenix actually leading by 2 points at halftime, but they gave up a 20-2 run to start the third quarter, and they now fall to 25-25 overall. Bradley Beal led the Suns with 25 points, while Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 for the Thunder. Kevin Durant did not play last night due to an ankle sprain. What is Kevin Durant's future with the Suns? Well, stay tuned all day on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app to find out what, if anything, the Suns do before the NBA trade deadline hits at 1 p.m. today. Despite weeks of rumors, a player we know will not be coming to Phoenix is Jimmy Butler. He was traded to the Golden State Warriors in a multi-team deal that saw the Heat get Kyle Anderson, PJ Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and a protected first-round pick. And the Waste Management, the WM Phoenix Open, has teed off, has begun, and Rasmus Højgaard is leading the field through 5 holes. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is here on this trade deadline day in the NBA. It's time for some social studies with Jarrett Carlin. Hi, Jarrett.
Oh, hello.
Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Good to be here, as always. When you and Jay were talking about potential winners, I didn't hear any of you mention Rasmus Højgaard.
Is he atop the leaderboard
He
right
is
now?
leading the Phoenix Open through
What is the
5
name?
holes.
Does Bick even know of this?
I do not.
Have you heard of this fella? Rasmus H. The second letter is a O with a line through it.
Okay.
Then a J, a G, 2 A's in a row, and then an RD. Højgaard, I believe it's pronounced. Anyway, he's leading, but it's very, very early in day 1 of the Open. Anyway, so we are going all over social media. Bickley_Murata on X. Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, on Facebook, and on Instagram. Interact with us. You can see videos from the show. And we'll start with a question that we've been answering all day in a way that we sort of have put out there before. But I want to ask Suns fans, what movie title or quote
I was going to say this is a joke.
best represents your reaction to the team not getting Jimmy Butler? Specifically to Jimmy Butler.
I don't know how to feel, honestly. Again, we're going to get into it a little bit later. What Gambo told us might cause another a post-trade not happening fluctuation.
You can think of it. I'll go through some of the answers.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a complicated feeling.
Yeah. Chalk Riley says, wait a minute. What was all that 1 in a million talk? From Dumb and Dumber. Mark Richards says, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. From the...
Gone with the Wind.
Of course. Leb Kevel does a play on. He says, planes, trains, and you're killing me, Beal. Ray says, quote, I believe this is On the Waterfront. You don't understand. I could have had class. I could have been a contender.
Pretty good Brando.
Not bad.
Yeah. Joel Dude. Oh, no. We suck again. Ray Active says, it's Groundhog Day. It's the same crap over and over.
Yeah, I told you that last week.
Brian V says, missed it by that much. From Get Smart. And then people just suggesting movie titles. The Abyss, Titanic, Fatal Attraction, and Gone.
Fatal Attraction's a good one.
Yeah, that is good.
Always a Bridesmaid. And Sandra Dea Klauber says, to hell with it. That's all we got? One blank hit? Next
Say
question.
that on the radio? Nobody's listening anyway.
So, Shy. Gosh,
See,
dang it, I was
you
so
did it
good.
again.
Oh, you put it in my head. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 50 points for the Suns, and as you pointed out, that is somebody who the Suns were interested in on draft day, and it was a power struggle between the people in the front office. They wound up taking Mikal Bridges. So I'm asking Suns fan, which recent draft move was the biggest mistake? Was it taking DeAndre Ayton over Luka? Was it taking Mikal Bridges over SGA? Or was it taking Jalen Smith over Tyrese Halliburton?
Oh.
Now, I will point out that all three of those players I just named were all traded. Both the players the
all
Suns...
6 of those players
all,
have
the
been
Suns
traded.
ones and the ones that they could have had.
Yeah.
But 3 players that would have been good for the Suns. 3 stars.
I mean, of those 3, it's got to be Ayton over Luka.
Has to be.
I didn't want to be on that team for 6 years of DeAndre Ayton being here, 5 years, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible not to be on that team now.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's that, and I also think the Halliburton thing, because the need was so profound at the time, and even randos were, hey, that's perfect for the Suns.
The rando's name is Luke Lipinski. You could say it. He was the one that said that. But that's the argument, I guess, is that at least with Ayton, you did get to a finals with him.
Yes.
You got nothing from Smith, and point guard has been a problem. You know, they could have used that young point guard. I put the SGA thing in there just because Bridges is no longer on the team, and SGA could win the MVP this year.
I mean, historically, the 2 biggest what-ifs that were draft-related were obviously the coin flip. But the Suns did not have an opportunity to get Lou Alcindor because they lost the coin flip. But Bick remembers this, how everybody was convinced that Amari Stoudemire was getting dealt to Golden State for Steph Curry.
Oh, yeah, celebration in the Suns' office, right?
And then it fell through. Don Nelson
saved the day for the Golden State Warriors.
He
Man,
kiboshed it.
could you imagine what a hero a player like Steph Curry would have been in this market?
I mean, I think about that too. Like, would it have gone the same?
I don't know.
The Warriors were just terrible when he started, and he got an opportunity to play. And obviously, we knew he could shoot, but would he have had the same trajectory here? I don't know. I'm guessing a talent like that would have shined wherever he landed, but man, I remember being close, and I didn't feel great about it at the time because of what Amari Stoudemire had done. But yeah, there's been a lot of them.
Yep. And Ayton over Luka is leading the poll, 48.7%. Smith over Halliburton, 36.3%. 15% for Mikal over SGA. But a lot of our comments are on Team Halliburton. Arizona sports history, Halliburton, it's not even close. The Suns made the finals with the DA and Mikal. They have more finals wins than Luka and SGA. If they had Halliburton instead of Smith, they keep Mikal, Cam, maybe keep DA, have no reason to get KD, have all their picks, yada, yada, yada. The Savage Wolf says probably Luka, but they'll likely win a ring. if they take Halliburton over Smith. And David Robinson, but not the David Robinson, a David Robinson, says Halliburton to that team in 21 would have been perfect passing of the torch from Chris Paul. We wouldn't have traded for KD or Beal. It's an entirely different team with Halliburton.
I still remember doing the show that draft night when we were harping on it. Halliburton should be the guy.
Yeah.
And Gambo, he played Grim Reaper to us that day. Look,
they don't like him.
They have no interest in Halliburton. They don't like him.
I remember that.
Okay, we'll see how that works out.
That's that. And just real quick, I just wanted to take the temperature of Suns fans and how they're feeling. Suns fans, do you think
orally, of course, take their temperature orally, or maybe temporal?
Something. Yeah. The most accurate way, Vinny, is still. Do you think the team will ever win a championship in your lifetime? I'll just give the results. 75% say no. And that's people of all ages voting.
We don't know that. We might have just nothing but 85-year-old listeners paying attention to these. That's discouraging.
There you go. That is social studies.
Thanks, Jarrett.
Thank you, Jarrett.
Coming up next, trade deadline still looming. Coming up at 1 o'clock today, so 3 hours and change. But we got to react to some of the stuff that our own John Gambadoro unloaded on the show a little bit earlier. We'll do that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kevin Durant has no desire to reunite with the Warriors.
See, this is one of the reasons why you
hide
don't.
it?
Yeah. This is one of the reasons why you're going to see this in the future. It's going to become the norm. You don't tell these star players what's going on.
2 guys have a no-trade clause. It's just Bradley Beal and LeBron. You can trade anybody, but the problem is once to your point that it gets out, then a player's like, well, I don't want to go there. So, and then that team's like, well, I don't want to trade for a guy that doesn't want to be here.
Right.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
What do you got going the night of Wednesday, March 12th? Well, if you love pizza and basketball, something going on you might want to know about. Hey, it's Vince Murata. That night is the next Phoenix Suns watch party at Spinato's Pizzeria, their Gilbert location, their newest location at Agritopia. Suns will be taking on the Rockets at 6 o'clock. You can see all the action on all kinds of big screen TVs throughout Spinato's. The Gorilla will be there. Suns dancers will be there. You'll have the chance to win game tickets, gift cards, and other great prizes. It's also the next divisional round of the Spinato's Pizza Competition. That's right, you can show off your shooting skills in a game that's just like horse. If you win the competition, you'll get tickets to the Suns' April 11th home game and a shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. If it sounds good, get all the information on the watch party, reserve your table, register for the pizza competition at SpinatosPizzeria.com. It is going to be a blast. Spinato's Pizzeria, food that brings people together.
Hey, Gambo here with a huge special from Christian Brothers. Get your furnace CO2 checkup for just $49. Make sure your family is safe this winter as people start turning the heat on. And if you just got through with an AC unit on its last leg, Christian Brothers has a special where you can get $2,000 off any AC unit right now. You can even finance a brand new unit for as low as $175 per month. And with any new unit purchase, get a free indoor air scrubber. Christian Brothers carries many of the major brands. Call them at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
The NBA trade deadline. Bickley and Marotta talk Suns and NBA moves now.
When we got word that Bradley Beal was not going to waive that no trade clause leading up to the deadline, we were hearing talks about potentially a swap of Kevin Durant for Jimmy straight up. And I thought that was ludicrous because I thought they want Jimmy to play with KD and Book. And then that fell through because Miami didn't have enough assets to give back to Phoenix. Phoenix was not going to do a one-on-one swap. And so that complicated things.
So what you're saying right now, because Kevin Durant's name has been floating around and you've talked about him in a couple scenarios, Kevin Durant's not going anywhere.
Doesn't look that way. Kevin Durant's not going anywhere, and Bradley Beal for sure is not going anywhere.
That's Chris P. Haynes last night on NBA TV reflecting on what went down last night and what didn't go down last night. And Chris P. Haynes in another soundbite in part of that conversation, and a lot of other NBA aficionados, experts, insiders have said Bradley Beal held things up on the deal. There's an important distinction to be made here, and Gambo made the distinction, is that the Beal-Durant thing, those were two separate things. For 6 weeks, the Suns tried to get Jimmy Butler to Phoenix with Bradley Beal as the centerpiece.
Right.
They went down that road as far as they could. They pivoted, and they thought, hey, if we want Jimmy Butler, maybe we can swing a deal with Golden State. Two separate maneuvers, the way I understand it, and Gambo kind of pointed this out. He said, look, Kevin Durant held this up. If you really wanted Jimmy Butler, and what Gambo told us, it wasn't just Jimmy Butler. Jonathan Kuminga would have been part of that deal landing in Phoenix, as he believes it. If that's what you
that would have been quite a haul.
If that's what you were seeking, then it was Kevin Durant who held it up and not Bradley Beal.
Yes. Yeah, think about that. Think about so then Kevin Durant to Golden State. It's interesting because this morning Brian Windhorst said that that there was a 3-team deal that was going to send Andrew Wiggins to Miami.
Yes.
So that means the Warriors were willing to give up Wiggins and Kuminga.
And there'd be draft picks.
And draft picks for Durant.
Yeah.
And then the Suns would have had a team with Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, and Jimmy Butler. You're right. Yeah, you're right. That's something that would have.
And Gambo said
would have worked for me.
At least a couple first and second round picks would be involved too.
Yeah, and I don't know, who that third or fourth team would have been. Would it be Detroit was in that trade as it turned out? Utah was in that trade on the periphery as it turned out too. But yeah, that was the intelligence that he gathered on that.
Yeah. So at that point in time, don't you just make the trade? Do you have to go to get Kevin's blessing?
He doesn't have a no trade clause.
No. But I do know from what I heard from Brian Windhorst is that the Warriors, Kevin Durant's mindset was important to them. They weren't going to make the deal unless he was fully on board with it.
So this, and in the promo for the Wolf and Luke show, they brought that up and said, this is why nobody told anybody anything in that Luka Anthony Davis trade. You don't give them a chance to make their thoughts known on what's going to happen. If you don't have a no trade,
take far less than you could have.
Well, listen,
true, but
you know what the bottom line? Yeah, you can say what you do, what you just said, but digest this: the Lakers gave up less draft capital to get Mark Williams than they did for Luka Doncic. Less
other way around.
Draft capital.
Well, they gave up more draft.
They gave up less.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. They gave up less draft capital to get Luka Right.
I mean, when that trade went down, one of my first reactions was one first-round pick involved in a trade in 2025. For a
Mikal
superstar.
Bridges got traded for 5
Yes.
first-round pick is Mikal Bridges.
The first time he got traded, it was for 4.
So it'll be interesting when Kevin Durant is available to the media and he has asked about this, how this is going to go down.
Yeah, and I wonder, if they were taking the gauging the temperature of the Kevin Durant camp, and he said, "Nah, Golden State's not for me. I don't want to go back there." I understand why he wouldn't want to go back there. It's not the same team. He was never going to recreate the magic that he had there. But again, they won 2 championships, and he was miserable there.
It's true.
By all accounts, he had the opportunity to stay there, and he bolted for Brooklyn. So I understand that, but I wonder if they're still gauging, and I doubt this is the case, because Gambo said, when you asked him, hey, what's on the table for today? And he was like, not much.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just another flail, if you will. But that would have at least been interesting. I'm not ultimately moving off my position that you don't move Kevin Durant now. If you want to go through the rest of this season, see how it goes. I mean, I have a feeling on how I think it's going to go. You can revisit that again after July 1st.
Yeah, I think that's probably if you are now if you're looking for the biggest haul, the offseason is probably it now.
Yeah. But the peripheral parts now, Gambo saying the Suns still want to get off Yusuf Nurkic. I wonder if that's going to be possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought Gambo was pretty pointed, and something that we have said on this show too is like, when is this trend of Suns coaches that alienate players going to end?
Yeah.
I mean, Monty Williams at the end of his tenure with the Suns, he did it twice with 2 different players. It was handled differently.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder too, Bick, how much of Monty's treatment of DeAndre Ayton specifically was, spread throughout the team. We can go back a couple games now. Devin Booker became the Suns' all-time leading scorer that game Tuesday night in Portland. Was that Monday night? I don't even remember. Monday night, I think it was in Portland. And the video came out, and there were dozens of people from around basketball, including a lot of former teammates. DeAndre Ayton was not one of them that congratulated Devin Booker. There had been reports of a strain between the two of them. There had been reports of a strain between Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton, that the frustration level had just reached too much. And then, in that win, fittingly enough, playing against DeAndre Ayton in Portland, there was a video that came out after Book missed that 3rd free throw and Ayton grabbed the rebound. There was some a little
bit of trolling going on,
trash talking.
Yep.
I don't chalk it up to anything else, but I don't necessarily think those 2 guys are buds.
No.
So
no,
maybe
listen.
Monty's treatment of DA wasn't just an individual thing.
Yeah.
The Crowder thing, but as a coach, I think you have to rise above that.
You know this because I had somebody tell me after that game, after that series against Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, Book was done with him.
Yeah.
Done. So this guy does not want it. So, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Look, the head coach thing, what's just confounding to me is you brought Tyus Jones here to play point guard. He's not playing point guard. You drafted Ryan Dunn specifically to guard guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You'll get it right one of these months, Jarrett.
I get it right in my updates because I wrote it out, S-H-A-Y.
Gotcha. And he's not doing that. And so, but again, to blame it on another coach also seems like, what are we doing here? This whole idea that we could have had Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, if KD would have said yes. Great.
Yeah, and again, I keep pointing towards tomorrow night in this homestand, 3 games, Friday, Saturday, Tuesday. Final 3 games before the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
What's the mood going to be like? And I know a lot of the fans that show up, the season ticket holders, they might be frustrated, but once they walk into the arena, they're very supportive. And look, that's the way it should be. But there's a lot of frustrated people. There's a lot of frustrated people in that fan base. There's a lot of frustrated people in that locker room.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of frustrated people in that front office as well.
Oh, yeah. It's a shared experience for all of us.
You ain't kidding. Arizona Sports has given you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You'll see performances by The Killers, Fall Out Boy, Incubus, Black Keys, and many more. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for complete details and for your chance to win tickets. Coming up next, the latest around the NFL as we get closer to Super Bowl 59. That is next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here we go. America's pastime is almost back.
He swings, breaks it out to deep right field. 5-0 Diamondbacks. Thank you very much.
Pitchers and Catchers Report Wednesday. D-backs season will be on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and arizonasports.com. Spring training coverage presented by Estrella Jalisco.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my friends at Turf Monsters. It's golf weekend in the Valley. If you're going out to the WM Phoenix Open, if it's kind of rekindling your love of golf, understand my friends at Turf Monsters. They are fantastic at building state-of-the-art putting greens. Highly recommend if you're a golfer and you don't get out enough to practice and you know how important it is to practice the short game. What could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort and the privacy of your own backyard? Turf Monsters is fantastic with this. And if you're a golfer, go online, go check out their website, go check out a lot of the before and after pictures and projects that they've done. The 9-hole putting course at Dobson Ranch, that was built by Turf Monsters. Their putting greens are super cool because it isn't just a one light green colored putting green. They surround it with darker green artificial grass that looks just like rough. It's fantastic stuff. Highly recommend if you're a golfer, you check it out. Turf Monsters is a one-stop shop that can build you anything you're looking for, can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their landscapers have been serving the greater Phoenix area since 2018. They love working with clients on personalized outdoor retreats. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com. Remember, they have 12-month interest-free financing available, or give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
This Valentine's Day, shop at Hellsberg and get up to 50% off select jewelry, like a diamond pendant that says,
"I'm so lucky I met you."
a stunning engagement ring to say,
"Let's make this day unforgettable."
or an anniversary band to tell them.
10 years, and we still got it.
Come to Hellsberg this Valentine's and get up to 50% off select jewelry and engagement rings. A perfect gift designed with the love and care worthy of your story. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Every day, safe, prepared, informed. Every day, safety is our top priority. At APS, we consistently make updates to our electrical system to keep our crews and customers safe around electricity. Remember these tips. Put safety covers on wall outlets. Call 811 before you dig to have the location of underground wires marked. And stay at least 100 feet away from downed power lines. For more ways to stay safe around electricity, visit aps.com/brighter.
With Cox Mobile, you're covered coast to coast, so you can call your friends anytime on that road trip from New York City to LA, even in, Franklin, Illinois.
Huh, what if I call from Franklin, Georgia?
Yep, covered.
Ooh, Franklin, Texas?
Uh-huh.
Franklin, Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, Nebraska,
Yeah, all
Connecticut?
covered. Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile and has call quality you can rely on. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox Internet required. Comparison based on percentage of area covered by T-Mobile as compared to Cox Mobile from FCC National Broadband Map of US as of 12/31/23. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Is your AC so old it deserves a retirement party? Paul Calvese here, because day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, they're searching for the oldest AC in the valley. The winner gets a brand new high-efficiency air conditioner with an air purifier. Enter by texting DAY to 602-649-1889. Text DAY to 602-649-1889. Conditions apply. See official contest rules. Valid entry dates January 13th through February 9th, 2025.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Get ready for the ultimate big game watch party at Weco Pa Casino Resort. Join ESPN 620's Rockin' Minute with Jimmy B on Sunday, February 9th. Enjoy the game on our massive screens. Indulge in delicious food and beverages, all included with free entry. Plus, there'll be exciting cash giveaways throughout the event. Don't miss out on the best place to watch the big game. Weco Pa Casino Resort. Doors open at 2 p.m. First come, first serve. For more information, visit thebiggamewatchparty.com. Must be 21 or older.
The leader is Rasmus Højgaard, who leads with 4 under par through 6 holes. That is what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. Very simple. Were you disappointed the Suns did not trade for Jimmy Butler? Yes, yay, or nay? Overall disappointment when you consider all the factors, all the little tentacles off this story.
I don't know how to answer that other than to say, yes, I think I'm disappointed to be stuck with the team that we still have.
Wow. I'll cast the vote for yes, but no. The nays, 81%.
Wow.
Jimmy Butler did a lot to torch his reputation.
He did. He sure did.
And he didn't have a sterling reputation and a lot of fronts coming into it. It's one of those grab your popcorn moments and sit back and watch what transpires with the Golden State Warriors when you consider their makeup. It's going to be fascinating. But however you feel, you can vote on it right now in the Sanderson Ford Poll Question on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, days away from Super Bowl 59. We'll have, depending on what happens in the NBA, we'll have a lot of focus on the Super Bowl going into the weekend on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. But when you get that many football people together in one spot and the whole football universe is converging on New Orleans, you get a lot of stories concerning teams that aren't in the Super Bowl. And obviously, earlier this week, we heard the Rams rumblings about Cooper Kupp, the wide receiver. He came out on social media and said, they want to trade me. I disagree with it. So that's something to watch. And now there's also some Super Bowl whispering going on about the future of Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, this is interesting to me.
That Albert Breer said on the Dan Patrick Show, quote, no one's talking about the Matthew Stafford thing. I don't understand it. I don't understand why nobody's talking about the idea that Stafford could be available, and if you're another team, you're probably calling the Rams. Every offseason, we focus on the quarterback position, and there's always a carousel. We know Kirk Cousins likely will be on that carousel. We know some of the teams that are looking for quarterbacks. Matthew Stafford is up there in years. He is still an excellent NFL quarterback.
Oh, yeah. I would take him in a heartbeat.
I wonder why the
Wait,
Rams...
what?
Wait, you?
Wait, what?
I thought you said this was a make it or break it year for Kyler Murray.
Don't.
Was that you?
Don't pick it.
No, but where you were going, I think, is, well, the Rams are good. The Rams won the division this year.
Team, yes.
Why? I don't understand why they would move on from him.
Look, I think they're getting ahead of some financial stuff with Kupp and him.
And him.
Cooper
Yep.
Kupp's a great player, too. But I think the Rams are also bolstered in their recent draft history that, hey, we got back into the draft business. We're pretty good at it.
And we're really good at it, and they are really good at it. Listen, my stance on Kyler Murray, you know it once again, and I've got to repeat myself. You have no idea how many people I've had to explain myself to who just didn't get what I was writing that day. The idea is options. A man is only as good as his options. Have you ever heard that one, Vinny?
He's only as faithful as his options.
Well, that too. In the case of the Cardinals and Kyler Murray, to me, there were no better options. I'm not interested in Russell Wilson. I'm not interested in a lot of these other aging quarterback. Matthew Stafford, if he becomes available, now I'm sure. Look, I'm surprised because I thought after the run the Rams had last season, I thought that they were sort of like, okay, we pieced this thing back together. And people think had it not been snowing that day in Philadelphia, they would have beaten the Eagles.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit surprised by this, but apparently everyone who's talked to Matthew Stafford and all the whispers around New Orleans is that this relationship with him and the Rams might be over.
Yeah, again,
this is a fascinating time to be in this division. It really, really is. You know what the 49ers are going through with Brock Purdy, right? Brock Purdy and whatever number they're going to land on, everything seems fine now, but
that annual number's got to be north of $50 million, doesn't it?
I would think. And
they try to maybe lowball Brock Purdy a bit? I mean, we know he's going to get paid, but hey, you were the last pick in the draft.
Right. Who else wanted you but us?
Yeah. How about a hometown discount, Brock? I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but yeah, I mean, that would change the landscape. I don't know. Do they have a contingency plan if Matthew Stafford's not the quarterback? This is not considered a great quarterback draft class. Can you find
Kirk Cousins?
Can you find a gem later on? I mean, you really going to move on from Matthew Stafford and move on to Kirk Cousins?
No.
I think Kirk Cousins can play a little bit. He came out this week and said, by the way, I was hurt at the end of last year, and that affected my play. Convenient to say that now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Feelings were hurt.
He was on the injury report with hurt feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is fascinating because he's been and look, Matthew Stafford was great for a lot of years in Detroit, and everybody just kind of dismissed him because he played for Detroit.
Yeah.
He is one of the most talented throwers of the football we've ever seen. He's one of the toughest quarterbacks that ever played.
Those are the two things.
That's a really good combination.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And I think people, when they saw that Eagles game, the no-look passes that he didn't make just because he could flex and because he could do it, he was doing it because he had to do it, because the Eagles had a safety and they were playing too high, and he had to do that to create space for his receiver and a lane for him to throw the ball. So it's next level stuff. His arm talent is next level stuff, and his toughness is next level as well. I saw somewhere
his new teeth next level.
No, how about it?
They are bright.
How about it? So this is a fascinating time to be in this division. I'll tell you that much.
I think we were both a little bit surprised when the Dallas Cowboys arrived at a new head coach, and it was Brian Schottenheimer.
Very much.
Not necessarily that Deion Sanders didn't get the job, that Deion Sanders wasn't talked about more. It was just like a one-day thing. Hey, they talked. Deion, some reports even went as far to say if he was offered the job, he would take it out of respect for Jerry Jones. Did you see what Deion said now on that front? On his... We Got Time Today show, his Tubi TV show. He's a talk show host, too, you know.
Wow.
Quote, I couldn't coach pro ball. That's what I say. I couldn't coach. I know it was cute, but I couldn't coach pro ball because the way they practice, the way they go about it, I couldn't take it. As a man and as a football enthusiast, I care about the game. The game is still providing for Troy and I, so there's no way I would allow that to happen on my watch. That would be tough. He was speaking with Troy Aikman during that interview, is why Troy got that mention.
Right.
That's pretty interesting.
Very much so. Yeah, I mean, so what was that all about, that 24 to 36 hours?
Maybe nothing more than a convenience. Hey, Jerry Jones, we know he loves the splashy. What would be splashier than bringing Deion Sanders, who's the splashiest guy in college football, back to guide the Dallas Cowboys, it would have been the most Dallas Cowboys thing ever.
It felt like it.
And I got enamored by it. I'm not a Cowboys fan and certainly have been critical of Dion, but on that front, it made a lot of sense. It's pretty refreshing to hear. Because, every year that passes, and I don't care what professional sport you're talking about, it gets harder to coach pro athletes.
Oh, without a doubt.
I'm not pointing at any team locally.
Doesn't it? But doesn't it also get harder to coach college athletes as the years have gone by?
Oh, we're going to see. I mean, we're at the beginning stages of that, but you're exactly right.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Because now you're dealing with teenagers who have money.
I think we're seeing an example of that locally, too.
I think you're right.
Bobby Hurley came out after that loss to Kansas State the other night and said, I'm not getting through to these guys.
Yeah.
And a lot of people went, what? Isn't that your job to get through to them? It is different. I mean, 28-year-olds with money, that's one thing. 18-year-olds with money is something completely different. Completely different.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we'll get our daily check-in from the WM Phoenix Open. Ryan Woodcock, the Director of Communications, will join us next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NBA trade deadline officially hits at 12:59 p.m. today. Now that we know KD is not going to Golden State and Jimmy Butler ain't coming here, what will the Suns do? Will they pick up a new starter? Who? And what will that cost? Arizona Sports has breaking Suns and NBA news as the trade deadline approaches. And we've got our NBA Roundtable inside the Wolf and Luke Show right here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Sonic, and if you're hungry in the Valley, you've got no shortage of options. You can go anywhere you want. Here's a few reasons why you should head on down to your neighborhood Sonic. Number one, the menu. It's fantastic. It's diverse. It's full of tasty treats. Appeals to the whole family. Legendary side items like the tots and the onion rings and the mozzarella sticks. Great burgers. They seem to roll out one great burger after another. Legendary drink menu. All sorts of sodas and brews and great stuff, slushes, all sorts of different combinations. People even adore the ice cubes at Sonic and buy them in bulk. One of the coolest hidden reasons why you go to Sonic, you find great value on the Sonic menu. In fact, the Sonic Fun 99 menu now features 3 new items. I'm talking about the deluxe cheeseburger, French toast sticks, small floats, all for just $1.99 each. Great additions to any meal. Wraps are also back on the Fun 99 menu, which means you can get the Southwest or Bacon Ranch Queso Wrap for just $1.99. You can have yourself a good meal for under $10 at Sonic. So you know where to go when your stomach starts calling. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey, sports fanatics and card collectors, this is Adam from DNA Cards and Collectibles. Mark your calendar for Saturday, February 22nd. We'll be hosting a Topps Hobby Rip Night you won't want to miss. While we can't spill all the details just yet, we can announce Arizona's favorite female hooper, Sophie Cunningham, will be hanging out, ripping packs, and having fun. Keep listening for more celebrity guests and keep in the loop by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Located on the northwest corner of 32nd Street and Shea with Zips and Ace Hardware. DNA Cards and Collectibles. Be legendary.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom! That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Got a check engine light on or a pesky slow leak in a tire? Or maybe it's just time for scheduled service. Tim Hovick here, and there's a new way to get your vehicle taken care of. Santan Ford's mobile service. Our authorized service pros come to you. You can stay focused on what matters most, like working from home or juggling the whole family, or you just don't feel like dropping off your car. This is so perfect for you. Times are changing, and so's the way we service your vehicle. Schedule your mobile service appointment today at santanford.com. We bring the mechanic to you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
And off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
The 2025 WM Phoenix Open is underway at TPC Scottsdale. Great time to find out who is Rasmus Højgaard. I think I'm saying that right. He's atop the leaderboard right now. Checking in with us, the Director of Communications from the WM Phoenix Open for his daily check-in. Ryan Woodcock, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Ryan, good morning.
Woody.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
All right, let's recap the media day, or not the media day, the Pro-Am day really quickly. I learned that Jonathan Gannon could throw footballs really, really good into the crowd. And how about Shooter McGavin showing up with Justin Thomas?
Yeah, Shooter was everywhere on the golf course, surprising JT in his press conference, cracking some jokes. I saw a ton of photos of him on social media engaging with fans, and he wasn't Christopher McDonald yesterday. He was Shooter McGavin at his best.
Yes, he was.
And spilling a little information on the upcoming sequel to Happy Gilmore.
Hold on, I lost you there. What was that?
I said, and spilling some information on the Happy Gilmore sequel, too, an exclusive to the WM Phoenix Open.
Yeah, he did. However, I wanted him to spill a little more info, and he kind of left us hanging. So I guess that's what his job was.
Yeah, exactly. Because I have heard other people on that shoot, Ryan, say that there is a lot of guardrails put up by Adam Sandler. He doesn't want anything to get out other than what he wants to get out on this.
I think they're doing a really good job of doing that. That's their goal. So Adam Sandler's got those people in line.
All right. So yesterday, I wanted to go into deep detail on this. You talked about Bill Murray Murray being out at the Open, what do you recall about Bill Murray's time? Because Bill Murray has a big presence on this show, Woody.
Yeah. He's got a big presence everywhere for people that are golf fans and Caddyshack fans. But the one thing I started mentioning to you yesterday is the Thunderbirds had heard he would play in the Pro-Am, but no one could get a hold of him. The only way you could get a hold of him was via fax. And then the only way you would get a response was via fax. This was in 2004 or 2005, I can't recall. And then the other part of that is, some of his people in that fax said, yeah, he'll do media. Didn't really give us any details on it. And we waited, and he got up the 18th green, and everyone's there. And me and my counterpart kind of went up to him, introduced ourselves, and was like, would you do some local media? And he kind of just stared at us and put his hand out. And we kind of looked at him like thought he wanted money. And we're like, what? And he goes, once this hand has a drink in it, I will talk to the media. So everyone went and scrambled up to the closest hospitality tent, brought him a drink. He took a sip and then said, all right, what questions do you have?
That's fantastic.
Seriously, it was hilarious.
That is fantastic.
You would expect nothing different from him.
No. All right, so
exactly. It was true. It was true, Bill Murray.
All right, so how did everything go yesterday? Traffic flow, crowds, everything going good so far?
Yeah, so far so good. Yesterday was awesome. Yesterday's such a great day, and it's the day. The day gets over, and we get here Thursday, and then it's like, oh wow, we're actually starting to play golf now.
Mm-hmm.
But traffic's a little bit busy with there's construction all around. So we keep saying, hey, give yourself some time. But the crowds were great. Crowds had a great time. The celebs and the players in the Pro-Am had a great time. It's becoming such a big day out here at the WM Phoenix Open, and so many fans love to come out for it.
We're talking with Ryan Woodcock, the Director of Communications for the WM Phoenix Open, and early golfers out on the course and some familiar names near the top of the leaderboard. Hideki Matsuyama, Jordan Spieth, 2 under early on, but the guy atop the leaderboard, Rasmus, I don't even know if I'm saying the name right.
My guy.
From Denmark. Rasmus, is it Hogard, Ryan? Am I saying this right?
Yeah, you know what? That's good enough for me. I don't really know how to pronounce it either.
23 years old from Denmark, getting 4 under through 8 holes off to the good start. How is the traffic out there now? How are the crowds early on? And what's usually the pattern for people arriving on day one of the actual Open?
Yeah, day one is a little bit slower. I was actually out at 16 about an hour ago and surprised that there are still some bleacher seats open. People are still kind of filing in. I think people that had a big day yesterday. So Thursday it's really a day. The crowds aren't as big, and if you come out, you can't guarantee it, but I'm sure you'd get a spot at 16. And then tomorrow, Friday and Saturday are the real big days where people will be lining up and the crowds get here early. So really highly recommend getting here as early as possible on Friday and Saturday.
Very good. Ryan, thanks so much for the check-in today. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
All right, you got it, guys. See you.
Thanks, Ryan Woodcock, Director of Communications for the WM Phoenix Open. Our guest as we get our daily check-ins, Rasmus
Hogard. Uh-oh.
I'm not even going to go there. By the way, that story about Bill Murray and the fax machine, is there a dumber dead technology than the fax?
No.
Beeper, maybe?
But isn't it funny that he insisted on that? He's just that different?
Oh, I've heard stories of casting agents that want to offer him scripts or parts, and it's impossible to get a hold of him.
When he used to go on David Letterman, a frequent guest, they would not know if he was going to be on the show until they started taping and they announced his name to come out for the interview.
Yeah.
He was so hard to get a hold of that you had to talk to him through his agent and booking whatever, and they just never had any confirmation with him.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Rhett Reese tell us a story about that? Because
for Zombieland, the first one.
The first one.
Oh, yeah.
And the second one.
That's right. Well, I was in Charleston, and I was in a bookstore, and I started talking to the guy that worked there, and he's like, oh, yeah, Bill Murray lives here most of the year. I'm like, what?
In Charleston, South
Carolina.
Destination.
Different. Yeah.
There has been a trade today. Every trade, there's a new rule in the NBA. Every trade has to involve P.J. Tucker.
Oh, boy.
He got traded again. From Miami, Davion Mitchell. Raptors trading Davion Mitchell to the Heat for P.J. Tucker, second rounder, and cash. Going back to where he played for a while in Toronto.
How about it?
P.J. Tucker's NBA career start in Toronto?
I think it did.
Before he came here?
Boy, he's been around a while.
So he's the opposite of Kevin Durant. Southside Johnny and the Asbury Dukes. He does want to go home.
Well done.
We'll be keeping an eye out all day, as will Wolf and Luke, who are up next on the NBA trade deadline. And then after all the smoke is cleared, Gambo's going to have all the details on Burns and Gambo today, starting at 2. We are back tomorrow morning at 6. Thanks to Gambo, Jay Feely, Ryan Woodcock. Have a great day, everybody.
Get all you need to know about our NBA franchise with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman on the Empire of the Suns podcast. Empire of the Suns. On the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, or find it where you get those other podcasts that you listen to. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Jewelry Graham, it's your friends at Shane Company here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Friday, February 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart. For the one, we'll help you propose with the dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. In stock and ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Or maybe you'll fall in love with the natural, colorful gemstone. At Shane Company, we're known for our sapphires in every color of the rainbow. We have options for every style and budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. Our mother-of-pearl heart-shaped collection makes a perfect gift that's ready to give. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our unmatched free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Golf responsibly with Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing, Arizona's #1 craft brewery. Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is easy to enjoy with subtle notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava flavors, and a crisp, refreshing finish. Whether you're enjoying a round of golf or kicking back with friends, Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is perfect for any occasion. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing at your local restaurant or retailer. Golf responsibly.
Why do 80% of NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed?
Matthew Stafford here with the LA Rams. Because when I get high-quality sleep, I make high-quality plays. But that's not the only reason.
Hi, me, Kelly Stafford. I'm the other reason. He likes his side firm and cool, and I like my side soft, warm, and cozy.
Sleep Number does that and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting.
You're the #1 reason, by the way.
And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com. Official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Need inspiration? for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You'll find low prices on thousands of items. The yellow and red tags mean you'll save big on sparkling ice water, Kroger brand chips, and so much more. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Jimmy Butler is not joining the Phoenix Suns. He was dealt to the Golden State Warriors yesterday in a multi-team trade. For more on the Suns missing out on Butler, head on over to arizonasports.com. The NBA trade deadline is at 1 o'clock. We will keep you updated on any potential moves Phoenix makes right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns were blown out 140-109 last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Phoenix led 63-61 at the half, but OKC went on a 20-2 run to open up the third quarter. The Thunder ended up outscoring the Suns 43-16 in the third. Phoenix is now 25-25 and 10th in the Western Conference. And the WM Phoenix Open is underway from TPC Scottsdale. Rasmus Højgaard leads the field at 4 under. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Have the oldest AC in town? You could win a brand new high-efficiency AC with an air purifier from Day and Night.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We are live from the Arizona Sports Studios. It is the Wolf and Luke Show on trade deadline day in the NBA. Wolf, what's going on?
What's going on, Luke? How are you, man?
Good. I think we got a little bit of clarity from the last time we did the show yesterday.
Yeah, we did. We got some clarity, a big fat butt kiss for the most part.
Yeah, we've got 3 hours until the NBA's trade deadline officially hits. We're going to have a trade deadline roundtable coming up at 12:30, from 12:30 to 1:30, so in the middle of our show. Wolf and I will still be here. Kellen Olson, Mitch Vereldes are going to join us for the first half hour, and then Kellen's going to stick around, and Gambo's going to join us for the second half hour. So that's going to be from 12:30 to 1:30 in the middle of our show today, Wolf. But we got a lot of Sun stuff to talk about, and we may as well just jump right into it. Jimmy Butler's a Warrior.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler is a Golden State Warrior, and you're just kind of you're laughing, right? At some point in time, you have to do this. Jimmy Butler is a Warrior, even though he said, no, I'm not going to sign an extension.
Even though the Heat said we're definitely not trading him a month ago.
Exactly. Yeah. Once again, the rumor was out there, of course, about the Golden State Warriors, and he said, no, I want to go to the Phoenix Suns. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy Butler he was trying to force himself. Oh, my goodness, Brian Windhorst. How many times we heard Brian Windhorst talking about the fact that Jimmy Butler was trying to force himself onto the Phoenix Suns.
Yep.
And that did not happen. He went to the Golden State Warriors, and Katie is still here. And by the way, I'm going to recant today. I have a feeling I need to recant. Basinonians, I was wrong as it stands right now. I was absolutely wrong in regard to Kevin Durant and whether or not Kevin Durant would be a Phoenix Sun after the trade deadline. But you know me. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy being wrong, Basinonians. I'm wrong every day of my life. Just a sinner saved by grace. So I enjoy the process of recanting. And if, in fact, that deadline does come and go and KD is still here, I'm going to recant and I'm going to enjoy it.
Well, if KD gets traded now I'm going to be really upset. Because what are you trading him for at this point? And look, I was wondering what it would be like coming on the air today after Butler got traded yesterday, Wolf, just kind of the reaction of Suns fans, because, I mean, I think I was pretty consistent yesterday. I didn't want them to trade Durant, and yet here we are, and they didn't, and they still have 3 hours. They could. But as we sit here right now, it doesn't look like they're going to trade Durant. It doesn't really look like they're going to make any big trades because they can't trade Beal. And what you wouldn't just give Durant away. That makes no sense. So I know right now as we sit here, after they just lost to Oklahoma City by like 89 points, it feels weird, right? Like, is this supposed to be successful that they didn't make a move?
Yeah.
I think all things considered, and you and I talked about this a lot yesterday, I didn't want to trade Durant. If you were going to, I think you have to get a lot of pieces for the future. Once we left yesterday and it was clear he wasn't going to Golden State, the worst thing they could have done was trade Kevin Durant to Miami for Jimmy Butler and like a pick. That's selling so low when you don't have to.
Yeah, no, once again, I doubt they would have done that.
They didn't.
That's basically right. A straight-up trade. I doubt they would have done that, and they didn't, to your point right here. But, man, to me, if you would have told me the Phoenix Suns would do nothing in regard to the big three, and we're going to have to wait and see, of course, what happens. 1 o'clock, is it 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock our time, yeah.
1 o'clock our time right here. The trade deadline, it comes and it goes, Basinonians. And whether or not they're going to, I think we all expect a minor move to actually happen, some minor deals to actually happen. And I hate calling it minor. It's somebody's life. Isn't that right, Big Narc? It's somebody's life that actually is going to change and be altered, but
it's not going to be a blockbuster.
It's not going to be a blockbuster at this point in time. It does not look like they can move Bradley Beal. Beal is definitely going to be here, it seems, and so is Kevin Durant, and so is Devin Booker.
The second Butler got traded, I think it all kind of shut down for the Suns. At least if you're following this team, I think you immediately were like, okay, well, if there was any way they could trade Bradley Beal, they would have done it. And they didn't just start trying 2 days ago. They've been trying for a month and a half to get Jimmy Butler for Bradley Beal. And had that worked, would they have won the title this year? No, I don't think so. But would they be better? Yeah, they would. I think they would. I think that makes you a team, in a best case scenario that other teams don't want to play in the playoffs. And we're so deep into the season, you could have seen it where the Suns get Jimmy Butler for Bradley Beal, and you've got Butler, Durant, and Booker, and then you probably still finish maybe 7th or 6th or whatever. And then some team at the top of the Western Conference in the first round's like, well, how are we playing the team with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Jimmy Butler in the first round? But once he got traded, it was pretty clear they can't trade Beal. It was kind of already clear they couldn't trade Beal.
Yeah.
And it was clear you're not going to trade Durant because now Butler's gone.
Yeah. You know what also? You bring up Bradley Beal. You mentioned Bradley Beal. Did you happen to see Bradley Beal play last night? Boy, Basinonians, is it just me, or did he look energized?
He's had a few games like that lately. Like when he moved to the bench, I thought he looked energized his first game.
That first game.
Yeah.
He scored 25.
Yeah.
Last night.
25. It seems to be his number.
You know what I'm saying?
If he's on, he's scoring 25.
And it just kind of looked like to me that he looked like a different player. He was energized. He looked that way. He played tough on the defensive end of the floor. He moved decisively, shot the ball extremely well, and was actually he had 6 assists on the night as well. He was getting his teammates involved. He looked different to me last night. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just me reading into it, but maybe he was energized that, man, this trade deadline is coming and going, and you know what? I'm going to be here in Phoenix, and we know he wants to be here in Phoenix.
I'm sure it's been awkward for him. We know it has because everybody knows that him not waiving his no-trade clause made it really hard for them to pull off the trade they wanted for Jimmy Butler, and fans know it too, and other teams know it. Gambo's in here yesterday, and he said that, don't necessarily believe that there's no way he would waive his no trade. Like that it was just 100%, no, I'm not going to do it. There may have been scenarios where he would have. So, the bigger deal was probably his contract and just a lot of X factors that had to come together. They obviously didn't. So if you're Bradley Beal, you're probably like, this has been awkward. Now, once the trade deadline passes, you're like, okay, maybe people will just forget about this. I can move forward and play basketball. We have on the show sheet, is it actually for the better that they didn't get Jimmy Butler? And I'm looking at it, Wolf, and it's just such a loaded question.
Yeah.
It really is such a loaded question. Are you talking about now or in the future? Are you talking about because they didn't trade Beal for him, they didn't trade Durant for him? Like, there's so many ways to take that question.
Yeah, I know. And Golden State wanted him. That much we do know. And that to me is fascinating as well. Because I'm thinking of Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. I wonder how those guys get along. Think about it. Draymond
Ask
Green
me in 3 months.
and Jimmy Butler at some point in time, is there going to be some fireworks there? Or are they going to move Draymond Green before 1 o'clock? Whoa, that would have been amazing right there. Who knows what's going to happen? But that to me, I was shocked when I saw that happen right now. Where are you on the trade deadline, Basinonians? That is something you've got to ask yourself. And the fact that the Phoenix Suns look like, as far as the big three goes, nothing major is going to happen. Nothing is going to change. And then all you can think of is what you saw last night, especially coming out of the tunnel at the half.
Yeah.
What you saw in that third quarter and how bad it actually got in the fourth quarter. And then you think of the Trailblazers as well. And the way this team is trending right now, man, it's really, really hard to look at them and not think they're done. And ladies and gentlemen, I despise and reject myself for actually saying this. I reject myself in front of King and Country for saying it. Because as long as you've got talent, you've always got a chance. You've always got a chance. And the Suns, they have talent. So I know they've got a chance. Yet at the same time, there is nothing here that encourages you or makes you think they're going to turn it around.
Well, the reality that they face now is they're 25-25 with 32 games to go. They are currently tied for 9th, but technically the 10th seed in the Western Conference. And the two teams right behind them, Golden State and San Antonio, both have gotten significantly better in the last 4 days. So the idea that they're even a lock to make the play-in, like not even playoffs, play-in. We need to get Jim more play-in. The fact that playoffs. I know, it's too early in the show to be doing something. I know. Like that. So even that is far from a lock. In fact, I would say it's very much up in the air right now. When we come back, now that Kevin Durant isn't going to Golden State, how do you think he feels about his name even being mentioned in trade rumors? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NBA trade deadline officially hits at 12:59 p.m. today. Now that we know KD is not going to Golden State and Jimmy Butler ain't coming here, what will the Suns do? Will they pick up a new starter? Who? And what will that cost?
Frustration with the Suns, mixed messaging.
Arizona Sports has breaking Suns and NBA news as the trade deadline approaches. And we've got our NBA roundtable inside the Wolf and Luke Show right here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. I can tell you, I have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, Basinonians. I have had the all-on-4, and I can tell you it truly is a game changer. Maybe you want to bite into some corn on the cob. How about that? Or maybe bite into a steak. How nice it would be, right? Well, the all-on-4 dental implant treatment can allow you to do it. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And Aria Dental Implant Center, they will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there right now. They can save you $9,900 an arch. That's what it starts at Aria Dental Implant Center. They're locally owned and operated, and they pass the savings on to the patients. They're going to save you thousands. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey guys, it's Gambo, and if your goal this year is to improve your health, then it starts with building a foundation. If your testosterone levels are low or your stress is too high, you can't expect to lose the weight or start crushing your workouts. That's why I use M-Drive, the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts for more energy, strength, and drive. You can find M-Drive at Sprouts or go to mdriveformen.com and use code GAMBO for 25% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. Don't let age beat you. Try M-Drive.
Dan Bickley here, and there's so much to love about Sonic, from the great menu to the great experience, but you are also going to get great value from Sonic. In fact, the Fun 99 menu now features 3 new items: the Junior Deluxe Cheeseburger, French Toast Sticks, and Small Floats for just $1.99. Same goes for the Southwest and Bacon Ranch Queso Wraps, just $1.99, and only at Sonic, so you know where to go when your stomach starts calling. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Valentine's Day is around the corner. Discover Mo Money Pawn, Arizona's premier upscale pawn shop for the perfect gift. Find stunning rings, diamonds, chains, and watches at MMP Jewelry. Looking for something unique? Guns or ammo could be a great gift for the hard-to-buy-for person. Check out our sports memorabilia. Mo Money Pawn has what you need. Visit our state-of-the-art location at 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop in the nation with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop online at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money Pawn, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Did you know that 93% of Americans have some sort of metabolic dysfunction? Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and what I've learned from the team at Revitalize is that chronic inflammation from diet, lifestyle, and a broken food system is at the root of a lot of people's metabolic issues, causing weight problems. Revitalize can help. Consider doing a short-term 3 to 6 week reset with Revitalize's anti-inflammatory approach with programs to fit any lifestyle or budget. Call today, Revitalize 480-435-3557 or online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. When we hit the air today, we will be 1 hour past the NBA trade deadline. We'll react to all the big moves in the state of the Phoenix Suns, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, so I will grant you, it feels kind of weird to say this today, Wolf, coming off another a horrible loss last night to Oklahoma City. But we've talked a lot the last few days about how no matter what the Suns do, they're choosing a direction at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And I would say, all things considered, it sure doesn't seem like they're making a big trade. I mean, I guess anything's still possible. The trade deadline's still 2 hours and 45 minutes away.
Right.
But up to this point, I like the decision they've made. And it feels weird to say it because I don't think we're going to see any positive effects of it tomorrow or something. You know what I mean? They're playing Utah, so maybe. But it's not like I suddenly think they're going to turn everything around. I don't know.
I get your point, though.
But at the same time, if the decision was to not sell Kevin Durant at a discount, I'm 100% on board with that.
Oh, yeah. It's a situation, once again, you just don't know what they were offered. You don't know what was on the table, what was legit, and what is not. I will say this right now. I feel awful believing that I think the Phoenix Suns are done for this year. I don't look at a team and think this iteration of the Phoenix Suns can do anything in regard to actually making a run into the postseason, let alone even maybe getting into the postseason.
Yeah, I was thinking about that this morning after we finished the pre-show meeting, prehab, as it's known.
Sure.
I was like, what could they do at this point where you'd be like, wow, I didn't see that coming? And I honestly was like, win a playoff series. Certainly, if they won 2 playoff series, wouldn't you be like, wow, and this is a huge turnaround?
Yeah, I mean, stop and think about what you just said, though. Win a playoff series. It's going to be a question as to whether or not they get into the playoffs.
That's a huge question now.
And when you say that, I was just going to say, right now, and as a player, listen, base earnings, you got to get better. That's what you do. Your job is to show up and get better. That is, and I'm always going to say, whenever you have talent, you got a chance to get better. Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, they've got talent on the roster. They got much better talent than what I think the record shows right now. So you always have got a chance of turning it around. But man, right now at this point of the season, there's no indicator that's going to happen. And that's where I'm at right now. And Kevin Durant is right in the middle of that.
He is. You look around the Western Conference standings, and like I said, they are currently 10th, but the two teams right behind them, Golden State and San Antonio, have gotten significantly better. Like, do I think Golden State getting Jimmy Butler makes them a title contender? No, I don't. They didn't really have to give up anything near what the Suns were going to have to give up for him. Golden State gave up some auxiliary pieces. The Suns were going to have to give up Kevin Durant. Not really fair. San Antonio, I think, has gotten significantly better, not in the sense that they're going to be a title contender this year, but now look out for them in the future. And those are two teams behind them. So then you're like, well, who in front of the Suns really dropped off? Oklahoma City, no. Memphis, no. Houston, no. Denver, no. Lakers, no. They got Luka. Clippers, no. Minnesota, no. Dallas, I hate that trade for them, but that's more big picture. I think this year, they've been doing this without Luka, and now they just add Anthony Davis, so they didn't get worse. So the only team in front of the Suns that got worse was Sacramento.
Yeah. No, you know what? I love what the Lakers did with Mark Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Honestly, they went out and they said, okay, we traded Anthony Davis. We traded our 5. What do you say we go out and get Charlotte's 5? And I like this guy a lot. Mark Williams, of course, what he's done. He's a young guy. He's still in the process of developing. He's a physical guy as well. I think he's averaging 15, 16 points a game right now. And I think, honestly, with Luka Doncic, a couple of lobs and a pick and roll, he's really good in regard to the pick and roll. I think that's going to be nice for the Lakers. I think that was a great acquisition by the Lakers.
As far as not trading Durant and what that now means for the future of this team, obviously Durant and Booker are right in the center of all of it. And again, for anybody that just knows Golden State got Jimmy Butler but doesn't know what they had to give up, they give up P.J. Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick. So would you trade Kevin Durant for P.J. Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, a protected first-round pick? Because nobody in their right mind would.
You know what's amazing about that? You're right about that. But it's a situation where with Jimmy Butler, it was almost like a throw-in.
Yeah.
It's like this is like a no-brainer for the Golden State Warriors. They're like, are you kidding me? This is all we have to give up to bring in a guy like Jimmy Butler? So Golden State, they wanted Jimmy Butler. But again, if there was a KD deal, and we said this yesterday, we've been saying it for the last week, as a matter of fact. But if there was going to be a deal for KD, the Jimmy Butler deal for KD, Jimmy Butler was more like a throw-in piece on that for the Suns. It would have been, hey, what kind of draft capital are we also getting back on this? That's where we were talking about a 3, 4, 5-team trade.
You start stacking some picks and maybe some young players and Jimmy Butler.
It was never going to be just about Jimmy Butler for Kevin Durant.
No. Well, until it was clear he wasn't going to Golden State yesterday. Like when we got off the air yesterday, it was kind of like you're either keeping Durant or you're trading him to Miami for Butler and a pick or something. You know what I mean? Once Golden State was out of the running. I guess Houston could have maybe still gotten involved. All I know is this, Wolf, that trade that I just read you, P.J. Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
That highlights to me not the Kevin Durant side of things, not even that Bradley Beal didn't want to waive his no-trade clause, but just simply how locked up the Suns are for how much they wanted Jimmy Butler and how much Jimmy Butler wanted to play here.
Yeah.
The fact that they have no flexibility to put together a package that they just had to equal P.J. Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, a protected first-round pick, and they would have gotten Jimmy Butler. They wouldn't even had to trade Kevin Durant. But with the being in the second apron and having Bradley Beal's contract there and all these different things that have got them so their hands are so tied with making a trade, that to me is where they missed out on Jimmy Butler. It's not that they weren't willing to give up Kevin Durant for him. It's that they didn't have to give up that much, but they're not allowed to, by league rules, give up much of anything right now.
Here's another thing to watch, Mason Orleans, as this continues to unfold prior to the trade deadline and past, of course, the trade deadline right now. Kevin Durant, how does KD feel about the Phoenix Suns actually trying to move him to the Golden State Warriors? Because if you believe the rumors, the reports that are out there right now, it seems as though Kevin Durant nixed that deal. Let the Golden State Warriors know, I don't want to play for you.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm hearing right now as well. And again, it's not like I'm breaking any news. These are reports that are out there right now. But I also have gotten some verification from some people that I trust to know these types of things. And having said that, once again, wow. How does KD feel about the fact that he was going to be traded by the Phoenix Suns and he nixed the deal?
Well, here's Shams yesterday talking about that exact topic.
Kevin Durant has never requested a trade this season. He has not asked out of Phoenix. And honestly, I think him being in any type of a trade conversation over the last week was a surprise to him, somewhat caught him off guard from my understanding. But this is a player who obviously we know, two-time NBA Finals MVP, two-time champion. He's someone who has a great legacy in this game. And so to be in potential trade talks and not really want out of a situation, that has to potentially rub him the wrong way, you would think. And so this is something that the Suns and Durant, to an extent, are going to have to navigate whatever tensions could still exist going into tomorrow, trade deadline, and then beyond, if assuming he's still on the roster.
Yeah, that is a cold, hard fact right there. That the Phoenix Suns allegedly had a deal in place, and Kevin Durant made it known that he did not want to go play for the Golden State Warriors. And now, well, that's the way that it goes. You're a pro. This is the trade deadline. The NBA, KD's been around forever. He knows the game. And oh my goodness, has there ever been a name that has been involved in more rumors around the trade deadline than Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, and there's a lot. We'll get back into that Shams quote because I think there's a lot there to unpack. There is what he said at the end of, now you got to navigate this. He might be upset. There's also the part at the beginning where not only did he not want to go to Golden State, he has never asked out of Phoenix. Like people keep expecting him to because of what happened in Brooklyn or Oklahoma City, but up until this point, he's always wanted to, he wanted to come play for the Suns, and he has not once asked to leave the Suns. That seems pretty widely accepted. He has not asked out of Phoenix. Everybody keeps thinking like, well, when things go bad, he's going to ask his way out. He hasn't yet. So now, did what happened yesterday or almost happened, is that going to change things?
Bunch of really good guys on that roster.
Well, they're going to all have to get together and talk through this because they still have 32 games left this season. Speaking of, did last night's loss to Oklahoma City show just how broken the Suns are right now? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If the Suns do not have success this year and are eliminated early in the postseason, I do not see a scenario in which they bring the team back the way it is. I don't see it.
I think it'd be irresponsible for them to do that.
I think that at that point, you would have 3 playoff seasons of Durant.
Yes.
3. And if you're not having any success, I think you have to totally come to the realization that it's over.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino, right in the middle of the action in downtown Las Vegas. I'll tell you right now, Stadium Swim is unlike anything you have ever seen before. I saw it for the first time last year, and words don't do it justice. They call it the best pool in history because it is. Just picture a 143-foot high-definition screen. Watch sports on. That's 40 feet tall, and you watch it from one of their 6 pools spread across 3 different levels. They got cabanas. They got amazing food. We were there for a really big football game last year, and now I just want to go back, and I'm going to for a very good reason because how about this? If you like golf, and I'm assuming you probably are checking out the tournament here in town right now, if you're either here for that or you just live here and you're enjoying it, well, Wolf and I are going to be at Stadium Swim broadcasting from one of the cabanas April 11th. You don't want to miss it. It's For the Win, the ultimate golf tournament viewing party. Catch every angle from every hole from Augusta on that 143-foot screen while you're there. Indulge in traditional tournament fare at genuine tournament prices. Sip refreshing cocktails and revel in the excitement of golf's biggest event. Don't miss out on the Green Jacket Party at Legacy Club Friday night either. Again, that's Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas, April 10th through the 13th. Book your room, reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile brand. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Waltz?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Dan. So we're into the new year. W-2s are coming out, and it's tax time. Soon we'll be getting our tax return checks.
Oh, I know what I'm going to spend mine on this year.
Yeah.
New traffic jammies.
Perfect. Hey, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be complicated, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO.
Wayne, I know, but it can take up to like 8 weeks or more to get your tax check. If you need car repairs, should you just wait until you get the check?
No, Dan, don't wait. Now's the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car.
Ah, so tax time is the best time.
It sure is. And remember, AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it really works good. You can get your car, truck, RV, high rod, whatever you drive, all fixed up and drive away. And then pay for it when your tax check comes in.
Wayne, that's awesome.
I'll say we're AMCO.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions and a
from TPC Scottsdale, Rasmus Højgaard and Christian Bezuidenhout are tied atop the leaderboard at 4 under. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, your home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees for you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll be reacting to anything that went down in Phoenix and beyond before the trade deadline, starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Oh, the Suns did have a game last night, kind of. Wolf and Luke here on a Thursday morning leading up to the trade deadline, 2.5 hours till the deadline. There are certainly still moves the Suns could, maybe even probably will make. I mean, unless I've missed something in the last 20 minutes, Nurk's still on the Suns. Yeah. Can you imagine if they come through the trade deadline with Nurk and Beal?
Yeah. Okay.
And 3 first-round picks for their first round.
Yeah. You know what? I'll take the 3 first-round picks for the one first-round pick, right?
Well, yeah, that's.
I mean, honestly,
you can use those this summer. It's not like they expire today.
Hey, as long as they continue to draft the way they did, I love Oso Ighodaro. I love Ryan Dunn. Those 2 picks right there, I'll take it. More of that, please.
This is going to become a real fascinating conversation in the summer, depending what they do now over the next 32 games. And any playoff games they may or may not play, any series they may or may not win. But last night, and let's acknowledge this. Last night was a little extreme. Trade deadline days are kind of weird anyway when you have a game on those days. Kevin Durant didn't play, and they were playing the best team in the Western Conference, but the Suns lose 140-109. Good luck finding anything good from that game, Wolf. Go.
Yeah, you know what, Tom? I loved how they came out of the tunnel in the first quarter. I really did. They played really, really well early on. They had a lead early, up by 6, as a matter of fact. Then all of a sudden it was tied up at 17. There were 5 lead changes in that first quarter till the end of it. And by the end of it, of course, the Thunder had a 37-33 lead. But I thought the Suns came out and they were really, really competitive. As a matter of fact, they were competitive in the second quarter as well. They were competitive for a half, led at the half, 63-61. They came out and, yeah, there were some warning signs. They had 11 turnovers at the half. That wasn't great.
Not ideal. 9
offensive boards they had given up as well, and SGA was going off. Had 28 at the half.
As he does.
And that was a precursor as to what was coming.
So I got some numbers for you, okay? And Vince Marotta obviously does a show before us, and he had, game book because he's Vince, and he goes through and analyzes all the stats, okay?
I got you,
so I'm going to read these for and he knows I have this. He left it. He's like, here, enjoy this, right?
Yes.
So these are just kind of notes he highlighted from the game.
Okay.
I mean, these are not, none of this is like Vince's opinion. These are just notes from the game, okay? And some of them I think we already know, but I'm going to read through just to see what, what else kind of stood out to him.
We're not quoting Vinny.
No, I mean, these are just, go ahead and pull up the box score. You and I both had this in our pre-show email. Devin Booker a -38.
Ooh.
Now, Vince did do the research and found out that is his 4th worst plus-minus in his career.
Wow.
The other ones were, one was his rookie year when the Suns won 24 games. One of them was Game 7 against Dallas, a game I have blocked out of my memory, even though I was sitting there next to Dave Burns for the entire thing. And we were both so shocked we couldn't even leave until it was over. And it was just Dirk Nowitzki dancing on the court. And he wasn't even playing in the game.
Yeah.
So Devin Booker a -38. That's tough to do. Let's see what else. Oklahoma City took 32 more shots than the Suns. There's other notes here, but we can react to those first.
Yeah. What do you want to say about those numbers? What do you want to say about those stats? Because to me, you know me, it's more about coming out of the tunnel to start the third quarter. That's what I'd like to talk about. But what do you want to say about those numbers you just read?
The 32 more shots one is the one that really jumps out to me. We've talked about this before. We've talked about it with Eddie Johnson. I heard Eddie Johnson on, it was either his show or it might have been with Bill Simmons. And he was saying, if you look at these games with the Suns, it was a national show he was on. He was like, the Suns tend to outshoot the opposition, but they just give up so many more shots.
Yeah.
And, he's talking about games where you get out, the other team takes 8 or 9 or more. Oklahoma City took 32 more shots.
Yes.
You're never going to win a game where the other team takes 32 more shots.
So what are the two things you think of? Why is that? Number one, you think of turnovers.
Yep.
You think of live ball turnovers in particular, but you think of the turnovers right there and more shots, and you think of offensive rebounds that you're giving up on the glass.
Yep. Those are the things.
And that right there, the reasons why we saw them struggle in that second half was because of that, a lot of that. But having said that, for me, once again, this is so impressive on one hand and so disappointing on the other to see the Thunder come out in that third quarter. This is what great teams do.
Mm-hmm.
They came out and said, oh, boy, the Suns they're competing. They're competing. And it was like, oh, man, this is going to be a competition. Well, we know what we do. We know who we are. We know the culture that we have. We're the best defensive team in the association. What do you say, boys? We come out in this third quarter and we lock this down. What do you say we come out and we put a metaphorical spear through the heart of the Phoenix Suns and lock it down on the defensive end? And guess what happened? That's exactly what they did. They came out of that tunnel, and it was like, okay, I guess we're playing for keeps.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like, right? and they said, no, this is not, we're going to take this game over. Did you know in the third quarter, to start the third quarter, the Suns had 9 consecutive empty possessions to start? 9 possessions.
9 times.
OKC just said, you know what? We are the best defensive team in the association, and you've stuck that stick in our eye in the first half, and we're not going to let you do it.
How many shots did the Suns even make in the third quarter? I think they made 1 shot in the third quarter.
They scored 12 points in the third quarter.
But it was a lot of free throws. Yeah, it's a lot of free throws. I think they made 1 shot. I got a couple other stats based on what you were just saying, okay? And then one I'm kind of piecing together right now. I want to get your thoughts on. You mentioned turnovers, 22-6. Suns turned it over 22 times. Oklahoma City turned it over 6 times. The offensive rebounds were predictably very lopsided as well. Let's see. It was 17 for Oklahoma City, 3 for the Suns. And I'm looking at this, Wolf, and you have to set aside 3-pointers for a second, okay? But when you give up 32 more shots to the other team, the Suns could have shot 100% from the field, and it would have been a tie game.
Oh my gosh. What are you trying to do, Lou? Are you trying to beat me down?
They took 70 shots.
Is that what you're doing?
If they were all 2s and they made all 70 of them, they shot 70 of 70 from the field, it would have been a tie game. You can't give up 32 more shots in a game.
It's just, that is intensity when you come out. Don't tell me that the Thunder didn't come out with a purpose. Don't tell me there wasn't some yelling inside the locker room. And again, yelling doesn't have to be confrontational. It can be encouraging. Let's do this. Let's get these guys and bury these guys. It doesn't have to be where you're looking at one person and you're yelling at them. Man, you can get some guys who are right in the middle of all of your intensity as a team who can totally get people jacked up emotionally to go do their job. Let's finish this. You could see it when they came out in that third quarter. It was like that. Snap the fingers, that easy. They suddenly went out there and dominated. You think that was an accident? It was no accident. It was intentional.
We come back. The NBA trade deadline is fast approaching, just over 2 hours away. Is there anything the Suns can do before 1 o'clock? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns up. Suns up.
Final score in Oklahoma City, Thunder 140, Suns 109. Phoenix had a 2-point lead at the half, but things fell apart in quarter number 3, and they fall to 25-25 on the season, now 10-16 away from home.
The Thunder are a great team, but getting whooped by 30 points is something. We'll talk about that loss, plus keep you updated on trade deadline deals on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're really choosing peace of mind. And the reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because they've got a 5-year warranty, the best 5-year warranty. It ensures your investment is going to be protected. Plus, you're going to enjoy presidential perks, exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, and that's going to add extra value to your purchase. I can tell you, we are the Wu Fang Clan. When we needed a pool in our backyard over 6 years ago, we thought of Presidential Pools, and Presidential Pools came out, and they said, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to put the pool right here, and I am so glad that we use Presidential Pools. And the reason why I'm glad, Basinonians, is because they are Arizona's #1 pool builder. They have quick project start times. You can get this thing built before the hot weather. Off-season discounts. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
My dad always told me, if everyone is going left, question, why aren't they going right? If you are looking to buy a home, these words cannot be more true. Why wait for everyone to jump in the housing market? Now is the right time to buy. We are seeing sellers negotiate, get money for closing costs, and guess what? When rates drop, Lund has your back. We are not just here for this transaction. We are your consultants for life. If you are looking to buy a home, go to lundmortgage.com. That's LUND mortgage.com. And let us find the right path to homeownership for you.
Hi, Bill Ross here for Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. Here's a tip for those of you who train yourselves. If you're always doing the same routine, you need to change it up after a while, maybe after 15 workouts or so. Even though consistency is good in your routine, there's a point of diminishing returns. Your body and your mind needs new stimuli every so often. Our programs are personalized and always change. They're also efficient, just taking 30 minutes. Check us out at BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Oh, Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Introducing your ultimate golf destination, the Golf Galaxy Performance Center at Ahwatukee Foothills Town Center, opening January 31st. Join us at the grand opening event, February 14th to the 16th. Over $30,000 in giveaways and prizes, including our $10,000 closest to the pin contest. Discover the latest golf clubs, explore cutting-edge styles, and immerse yourself in a brand new golf experience. The first 100 adults in line each day will receive a mystery gift card with a chance to win up to $500. Learn more at golfgalaxy.com/Phoenix.
The NBA trade deadline. Wolf and Luke talk Suns and NBA moves now.
This is some ominous music. This is something better happen in the next 2 hours and 14 minutes music. Look.
You're doomed.
You're doomed, and we wrote a song about
You're
it.
doomed. Finish him. You're doomed. You're doomed.
It is more ominous with Wolf singing "You're Doomed." You could sing that over like a musical song.
You know what? Honestly, right now, I can't stand that I feel this way. I am vetting this live on the air, but I can't stand it. The fact that I do, and I reject myself because you can always turn it around. They can. It's hard to find the evidence that they're going to do that.
They're not giving us a lot to lean on with that. There's not much of a foundation of, they're going to turn this around. I think the only thing you can point to with any amount of hope, and I think you can only do it in a vacuum. When you take a step back and look at the Western Conference, you're like, that might not matter, is maybe this was hanging over them. Because for the Suns, I feel like the trade deadline was a thing for 6 weeks, not for 2 days like some of these other teams. So maybe, you've got a good launching pad tomorrow at home against Utah, but then you got Denver and Memphis and Houston and San Antonio. Like, those are not easy games.
For the most part, the rest of the season it's brutal.
It's the hardest schedule in the NBA.
There you go, right there. That's how brutal it is. And what are we going to see the rest of the way, Luke? What are we going to see? I don't know, but we're all going to have a front row seat.
Well, as far as what we're going to see for the next 2 hours, and again, Gambo's going to be in here from 1 to 1:30 with us. Kellen Olson's going to be in here from 12:30 to 1:30 with us, and Mitch Vareldis is going to be in here from 12:30 to 1 with us. So we're going to have that roundtable leading up to the final moments before the trade deadline and the final moments after. There is still stuff they could do. Two things that really stand out to me, and they could still do anything. I mean, they could still trade Kevin Durant. Bradley Beal could be like, you know what, forget it, get me out of here. Like, but realistically, you have to think Nurk's getting traded. And the other thing that I would say, and it would be a little more complicated, but not that complicated, was when we had Bobby Marks on about a week or so ago, and he detailed a couple trades that would be smaller. You're trading Grayson Allen, you're trading Monte Morris, you're trading, I think he had Nurk as one of the trades. There are small trades you could make to get under the second apron. You could do that.
Yeah.
So you have some flexibility this summer, because I think that's where your focus has to shift now. You want to have flexibility this summer if this doesn't go well for the next 32 games.
Yeah. First of all, it's not going to go well, in my opinion.
Well,
and I've been wrong. I have been wrong, Basinonians, but just watching it right now, we've got a large enough sample size where something is not working here. Listen, KD and Book has not worked. KD and Book and Beal has not worked. KD and Book and Beal and Frank Vogel has not worked. And although I don't think Coach Bud is the problem. I don't.
He hasn't been a solution.
He hasn't been a solution. That is a great way of saying it right there. The problem to me is they got skulls inside the locker room that lack leadership skills. I've talked about it over and over and over again. I understand that. Nobody wants to hear it. I'm sorry. It's my opinion. And right now, listen, leadership is the glue that holds schemes, skulls, and culture together. Leadership is the glue that holds all of that together. The players that you have, the schemes that you run, the culture that you have. Leadership. And I'm not talking about a coach being a leader. A coach is a leader. We all know that. But he can't be the leader. And that's where I think this whole thing gets a little sideways on the Suns. They're lacking leadership.
I'm just looking at their schedule as you're talking, and I'll have I'll try to have a full breakdown by the time we really go into expectations for the rest of the season next hour. But I mean, just off the top of my head, Houston 3 times, Boston twice, Milwaukee twice, Oklahoma City coming up.
Okay, now you're beating me.
Yeah, so I'm just as far as what they can do the rest of the way here, though, before the trade deadline. I mean, I do think there's still some stuff in play. Like I said, the flexibility. To me, this is the biggest thing the Suns can do, and I don't know if they can pull it off in the next 2 hours. I don't know if it's a priority to them right now. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be right now. I mean, I think probably if you're going to have the big 3 through the deadline, you may as well ride it out and just hope that somehow it just doesn't add up, like you were saying, Wolf, because they should at least be better than this. Even if they're not going to win a title, it would still be disappointing, but they should be better than this. And I pulled up the record with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant on the floor together since KD got here, and they're 69 and 34. That's an amazing record. But you should play a lot more than 103 games together over the course of 2 years. And that's part of the problem. They're getting worse collectively. That's part of the problem.
They're getting worse.
Yeah.
See, that to me is what is disconcerting to me. Why? Why are they getting worse? First of all, I mean, again, their roster. If you were looking at your roster, the roster for the Phoenix Suns, you felt good about it coming into this season, did you not?
At least that they would be, I thought they would make it to, I don't remember if I said second round or third round, but I had them going deep in the Western Conference.
Yeah, just once again, the talent on paper is there. It was there with Frank Vogel. It was. Why are we getting the results that we are getting? Once again, individually, you can look at it individually. Okay, that guy's good. That guy's good. This guy's a good role player. This guy's excellent right here. Why is it not meshing? Why? And right now, we're sitting here as I look at the show sheet, Basinonians, and it says on here, is there anything else that can happen? Is there anything else that they can do before the trade deadline right now? Yeah, there is. And it's the dreaded players-only meeting. And it's guys looking each other in the eye and saying, what is our problem? We don't need coaches in here. We don't need any staff in here. We don't need anyone else in here except players that are in here. And I can't stand the players-only meeting. Bulls on parade. I've seen it with my own eyes. Okay, this guy's going to stand up and say something, and then this guy, because he's the next guy in the pecking order, and then this captain's going to say something, and that captain's going to say, how about you go out and do something about it? So I'm not a big players-only fan.
Doesn't sound like it.
But can I tell you right now, there are times where it is needed. It is. Though I despise saying that there are times where it is needed. A players-only meeting. That's what's got to happen before the deadline.
You're out of options. I mean, you're going to have to do it. This team, for the most part, is going to be together now going through today and for the rest of the season at least.
Looks that way.
I still do feel like a move or maybe even two can and will happen, but they're going to be smaller moves. And I don't know. I mean, do you really feel like the urgency to trade Nurk? It's not like he's just not going to play him. Yeah, but I mean, if trading him, it's not like you're going to trade him and get something back that you want. Are you going to attach a first-round pick to trade him? You can just sit him on the bench. I mean, you can keep that first-round pick. You might need it this offseason. I don't know.
Yeah, but here's the thing about taking a disgruntled player and sitting him on the bench. How disgruntled is he? Is he speaking to teammates?
He is right now. Yeah. I mean, you see him. He gets up. He high-fives his teammates.
Yeah, but okay, Luke, but they have private conversations as well.
True.
They're not just on the bench high-fiving each other.
But
they're on the bus talking to each other.
Is that worth a first-round pick?
Once again, I also said this. Well, again, I don't know what it's worth. What I do know is this right now, at some point in time, he's gone. You got to get him off this roster.
Yeah.
Either that or you got to fire Coach Bud, because it seems like that is the problem they're having right now.
The other problem, which is listing off problems, and I'm not saying Coach Bud is the problem, but even if he is the problem, you can't keep switching coaches.
No.
I mean, you can if internally you're like, this guy definitely isn't the guy, but it's not really a pattern you want to get into, you know?
You know what's so interesting about that? I had this pond out in Rushford, New York. There was a pond there.
Okay.
And it was just a pond. And yet the people who own the pond, they tried to put a diving board out there on it.
Okay.
And okay, you had a diving board on it, but you couldn't dive. You had to cannonball it into it. And then they put a dock out there. But you know what, Basinonians? It was still a pond, not a pool.
This is getting deep. Deeper than that pond that you couldn't dive into, actually. I thought you were going to say there was a pond out in Rushford, and I feel like it could coach this team. That's what I thought you were going to say.
The pond is good for you, Luke.
With the NBA trade,
I'll take the pool.
With the NBA trade, I don't know. Who knows what's in the pond? With the NBA
Name the movie.
Trade deadline just 2 hours. I don't know the movie. With the NBA trade deadline just 2 hours away, we're going to react to all the moves that have gone down so far around the league. That'll be irritating. Some of these you feel like the Suns could have been in on if their hands weren't so tied. It's one of them in particular, actually. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here we go. America's pastime is almost back.
The 2-1 to Carroll. Swung on. That's a rocket shot out to right center field. That one's going to go all the way to the wall. He's going to head to second. He's not stopping there. Flying towards third. And the Diamondbacks take the lead.
Pitchers and catchers report Wednesday. D-back season will be on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com. Spring training coverage presented by Estrella Jalisco.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. Listen, now is a really, really good time to head on over to Santan Ford. They are loaded with brand new Ford inventory, of course. Now's a really good time to jump in the car, head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. You can always go to santanford.com, but maybe you want to go ahead and take a car out for a test drive. Maybe you want to jump in a vehicle and take it out for that test drive. I don't know about you, but I enjoy it myself, getting into a brand new car and the new car smell that is in it and taking it out for a test drive. Well, Santan Ford, they are ready for you to do that. And by the way, they're the number 8 Ford dealership on the face of the planet. How do you get to be number 8? They're going to give you a great deal on that pre-owned or that new Santan Ford. And, of course, they're going to follow it up with the best service in the business. Go to the Santan 202 freeway, or, of course, you can go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Life Changer Loan 30 in 3, 2, and 1. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Sun Devil men's and women's basketball are ready for a Big 12 showdown.
The Jihad at the left elbow. Bounces to point. It's cutting on the left baseline for a slam dunk.
Catch Sun Devil men's and women's basketball for a Hoops doubleheader Saturday, February 15th, when the Sun Devil women play host to Utah at 2 p.m., followed by the Sun Devil men's basketball team at 6 p.m. when they take on the TCU Horned Frogs. Get your tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out, because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? That's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Jimmy Butler is not joining the Phoenix Suns. He was dealt to the Golden State Warriors yesterday in a multi-team trade. For more on the Suns missing out on Butler, head on over to arizonasports.com. The NBA trade deadline is at 1 o'clock. We will keep you updated on any potential moves Phoenix makes right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns were blown out 140-109 last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Phoenix led 63-61 at the half, but OKC went on a 20-2 run to open up the third quarter. The Thunder ended up outscoring the Suns 43-16 in the third. Phoenix is now 25-25 and 10th in the Western Conference. And the WM Phoenix Open is underway from TPC Scottsdale. Rasmus Højgaard leads the field at 5 under. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks Brewing. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale, easy to enjoy with notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava. Look for Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale at your local restaurant or retailer.
NBA trade deadline. Wolf and Luke talk Suns and NBA moves now.
Hour number 2 of the
show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday, leading up to the trade deadline in less than 2 hours. Wolf, the Suns have been maybe the most active team in the NBA over the last month and a half trying to get big trades done, and yet it feels like they're the only team that didn't get a big trade done up to this point. Now they have under 2 hours. You look around the league, you just look around the Western Conference, and you see how much better the Lakers have gotten, how much better the Spurs have gotten. I would say now how much better Golden State has gotten, because they really didn't have to give up much of anything for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
I think even Dallas, from where they are right now or where they've been up to this point in the season when Luka hasn't been playing a whole lot, all they've really done this season is add Anthony Davis. I still hate that trade for them, big picture, but right now they're better than they were a week ago. And the Suns are just kind of where they are.
I know. So where do you start on this, Luke? When you look at other teams at the deadline that have done a great job, for me, it's the LA Lakers and what they have done.
Yeah.
The fact they went out and got Mark Williams, of course, they went out and got him yesterday. This is an elite 7-foot guy. This is a guy that brings an awful lot of athleticism. He's got an awful lot of maneuverability, let's put it that way, for a big man. He scores, and he's one of the best guys in the pick and roll. And do you think Luka Doncic is good in the pick and roll? Yeah. Also, too, LeBron James. This guy now, Mark Williams, is going to be playing with two of the best pick and roll players the game may have ever seen.
Probably better than he was working with in Charlotte. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say LeBron and Luka might be a little bit better. Yeah. That's it, right? As the Suns are kind of just stuck, you have to watch the Lakers and the Spurs get a lot better. Like that. I mean, it's slap in the face after slap in the face to Suns fans. And to me, I'm looking at two trades in particular, Wolf, that really just highlight how they just have no flexibility. They have to find a way to get some flexibility. Okay, I'm going to pull up. We'll start with the Jimmy Butler one, okay? Yeah. Because, again, all the talk yesterday was, well, can they trade Kevin Durant for Jimmy Butler? All Golden State gave up was P.J. Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick. Because, as you were saying yesterday, Miami had to sell Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Before the trade even happened, you could probably get him at a huge discount. The problem is, and the Suns could have easily matched that. And if they matched it, Jimmy Butler wanted to come here. But they can't match it because all they can do right now is trade Bradley Beal or Kevin Durant. That's basically all they can really do.
Right.
Other than trade Nurk for, nothing basically. But as far as making a significant move to bring in somebody that you like, they could have easily matched that if their hands weren't tied.
So, we were talking about Jonathan Kuminga. We were talking about him as well with Jimmy Butler. Would you be okay? Would you have been okay with Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga and 2 first-round picks for KD? Would you have been okay with that?
Yeah, that was the hypothetical you threw out during the show yesterday.
Yes.
That's the one, because I keep saying I'm not trading Kevin Durant. And when I say that, I mean I'm not trading it for just another guy that you're going to try and win with right now. If you're trying to win right now, unless you're getting like Giannis or whoever, somebody from SGA, I'm not trading Kevin Durant for Jimmy Butler. But when you throw something like that out there where you're getting pieces for the future too, that's what they need, is they need some flexibility and some actual pieces for the future. That's the one I'd really have to think about.
Yeah, exactly. And they could not do it, though. That's just hypothetical, of course, throwing that out there. But that was what I thought they were going to get. Something like that deal. Because I thought Jimmy Butler was going to be more of a just, Miami, just get rid of him. We want him out of here. Just get him out.
Which is
almost
what they
throw
did.
the deal in for KD if that was going to be it. But as we all know, that did not materialize right now. And I hate being so negative. I do. It's not who I am. It's not who I am. But right now, it is very disconcerting to me that the Phoenix Suns, it looks like in terms of making any real adjustments, anything that is going to have a lasting impact going forward, I think their hands are cuffed.
They are. And that's, to me, the biggest thing they have to fix now going forward. Because, again, especially now seeing what Golden State gave up for Jimmy Butler, I'm especially happy the Suns didn't give up Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant's worth more than P.J. Tucker, Andrew Wiggins, and Kyle Anderson. You think Miami's going to rebuild around those guys? They're not. And I'll give you another one and Jimmy Butler wanted to come here. It was down to the final hour, but they can't Like you and I were talking during the break, I don't want to trade Ryan Dunn, but I feel like you could almost just trade Ryan Dunn for Jimmy Butler, except you can't take his contract on. Like you can't fit him because of the rules. But it's like, I mean, if I'm Miami, I'd rather have Ryan Dunn than Kyle Anderson and PJ Tucker. No offense to those guys, but come on. And you'd have to throw someone else in. But you get my point. Like that was an easily matchable trade, except the Suns aren't allowed to match stuff like that. And the other one I would throw out there, and I just want to get your thoughts on this, because Toronto got Brandon Ingram.
Yes.
Who, I understand. There are some people who be like, well, he's not a great defender, or, this, that. He hasn't played a ton recently. Okay, but you're talking about a young player with a lot of upside, who is the sort of player I would love to add to the Suns. And all they had to give up was Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, a second-rounder, and a first-round pick that I believe is top 4 protected from Indiana.
Yeah.
To get Brandon Ingram, which, again, that's not like going to push you over the top. And I understand Brandon Ingram has some flaws.
Yeah.
But it's like they didn't have to give up anything to get him either.
Yeah. For me, once again, Brandon Ingram is not the answer. It is not the answer. The answer is inside the Phoenix Suns locker room right now and identifying what is the issue. What is the problem inside that locker room right now? I'm sorry. I look at their talent right now, and Brandon Ingram, he would have just been like pouring gasoline onto a fire, if you ask me.
Just more talent,
just
but not an
more
answer.
talent that doesn't answer your problem, and what the problem really is. It doesn't provide any answers, and that bothers me. And I think of Brandon Ingram. I love. He's so whippy. And he's like a praying mantis playing the game of
Another
basketball.
mid-range guy, too, just what we need.
Long, right, and whippy and so raw and athletic. I love him. Yet at the same time, man, that's not what this team needs.
Yeah, and for me, I'm not saying that Ingram or even Butler would have solved everything, but I guess you're looking at, like, what's the problem? And I'm looking at, like, this other thing of, like,
I know.
Even if you identify the problem, you've got a more pressing problem of you can't fix it until you get some flexibility, because there were some good to borderline great players that were available at this deadline for stuff the Suns normally would have been like, absolutely, I'll give you Bruce Brown and Kelly Olynyk. But you can't make any trades because you're so locked up because of these aprons. The Outlaw Music Festival featuring Willie Nelson and Bob Dylan is back at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater May 13th. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., but you can visit the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets before they're available to the public. With the Suns at the center of a lot of trade rumors, has that whole distraction had any impact on the team up to this point? I think at this point we kind of hope it has, because that maybe would explain some of the losing. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns up. Suns up.
Final score in Oklahoma City, Thunder 140, Suns 109. Phoenix had a 2-point lead at the half, but things fell apart in quarter number 3, and they fall to 25-25 on the season, now 10-16 away from home.
The Thunder are a great team, but getting whooped by 30 points is something. We'll talk about that loss, plus keep you updated on trade deadline deals on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you go ahead and bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. I'm talking about a 5-star resort mattress that is delivered to your door, shows up at your door in a box. It's super cool. One of the biggest impacts on your mood right now, my young grunts, your mental clarity, I would say, and also your physical health, is the quality of your sleep. And at Brooklyn Bedding, every mattress is assembled with meticulous attention to detail using patented materials and advanced technology. With 12 basin locations, let me tell you what you're not going to find. Pushy salespeople and sleazy sales tactics. At every Brooklyn Bedding location, they have knowledgeable sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you, and shipping is always free. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year.
The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 23 best lawyers in America, 14 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, Waltz has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Waltz made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The NBA trade deadline. Wolf and Luke talk Suns and NBA moves now.
This is how backwards this season is. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday leading up to the trade deadline. Wolf, I'm about to ask a question, and I almost hope for the worst case scenario answer. The question, as Aaron ultimately put it down on our show sheet, was, has the trade deadline had an impact on this team? And you asked that question a couple weeks ago. You're like, well, it better not. Like, you asked that question a week ago. No, it shouldn't. They did ask, actually. The reporters at the game asked Kevin Durant and Mike Budenholzer, is the trade deadline having an impact on your team after the loss to Minnesota? And they were both like, no, it shouldn't. We're pros. Now, I hope that it has had an impact because the trade deadline's going to pass in an hour and 45 minutes. And if it hasn't, if this is just what they are, why would you expect it to get any better? The only thing that might give them a little bit of a jolt is if this has collectively been weighing on the team and maybe they play a little more free after this.
Yeah. Can I just say, I know they're pros, and I was a pro. And I know what that's like to be a pro and have that kind of mentality. But you're also a human being. I don't care how good you are. I don't care how talented you are based on earnings, you're still a human being. And because of that, it would be impossible for you not to be a little distracted if your name is being mentioned and bantied about in terms of trade rumors.
Yeah.
That seems like an impossibility to me. Now, again, I know that we look at some people like KD, the Slim Reaper, and we think he was beamed down from the mothership. I understand that, okay? But we know it's not true. He's a human being just like you and me. He's got the same desires, the same wants, the same concerns as everyone else for the most part. So because of that, I find it really difficult to believe that they were not impacted in any way, shape, or form.
Well, here's a couple things. I'm going to play this cut from KD. This was about a week ago, okay? And he was one of the players that they asked after a loss. Has the trade deadline been a distraction? And you and I played this last week, and I think we both liked his answer, but that was before he was on the trade block, or however you wanted to say it. I don't know if they were shopping him or if they were just fielding calls. I think is probably a better way to say it. My understanding is not that they were shopping Kevin Durant, but a team like Golden State was very aggressive about it, and they were like, we better at least listen.
Calls.
Yeah. Which, that's just due diligence. If you really want to get technical, you should be taking calls. You know my stance. I wouldn't trade Durant, but I would take the calls just in case somebody comes at me with some crazy offer because the Suns are stuck right now. But this is what he said a little over a week ago about the trade deadline being a distraction.
No, I don't think so. We grown men. Most of these guys been in the league 8+ years, 9+ years. They understand the business, man. There's nothing new. It's about doing your job and controlling what you can control every single day. Until your name is called or it's not called, you still got to do your job, even if it's here or in another jersey. That's just a part of the business we're in. I think everybody understand that. I want everybody on this team. I want everybody to feel comfortable with their role and their future and their contract, all of that stuff. I would love that for each one of my teammates. And for myself, I've been traded before too, So I understand a part of around this time is a hectic part, but you dive into the work, then everything else will take care of itself.
Yeah, and it's amazing to hear KD speak like that, so matter-of-factly. And I love that right there. Yet at the same time, his name was brought up, and he nixed the deal. He himself did that. And, I'm wondering that wasn't a distraction in any way, shape, or form. I think, of course, it is. Of course, it's a distraction.
Well, especially because he doesn't have a no-trade clause. So when you say nix the deal, he was probably just like, no, I don't want to go to Golden State. That's what came out. And I'm sure Golden State was like, all right, well, okay, we'll just go get Jimmy Butler for nothing. This is Devin Booker after the game last night. Said, all right, it's like time to move on from all this.
Devin, when you look at, obviously, Jimmy was talk about him being here. I guess now that that's over, is that okay, that's done, we got to move on? I mean, how do you view that element of it?
Yeah, got to.
Yeah, got to. Yeah, you got to. You got to go ahead and you got to move on. I understand being a pro. I understand what it's like to be in that paradigm. I will tell you right now, it is a distraction. I was in a situation where I was being talked about in regard to Plan B, and that would have been a distraction. But that was the off season in which it happened, so it was a lot more doable in the off season to be able to deal with the fact that I was going to be a Plan B free agent, which meant I could have gone to anywhere.
Yeah.
But during the season, that would have been really, really difficult to ignore that.
Well, and you've got the big three. It's hitting them from all different angles, right? Because from Booker's perspective, he knows he's not getting traded. But it's got to be – it is tough when you're just like, okay, but is everything about to change around me? Like, does it really matter if we win this game? Is everything going to change? Not like you're not trying to win, but it's like if you're trying to do something at 100%, you're trying to do it the absolute best you can do it, and everything's about to change around you, it takes some of the edge off. It unless you really guard against it. So that's where Booker's approaching it from. Then you have the Bradley Beal part. I mean, we know his part in all this is he was constantly in trade rumors for a month and a half. This is what he said.
You guys care about the rumors more than me, so I mean, this kind of puts it to bed for you guys. I'm still competing. I'm still going out, and I still have a Phoenix Sun uniform on. Nothing changed for me, so I'm happy I'm there. Happy to compete, and I want to win here, so I'm sure everybody in this locker room wants to do the same.
Of all the guys that their names were being bandied about, I think Bradley Beal probably felt the best.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is he had the no-trade clause in his contract.
Yeah.
So he knew, hey, listen, you just can't move me.
Yeah.
He had control. And I think that is mitigating the distraction when your name is being mentioned in a lot of trade rumors.
That's true. He probably talked to his family, probably came to peace with this a couple weeks ago. They probably had like one or two places. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if I was in his spot of like, hey, if they call and they say they have a trade worked out here, then we're going to talk about it. But we know we're not going here or there or wherever. Like, we're not. And then you have Kevin Durant, who probably didn't expect it, and then all of a sudden the Warriors are making a push for him, and this is from today. So this is a reminder the trade deadline is still, it hasn't passed yet, okay? This is Shams. I haven't heard it yet, so you and I are going to hear it live at the same time, Wolf, but I know what it's about, saying, hey, Golden State wasn't the only team making a push for KD, and there are still teams making a push for KD.
Malika, I think all eyes around the NBA are certainly on the Phoenix Suns, a lot of because of what's transpired over the last several days. But from what I'm told, there are multiple teams making really aggressive calls to the Suns on Kevin Durant. Obviously, we know what has happened. He has made it clear. He had made it clear that he did not want a reunion with the Warriors. The Warriors made a very strong pursuit of him over the last week, and several calls are continuing to pour in. One thing I do want to clarify, Kevin Durant has not requested a trade, and it's my understanding most of all of these conversations this week have been somewhat blindsiding because going into this week and this season, I don't think a trade was something he was thinking about. He has wanted to stay in Phoenix.
So I would say this. I mean, if you're Durant, you can't be upset that teams are calling Phoenix.
Right.
There is a real difference. I mean, obviously, if teams feel like there's any chance and the deadline's an hour and a half away, they're looking for anything. I would assume Houston's one of those teams making aggressive calls to the Suns.
Why do you say Houston?
Just if you add Kevin Durant to Houston, look out.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Uh-oh. This better not be about Houston.
All right, so this is according to Shams Charania. The Phoenix Suns are trading Yusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Cody Martin, a name I can't pronounce, Micic, and a 2026 second-round pick, sources tell ESPN.
Okay.
All right, well, I figured that one was coming at some point. Boy, that's a lot. We got the Durant thing and the Nurkic thing at the same time. All right, so Nurk is getting traded. I don't think that's a shock. It was you get within an hour and a half, all of a sudden you're like, maybe this isn't a given. So, all right, so Shams reporting Nurk to Charlotte. All right,
yes.
So
okay.
Not necessarily anything that I think would be a game changer for the Suns other than they really wanted to get rid of Nurk, and I'm sure Nurk wanted out too.
And had to use one of their first-round picks to get rid of him.
But we're revisiting that Durant conversation in a little bit because if teams are still making a push for him, if nothing else, that might set the stage for this summer too. Or, all we've heard from him is that he wants to stay in Phoenix and that he specifically didn't want to go to Golden State. So trade deadline hasn't hit yet. There's still an hour and a half. When we come back, what ultimately was the holdup with Jimmy Butler coming to Phoenix now that we know for a fact he's not coming to Phoenix? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Did you know the average roof in Arizona lasts about 15 years? And a typical homeowner will need to replace their roof 2 to 3 times. People often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rains, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. JLC Roofing takes pride and integrity as a family-owned business. Their motto is people over profits, a roofer-owned roofing company. They offer free estimates, specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. JLC is even offering all listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount if you need a new roof. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that is roofer-owned for 32 years. From grandfather to father to son, JLC Roofing. Call them at 602-ROOFING for a free estimate. And remember, JLC Roofing will never sell you what you don't need. Get that free roofing estimate at 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Golf isn't usually seen as a contact sport, but when today's golfers drive the ball more than 3 football fields in distance, they twist their spines with a force similar to being ejected by a military aircraft. Back injuries are to golf what a concussion is to football, and 1/3 of golfers need care for spine injuries. The Barrow Neurological Institute Spine Program offers minimally invasive surgery to help you get back to your game sooner. Get an opinion at barrowneuro.org/golf. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis.
outscoring the Suns 43-16 in the third. Phoenix is now 25-25 and 10th in the Western Conference. Then the WM Phoenix Open is underway from TPC Scottsdale. Rasmus Højgaard and Christian Bezuidenhout lead the field at 5 under. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Set yourself up for retirement success. Schedule your free portfolio review at assetpreservationwealth.com and get the insights you need today.
The NBA trade deadline.
This is the first time I can remember when you got two all-NBA players traded for each other.
Wolf and Luke talk Suns and NBA moves now.
Yeah, I want to get back to that KD news from Shams, but we got to now react to this trade that just happened, Wolf.
Okay.
The Suns are getting Vasilije Micic and Cody Martin. I don't think these are two guys that you're looking at saying, okay, well, that solves everything. We're good. So you can move. I haven't seen like the updated like NBA betting odds where the Suns move up to favorites in the Western Conference because they got Vasilije Micic, but they did get rid of Nurk, which seemed almost like it had to happen. You and I were just talking about this a half hour ago. Like, can you even keep him around and just not play him? And you were like, probably need to get rid of him. So they just did. They attached a first-round pick, and he's in Charlotte.
Yeah, they've got a couple of guys that are going to come off the bench, of course. It will be in the rotation. That much we do know. Cody Martin, I actually like him as a rotation guy that might actually come off. He's an excellent passer, I'm told. in regard to being a small forward and a guy that works hard, is going to play some defense as well. He's a guy that's a pro, and he's probably going to be a rotation guy, a depth guy, of course. How much of an impact he'll make, nobody knows. We'll have to wait and see. But having said all that, the fact they've gotten rid of Yusuf Nurkic right now, I think is big.
Yeah. And I think the story here, still, with all due respect to Micic and Martin, is you had to attach a first-round pick to a guy to get rid of him because he and the coach couldn't get along. And so I know it's easy right now, and I think we all kind of hope that was because of Nurk, right? Because Nurk's the one that's not here. But, I mean, what do you always say? It takes two to tangle?
Yes.
So you've now had to trade a guy away because he couldn't get along with the coach. Maybe that was all Nurk. I don't know.
Here's the thing about this. You've heard me talk about this, brothers, for a long, long time. I'm sorry, but I'm going to go there once again. The locker room and what happens inside the locker room, that is a big deal. That is a big deal. One of the reasons why DeAndre Ayton was a cancer, if you will, inside of the Phoenix Suns locker room was because, of course, he was one of the most talented individuals, if not the most physically talented individual, and yet he could not bring that talent to bear on a consistent basis. He was a mad king. Well, now you've got a very disgruntled, a deposed king, if you will. You've got a guy who's getting paid very, very well in terms of Yusuf Nurkic. He was your starting center, and now all of a sudden something has happened between he, of course, and Coach Budenholzer. Mm-hmm. That much we do know. So you had a deposed king, if you will, inside that locker room. This is going to be addition through subtraction by getting rid of Yusuf Nurkic right now, because I can't imagine it was improving the locker room atmosphere.
No, but this is something that they got to get this figured out. And I know it's completely different situations with completely different people even being on the team. But you just brought up Monty Williams and DeAndre Ayton. I mean, we all remember Media Day a couple years ago. DA shows up and he's like, my coach doesn't talk to me. And now you have Nurk, a couple weeks ago saying, yeah, me and Coach Bud don't talk. And even Coach Bud's answer was like, I forget how he kept saying it's been communicated to him, which could easily be like, I told my assistant coach to go talk to him or whatever. Yeah. Either way, two entirely different. I mean, you had a different coach between them.
Yeah.
And Frank Vogel too. So, but it hasn't been that long. Like this is what I was saying the other day. The Suns all have to get on the same page. And you're going to have to get on the same page. And I know there's probably going to be some moves coming this offseason. But you got to get on the same page and have some stability, because the only stability this team has had, even when they went to the finals and won 64 games the next year, and we're not talking about 20 years ago, we're talking about 4 years ago, the only stability they've had is Devin Booker in the middle of it with everything changing around him. Everything. The only other stability, I guess, would be James Jones. All the players have changed. The coach has changed a few times. The owner's even changed. At a certain point, you got to get everything and go with it for a little bit.
I know, but the problem is this. That's easier said than done. It really is. And it's because the skulls you bring into your team, they've all got to get along. The chemistry has got to be real inside that locker room and how they play. The culture is built from who you have inside that locker room. I was just talking about this. I was talking about leadership and how important it is. The people you have inside of that locker room, the schemes you run, the culture you use inside that locker room, all of that is brought together by leadership. Good leadership and bad leadership. They are real and they exist. And I'm wondering how much this impacted. Again, I asked this question a couple of weeks ago. Yusuf Nurkic, I wonder how popular he was inside the locker room. Okay?
Yeah.
Because if he was a popular guy inside that locker room, his teammates loved him. Hey, Big Nurk. Big Nurk is great, man. I really respect him. He goes about his... And all of a sudden, he's got a riff with a head coach where he's not talking to him?
That's a problem.
What kind of impact could that have?
Yeah.
What kind of distraction would that be, Basinonians? This has been a big deal to me. He's your starting center, and he hasn't played. And there was the injury thing, and we all kind of winked at each other through that, wondering about him. I'm sure he had the flu for maybe a couple of games, not 7 or 8. But again, we all had our suspicion. Well, you know what? It's very difficult to work in that environment where you've got two people that you do respect, that being your coach, of course, your head coach, and Jusuf Nurkic, your starting center. They don't talk to each other. How weird would that be? Again, put it in your own workplace.
It wasn't for like 2 days. It wasn't like we had. If it was a 2-day thing, we would never even know about it. The team would have known about it and been like, hey, Nurk and coach aren't getting along, and it's kind of been awkward for a day or two, but then they work it out. It wasn't. It's been going for, it seems like months now, potentially, to the point where he's not here.
It's just
and you had to
uncomfortable.
attach a first-round pick to get rid of him.
Right. It's uncomfortable. It's a distraction. And I just wonder how many distractions are actually happening inside the Suns locker room. That, to me, has always been the problem. It has always been the problem. You're tired of hearing it, my brothers. I understand. But I'm not coming off what I believe is the problem. It's inside that locker room. That's the problem. For whatever reason, this team is underachieving its talent level. It is. And who do you blame for that? I'm sorry, this is just me. I don't blame Coach Bud. I'm sorry. I don't. I blame the Skulls, the players.
What you're saying about, who do you blame for this or you don't blame Coach Bud, I think we have to not blame Coach Bud yet. But if we start to have this player doesn't talk to him either, or he doesn't talk to this player, if this becomes a pattern, then you got to look and be like, okay, wait, what? You're the coach.
Yeah, because he yelled at me. Maybe that.
Well, maybe.
Maybe he hurt my feelings.
All right. Aaron has, I don't know this. Do you have the audio of Ramona Shelburne?
Yeah, so Ramona Shelburne just now on the NBA Today trade deadline special was asked about the situation inside the Suns locker room. Tim McMahon, who was in OKC last night, called it glum. And this is what she had to say about the situation inside the Suns locker room.
On Arizona Sports.
And now it's not playing.
This sounds like a conversation between Nurk and Coach Bud. Just silence. Do you want to play it when we come back from break?
Sure, I will, because I don't know what's going on with my board, because it should be playing. Okay. So let me figure this out.
Next! We'll play that. This will be when we come back, we're going to find out potentially what's going on in the Suns locker room. And I really do want to revisit what Sham said, because it doesn't sound like a KD trade is off the table yet. Do you want to do it now? Okay, we'll do it right now real quick. Here's Ramona Shelburne.
Yeah, the word I would use, he said glum, I'll use toxic. Wow. like that shoot around yesterday I heard was very awkward, very weird in Oklahoma City, because everybody was on pins and needles wondering what they were going to do. And I think now you have this reset where how do you move forward as a team when there was a clear mandate here, they have to do something. And if they're not able to get anything done, which is, as we say, you talked about it in the open, there's aprons, there's all this stuff. I mean, it's really hard to do something. And the thing they were trying to do did not come to fruition because Kevin Durant said no. It's hard to move forward, and that's where they're left. And I think, look, they had this sort of fool's gold run about 3 weeks ago. They won 8 out of 10. Things looked okay. And then they realized afterwards they were just kind of beating bad teams. And then they started losing again. And I think the conversations between Phoenix and the Warriors, those started 10 days ago. Yeah. 10 days ago. And that's when, they were essentially, if we can't move Bradley Beal, we have to think about Kevin Durant. Now, do they want to move Kevin Durant? Probably not. I mean, they love Kevin Durant. Yeah. They gave up so much to get him. But if he's the only person who is worth something right now that you can get a great return for, you have to think about it. So for the last 10 days, these conversations with the Warriors and other teams, by the way, have been happening. And Kevin Durant finds out about this over the weekend.
All right, so that's going good. We're going to untangle this mess, and I do want to play that Shams cut again, and we'll try to figure out why this locker room is potentially getting more toxic now. All of that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NBA trade deadline officially hits at 12:59 p.m. today. Now that we know KD is not going to Golden State and Jimmy Butler ain't coming here, what will the Suns do? Will they pick up a new starter? Who? And what will that cost? Arizona Sports has breaking Suns and NBA news as the trade deadline approaches. And we've got our NBA roundtable inside the Wolf and Luke show right here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Listen, you got a move that is coming up. No one wants to move themselves, right? You really don't want to have to do that. Why not let the professionals move you? That's Moving Team 6, of course, whether it's a local move, a long-distance move, whether it's residential, of course, or commercial. Yeah, maybe you're getting ready to move your business, Basinonians. These guys are the professionals. They offer packing services and even have a storage at an air-conditioned facility right here. They've got a storage unit right here in Phoenix as well. They're honest, they're trustworthy and experienced. They're proud supporters of our veterans and first responders. That's why they hire a lot of our veterans and first responders as well. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Looking to tackle home improvements or a big move? Waste Connections has you covered. Say goodbye to junk piles or renting a truck to haul your trash. Their roll-off rentals provide convenient, top-notch service at an unbeatable price. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1902 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1902 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 300 of these Morgan silver dollars are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-806-1641 and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1902 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic old mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, but with limited quantity. You must call now. These 1902 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 122 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-806-1641. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-806-1641 now to secure your 1902 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-806-1641.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, I hear there's a special for Arizona sports listeners, an AC tune-up for only $69?
That's right, Dave. Of course we do. We know how important it is to keep your vehicle in tip-top shape. And right now, when you buy 3 tires, you get the 4th free. Plus, this month you can lease a brand new 2024 GMC Terrain for only $289 a month for 36 months.
Don't wait. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Dan. So we're into the new year. W-2s are coming out, and it's tax time. Soon we'll be getting our tax return checks.
Oh, I know what I'm going to spend mine on this year.
Yeah.
New traffic jammies.
Perfect. Hey, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be complicated, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO.
Wayne, I know, but it can take up to like 8 weeks or more to get your tax check. If you need car repairs, should you just wait until you get the check?
No, Dan, don't wait. Now's the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car.
Ah, so tax time is the best time.
It sure is. And remember, AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it really works good. You can get your car, truck, RV, hot rod, whatever you drive, all fixed up and drive away. And then pay for it when your tax check comes in.
Wayne, that's awesome.
I'll say we're AMCO.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Heads up, sports fans. Now through April 1st, Waltz is giving away a free Samsung portable lifestyle projector with the purchase of any 75-inch and above Q-Series TV, a $600 value. Don't miss out. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The NBA trade deadline. Wolf and Luke talk Suns and NBA moves now.
All right, well, welcome back to the show. The audio that's coming out about the Suns nationally today, I would say less than encouraging, Wolf. If you are just joining us, Nurk was traded to Charlotte for Vasily Micic and Cody Martin. They had to attach a first-round pick to get the deal done. So that is kind of the tip of the toxic conversation. There was obviously some toxicity between Nurk and Coach Bud. We already knew that. It went to the point where they had to trade one of those first-round picks away to get Nurk out of the locker room. We should just play toxicity for every rejoin now when we talk about the Suns from System.
You're bumming me out.
Well, it's
just
not.
Please.
It's not me. It's this is. I'm going to play the cut we played going to break. This is Ramona Shelburne on NBA Today.
Yeah, the word I would use, I mean, he said glum, I'll use toxic. Wow. like that shoot around yesterday I heard was very awkward, very weird in Oklahoma City because everybody was on pins and needles wondering what they were going to do. And I think now you have this reset where how do you move forward as a team when there was a clear mandate here, like they have to do something. And if they're not able to get anything done, which is, as we say, you talked about it in the open, there's aprons, there's all this stuff. I mean, it's really hard to do something. And the thing they were trying to do did not come to fruition because Kevin Durant said no. It's hard to move forward, and that's where they're left.
Where's your mind go first on that?
Toxic. It does right now. This is something I've been talking about, and I'm not saying that, my brothers. I promise me to pat myself on the back. It's just when you've got the talent the Phoenix Suns have, and you underachieve the way that they do and have so far this season right now, the only thing that I think of is what's going on inside that locker room. This was very, very similar to DeAndre Ayton and what was happening with D.A. and Monty Williams. Very similar. I just, anytime you have talent and the kind of talent the Suns have and they underachieve, you have to look at what is going on. What is going on inside that paradigm, that locker room paradigm? And not only that, brothers, again, it's the lack of leadership. Leadership in the locker room. That's the Suns' problems. It's interesting because I'm looking at our show sheet, and right here at 10:45 it says, is there anything else they can do before the deadline? Is there anything else the Suns can do before the deadline? And I wrote down on a different sheet of paper, identify what the problem is. Identify what it is. Start there before you start talking about what kind of trades can they possibly make. No. Who's in the locker room? Why are they in the locker room? And what do they bring to the locker room? How about that?
This is how crazy the last half hour has gotten. We had a cut of Shams saying teams are still trying to get Durant from the Suns in the next hour and a half. That's still very much in play. And we can't even talk about it because all this toxic talk of the Suns locker room has come out. And the Nurk trade happened in the middle of that too. So you heard Ramona Shelburne right there. And she was saying that right after Tim McMahon said this.
Say the vibe in a word, glum. I mean, let's be honest. They just got run off the floor by the Oklahoma City Thunder, gave up 50 points to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's, their fourth loss in 5 games. This team that has this superstar trio is now 500. And oh, by the way, 2 of those stars have been shopped in the trade market. Bradley Beal, he's had it lingering the whole season. Of course, as he has said, he holds the card, so he wouldn't get traded unless he approved. But Kevin Durant, one of the best players in NBA history, is hearing his names in trade speculation. You've got that swirling. They were able to move Jusuf Nurkic. I think that was important, frankly, from a vibe standpoint. Nothing against Nurk, but you've got this mountain of a man moping at the end of the bench where he's been banished. But, man, this is a lot to put together, whether they make a move or not.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say it all the time. What you think typically gets annihilated by how you feel.
You do say that.
Okay, you can, what you think of it logically, but there are people out there that will make you feel a different way. And that feeling it'll always kick the crud out of what you think and logic, how you feel, your emotions, so much of the time will kick the crud out of your logic and what you think. And right now, I am raw because I love my Phoenix Suns. We all do. This is a very, very popular team with a bunch of really good guys inside the locker room. But those good guys are not coming together to form the kind of chemistry that you need to win games in the NBA.
So I would say this, and I was kind of, piecing this together. You and I were talking an hour ago during one of the breaks, and I'm just, we were having the conversation on the air about, what's the next step for this team, and I've kind of been piecing this together. So this is not just because of what Tim McMahon and Ramona Shelburne just said right there, because That's powerful stuff that they just said. But, I would also say it was coming off a blowout, embarrassing loss to Oklahoma City. The trade deadline has been hanging over the Suns, I would say, for 6 weeks, not 3 days like some of these other teams. I'm not pretending it's good. Clearly it's not. But I wonder if that made it sound like it's a 10 on the 1 to 10 scale of badness and it's an 8. I don't know. Either way, there's clearly issues because of what you said and what you've been saying. You have all this talent and you're a 500 team. To me, you have to, and we were having part of this conversation earlier, you got to get some flexibility because there were players traded for basically nothing at the yesterday. Jimmy Butler was traded for essentially nothing, but you can't match those deals because you can't trade anything except Bradley Beal or Kevin Durant, and you can't even trade Beal. So you got to get some flexibility. You've got to identify the problem, like you're saying. You have to figure out what that is. You need to clear out the people that are causing the problem. You need to be honest with yourself and figure out who it is and then you need to make some sort of internal commitment that you're not going to keep changing everything every 6 months. So if you look around and you say it's these 4 players, you say it's a coach, you say it's the coach, whatever, clear out what needs to be cleared out, but know that you can't then do it again in 6 months. You have to commit to it after that.
Yes. And, when you're saying that, you're talking about on the strategic level.
Yes.
You are. You're talking about on the what level. This is what we are going to do. And then when you're talking about the strategy of the Phoenix Suns, you're talking about Matt Ishbia, of course, and James Jones. Now, I know there's a lot of other guys that are included in that as well. They sit around the big rectangle and they talk about this stuff. But I think we all know the buck stops with Matt Ishbia, of course, and James Jones. Or hopefully that's where it stops.
Yeah.
Okay, but having said that, those guys have got to make that decision going forward. You talk about being on the same page. You've done a good job with that. You've been talking about that for days now.
And they've been less and less on the same page each
day.
Staying
staying on course, being on the same page. Yeah, that would be a great start. But that means there's some hardship that is ahead of the Phoenix Suns right now.
It just feels like right now, and it's funny because this isn't Devin Booker. It's not necessarily your star players, or it's at least not Booker. It feels like when this team has any sort of internal problem, and it's been this way really for a couple years now, there's not a hey, we're having this little rift. Let's talk it out. Let's figure it out, and let's move forward. It's no, this is catastrophic. We got to blow it up. New coach, new players every time. And it's like, we were just talking about this a half hour ago, Wolf, how everything has changed from the year the Suns won 64 games except Devin Booker and James Jones. Everything else has changed, and a lot of it has changed multiple times. Even the guys you brought in have already left. That was 3 years ago. That wasn't even 3 years ago.
Okay, I just want to say this quickly right now, and I have no time to do this. Yet at the same time, I keep thinking of KD and the fact that they have already tried to trade KD. And I'm thinking of the Houston Rockets, who have all the Suns' first-round picks.
Still an hour.
And I'm just saying, I wonder.
I would say
I wonder.
I'm a lot more on edge about this final hour before the trade deadline now than I was an hour ago. Like when we walked in here and started the show, it was kind of like they might trade Nurk, and maybe they'll do something else small.
And they did.
But now it's like, I don't know, man. There's still an hour before the trade deadline, and I wouldn't take anything off the table. Coming up next, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to the Suns, D-backs, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
If it's your business to manage a fleet of vehicles, then this message is for you. Hi, Tim Hovick here. You and I know that a fleet vehicle working hard is a fleet vehicle that's making money. Well, consider this. What if my fleet service department came to you? Introducing Santan Ford's Mobile Fleet Service. It's the new way of managing your work trucks. Give us a call. We'll show you how it can be a moneymaker for your business. We can even customize a plan just for you. Santan Ford Mobile Fleet Service. We keep your work vehicles on the road.
Sun Devil men's and women's basketball are ready for a Big 12 showdown.
Jihad at the left elbow, bounces complete, it's cutting on the left baseline for a slam dunk.
Catch Sun Devil men's and women's basketball for a Hoops doubleheader Saturday, February 15th, when the Sun Devil women play host to Utah at 2 p.m., followed by the Sun Devil men's basketball team at 6 p.m. when they take on the TCU Horned Frogs. Get your tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? That's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Christian Bezaidenote leads the field at 6 under. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. You're not just getting a haircut, you're getting the V's experience. Check out their newest location, V's in Verrado, now open in Buckeye, right off the 10.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon. On a Thursday, it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. There's one or two things going on, so Aaron Maloney is here. Aaron?
So the NBA trade deadline is just under an hour away, and teams are reportedly still pursuing Kevin Durant. Here's ESPN's Shams Charania.
Malika, I think all eyes around the NBA are certainly on the Phoenix Suns, a lot of because of what's transpired over the last several days. But from what I'm told, there are multiple teams making really aggressive calls to the Suns on Kevin Durant. Obviously, we know what has happened. He has made it clear, he had made it clear that he did not want a reunion with the Warriors. The Warriors made a very strong pursuit of him over the last week, and several calls are continuing to pour in. One thing I do want to clarify, Kevin Durant has not requested a trade, and it's my understanding most of all of these conversations this week have been somewhat blindsiding, because going into this week and this season, I don't think a trade was something he was thinking about. He has wanted to stay in Phoenix.
Do you believe Kevin Durant will be a member of the Phoenix Suns when the trade deadline passes? This roller coaster I want to end.
Why are you doing this to me, Mel?
Me?
Oh, my goodness.
Me?
What's your answer, Luke?
So the trade deadline ends in 55 minutes. I do tend to think
54 minutes and 30 seconds.
Sorry, now only 28 seconds.
How many more times do you think we can go up and down on this roller coaster before it passes?
Crazy how it's ramped back up in the last 45 minutes. My gut is that he'll still be here in an hour, but I think there's going to have to be a lot of conversations after that because it's certainly in play now that he could easily. If it were me, I wouldn't be upset that Golden State called and asked for me. That's different than the Suns being like, hey, we're going to try and trade KD. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's put yourself, if the station was trying to trade you, Wolf, that's a lot different than if some other station was like, hey, we really like that Wolf guy. Is he available?
Yeah.
But that would be my reaction. I don't know if KD's if he's upset right now, he's like, yeah, go ahead and trade me to Houston. You know what? I changed my mind. Get me out of here. You got an hour to do it. There's going to be teams that line up for KD if you put that out there.
Yesterday I was absolutely convinced that Kevin Durant was gone, that he had played his last game with the Phoenix Suns, and I think I'm going to stay there. I'm going to double down on that and stay there, but I could be dead wrong, and that would not be a shock, would it?
We're going to find out in the next 53 minutes and 18 seconds.
Wow, that was good. The Phoenix Suns have agreed to trade center Jusuf Nurkic to the Charlotte Hornets. Here's ESPN's Shams Charania.
Malika, this is the Suns making some moves around the edges, getting players like Cody Martin and Micic who can help them in the rotation, also picking up an asset in return. There are teams certainly calling on Kevin Durant today, as they have been the last couple days since this has become a thing because of the Warriors' aggressive pursuit of Durant. But right now, the Suns' feeling is see how this team looks. There's 1.5 hours left before the NBA trade deadline concludes. So I guess they'll keep taking calls like every other team in the NBA. But right now, what this is moves around the edges.
So moves around the edges. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now on ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, how did the Suns do in dealing Jusuf Nurkic and what they got back? They want you to grade it, Wolf. Just for you.
No.
Your choices are an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F. I'm for real.
I'm going C. Thank you.
And why is that?
Well, just right down the middle. I'm going to go with a C. That's what it is. It's a C. This was something you had to do. You had to get rid of Jusuf Nurkic, of course. You had to give up one of your first-round picks to make sure that actually happened, to get get rid of him because there was no way you could build any type of chemistry or culture inside the locker room, especially if that guy was popular in the locker room. He had to go.
It's got to be C. I mean, I almost want to lean D because you had to attach a first-round pick to get rid of a player just because he and the coach weren't getting along. So big picture, that's not ideal. That's not really you want to use those first-round picks to get good players, not to get rid of guys. But considering where we are and the fact that at that moment they were like an hour and a half away from having him for the rest of the year, you got to bump it up to a C.
Can I just say, I think it's more interesting what you said, setting that up, Mel, the fact that teams are calling on Kevin Durant. They're calling on Kevin Durant right now. Why? Because there is blood in the water.
Yeah.
They smell blood in the water. And that's why they're calling.
You feel like you can take advantage of the Suns right now. Yeah.
So 33% say C, 23% B, 18% D, 14% A, 13% F. Jimmy Butler will be headed from the Miami Heat to the Golden State Warriors. Here's Shams Charania again.
This all started 2 months ago when the Heat started really listening to offers for Jimmy Butler, and Butler was open to win-now trade destinations. And the writing was really on the wall. Pat Riley had his press conference after the season, and both sides were really looking for a move. And obviously, the saga that we saw took place over the coming 2 months after that spoke for itself. There were several teams in play here this entire time, but really from the beginning of this process, the Phoenix Suns and Golden State Warriors were the two teams most in touch with the Miami Heat on trying to figure out a package. And what Miami really wanted were shorter-term contracts or a player like Andrew Wiggins who satisfied exactly what they needed.
Were you disappointed at all that the Suns did not get Jimmy Butler?
I wasn't disappointed because it was going to take, at that point, Kevin Durant for Jimmy Butler by the time we left the air yesterday. But I am disappointed that essentially Golden State really didn't give up much to get Jimmy Butler. I'm disappointed in the sense that that's something that the Suns could have easily matched in a normal circumstance. But they are basically, their hands are tied where if they want to bring in a player of any significance, they have to either trade Beal, who has a no-trade clause, or trade Kevin Durant. It's hard to operate when the only time you can make any trade is by trading one of the best players of all time. They could have easily matched what Golden State traded in that trade, except they're not allowed to.
Yeah, what was the question again, Mel? I'm sitting here.
It's hard to focus right now,
it
right?
Is.
There's
Just
so much
all
going
the
down.
Stuff is coming down.
So I just asked, were you disappointed when you saw the news break that the Suns did not land Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I'm going to admit this right now. I was disappointed.
Yeah.
I was. You guys know the way I feel about Jimmy Butler, but I've been back and forth, flipping and flopping like a fish on the dry land. No doubt about it.
Like a fish in Miami?
Yes.
No pun intended?
I'm just saying I have back and forth. And at the same time, I do believe he was the silver bullet. So I was bummed out when he was on his way to the Warriors instead of the Suns.
All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Aaron. When we come back, let's get back into the KD stuff because now there's about 48 minutes until the trade deadline, and I would say you at least have to be on alert. She just asked us, Wolf, I don't think KD's getting traded in the next 48 minutes. You said you still think there's a pretty good shot. Either way, it's out there now. Teams are calling on KD frantically here at the last minute, so we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns up.
Final score in Oklahoma City, Thunder 140, Suns 109. Phoenix had a 2-point lead at the half, but things fell apart in quarter number 3, and they fall to 25-25 on the season, now 10-16 away from home.
The Thunder are a great team, but getting whooped by 30 points is something. We'll talk about that loss, plus keep you updated on trade deadline deals on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Golf responsibly with Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale from Four Peaks Brewing, Arizona's #1 craft brewery. Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale is easy to enjoy. Subtle notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava flavors, and a crisp, refreshing finish. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale at your local restaurant or retailer. Golf responsibly.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
The Valley of the Sun will roar to life this spring.
This ought to get pretty wild here.
Why is that, you may ask? Because NASCAR is coming to Phoenix, and it's going to be a weekend of good vibes the whole family won't forget. The best-in-class fan experience meets racing's toughest drivers for 3 days of action on and off the track, all surrounded by the beautiful Estrella Mountains. NASCAR weekend at Phoenix Raceway, March 7th through the 9th. Get your tickets now at phoenixraceway.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
The NBA trade deadline. Wolf and Luke talk Suns and NBA moves now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Wolf. I thought as we got within the final hour today after everything that happened yesterday that this might quiet down and we were going to kind of be more like sort of recapping in the final hour or so heading up to the trade deadline, which is now 43 minutes away.
It's the Wolf and Luke recap.
Except things have gotten a little interesting again, potentially very interesting. Now, I will say this. Gambo, who's going to be in here with us in about 45-ish minutes, did just tweet out hearing that will be the only trade for the Suns today.
Okay, yes. Just so you know, Basinonians, he tweeted that out.
And Gambo's right about these things. Now, he also tweeted out just before that, the Suns won't trade Kevin Durant unless they can get a combination of assets and younger players back. I'd expect that could get revisited over the summer, which I think is where this conversation can go, except, and this is just my interpretation, I'm reading that and I'm not trying to like read between the lines with Gambo. I'm just like logic of the situation.
Of course.
When he says hearing that will be the only trade for the Suns today, I believe the Suns don't have any intention of making any more trades today. But if I'm a contending team around the league, and like you said, you smell blood in the water,
yes,
and you're like, hey, we might be able to get Kevin Durant for a discount,
yes,
why would you not call the Phoenix Suns right now?
Yes.
Because what if KD, and we don't know this, but what if KD is upset that he was brought up in conversations with Golden State? Like I said, I wouldn't be upset because Golden State called on him. He wasn't being shopped. But if he's like, you know what? If this is a mess and you guys don't even want me, yeah, go ahead and trade me to Houston or whoever.
Yes.
If I'm Houston, I'd be calling.
Listen, when you get into negotiations, you have two different sides of those negotiations. One guy says this is going to happen. The other guy says, no, that's not going to happen. Yes, it is going to happen. No, it is not going to happen. We're not going to do that. Are you crazy? We're not doing the deal. Okay, we're not doing the deal. Okay, great. And then all of a sudden you hang up. And then one guy says, okay, all right, maybe they want that. He talks to his staff about it. And he says, okay, well, let me call him back. Call him back. And you never know what's going to happen in negotiations.
Yeah.
That's my point. So you might actually say, there is no way I'm ever working a deal with you, ever. And then, of course, it's interesting the way that 5 minutes before the deadline, it comes down.
Mm-hmm. Well, so, the deadline always makes some strange stuff happen at the last second.
I'm just saying, that's only logical, isn't it? That's just logic.
I still don't think KD's getting traded by 1 o'clock today, but you hear shams with that cut that teams are making aggressive calls on KD. I think if you are a team, you have to believe that there's at least a chance maybe you could get KD at a discount. I think and hope the Suns are going to hold strong, and you can't get KD at a discount right now. But here's Bob Myers from today talking about how the trade talks could affect Durant.
Quite a bit. I mean, especially for somebody of his caliber. You can argue where he will go down in the history of the NBA, but I would put him at least in the top 10 of best ever to play. And so I saw Kevin 3 weeks ago. I saw Kevin at a football game a few weeks ago, and I asked him before all this, and I said, hey, are you good? Are you happy? And he said to my face, I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to be traded. And I believe it. And I believe he has felt that way all along. But then when you hear your name being mentioned out of, for him at least, I think it was a shock. He was kind of like, I didn't push for this. I didn't ask for this.
Yeah, that would be kind of a shock right there. And you have to wonder, to what degree did that shock him? And will that actually be shocking for him going forward?
Well, you have to. This is all in the environment of Luka just getting traded out of nowhere on Saturday.
Yes.
So I think everybody was already kind of on edge, right? I mean, there was a way, if you're Durant and you didn't want to leave Phoenix, and by all accounts, and including Bob Myers right there, KD's been pretty steadfast. He doesn't want to leave Phoenix. If that trade didn't get leaked to him, he might already be on the Warriors before he even knew what happened.
Yes. Can I just say this? I have no inside information, based on things.
I
have no inside information whatsoever. But I have been saying, and I've been pretty consistent about this, there's something wrong inside that locker room. There is something wrong. Who did we actually have on? You played the cut of her saying toxic.
Ramona Shelburne.
It was Ramona Shelburne.
From like an hour ago.
Yes,
yeah.
Ramona Shelburne from an hour ago, saying she characterized what it was like inside that locker room as toxic. Oh, my goodness. You know what? When I hear that, if Ramona Shelburne is right about that, if it is toxic inside that locker room right now, anything's possible. Anything. And I would expect something to happen.
A story coming out, or people saying, and it's been hinted at, obviously, with the Nurk and the coach Bud stuff for a few weeks now. But for it to come to a peak like this, where it's like, no, their locker room is toxic an hour before the trade deadline, it's like, yeah, I would be alert if you're a Suns fan. Now, something like I said, I don't think anything's going to happen before 1, but it absolutely could, and it really sets the stage for a strange final 32 games if nothing does happen, and maybe playoff games, and really raises some questions that are hard questions that everybody in that room and in that front office is going to have to get out in front of and answer this offseason, because this is the direction of your team for a long time now.
Again, I'm not saying this is accurate. I'm not saying it's the truth, Basin Orleans. But if Ramona Shelburne is right about that. I expect something to happen because that is untenable going forward.
Here's more from Bob Myers.
Now, if you're Kevin, right, to your question, yeah, you're sitting there going, hang on a second here.
Yeah.
I am doing what you pay me to do. I'm playing basketball. I'm playing at a very good, high rate. And now I hear my name being mentioned. So he's a human being. You know, we try to mythologize. He's a guy. So, Kurt, you know him. I mean, you played. I'm not a player. I don't know. But I imagine as a human being, you're kind of shaken up.
It's crazy, Wolf. It's almost like an out-of-body experience if you take a step back, if you followed the Suns for a long time. You got a star player, one of the, as Bob Myers just said, one of the 10 best of all time, who not only wanted to come to the Suns, wants to stay on the Suns, and they're looking to trade him.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if I had said that sentence to you 5 years ago.
What is so interesting is Bob Myers is also speculating, how's this impacting him?
But he knows KD.
Yes.
I mean, he knows him. So this is, to me, the differentiation, if I were in KD's position, like I said, is, are the Suns shopping you, or are they taking calls from an aggressive Golden State team who wants you?
Yes.
Because, one, if the Suns are shopping you, is like, it feels like nobody wants you. If they're just taking calls from teams that really want you because you're Kevin Durant, then that's just like everybody wants you. That's a very different thing. If I'm taking calls on him, it's because teams want him. It doesn't mean I'm trying to trade him. If I'm out there calling like, hey, Charlotte, will you take him? Hey, Indiana, will you take him? Which they're not doing because it's Kevin Durant. That's a different. I would be more hurt by that.
But right now, isn't the cat already out of the bag? They might be calling, but who really cares at this point in time? Because they were dealing Kevin Durant to Golden State. KD said no. He nixed the deal. So again, isn't the damage, if what you're saying is true, isn't that already done?
Yeah.
Knowing that they were going to move him. I mean, I think the damage is already done.
I'm assuming at that point they would have had a deal that they really, really liked. You know, again, there's nuance and there's gray area here, but if I'm Kevin Durant and I'm thinking about my whole career, I'm not taking it as even the scenario you just laid out. Some team made some amazing offer and this isn't working. Okay, well, the trade didn't happen and I'm still here. And I wanted to be here 2 days ago, so I would still want to be here, is a lot different than the Suns saying we have to get rid of KD. That's a lot different. That's an entirely different thing. If you're telling me you don't want me, okay, then I don't want to be here. If you're telling me other teams also want me, okay, well, this is where I am and I wanted to be here in the first place and you didn't trade me, so here we are.
This is button up, Basinonians, right now. It is 35 minutes, actually 34 and a half before the trade deadline. This could be crazy.
All right, so when we come back, obviously the latest on all this. Plus, the Suns didn't get Jimmy Butler, and Golden State really didn't give up anything to get him. Is it a blessing in disguise they didn't get him, though? Our NBA Roundtable kicks off next with our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, and Suns pre- and post-game host, Mitch Vareldis, joining us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Crazy trade.
Wow, that's so crazy.
Crazy.
Here we go. America's pastime is almost back.
Del Castillo swings. High drive. Right field. Walk-off homer. Adrian Del Castillo.
Pitchers and Catchers Report Wednesday. D-backs season will be on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com. Spring training coverage presented by Estrella Jalisco.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, you guys put the big in big screen televisions.
That's right. We have the largest TVs in the valley, like our jaw-dropping 115-inch model. It's an experience you have to see to believe.
Wow. And if I need my new TV delivered or installed?
Speedy delivery, full installation, you name it. We've got it covered.
Don't forget, drop my name. You're going to get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I fall in love with you more every single morning.
Babe, you're my favorite. My heart belongs to you.
At Shane Company, our fine jewelry says it all without saying a word. This Valentine's Day, give a gift they'll love. We have pieces you can personalize or classic gifts that are ready to go. Shop our collection of meaningful gifts, like necklaces engraved with flowers and a message of love. Or give timeless diamond studs or a stylish 14-karat gold chain. We have so many romantic gifts, no matter your budget. Just call us Cupid. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1902 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1902 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 300 of these Morgan silver dollars are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-806-1641, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1902 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic old mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, but with limited quantity. You must call now. These 1902 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 122 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-806-1641. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-806-1641 now to secure your 1902 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-806-1641.
Every day, safe, prepared, informed. Every day, safety is our top priority. At APS, we consistently make updates to our electrical system to keep our crews and customers safe around electricity. Remember these tips. Put safety covers on wall outlets. Call 811 before you dig to have the location of underground wires marked. And stay at least 100 feet away from downed power lines. For more ways to stay safe around electricity, visit aps.com/brighter.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA trade deadline is at 1 o'clock, and the Phoenix Suns have made a trade. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Suns are trading Jusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Cody Martin, Vasilije Micic, and a 2026 second-rounder. Charania also reported that teams are still making calls on Kevin Durant. However, our own John Gambadoro is reporting that the Nurkic trade will be it for Phoenix. And the WM Phoenix Open is underway from TPC Scottsdale. Christian Bezuidenhout leads the field at 6 under.
The NBA trade deadline. Are the Suns in the mix to make moves?
Kevin Durant has no desire in a reunion with the Warriors. He does not want to go back.
The NBA trade deadline roundtable featuring Suns expert Kellen Olson with Wolf and Luke.
All right, yeah, it's Wolf and Luke. Trade deadline's in a half hour. Kellen Olson and Mitch Vareldis are joining us in studio now for the first part of our NBA trade deadline roundtable, which will take us right up to the deadline, and then Kellen's going to stick around, and Gambo's going to come in for the aftermath after the deadline. How you guys doing over there?
I'm just glad the Suns made a trade so that we had something to talk about. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, there's never anything to talk about with this team.
No.
All right, let's start with the Butler stuff from 16 hours ago. Feels like it's from 4 weeks ago. Kellen, I'll start with you. Jimmy Butler goes to Golden State. I yesterday didn't want the Suns trading Durant just for Butler. I don't think it didn't make a lot of sense to me because you're in the same position with a lesser player. But then I saw what Golden State had to give up to get him, and it's nothing. It's basically not. I mean, the Suns can't do that because their hands are so tied. But where are you on Butler being in Golden State and the Suns not being able to make a big move?
I think it's more about what you're saying, which is that we spent so much time talking about a Bradley Beal trade and how much the Suns would have to give up to get Butler in a Beal trade that you sort of lost track of like how low Butler's value was. And this goes back to the second apron and the Suns' certain amount of pride in being a team that was in the second apron and how they were going to be able to handle it and how they were going to be able to maneuver it. If that was really true, they would have Jimmy Butler on their team right now. Like you think about, you look at what he went for, it's like, okay, if you could aggregate salaries, it would have just been Grayson Allen, Yusuf Nurkic, a first-round pick, done. Boom. Yeah. Easy. But it was not that easy, and that's why they wound up in this position where they just have to try and improve on the margins, I guess, which I don't exactly understand what the point is, which is, I'm sure, what we're going to get into over the course of the next hour.
Mitch, how about you? What was your reaction to the Butler trade?
Oh, that's funny. He didn't want to sign an extension there, I thought. That was also the follow-up report that came with Jimmy Butler. Clearly, it was far more difficult for the Suns to be able to pull off said move than it was for apparently any other team that was interested in Jimmy Butler to pull off said move. And I think the domino that essentially forced all the other teams' hands was the one that nobody expected when Luka Doncic got traded to the Lakers on Saturday. Then you started to see a lot of those teams that had been rumored in those big 5-team deals, 4-team, whatever it would be, make their own little smaller trades. Like the Bucks get Kuzma, and then the Kings take on Valanciunas, etc. And at that point, it just became increasingly clear that there was only going to be a 2-team, maybe it ended up being, I think, 4 teams involved in that deal. But the Warriors had the easier path to be able to get him. And I'm just annoyed that they had to give up essentially nothing. Like, Andrew Wiggins is a great player, don't get me wrong, but now they're off of that salary. And just as importantly, they got to keep all of the young guys that they wanted to keep in the process. It's so annoying that it drug out for this long and it still ended up with a different team getting him.
Yeah, it does, Kellen. It sort of feels like everybody else is winning except the Suns. I mean, the Spurs have gotten significantly better. The Lakers have gotten better. As Mitch just pointed out, Golden State was able to swoop in after the Suns have been trying to get Butler for 6 weeks, and they gave up basically Andrew Wiggins and kind of a first-round pick, and they get Jimmy Butler. How far behind are the Suns falling even now compared to where they were a week ago?
Yeah, that's the trouble, and something that Mitch and I talked about a lot yesterday is that if you look at the standings right now and just go up and down, we've still got, by the way, 22 minutes left until the deadline is done. There's going to be another West team that gets better here in the next 20 minutes, but if you look at the significant moves made already, like Sacramento is the first team that comes to mind because by trading De'Aaron Fox, we thought that they were going to get much worse, but there is a path towards them still being at least competitive. Dallas just gave up Luka Doncic, and yet they're bringing in Anthony Davis. They brought in Caleb Martin, and I'm sure they're going to make another move here in the next 20 minutes. The Lakers speak for themselves. They make the Mark Williams trade last night on top of the Luka trade. The Clippers just made a move, which they traded Terrence Mann, who is someone they should be playing more, but they aren't, so they bring in Bogdan Bogdanovic, who's the type of offensive threat that they need. And you just go around to the Spurs and these other teams, and you just wonder how the Suns are exactly going to be able to keep up. But the main thing that I keep coming back to is the pick trade that they made. That was a trade that at the time we thought that was to get more ammo, to make things more flexible for a Jimmy Butler trade. And instead, you just used one of those first-round picks from 2026 that you couldn't before in this deal that helps you do what exactly that you could have still waited to do this summer. Anyway, that pick
breaks
trade
up an argument. That's all it did.
That pick trade is going nowhere. You could have done that before the draft. Like if you still wanted to pick this year, great. That pick trade was going nowhere. There were plenty of teams like salivating at the thought of getting that 2031 pick, and you could have driven up the price on it, to be quite honest, to get even more for it. So befuddling now, looking back, hindsight and all that on that trade even more. I didn't like it at the time, and now I hate it.
So Ramona Shelburne said that the Suns locker room was toxic. Do you buy that?
I mean, I only get the impression from afar and then everything that I see that's posted on social media. And to be honest, if the product on the court is what it is, should they not be having a toxic locker room right now, or at least a locker room that feels very, very tense? Is a removal of Yusuf Nurkic going to change that? No, I don't think so, because I feel like a lot of the noise around whether or not this team was going to be able to move forward with all that was going on inside the locker room. They're still here. And clearly whatever product is being put out there is not good enough. And it's clearly not good enough with them if it's becoming as toxic as it is being reported. So I believe it for the most part. I just don't have the firsthand experience to really kind of grasp onto what is truly going on between the lines, essentially.
Killer, how about you?
It has to, right? I mean, for 6-7 weeks, Bradley Beal's had all this noise around him, and that enough is like just his name and how much is being around him and the talk of no trade clauses. His agent on 2 separate occasions over a month having to go to different outlets and being like, he's not waiving his no trade clause. He would only go to these certain teams. All of the noise continued to percolate around him. Then you get to Nurk getting benched. Then you get to all of this Jimmy Butler trade talk intensifying. That's when Ryan Dunn's name comes up. Oso Ighodalo's name comes up. Grayson Allen's name comes up to get another pick. Maybe Royce O'Neal's name comes up to get another pick. And then the Kevin Durant stuff in the last week. I just named half the roster, Wolf, that's been had their name in the streets for
some important players too.
And in a stretch where you're playing 500 basketball and you need to improve drastically to get where you need to go. I think it has no reason but to. I thought that Devin Booker's answer to Dwayne Rankin last night was really indicative, where Dwayne was looking at, okay, like what's changed between 8-1, 9-2, and now, and then Book was very honest and just kind of saying, well, we won those games pretty close, and they could have gone any other way. That was a stretch where if we would have been blowing teams out at that time, I think it would have shown a lot more progress than we were getting done. So he himself was almost saying like that 8-1 start actually wasn't real, which is crazy because Book is normally not that honest and transparent about the state of the team, but it was telling that he was in that moment.
Yeah. Circling back to the Butler trade for a second, and there were other ones. I think there were probably all of us saw other trades that have happened in the last 24 hours that you're like, oh, the Suns maybe could have been in on that, except like you said, Kellen, their hands are so tied. Mitch, this is maybe something we'll get into next segment too, but I'll just throw it at you now. Like, how much of a priority is it for you that they figure out a way to get some flexibility? I would say this offseason, where because it just feels like they could have gotten discounts, they could have gotten good deals.
Yeah.
Right now, if they want to make any trade, they have to trade one of the greatest players of all time just to be able to make a trade.
So if I read correctly, they've at least created some potential flexibility in terms of getting off of Yusuf Nurkic's contract. I believe Cody Martin is an expiring deal, as well as Vasilija Micic, who they got both back from the Hornets.
They have non-guaranteed deals next year.
So you have that flexibility in terms of opening up some money and some roster slots, just as importantly, to be able to change up how you want this roster to look next year. I think the only guarantees for this roster next season are the big 3, one of which has a no-trade clause, so it's very unlikely that he gets moved. One is your franchise face, and then the other one, reportedly, even before the start of the season, there was some discussions about finding some way to extend him. But even that, it feels like a massive question mark just based on the product that we've seen on the floor this year. So I think the flexibility exists. We just won't see it until likely the offseason, where they'll try to get even more aggressive than they've already been trying to do so far.
We have no time for this question, but I want both of you to answer it.
Okay.
Do you think KD is going to be extended? If he survives the trade deadline, do you think he'll be extended after this year?
Yes, but that doesn't mean he can't get traded.
Okay.
I'll also say yes.
Okay. Well, that's what I was going to tease for when we come back. So
we got to tease something else.
The NBA trade deadline is now under 19 minutes away. So is there anything else the Suns can do in the next 19 minutes? And big picture, what can they do beyond? What are the next 32 games going to be like? What is the offseason going to be like? It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Vareldis and Kellen Olson are in here for the roundtable as well on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This team is going to be different after the Oklahoma City game. Watching them play and watching these minutes and watching the way guys aren't getting used, and really, truly, the most baffling one, Tyus Jones. I really just don't understand all the hand-wringing, all the obvious need for a point guard. You went out and got one, and he plays 17 minutes last night.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information right now. Trajan Wealth's core philosophies, they include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency as well. These are just a few key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. This is one of the reasons why I would tell you to call Trajan Wealth today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn a little bit more. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know, Basinonians, one size does not fit all. Contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence that is out there. Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Is your AC so old it deserves a retirement party? Paul Calvese here, because day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, they're searching for the oldest AC in the valley. The winner gets a brand new high-efficiency air conditioner with an air purifier. Enter by texting DAY to 602-649-1889. Text DAY to 602-649-1889. Conditions apply. See official contest rules. Valid entry dates January 13th through February 9th, 2025.
Hey guys, it's Gambo, and if your goal this year is to improve your health, then it starts with building a foundation. If your testosterone levels are low or your stress is too high, you can't expect to lose the weight or start crushing your workouts. That's why I use M-Drive, the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts, for more energy, strength, and drive. You can find M-Drive at Sprouts or go to mdriveformen.com and use code GAMBO for 25% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. Don't let age beat you. Try M-Drive.
Valentine's Day is around the corner. Discover Mo Money Pawn, Arizona's premier upscale pawn shop for the perfect gift. Find stunning rings, diamonds, chains, and watches at MMP Jewelry. Looking for something unique? Guns or ammo could be a great gift for the hard-to-buy-for person. Check out our sports memorabilia. Mo Money Pawn has what you need. Visit our state-of-the-art location at 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop in the nation with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop online at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money Pawn, Arizona's largest pawn shop.
Doesn't expect the Suns to make any more moves. They've already traded Nurk today to Charlotte, but so thankful Charlotte's in the league for the Suns to keep making trades with. Otherwise, no deals would ever get done. Kellen, I'll throw this at you. Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. There's all this stuff swirling around Kevin Durant right now. Shams, like an hour and a half ago, said teams are still aggressively calling on him. When you take a step back as somebody who has covered this team now for a while, and you just even take the names out of it, and you're like, all-time great player wants to come to Phoenix, then doesn't want to leave Phoenix, and they are, if you believe it yesterday, about to trade him. That sentence would have seemed unbelievable for like 3 different reasons a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was a trade at the time where it was almost like kindred spirits, Wolf, where you looked at Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, the way they approach basketball, just like the way they seem to approach life, like to kind of go deep with it for a second. They just seem like two guys that would mesh perfectly on the basketball floor. And clearly the dynamic, the chemistry, the neurons, whatever you want to call it exactly, doesn't necessarily work between the two of them. I'm not saying that, but like a team built around those two as a whole just doesn't work. And like the grand answer here is why, or the grand question is why. The grand answer, we don't know. And we've been sitting here shrugging for 18 months as to why it doesn't work. But again, we just continue to see evidence that it does not work. We've seen different variables change, which is why the Jimmy Butler trade just didn't really make a ton of sense for me personally. So now you go into the summer and it's like, okay, is that grand realization moment going to finally arrive for the Suns that they need to not only trade Kevin Durant, but trade Kevin Durant in a way where they are building for the future instead of the present? I'm not sure they're ever going to get there, but that's ultimately the reality that the Suns are in, which again, like it's crazy. We were talking about this yesterday, last night, and Mitch brought up the Kevin Garnett trade with Brooklyn. The crazy comparison there is like KG immediately was washed when he got there. Kevin Durant's been Kevin Durant, and it still hasn't really mattered. It's really bizarre.
You know, for me, once again, I was talking about this earlier, but I really do believe right now that the Suns in that locker room, everything that I've ever believed in regard to it takes players. You have players inside that locker room, and then you have coaches inside that locker room as well. And those are the schemes. You got skulls, which are the players, schemes, which are the coaches, and then you've got culture. This is how we do it. This is who we are. And you know what holds all of that together, men? Leadership. Leadership holds it together. And I'm not talking, this is just me, I'm not talking about a coach being a leader. A coach is a leader. What you need is the leader. You need guys that show great leadership, that hold it all together. Players, schemes, and culture. It brings it all together to form a team. And right now, this is what is lacking with the Phoenix Suns as far as I'm concerned.
And generally speaking, you would think that you wouldn't get all these reports about tense locker rooms or toxic locker room situations if there was, metaphorically speaking, an adult in the room, so to speak. I mean, you've been in locker rooms before. Kellen has obviously been in locker rooms before from a different perspective. And clearly, whatever has gone on this year, from at least my view, it feels like something has seeped out from whatever negative stuff is going on, and it is seeped into the basketball product, which you never want it to do. What's the one thing they always tell you when you go to work? Leave your personal problems at home.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that they're dealing with personal problems, but apparently work is starting to become a personal problem, at least from what we've watched this year.
Well, you look at their record and you look at their talent, and it doesn't add up. So that either is a sign that something was going on, or it helped create something going on.
Yeah.
So what now, Kellen? And I'll start this with you. You still have 32 games left this season. This is supposed to be right in the heart of your championship window. I don't think anybody looks at the Suns right now and says, no, they're going to turn this around. Is there anything that can turn them around at this point for this season? Is getting through the trade deadline going to be a jolt, or is this just going to be really awkward now for the next 2 months?
You specialize in asking me questions you know how I'm going to answer and make me look like the incredibly negative guy. You're like, there's rainbows and sunshine over here, or there's doom and gloom and just darkness.
Think of me as a point guard throwing you a lob, but like Wembanyama's there to block you, and you'll look bad, not me.
To do it, no. Like, there's nothing that's going to change. This is, as the kids say, a mid-team. They're going to be a little bit over 500, a little bit under 500. They're going to be lucky to make the playoffs. If they do, they're going to lose in 5 games or less in the first round. Like, that's their fate right now. We were waiting to see if some sort of dynamic would change with this team in the last 6 weeks, and nothing at all really has changed at all. And as Gambo just tweeted, are we all ready for the summer of 25? Let the speculation begin. So it's like, what exactly is next for this team? The concerning part for me with all of the Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant talk yesterday was that this was clearly the type of deal lined up where the Suns valued a lot about getting better now as well as in the future, and that just can't be what you get for like your last real fail-safe in this if you're still believing that you should build around Devin Booker for the future like I do. Then if you trade Kevin Durant, you need everything to be for the future. You need to get picks back. You need to get young players back. No getting a guy in his mid-30s. You need to build for the future. And now we're going to sit here and wait and see if that moment comes this summer. I'm okay as long as the return for Durant, assuming that he is gone this summer, is in a really good place this summer, Wolf. I have no harm with like waiting this extra couple of months. It was clearly now the timing of it and everything we can perceive is that they were more open to trading Durant within like the last week. And I don't know why that thought process changed so suddenly. Like it took 2 bad losses in Portland for them to get there when we've watched the same team for 18 months. But I'm curious to see what exactly they're looking for and what exactly that they're going with. Because as Gambo tweeted a little bit earlier, like they're looking for young players and they're looking for picks. And that's exactly what they should be doing to try and get this thing back in the right direction.
I will tell you, though, I really did want to see Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Jimmy Butler. I really did want to see that because I think he is exactly the kind of player that they need. He's a guy that you could build that culture around. He's a great defensive player. Okay, maybe not as great as he was a few seasons ago. I understand that. He's 35 years old. He's getting older right now. Maybe not the same player, yet at the same time, he's got the mentality. Everything this team needs, it's not physical. It's mental. It's in the soul. That's what this team needs. And Jimmy Butler brings an awful lot of that. I think the Warriors recognize that.
I do also think you can find a player like that isn't Jimmy Butler in name, but you can certainly find that in all the other intangibles. Like, two that come to mind were already here in Chris Paul and Jay Crowder. Like, the Suns had those guys at one point in time. Things soured with the both of them. They chased after the idea of just having pure scorers on the floor and then everything else would come naturally. The problem is that when the scoring doesn't always come and isn't so pure, the other things that were supposed to come naturally don't also come along with that.
The only thing I would say on that, though, Minch, you got to remember, every individual is different.
Sure.
Jimmy Butler is not Chris Paul. Chris Paul is not Jimmy Butler. Guys are different. There's no doubt about it. And their personalities, they have to mesh. Some guys really value it, and some guys do it really, really well, and they mesh. Some guys do not. Jimmy Butler, we could build an argument, doesn't really mesh. You got to put guys around him. I just wanted to see if it would have. Because to me, the Suns don't need talent. They've got all the talent they need.
Mm-hmm.
What they need is toughness.
Well, and if you could have done it the way you're talking about, where you traded Beal for him, you're not sacrificing your last big trade chip like Kellen's talking about.
I wanted to see those guys.
Yeah,
yes.
so you could see that. That probably had more upside than Beal, Booker, and Butler, and you would still have your trade chip this summer if it didn't work, which would lead me to my next question for you, Mitch, since you're leaving in a couple minutes. How much do you think the next 32 games, the rest of this season, whatever that ends up being, impacts what they do this summer, or are they already starting to plot out what they're going to do this summer?
I mean, look, if this trade deadline did not teach them anything about the state of their roster, then I don't know what another 32 games is going to teach them. To Kellen's point just a moment ago, like, what, 2 losses in Portland, and now all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, maybe we should trade away the guy that could actually give us a hefty return and like a reasonable return. No, I would think that if this front office is smart enough to recognize where this team is at right now, they're already thinking about how they're going to change things this summer, and whether or not KD is a part of it is probably at the top of the list, in my opinion.
See, I thought there might be a team out there that was a little bit more desperate because of the trade deadline right now, that is looking at their team, like the Rockets, by way of example, and saying, we need one piece, one guy, and we could make a run this year. And maybe they'd get desperate. And that's what I was hoping for because of this year in the deadline.
They're also the perfect partner because whose first-round picks do they
Correct.
hold on to right now? Wink, wink.
If I was Houston, I would have been like, if we were doing the show in Houston, I'd be like, why aren't they calling the Suns right now? Like, seriously.
You know what sucks, though? To be the doom and gloom guy one more time. What happens if the Suns miss the playoffs and they call Houston like, hey, we'd love to get our pick, by the way. That would be great. And Houston's like, there's this thing called the draft lottery, and we're going to wait a sec, actually.
Yeah.
I do not like that outcome, Luke. I do not like that outcome at all.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I have long been like, I don't need specifically my own picks back.
Well, his nickname is Killer.
But now at this point, yeah, I mean, that one specific pick with the way the season's going. All right, Mitch, thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you
Thank
again
you, guys.
soon. Kellen's going to stick around. NBA trade deadline is 4 minutes away. We're going to react to everything when it hits with the co-host of Burns and Gambo. Gambo is going to join us. Kellen will stick around. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morano mornings.
The thing that really is bothering me with every passing night is when you start to listen to sound bites from the players and the coaches involved, nobody is putting 10 toes to the ground and saying, we need to stop sucking. Wouldn't somebody, if a team really cared and a team was really cohesive, wouldn't somebody at some point in time say, enough?
See, maybe the Suns collectively are listening to the show. They hear your frustration with Jarrett, and they're like, see, getting upset doesn't do anything.
Right. He's criticized and yelled at him for 8 years, and he hasn't changed at all.
Bickley and Morano, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Fairway Mortgage. You're buying a home, visit home.com, HOME.com. You need to be able to trust the people doing your mortgage. That way you can focus on everything else, and that's where Fairway Mortgage comes into play. Their loan officers are absolutely relentless when it comes to finding the very best rates and options for you. Because at Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, they believe everybody deserves a place to call their own. And they believe the way they do things is just as important as what they do. The Fairway team makes the home buying process smooth, simple, and stress-free. That way, you can focus on what matters most, which is, of course, your future. No matter where you are on your home ownership journey, Fairway's with you every step of the way, so take that next step. Unlock the door to your new home today. Do yourself a favor. Check out home.com. That's HOME.com. Again, you're going to find a bunch of different calculators on the site, payments, refinancing, explanations of all the different mortgage loan options that they offer to meet your unique needs. You'll get a lot of questions answered just by going to the site before you even have to talk to anybody, and then you can talk to them as well if you need to. So again, visit home.com to start your home buying experience the fair way. Fairway, your dream awaits. Company NMLS number 2289. This is not an offer to enter into an agreement. Not all customers will qualify. Equal housing opportunity.
Hey, sports fanatics and card collectors, this is Adam from DNA Cards and Collectibles. Mark your calendar for Saturday, February 22nd. We'll be hosting a Topps Hobby Rip Night you won't want to miss. While we can't spill all the details just yet, we can announce Arizona's favorite female hooper, Sophie Cunningham, will be hanging out, ripping packs, and having fun. Keep listening for more celebrity guests and keep in the loop by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Located on the northwest corner of 32nd Street and Shea with Zips and Ace Hardware. DNA Cards and Collectibles. Be legendary.
It's time to tee it up at Sparky's Fairway, a new driving range event hosted inside ASU's Mountain America Stadium. Returning this February and presented by Four Peaks Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale. You can hit golf balls from an elevated platform onto the football field. Get you and 5 friends a bay for the hour while enjoying great food and drinks. Or book your own private party at the stadium. Sparky's Fairway is fun for the whole family. Tee times vary. Book your time today at ASU365.events.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Please, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then... you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, we just had a change in administrations. How does that affect your clients' portfolios?
Well, you know, it's a question we get asked all the time. People want to know, should we invest here? Should we invest there? You know what I say? We use multiple money managers because we don't really know what the direction is going to go, and they all have different ideas. I think it's important to be diversified, to make sure that you have a group of competent money managers that can make those decisions.
So being diversified isn't just having your money in stocks and bonds, it's making sure that multiple money managers are looking at your portfolio so you are completely taken care of. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Under.
Arizona Sports. Suns insider John Gambadoro and Suns guru Kellen Olson join Wolf and Luke at our NBA trade deadline roundtable.
All right, final hour of the show. We are officially past the NBA trade deadline. Kellen Olson is sticking around for the roundtable. It's Wolf and Luke, but Gambo is joining us ahead of his show at 2. So, Gambo, first of all, thanks for coming in here.
No more trades.
No more trades.
Put that about an hour ago. I was told that they're going to be the only trade they made was going to be that trade.
So you're not surprised, obviously, because I'm looking at your page right now. You did tweet that out about an hour ago. You're not surprised that nothing happened in the last hour. But now that the trade deadline has passed, if you go back a week or two, are you surprised at all that really their only move was Nurkic?
Yeah, because they were looking at some power forwards. I believe they were looking at guys like maybe a Bobby Portis or an Obi Toppin and some guys like that to try to get a power forward in here. As we all know, they've had some problem with a thing called offensive rebounding. You guys have ever heard of an offensive rebound?
They haven't.
Vaguely.
Yeah, so they were looking at somebody at the power forward spot, but I think the cost was just too high. They get rid of Nurkic, so they're basically off that money for next year. The two guys that they brought in have non-guaranteed contracts, so they're gone. So you'll have some savings next year. You gave up a first, one of your first, but you got a second back. But what I'm being told, guys, when I reported this an hour ago that they were done, this was the only deal they were going to make, the summer of 25. If Bryan Adams could redo the song, the summer of 69, the summer of 25 is going to be hell. It's going to be, and let the speculation begin now. There's no reason to wait.
Not?
The summer of 25, because it's very likely they will explore every option to trade Kevin Durant this summer.
So what are your expectations for the Phoenix Suns for the last 30 games?
Their expectation is they know they're not good. They know they're not good. So they weren't going to give up any more assets that they had to try to bring in a fringe player that wasn't going to go over. And the only way they're trading Durant is for young assets and for draft picks. As I told you guys yesterday, I think off air, what the Golden State offer was.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been the home run deal. Mm-hmm. You would have got a combination of young players and a bunch of draft capital. That would have been a home run deal for the Phoenix Suns. They're going to look for the home run deal. If they can get it, they'll take it. And that has to be assets going forward as far as draft picks and young players to add some youth and athleticism to the roster.
Kellen, any concern now that you're waiting a few more months to do it and maybe the offer won't be as good in June or July?
I think you're okay. And a key tidbit that Gambo and I were talking about off air coming into the segment is that the Suns can sign Kevin Durant to that 2-year extension that Gambo was reporting both parties were interested in last summer. And the reason why to wait on the 1-year extension that could have been done last year is to wait to do 2. You can sign that 2-year extension, then still trade him.
Yeah.
There are certain extensions where you sign a guy to a 4 or 5-year deal or whatever, and you have to wait 6 months. We're talking about like January 15th is the day everyone can get traded. That does not apply to him. So the worry would be in waiting that it's one less season that the team is going to have in getting him, and now he's on an expiring contract instead, but he will very likely not be on an expiring contract when he's dealt. You kind of look at what happened with Jimmy Gambo, and it's like immediately he signs that 2-year extension. Golden State wasn't trading him just for this season. They knew they were going to get more years after that.
What do you guys think the problem is for the Phoenix Suns? What do you think the problem is?
Roster construction. I think a lot of the problem is coaching right now. I said this on Bickley and Murata this morning. Mike Budenholzer has done a terrible job, just a terrible job, not being able to get the most out of his players. I mean, look at Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones is a good player. We were all excited when I got Tyus Jones. Who wasn't excited? Yeah. You get a really good point guard, and they're not using him right. You know, right now it's got to be about developing Ryan Dunn, developing Oso Iguodaro, developing the young players, not the players that aren't going to be here, but develop it. And so Tyus Jones, in all honesty, like this, you know, you're 25 and 25. You've got a puncher's chance in the playoffs, but it's a rare chance. They know that they're not a good team. They'll give it 30 games. But I think one, coaching has been, Mike Budenholzer pushed a lot of buttons. None of them have worked. None of the buttons. And then I do think it's roster construction. They struggle with youth, athleticism, and rebounding.
And leadership.
And no leadership. There is no leadership. Yeah. There's no leadership.
Guys, I'm sitting here, and as a guy that played in the National Football League, that blows my mind.
That there's no leadership?
That there's no leadership.
Yeah.
That blows my mind. And once again, coming into it, I was really encouraged because Devin Booker, what did he say? What did he say he wanted to improve at? coming into this season. Leadership.
It's not him. It's not who he. But listen, you know this.
But Johnny, guys can develop that part of them.
You're either born with that or you're not.
Listen. I have seen guys myself who came in who believed, like Book, you got to lead by example. You got to lead by example, and you do. You have to lead by example, but you also have to walk up and keep people accountable. You have to do it. And I think honestly,
but you don't develop
some guys.
You don't develop into an alpha if you're not. You've seen somebody do that?
Look, I have seen somebody do that. Yes,
it's got to be so rare. It's got to be so rare.
I'm just saying right now, it's not impossible to do it, John. You have to be able to do it, and I think he's got to be able to do it. Now, to me, you're telling me he can't.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I mean, listen, I'll just give you, like I was talking with a former player that, KD can't be your emotional leader. It's not who he is. He operates independently of the team on the floor. He needs a great core group to put him in a chance to win so he could just be him and win. Nothing more, nothing less. Said the Suns are not physical, not disciplined, no emotional energy, inefficient at times, and they're garbage near the rim. So everybody thought Jimmy would fix a lot of that because Jimmy is that emotional, fiery, inspirational guy that people respond to.
And to be honest, I'm kind of tired of hearing about leadership by example for these two guys anyway, because their work habits are undeniable. Like Kevin is legendary in that regard. Devin is too. How about last night? Like, why doesn't Book just see Shea going off for 30 and be like, I got it. Tyus enough. I got it. I'll take him. Who are the two guys standing around looking at the offensive rebounds being grabbed? It's Devin and Kevin. Like, they just have to be much, much better in those areas for these things to turn around, because if they're not getting into the dirty work, who else is going to? It is no coincidence that when we've seen this team play its best basketball, it has been when those two guys are defending and they're rebounding. When they were 8-1, 9-2 to start the year, yes, Kevin in the clutch. Kevin was playing much, much better defense than he is now. His defense has fallen off a cliff. Like, those two guys need to lead by example on the floor. They're doing it off the floor with their habits and everything, I understand. But on the floor, they're just not doing it this year at all.
Yeah, but can I just, hypothetically, say to you right now, what if Kevin Durant walked up to some dude, looked him dead in the eye and said, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're not giving us what we need. Now, first of all, the first thing you think of is you've got to go ahead and you've got to do it yourself. You've got to lead by example. You've got to hold yourself to a standard you're not going to hold anyone else to. And that's what's not going on. That's what's not happening inside that locker room to me. Your best players are not walking up on dudes and challenging them.
And if they are, it's even worse, right?
Okay, Chris Paul
did.
They went to the finals.
Chris Paul, word is that he dragged DeAndre Ayton into being the player he was consistently. Yeah. Dragged him into doing it because Chris Paul is a leader. But other guys aren't, I mean, Kevin Durant and Devin Booker are just not leaders. They're just not. They're not that.
And I'm saying, John, I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but to me, that's the issue. That's the problem.
That's why they wanted Jimmy.
That's in that. It doesn't pull culture together, players, schemes. It doesn't. Leadership holds all of that together. And
remember last year they were like, who's the leader of the team? And somebody said the coach needs to be the leader, and that was Vogel. And remember when they got on Vogel last year?
No, yeah.
Remember that?
It was also KD said that.
Yeah.
And
the
then
coach.
And then Wolf's head
exploded. The coach is the leader.
And boom.
Wolf's head actually exploded on the air. Right. No. We have like that cut. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You're going to see performances by the Killers, Fall Out Boy, Incubus, the Black Keys, and many more. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for complete details and your chance to win tickets. Trade deadline is officially over. Gambo and Kellen are going to stick around for one more segment. What do the Suns do now? What even can they do this offseason? That's all next. It's the NBA Trade Deadline Roundtable. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If they don't get Jimmy Butler and this team goes and flops in the playoffs again, I don't think Kevin Durant's on this roster when the season starts next year.
I have no qualms with that.
I don't think he's on this roster. Whether he wants out or they just come to an agreement that
it's not working, it's time to move on. Yeah, right.
Yeah. I don't think that Kevin Durant's on this team when training camp starts.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what you could be doing right now? You could be watching sports. You could be eating wings while you're listening to this. This is pretty much the perfect time to do that because basketball and hockey are going strong. I mean, this has been a crazy, really week and a half with basketball. Spring training is right around the corner. So you could be going to a game, then you go to Twin Peaks afterward. You've been out in the sun for a couple hours. Great place to go. Then, of course, you got football. You got the big game coming up on Sunday. In fact, the first 100 fans to show up to Twin Peaks on Sunday get a free square for the chance to win a Twin Peaks gift card at the end of every quarter. Plus, every fan scores free fried pickles just for showing up. Imagine that. You just get some fried pickles. You walk in the door. Contact your favorite store for more information because Twin Peaks really is the perfect answer when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the games. Grab a table, order up some food and drinks, live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action while you're there. Enjoy their outstanding food selection. It's not just the wings. They got an entire menu made for MVPs. Steaks, burgers, flatbreads, loaded fries, whatever you're looking for. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1902 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1902 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 300 of these Morgan silver dollars are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-806-1641, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1902 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1902 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 122 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-806-1641. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-806-1641 now to secure your 1902 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-806-1641.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have you been wanting a soft water unit for your home? Now is the time to get one. Christian Brothers is offering a whole home water filtration system starting at just $2,200, and you can even finance it for as low as $50 per month. They want people living in Maricopa County to have complete confidence in the water coming from their taps. So take advantage by calling Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com. That's cbrothers.com.
Sun Devil men's and women's basketball are ready for a Big 12 showdown.
The jihad at the left elbow. Bounces complete. It's cutting on the left baseline for a slam dunk.
Catch Sun Devil men's and women's basketball for a Hoops doubleheader Saturday, February 15th, when the Sun Devil women play host to Utah at 2 p.m., followed by the Sun Devil men's basketball team at 6 p.m. when they take on the TCU Horned Frogs. Get your tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
There's going to be a lot more games that tickets get to that price. So if you want to be a part of them, you better buy season tickets. You better do it right now. You better sell it out because we're going to have a lot more games where this state wants to show up to. Buy your season tickets. Let's make that every single week of next year. Because why would you not want to be in that environment? That's one of the most fun places to be in college football. Why would you not want to do that every Saturday?
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and reputations matter, which is why if you're looking to buy a new vehicle, you need to check out my friends at Chapman BMW. They're an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling, and they have a great reputation for making luxury affordable, which means they can put the car of your dreams in your driveway. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Arizona Sports. Suns insider John Gambadoro and Suns guru Kellen Olson join Wolf and Luke at our NBA trade deadline roundtable.
Gambo and Kellen are here. Gambo, you came in yesterday with us, and one of the first things you said was, okay, look, Booker's not going anywhere, so everybody can calm down about that.
Yeah.
And he obviously didn't, and I would assume the plan is for him to not go anywhere for a long time.
No plans to trade Booker, not this summer, nope.
So now what? Like, if you
play 30 games, you'll... Look, does anybody think they're anything more than a play-in tournament team? is there anybody here that think they're anything more than a play-in?
No, not now.
No, sir.
I mean, and you got to hope that, look, San Antonio's going to be better.
Yep.
You might not even make the play-in. Their schedule's brutal.
Be better too.
I mean, so I think you get to right now. It's somebody tweeted to me, and I screenshotted. I cannot wait for this season to be over. And I think a lot of people feel that way. I can't wait for the season to be over. So what you do is you're going to get to the summer. You're going to have a first-round pick. It's going to be late in the draft right now. I think it's 29th, but you have a first-round pick. You got to try to hit on a player that can come in and help you in some capacity. It doesn't have to be a top 5 player, but man, they could use somebody that can help at an 8 or a 9 or a 10. So that's one. And then you're going to look to trade Kevin Durant. You're going to reopen the Kevin Durant sweepstakes and see if you can get a combination like what Golden State was going to give you of young players and draft picks to kind of give you a chance to be somewhat competitive while you've got Booker. Because they don't want to tank with Booker because they don't have their draft picks. They don't have their own draft picks.
Yeah.
Unless they trade with Houston, they can get their draft picks back. So, and then young players and draft picks so they have something to build for the future.
Yeah.
For me, if it's as bad inside that locker room as the reports are saying, I don't expect them to even get to the play-in. I don't. I expect him to miss the whole thing.
How does KD react to this? I mean, me and you were at the game against Minnesota, and in the locker room afterwards, he was like, you got to be a professional, trade deadline. I've been traded. Everybody's been traded. We're all professionals here. So let's say if he acts that way, but now that he knows that he could have been traded, I mean, psychologically, how's he going to react?
Yeah, that was only a week ago. We played that cut earlier, Kellen, and what Gambo just said. I mean, KD says that, and I don't think he was lying, but he also wasn't openly being talked about as a trade target. Is that the biggest story now going forward here is how KD responds?
Yeah, the resilience factor, if there is any in this team, and we haven't gotten much indication that there is one, but we've talked about for weeks now, this is the toughest schedule left in the league. It really kicked off with Oklahoma City last night. We saw how that went. There are going to be injuries along the way. Ryan Dunn and Bradley Beal both got hurt last night. We don't know the status of them. We'll have to wait for the injury report coming out at 5:30 tonight, but there are going to be bumps along the way in these 32 games, and it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to respond to them with the reporting from Ramona, with the reporting from Gambo. It does not seem like they responded well to all of their names being in the trade market the last couple of weeks as well. So it doesn't look good. And in a way, you almost become different sorts of Suns fans right now. And what I mean by that is you're rooting for the Oklahoma City Thunder to lose in the playoffs. You're rooting for the Houston Rockets to lose and get upset in the playoffs, because then those teams will go like, okay, we got this young team that's really fun, but they can't get through. Maybe we should call about Kevin Durant. And then
and those teams have a lot of assets.
They have a ton
of assets.
They could still make a very pleasing offer to the Suns while still being the team that they are, not losing their identity, things like that, and so on. So if you're looking for a new angle to the season for Suns fans, I don't think it's so much has to do with what's left to do this year for them on the court. It's more of like, okay, what are the other teams that you would want to trade Kevin Durant to? What are they exactly doing? How are their postseason runs going?
Who do you think is safe on this roster other than Devin Booker? Who do you think is going to be back next year after the summer? Who do you think they're going to bring back? Who would you like to see back?
I told you earlier, I want to see Mike Budenholzer at this point commit to playing the younger guys more minutes, because this season's going nowhere. Give me Dunn and Oso, play them so that we know exactly what you have over the next 30 games. Okay. Make a commitment to play those guys, regardless of wins and losses. Make a commitment to play those guys. Look, Tyus Jones.
I like what I'm seeing. Do you like what you're seeing from Ryan Dunn?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I like he's got a lot of youth and athleticism. He plays hard. He defends hard, and he's going to develop his reputation has to be developed over time with the refs, so he doesn't get called for fouls. That's got to be developed over time. That doesn't happen in your first year in the league. But I mean, in all honesty, Devin Booker's it. Like what other player are you looking at on the roster saying, oh, that guy's definitely got to come back. I got to have him. You feel like Grayson Allen? I love Grayson Allen. Doesn't have to come back. Well, Royce O'Neal doesn't have to come back.
Bull. I mean, just got to bring it back for something to look at.
Take a look at the 5 vet minimum guys. Like they're gone. Those guys are going to be gone. You're going to have to start over with that type of thing. So, and I think the key is what can you get back in a Durant trade that could build around Booker to remain competitive. Look, and I'll just say this: when the Suns traded Charles Barkley, Jerry Colangelo had this philosophy: I don't want to be in a lottery. And I think you're either better to be really good or be really bad. It's really terrible to be in the middle. And Jerry went out and got Rodney Rogers and Tony Delk, and they were the 7 and the 8 seed, and the team sucked, and the fans weren't interested. So I just think that you've got to commit one way or another. Commit to being great or commit to being in the lottery so you could get good picks. But if you're going to hang around that 8, 9, 10, like, it's not a great place to be in. Fans hate that. Fans hate 500 basketball teams. I'd rather be worse and have a top 5 pick because it gives me hope than be a 500 basketball team and, I'm picking in, 21st in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point because I feel like Suns fans were more passionate when they were getting stuck drafting Dragan Bender and Marquise Chris and, all of that era when they weren't winning, but they were still like, okay, but we're building something. And now you just kind of are stuck here. So Kellen, with everything he just said, I mean, the other part is, the one guy you got to bring back is Bradley Beal because you can't move him. So are they going to be able to create enough flexibility, even if they just streamline it down to Booker and Bradley Beal and Ryan Dunn and Oso? Are they going to have enough flexibility to actually make significant changes?
I think they will have the flexibility to make those changes, but it's limited. So I don't think that you can use assets at this point to get off of Beal's deal because you need those for the future. And look, like if you wait one more year with him, he becomes an expiring contract. And at that point, you can move him for stuff. You can take on long-term money to get even more assets. Like there are avenues with him. I think you're just going to have to be patient with him because with everything that is like building and the momentum that's been building with KD, it looks like you are going an alternative route this summer, and at that point it's just about, okay, like you've got Book, you've got Ryan, you've got Oso. Suns are gonna have a draft pick this year with that trade.
Yay.
Trading 26, now they're gonna have it and like make the pick. I don't know what they're gonna do with the guy they pick after that, but for now they are going to pick someone at the end of the first round. They have that second rounder as well. So you start building up young talent more and more. You try and get lucky at those stages of the draft, and then you hope to get back draft assets that are more in that lottery range where you do see the type of long-term building blocks you need get picked.
When's free
often.
agency start? What's the date? Do you know?
Isn't it July 1st typically, right?
I'm going to Sicily, so.
You want to go right now?
You're going to Sicily.
I'm going to
all right.
Sicily, so I just leave me out of this.
Now might be the time to go, honestly. Just go for the next 30
If
days.
anyone wants to get a hold of John Gambadoro, get out to him in the next 4.5 hours, because once that Burns and Gambo show is done, you're coming to tape something with us for Arizona Sports Night, and then you're going home and sleeping.
I'm going to Catania.
Yeah.
This has not gone well. Ron Wolfley reporting. This has not gone well for the Phoenix Suns. Okay,
That's the understatement of the year.
Right here. Having said that, at what point do we start looking at the front office as well?
Yeah,
Do you
James
see the
Jones will be
possibilities?
evaluated. Sure.
You think there could be changes on the horizon?
I think everything's got to be looked at when you've got this. You got 2 Hall of Fame basketball players. You got 2 Hall of Fame basketball players. How are you 25 and 25? How? On paper, this roster was really good going into the season. We all thought that they were going to win 50-something games. So there's something wrong. There's something really, really wrong. And that's got to be looked at and evaluated, and I'm sure that there are going to be changes. I'm sure. And honestly, like you guys, I don't know if you brought this up on your show, I'm worried about if they start over and rebuild, what's the buy-in of Devin Booker on something like
100%.
that?
Yep.
I'm worried about that.
That is the big question here. It's not like, what do you get for Kevin Durant?
What's
it's
his
like,
buy-in?
What does Devin Booker think of trading Kevin Durant for a bunch of young players and young assets and being like, okay, Book, give us 2 years and then we'll get you the team you can contend with. Then he's 30.
So much. Wolf and I were just talking about this, even in just like last 4 years, so much has changed except Booker. And James Jones. Like so much has changed around Devin Booker, and it keeps happening throughout his career. I would think at some point he just wants some stability, which he could get here, but they need to, like, basically what you're saying, Gambo, clear out what you need to clear out, get your team together, and then, like, stick with it for a while and start building.
I've talked to Kellen about this. Guys, I don't see a path in the next 5 years. Oklahoma City, Houston, Memphis, San Antonio with Fox and Wembanyama right now.
Man.
I don't see a path.
Lakers.
I think basketball works in like 5-year spurts where you can see the top 4 teams in the West, could be really good for about a 5-year spurt. And I think that I don't see a path. I don't know that how you compete with Oklahoma. Did you guys watch Oklahoma City last night?
Yes.
They decided in the third quarter.
actually.
They decided in the third quarter to stop toying with the Suns because they were
Yes.
just bored in the first half. And they broke out a can of whoop-ass on Phoenix unlike anything we've ever seen. It was like they could do whatever they wanted to do at any time. And they're so good. Memphis and what we were just talking about, the amount of assets that those teams have to make other moves to be better is crazy. It's just crazy. So, I don't know. I just don't know that there's a 5-year. I think the plan for the Suns should be, how can we be really great in 5 years?
Yeah.
Because I don't think you could be really great in 2 years with how good the West is.
That Game 7 loss to Dallas, what is that, 3 years ago? That just seems to have broken this team for a while. Gambo, thanks for doing this, man. I know you haven't slept in like a week.
Appreciate
Kellen,
it,
thank you, man. Appreciate
I'm
it.
going to Sicily. Don't call me.
Okay, don't
July.
call Gambo. He'll be in Sicily. till
Kevin
July.
Durant gets traded. He gets traded.
I'll hold on the fort for you, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, we come back. Will there be any fallout from Kevin Durant's name being in trade rumors leading up to the deadline? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns up. Suns up.
Final score in Oklahoma City, Thunder 140, Suns 109. Phoenix had a 2-point lead at the half, but things fell apart in quarter number 3, and they fall to 25-25 on the season, now 10-16 away from home.
The Thunder are a great team, but getting whooped by 30 points is something. We'll talk about that loss, plus keep you updated on trade deadline deals on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
This Valentine's Day, shop at Helzberg and get up to 50% off select jewelry. Like a diamond pendant that says,
I'm so lucky I met you.
a stunning engagement ring to say,
Let's make this day unforgettable.
Or an anniversary band to tell them.
10 years, and we still got it.
Come to Helzberg this Valentine's and get up to 50% off select jewelry and engagement rings. A perfect gift designed with the love and care worthy of your story. Visit a Helzberg store or helzberg.com.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Dan. So we're into the new year. W-2s are coming out, and it's tax time. Soon we'll be getting our tax return checks.
Oh, I know what I'm going to spend mine on this year.
Yeah.
New traffic jammies.
Perfect. Hey, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be complicated, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO.
Wayne, I know, but it can take up to like 8 weeks or more to get your tax check. If you need car repairs, should you just wait until you get the check?
No, Dan, don't wait. Now's the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car.
Ah, so tax time is the best time.
It sure is. And remember, AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it really works good. You can get your car, truck, RV, hot rod, whatever you drive, all fixed up and drive away. And then pay for it when your tax check comes in.
Wayne, that's awesome.
I'll say we're AMCO.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Valentine's Day is around the corner. Discover Mo Money Pawn, Arizona's premier upscale pawn shop for the perfect gift. Find stunning rings, diamonds, chains, and watches at MMP Jewelry. Looking for something unique? Guns or ammo could be a great gift for the hard-to-buy-for person. Check out our sports memorabilia. Mo Money Pawn has what you need. Visit our state-of-the-art location at 12th Street and Indian School, the only pawn shop in the nation with a full-service ice cream parlor. Or shop online at momoneypawn.com. Mo Money Pawn, Arizona's largest
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambador. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy end of the trade deadline.
Happy end of the trade deadline.
Breathe,
Thank God.
breathe.
Thank God, it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
I was
Thank goodness.
I was telling you off the air, I was actually a little proud of you last night. You know, that the game's going on. Suns are getting absolutely humiliated by Oklahoma City. I mean, just really, really badly.
Yeah.
And I saw only one tweet from you last night. I'm like, good. He needs to
9:55.
Yeah.
By 10 o'clock at night, Devin Booker had 6 turnovers, was a minus 38. And then that was kind of it.
That was kind of it for you. You needed a downshift.
There was sleep.
Yeah.
You know what helped today? I went on a half-hour run. I guess nothing to take stress away from you more than just go for a run.
You're not wrong.
30-minute run.
Outside, inside, treadmill. What'd you do?
I went to the YMCA.
Okay.
They've got these brand new treadmills that are just phenomenal.
Is it fun to stay there? Is it fun? Is it fun to stay at the YMCA?
I don't know. I think Donald Trump likes the YMCA.
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking you if it's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Yeah. So I don't love running outside as much as some people do. I kind of like the treadmill. So I hit the treadmill.
Good. Got all that aggression out. There you go.
It's great.
Yeah,
the endorphins or whatever it is, just sweat. It's just great.
Yeah,
Just 30-minute run. I came out and I'm like, man, I'm a new man right now.
Well, here we are. An hour later, the trade deadline has come and gone.
Yeah.
And let's talk about all of it, because we got a lot to get into. Burns and Gambo on our top story here.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in. Brought to you by Revitalize Weight Loss.
I mean, really, the big takeaway for me is that I don't owe anybody lunch tomorrow, and I was sweating it for about 11:30 this morning. I thought, oh my God, I'm going to have to get everybody on the show lunch because they're not going to make a trade. They did. They made a trade at the deadline. They traded Jusuf Nurkic to the Charlotte Hornets, and they got in exchange wing Cody Martin, point guard Vasilije Micic.
Yeah, 2 guys that won't be on the team next year.
And a 2026 second rounder. 2 guys who will not be on the team next year.
They gave up a first, though, right?
Yeah.
Gave up a first.
It's the only way you're going to get off Nurk.
Got off Nurkic. No savings this year, but better for the locker room is what I'm being told. This trade is better for the locker room.
Well, it's good because it sounds like the locker room could use some work, according to some of the reports.
Like the locker room needs a little bit of work there.
Sounds like there's a little bit of a cleanup needed in the locker room based off of the national reports.
Both guys are basically non-guaranteed next year, so that'll save them money next year that they could use to save on other players. So it's a cost-saving move for next year, but it gets Nurkic out of the locker room. That was getting to be a little bit of a problem. They do give up a first, but they get back a second. It'll be the least of the Golden State Denver second-round picks. So it'll be the worst pick in the second round out of those 2 picks between Golden State and Denver. So whichever is worse, they'll get that.
That's why I was comfortable about saying I was going to buy everybody lunch if there was no deal, because I figured at the bare minimum. Now, I didn't know what the bare minimum looked like, but I figured at the bare minimum, Jusuf Nurkic was going to get moved because it just had to get him out of there. Too many centers. It was a bad relationship. It wasn't going very well. He wasn't being played at all. There was no point in having him on the roster. And the fact that, I mean, look, I know everybody's really hung up on finding a move that was going to make them better this year. After what we saw last night, you could argue that's really not the point anymore with the Phoenix Suns. So in some ways, I'm actually kind of glad they just made a move where it was just about saving some money and saving some coin. And because I really don't think, unless you really believe that Jusuf Nurkic was everything that was wrong with the Phoenix Suns.
Nobody believes that.
I don't think anybody believes that. So getting rid of him, I don't think falls under your classic addition by subtraction category. I think getting rid of him, you're just, okay, we're off the salary. That's gone. That's it. That's basically all they did.
What you've done is you've kicked that can. You've kicked that can down the curb a little bit. That's what you've done. You've kicked the can down the curb. The Suns will now revisit this roster in the summer. They got 30 games left, a little bit over 30 games left. You play this out, and then you'll revisit the roster in the summer, and you'll probably explore the Kevin Durant trade again. You'll explore whether it's you trade Kevin Durant in the summer, which is fine. It's fine. Like, I know everybody wanted this big move right now and to do something now, but they're not going to trade Kevin Durant unless they get a bunch of young players back that are good and assets as far as like first-round draft picks and second-round draft picks for the future. So it's not the end of the world. They'll kick the can down the curb, and in June, we're going to revisit this thing all over again.
Yeah, and this is Shams Charania. I believe it was from this morning, in which he said, let's talk about the Kevin Durant element here, because I think the bigger story, the far, far bigger story today is not about what the Suns did in trading Nurk to Charlotte. It's about what the Suns didn't do in trading Kevin Durant to anybody. Shams said that the KD caught off guard by everything and might be a little upset.
Kevin Durant has never requested a trade this season. He has not asked out of Phoenix, and honestly, I think him being in any type of a trade conversation over the last week was a surprise to him, somewhat caught him off guard from my understanding. But this is a player who, obviously, we know, two-time NBA Finals MVP, two-time champion. He's someone who has a great legacy in this game. And so to be in potential trade talks and not really want out of a situation, that has to potentially rub him the wrong way, you would think. And so this is something that the Suns and Durant, to an extent, are going to have to navigate whatever tensions could still exist going into tomorrow, trade deadline, and then beyond, assuming he's still on the roster.
Okay, so now obviously he said that last night on ESPN and not today, but I think it still very much applies. This is Bob Myers today on talking about how all of this might be affecting Kevin Durant. Bob Myers used to be his general manager in Golden State.
Now if you're Kevin, right, to your question, yeah, you're sitting there going, hang on a second here. Yeah. I am doing what you paid me to do. I'm playing basketball. I'm playing at a very good, high rate, and now I hear my name being mentioned. So he's a human being. You know, we try to mythologize. He's a guy. So, Kirk, you know him. I mean, you played. I'm not a player. I don't know. But I imagine as a human being, you're kind of shaken up.
Yeah, and that's where we stand right now.
I'm going to say it again, and I hope we have the cut, but when they're at the Minnesota game, afterwards, Kevin Durant said, we're all grown-ups. I've been traded. We've all been traded. Everybody's a professional in this room. You deal with it. So, Kevin, you got to deal with it. They brought your name up. They looked at possibly trading you. They're a 500 basketball team with you and Devin Booker, two Hall of Famers. Why would they not look at possibly trading you? Like, why would they not? They'd be stupid not to if somebody calls.
Yes, it's part of the game now. It's just, you know it's important. The locker room is sacred. Bus is sacred. Hotel, walkthrough, all that stuff is sacred.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, we were hearing.
I hear myself.
That was weird. That was very strange.
But I already said that 10 seconds ago.
We were Gambo from the past and Gambo from the future. It's okay, Lauren. You take your time. You can recut it.
So Kevin Durant, like, here's the thing. Like, Great, everybody's human, and there might be a little damage control you got to deal with, but in the end, Kevin Durant's got to go back to playing basketball because they've paid him an awful lot of money. They're a 500 basketball team. To think that they wouldn't explore options is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Somebody calls on Kevin Durant, you can't be like, no, he's untouchable. Why he's untouchable? Are you in first place? Are you in second place? Are you in third place? No. Somebody calls about Kevin Durant, like, wait, what are you willing to offer? We're a 500 basketball team fighting for our freaking lives to get in a play-in tournament. Of course I'm going to listen to an offer for Kevin Durant. If he doesn't like it, I mean, in all honesty, I respect the hell out of Kevin Durant. He speaks to the media after every game. He's an ultimate professional. He's a great player, but tough.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah.
You don't have a no-trade clause?
Yeah, tough. No, 100%. Everything you just said, tough. But the Suns can't be surprised by any of this either. You know, the Suns, oh, wait a minute. No. We love you, Kevin. There is some work to do on the part of the Suns here because you know maybe better than anybody how close this whole thing came to being a reality of Kevin Durant being on a different basketball team and Kevin Durant.
What time did I contact you yesterday?
6 o'clock in the morning.
Did I ever contact you in my whole life at 6 o'clock in the morning?
I didn't know you existed at 6 o'clock in the morning. I didn't think that was a time you even were aware of on the clock.
You've done the show with me for 13 years. Have I ever contacted you at 6 in the morning?
It was close.
It was close.
But here's where the Suns have to understand if you're going to get that close to trading Kevin Durant. Okay, one, you can't be surprised when every team in the world starts calling you about Kevin Durant. And number two, you can't be surprised if Kevin Durant is now going, hey, wait, dude, you're about to trade me? You know, in some ways,
yeah, we thought about it.
And you say, but by doing that, and we're going to talk about this in the next segment, you have probably set yourself up to, not that you have to trade in this offseason, But it would be really, really wise for you to trade him this offseason. And now you've got to and then when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we're going to talk about that specifically because I know, and in your tweet, when did you tweet today that the Suns were done and they weren't going to do anything else?
So
12:20.
So at 11:59, the Suns trade of Yusuf Nurkic is likely the only trade they will make today. That was 11:59.
Now
and then I went at 12:04 and I said, yes, this will be the only trade they make today.
Now I trust you when it comes to this implicitly, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
And yet I was still riveted for the next hour to see if somebody at the last minute was going to call and just make such a sweetheart of a deal that the Suns couldn't say no. Because at this point, it just feels like not that you have to trade Kevin Durant, but you'd be wise to trade Kevin Durant at this point. We're going to kind of get into that in a little bit.
Yeah, no, I usually don't say a team is done an hour before the trade deadline, but I was very comfortable saying that
sure
today
you were.
I knew that they were done.
But I was still on pins and needles to see if they were
it.
going to do something because this situation is so unique. So when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, Durant is staying with the Phoenix Suns, and there are 32 games left to go in the season. Now what? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Here we go. America's pastime is almost back.
He swings, cranks it out to deep right field. 5-0 Diamondbacks. Thank you very much.
Pitchers and Catchers Report Wednesday. D-backs season will be on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com. Spring training coverage presented by Estrella Jalisco.
How would you like to get an energy-saving evaluation at your home from Christian Brothers? Absolutely free. They'll come out and they'll give you an energy-saving evaluation. There's so many little things that you could do to save money on your energy bills all year long. Simple things that Christian Brothers can do for you, like installing attic air circulation fans to offset the summer heat. Amazing. Our attic temperatures can be 130, 135, 140 or more. You can get that heat out of your attic with some very simple attic air circulation fans. They could also help you with LED lighting retrofits to save money on your utility bills. Not only are they going to look great, but they're going to save you money. How about surge protection kits for the entire house in the electrical panel and also the AC units? Christian Brothers has a great electrical department to go along with their AC and their plumbing. Give them a call at 602-222-3535. Ask about their energy-saving evaluation. That's 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about For the Win at Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, April 10th through the 13th. Wolf and I are going to be there, so join us at the Ultimate Golf Tournament Viewing Party. Catch every angle from every hole from Augusta on Stadium Swim's 143-foot screen. And while you're there, indulge in traditional tournament fare at genuine tournament prices, sip refreshing cocktails, revel in the excitement of golf's biggest event. Don't miss out on the Green Jacket Party at Legacy Club Friday night. Book your room, reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
The NBA trade deadline. Burns and Gambo talk Suns and NBA moves now.
I feel like if he would have came back this time, instead of the Warriors saving him, he would have been their savior.
Exactly.
The fans were never behind him. How he wanted them to be when he played there was always, you're not going to compete with Steph, but he didn't feel like he got the love that he wanted. And I'd love to hear Bob talk about it. But I think if he would have came back, like, he missed an amazing opportunity.
You know, at the Chase Center, you know they put his picture up on the wall.
Yeah.
like they have welcomed him back every single time. I know it didn't happen until just recently, but I think you're right.
What could have been, right?
That legacy question is an interesting one as we move forward.
It could have been. That's Mark J. Spears and Ramona Shelburne talking today. They did a big roundtable on ESPN about the trade deadline, and you better believe Kevin Durant, it was topic number one, is topic number one, will be topic number one all offseason when the Suns make a decision. But until we get there, and we're going to have a lot of conversations about what the Suns are going to do this summer and what it might look like and things like that, you got 32 games left this season to navigate and get there. I mean, you've got a play-in tournament to try to avoid and teams stacked all around you. Just about everybody around you made a move in the Western Conference standings, and now you got to navigate that with this potentially uncomfortable situation with Kevin Durant looming over your head.
Let me ask you this. If we did a poll question today, do the Suns have a better chance of making the play-in tournament or missing the playoffs altogether? What do you think the odds would be?
Hey. Spoiler alert. Today's poll question is, do you think the Phoenix Suns make the playoffs this season? Yes as a play-in team, or no?
Oh, there you go. Right there. There you go.
It's almost like your producer heard you.
All right. That's pretty good. Did you hear me? Did I say that earlier?
Well, Gambo,
that's pretty good then.
I don't know if you're aware of this. When you're sitting in that prep room, it's kind of hard not to hear you.
I'm kind of loud.
It's kind of, and Lauren, it didn't take like bionic hearing for her to be able to hear you at her desk.
Says that. Why are you talking so loud? I just talk loud.
You do. You do. You really do.
Loud.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the poll question.
Yeah, because listen, it is what it is. Like, they know what this team is. And we could be sitting here today talking about the haul that the Phoenix Suns got from the Golden State Warriors. We could be getting ready for a Jimmy Butler press conference introducing him and a Jonathan Kuminga press conference introducing him and looking at all the draft picks that the Suns have going forward and be like, oh, my God, now look at all the draft picks they've got. They got 8 first-round picks coming up. And here's all the seconds they got. And they got, like, they would have been in such a position. Like, there's no way in my mind that people wouldn't have been excited today. But we went from being that close to being so excited about the Suns now and in the future to what the hell do you do now?
Yeah.
And now it's just like, just get to the summer. You've got 32 games left. And you are who you are. Nobody's riding in to save the day. This is the team.
This is your team.
And this team hasn't been good enough all year, and everybody knows it, and the Suns even know it. Nobody's sugarcoating it. And now you just try to see if, you just try to get to the end of the season.
Yeah.
Just try to get to the end of the season.
I'm genuinely, I got a lot to say to what you just said there. Number one, I'm genuinely concerned about these 32 games. I think there's a real possibility here that it's just, not that it's been great, but that it's really all going to fall apart in these last 32 games. Like, it's just going to get messy.
That they can't wait for the end of the season too?
Yeah, that they're just looking at their, not that it's, booking tea times in Cancun time just yet, but they're going to be looking at their watches, they're going to be looking at their smartphones, and they're going to be like, okay, when is this done? When is this done? Because it's obvious after games like last night, after games like against the Cavs, even games against the Portland Trailblazers, it's just obvious they're not built for this. They're poorly constructed. They're poorly put together. They're not built for this. They know it. We know it. We can all see it. The schedule is brutally tough. Oklahoma City embarrassed them on national TV last night with a 54-19 run. We'll talk about that game in a little bit. But I'll tell you right now, and I mean this sincerely, had they acquired those players that you're talking about, I'm not excited about the future of the Phoenix Suns. And I'm certainly not excited about this season because I don't think Jimmy Butler saves this team at all. I don't think Jimmy Butler saves this team at all. Kuminga, maybe. First-round picks in the future, sure. I think at this point, any Kevin Durant trade has to be fully focused on the future and not the now, and not some 36-year-old player who I think makes them marginally better this year. And certainly not better enough.
Young players and assets.
Well, I mean, but young players and assets.
Kuminga's
young. Not old players and assets.
Yeah.
The key figure to that trade that you're talking about would have been Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Not in this environment, not on this team, not in this locker room, not with this organization. I don't think he would have helped. I don't think he would have helped.
He would have been different. He would have been different.
Go ahead. Finish your thought.
It's Kevin Durant's a better player. Jimmy Butler would have been a better fit. This is about fit, baby. This team, the pieces don't fit. The pieces are great. Like there's a lot of really good pieces. They just don't fit together.
I think sometimes people confuse different with better. It would have been different, but would it have been better, or would it just have been better because it was different? You know, I don't think if everything that is being said about this locker room is to be believed, and I think some of it is, okay, you're going to bring in one of the most abrasive, toxic players in the NBA and introduce him into this environment and expect things to get better? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't think it would have helped. I think it would have
brought in a 6'7" power forward that had back-to-back 34-point games.
Who's 36 years old?
No, I'm talking about Kuminga, who's 22 years old. Kuminga's 22. He had 34 points against Phoenix on December 28th.
Well, you know what?
Kuminga's 6'7", size, length. Like,
if we had a poll question about this one, I would probably lose. I'd admit that, but I don't
think it would have moved the needle.
I don't think it would have moved the needle in there. No, and I think it had the possibility to make you. Well, we'll agree to disagree on that one as to how much it could have helped.
Because you would have got a 22-year-old kid who was the 7th pick in the draft just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you would have. And the Warriors, they're grateful that they didn't have to give him up in the deal that ultimately got them Jimmy Butler.
Good.
I get all that. I just think the centerpiece still would have been Jimmy Butler, not Jonathan Kuminga. Right. And I don't think that's the centerpiece that you need right now for this. But back to the 32 games.
Go ahead.
And back to their ability to compete now. And now, you know, do conversations need to take place between the Suns and Kevin Durant, between the Suns and trying to figure out what their culture is all about?
I don't know
and what their locker room is all about.
I would say to Kevin Durant that, listen, I would expect that, like you said at that press conference, that you'll be professional and you'll try to help this team to the best of your ability, and then we'll revisit this in the summer and see where we're at. I mean, I don't think you say we're giving up on the season. You're just saying, look, I mean, we put this team together. We expected a lot from this team. Go show us that you're better. We wouldn't have been in this discussion if you guys had played better. We would have never considered trading Kevin Durant if you guys had just played better.
Yeah.
Like, if the truth, if the Suns through 50 games were, 31-19 or maybe even 30-20 instead of 25-25, I don't know that they have this conversation. So I would just say to everybody, you guys put everybody in this situation to where they had to take calls on Kevin Durant because you didn't play good enough.
Yeah, and maybe it's not that much of a conversation, and I hope Kevin Durant's just a professional about it comes to play. But you better believe, like don't you think now every time the Suns take the court, we're watching for a bunch of things, right? We'll be watching to see effort, how they play, can they stay in this?
Chemistry.
Do they start to fade? Chemistry. Do they start to kind of quit on things a little bit?
Do they quit on the coach?
Yeah. Do they quit on the coach? Do they, knowing that Jimmy Butler and his white horse aren't coming across the hill to save them? Do they play any differently? Does their effort? I mean, all of those things.
They're all fair questions.
Those are all things we're going to be watching for at this point moving on. And I don't know the answer to those questions. And I don't know what it's going to look like, but it's going to be, because it's going to set up what is going to be this incredible summer of what's it going to be. I mean, it's in some ways, I was thinking about this too. In some ways, I was thinking about what you had said about the Mavs trading Luka the way they did.
Yeah.
And one of the keys to the Mavs trading Luka was they didn't want it getting out. They wanted to keep it hush-hush because they didn't want Luka to control the situation.
Right.
They wanted to control the situation. Well, guess who's going to control this situation now?
Yeah, because he has the...
He's got 1 year left on his deal, and he's got all the power in the world. You just relinquished control of this to Kevin Durant this summer, if you're the Phoenix Suns. That's, in a way, that's kind of what you did.
Usually the players have the power.
Yep, and that's the weird thing about what the Mavs did. They kind of took the power away from the player a little bit. Hey, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're not going to tell you. Oh, hey, sorry. Traded you to Lakers. What are you going to do? When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we are going to switch gears. We got a lot to talk about with our next guest. I do want to remind you, though, we've teamed up with Michelob Ultra to bring you the Ultra Suns fan experience. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win lower-level tickets to see the Suns take on the Warriors, along with an exclusive pregame experience. It's the Ultra Suns fan giveaway, and it's presented by Michelob Ultra. When we come back, ASU AD for his weekly visits. And, we got to talk about the basketball team next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Suns Facts, coming to you from the Empire of the Suns podcast with Kellen and Kevin. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's time to tee it up at Sparky's Fairway, a new driving range event hosted inside ASU's Mountain America Stadium. Returning this February and presented by Four Peaks Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale. You can hit golf balls from an elevated platform onto the football field. Get you and 5 friends a bay for the hour while enjoying great food and drinks. Or book your own private party at the stadium. Sparky's Fairway is fun for the whole family. Tee times vary. Book your time today at ASU365.events.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Visit presidentialpools.com. Ready to dive into summer fun? If you're looking to swim in 60 days or less, check out the Splash Package from Presidential Pools. For as low as $32,850 or just $340 a month, you can be enjoying your new pool this summer. Perfect for families who want a beautiful pool without breaking the bank. Visit presidentialpools.com today and start your journey to the perfect pool.
At America Roofing, it's family-owned, family-operated. Josh and I oversee every department and will be involved in every project. We'll give you good, better, best options as far as what your project needs. With the more than 400 employees, the work can be completed within a timely manner. We'll take the very best care of you. And that's why we always say, at America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186-438-CR42.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA trade deadline has passed, and the Phoenix Suns made just one trade today. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Suns are trading Jusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Cody Martin, Vasilije Micic, and a 2026 second-rounder. Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal will be remaining in Phoenix for at least the remainder of the season. And the first round of the WM Phoenix Open is underway. Keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app for updates on the tournament. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, save $100 on semaglutide. Lose up to 15 pounds by this time next month for less than half the price of Ozempic. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The AD Update. Talking all things Sun Devil Athletics and NIL Weekly with Graham Rossini.
Brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 residential and commercial roofing company. Save 10% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
It's our weekly visits with the AD of Arizona State University, Graham Rossini, who joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Graham, welcome back to the show. Hope this call finds you well.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Who do you like for the Super Bowl this weekend? Who do you got?
Ooh, I'm going Chiefs.
All right, you know the Eagles are the most Italian team in the NFL.
That's okay. The Chiefs were at our football complex last year. They were great to deal with. So they've got some good Sun Devil juju on their side.
Oh, and Pat Mahomes had some really nice things to say about the program, the facilities, Cam Scadaboo, all that. Okay, I can see the Chiefs love. Okay, I can see it.
Keep it in the Big 12.
Yeah, there you go. Right. Yeah,
so,
Big 12 love.
So pulling for the Chiefs over the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I got it. All right, let's talk about something that might be a little tough to talk about. The ending of the Arizona State game, where Bobby seemed to have lost his temper a little bit and wouldn't shake hands with Coach Lloyd and pulled his players off the court. And give me your feelings on that. I know Bobby spoke out about it afterwards, but is that type of behavior acceptable to you?
No, it's not. And we talked about it right after the game, and I know a lot's transpired since then. I think Coach had a chance to reach out to his counterpart at U of A the next morning. I talked to their AD right after the game, and I understand tensions are riding high and emotions are very heated in a game like that. Not the ending that we were hoping for, but we got to maintain sportsmanship, and that's important for all college athletics, not just a single game. The landscape's changing around us, but we still gotta treat those moments with dignity and respect. And that was a miss. He admitted it. We admitted on his behalf as well, and we've tried to do our best to move beyond it and get ready for this weekend.
Yeah, you're the boss now. You're the boss, but there is a lot of trash talking in basketball. Bobby played on a Duke team that was very well known for trash talking, especially one of his teammates, Christian Laettner, was the biggest trash talker ever. So it is part of the game. Yep. You may not like it, but it's part of the game. How did Bobby respond to you when you spoke with him after?
No, he understood, and his primary concern was just getting the players off the court and making sure that tensions didn't escalate. And I appreciate the fact that he wanted to avoid that from happening. And I don't think it was intentional. I don't think it was just a move out of disrespect. It was just a lot going on in the moment. His focus was getting the players off the court, and missed a chance to go honor the other head coach and shake a hand. So very open to feedback. He was receptive to it. We've talked about it a few times since this week, and happy to put it beyond us and just get ready for the next game.
How important are these games now in your evaluation of Bobby Hurley and the job that he's doing when it comes to this season and his future at ASU, Graham?
Well, I mean, the Big 12 has been everything that we thought it would be. It's a tough league. It's very physical. It's very fast. And, we're learning real time what it's going to take to be successful in this league. And, I'm getting to know Coach at a deeper level. I'm getting to know the sport a lot more clearly, and we've got a lot of basketball left. And so, we're constantly evaluating. This is the performance business. We're all held to a high standard, and we want to win games every chance we have to compete. And so, we're always evaluating. We're always talking about how do we get better. He and I have that conversation often on, what are the missing pieces? What do we need to, tweak in season? What are the things that we need to add to afterwards? But he's our coach, and we want to support him as we're in the middle of the season. And we talked yesterday. I said, hey, we just got to exhale. We got to make basketball fun again. We've got a very talented team. We've got a talented coaching staff, and we've got to get to a position where we can let everybody do what they do well. And we're all feeling the pressure because people care, and that's a great thing. And I think we've said before on this show, pressure is a privilege. And so we welcome that reality. But, we got a lot of basketball left to play, and we're focused on doing everything we can to get them ready for Oklahoma State on Sunday.
Do you think the state of the Big 12 in terms of basketball surprised you or Bobby in terms of what it took to navigate it? Because everyone knew how tough it was going to be going in. Have you or he been surprised by the level of toughness that it's shown to you so far a couple months in?
No, it's actually been as advertised, and we had the benefit of spending a lot of last year looking at the teams in the conference and preparing the best you can. There's no replacement for experience, and I think that's what we're seeing right now is, we've been in almost all of these games, and it's just that, that extra piece down the stretch run where when you're a man down or you've got some guys injured and you need the full roster. You need all the pieces playing a role, and some guys just eating up minutes to keep your skill players fresh at the end, and so you can make some key shots and get games to overtime, advance for a win. But no, it's thankfully it's been what we expected. We've just got to figure out the mixture on our roster and the tweaks that we need to come out on the other side of some of these close games that we've been in.
You've seen what the excitement level of success can happen with the football program, winning the Big 12 championship, getting to play in the college football playoffs. So it was tremendous. It was tremendous for the university and the program and everything.
Yep.
How much emphasis do you put on success, getting to the NCAA tournament, winning a game? It's been a long time since Arizona State has had success in the NCAA tournament. How much is that a part of your evaluating process?
Well, I mean, it's an expectation. It's not a goal. It's kind of one of those minimum requirements so that we want to have tournament teams, certainly in basketball, but in all of our sports. And, that's not been a component of our program over the years with consistency. And that's the expectation, is that we build towards consistent tournament teams on both men's and women's that can compete at a high level. And it's my responsibility to look throughout the organization and figure out what are the pieces that we need to tweak and adjust and add to in order to have that kind of success. But, we're not in this for participation trophies. We're in this to win championships. And, we've got to look hard at the reasons why we can't be successful and look at those adjustments that need to be made. And there's obviously a time and place where we're prepared to do that.
Graham Rossini, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show for his weekly segment. Schedule release came out in football a couple of days ago. Was there anything about it that stood off the page to you? We knew the opponents, but in terms of the way it was laid out, was there anything you liked, anything you didn't like? Do you think that plays in or works against you guys at all?
No, we're excited. We think it's a great schedule, and like the fact that we're kind of alternating games out the gate, home road, and we'll have 5 of our 7 home games left from kind of mid-October beyond. So getting a chance to play football at the best time of year when the weather's great, it'll be exciting down the stretch run. I know the schedule indicated that U of A game was a Friday or a Saturday. I think it's going to be a Friday game where there's a lot of TV interest in our football games now, which is pretty exciting. And so just trying to review a couple of TV scenarios with the Big 12 and see where that could land. But no, overall, we're pretty happy with the schedule, and it's exciting to be here in February and less than 6 months away from playing football again.
I would imagine that you guys got to have a target on your back next year. I mean, that part could be fun in a way, instead of being, the hunter and the hunted. I mean, everybody's going to be coming after you because you're top dog now.
Yeah, we welcome it. And, Coach Dillingham mentioned this repeatedly last season, that we'll never sneak up on anybody the way that we did this year. And so now the difference is we've had some success and people expect more of that. And again, pressures is a privilege. So we're happy to be in a conversation where people expect more out of Sun Devil football, as they should. And we're happy to be taking some steps in that direction. And, we know that people will be gunning for us, and we're going to find that new edge and that way to find a new chip on the shoulder and a way to respond to the environment around us. But we welcome it, and it's nice to be in that conversation where coming off a CFP season, people are looking at us a little bit differently. And it's helped us more than it's hurt us, I can tell you that. The job that these coaches are doing recruiting right now, we're landing some great talent. We were successful in the transfer portal, and so really excited about the team that we'll have on the field, really excited that, a majority of the coaching staff is back, and, now that we know the schedule's what it is, we can get to work and prepare accordingly.
Just real quick, last one here for you, at least from me. Did I read somewhere on social media that you guys might be looking at upgrades to Phoenix Muni for men's baseball?
Well, we did. We put a couple million into the ballpark this last offseason. So we redid the stadium lights. So we've got the new LED sport lights, which if anybody's ever tried to watch a game there, that's a necessary thing to do. We've got a new audio system that's going in as well. And, probably more importantly from a baseball standpoint, we've got the Whiteman Family Performance Center, our pitching lab, fully decked out. And so, a lot of excitement as we go into baseball season starting next weekend against Ohio State. We've got softball getting underway tonight. And so like we've done in a lot of our venues, really trying to focus on fan experience and making a day at football stadium, basketball arena, baseball, softball, et cetera, just a great place to be.
Graham, as always, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on. We will talk to you next week, okay?
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Graham.
Graham Rossini, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. The Outlaw Music Festival featuring Willie Nelson and Gambo's favorite Bob Dylan is back at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on May 13th. Tickets go on sale this Friday, tomorrow at 10 a.m., but you can visit the contest page right now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets before they're available to the public. When we come back, Suns looked decent for the first 24 minutes of last night's game. And then, holy heck, what happened after that? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo. The AD Update.
Brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 residential and commercial roofing company. Save 10% at americaroofingco.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
2 months this has been going on, this Butler flirtation, and it was pretty obvious flirtation. It wasn't a batting of the eye and a glance across the bar. This was Jimmy Butler saying to the Phoenix Suns, I want you bad.
He's doing a mating dance.
For 2 months. And when this all started, we talked about the two 10-foot brick walls, the barriers that Bradley Beal's contract and status in the NBA would provide in any efforts for the Suns to try to get Jimmy Butler. And that's what happened.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
JLC Roofing, ready to help you right now with that new roof. How many people out there need a new roof? Want to get that new roof from JLC Roofing? We'll save you $1,500 on a new roof with JLC Roofing. You say, okay, why would I go with this company? Well, how about third-generation roofers? Yeah, dying art in the industry, right? No, not them. They are third-generation roofers, from grandfather to father to son. It's what they've always done. Roofs is in their blood. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, the perfect underlayment. They do it all. Roofs eventually have to be replaced. They get worn out by the summer heat, especially the underlayment. And when we do get monsoons and rain, you got to worry about your roof. That's why you want to call JLC Roofing at 602 Roofing and ask for that $1,500 off being a listener of the show. Again, a great company, service the entire valley, and they can help you. They even do free estimates. If you just may need a repair, you can get a free estimate. Call JLC Roofing at 602 Roofing or go to jlcroof.com.
Hi, Dieter Dan here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Dan. So we're into the new year. W-2s are coming out, and it's tax time. Soon we'll be getting our tax return checks.
Oh, I know what I'm going to spend mine on this year.
Yeah.
New traffic jammies.
Perfect. Hey, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be complicated, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO.
Wayne, I know, but it can take up to like 8 weeks or more to get your tax check. If you need car repairs, should you just wait until you get the check?
No, Dan, don't wait. Now's the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car.
Ah, so tax time is the best time.
It sure is. And remember, AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it really works good. You can get your car, truck, RV, hot rod, whatever you drive, all fixed up and drive away. And then pay for it when your tax check comes in.
Wayne, that's awesome.
I'll say we're AMCO.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Making choices in the morning can be a bit much. I just want someone to say sausage or egg and cheese biscuit, sausage and cheese or egg and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get two for only $3. At Wendy's, fresh made food means simple choices. Dare we say it's even a little fun? Okay, not like roller coaster fun. There's only so much we can do, people. When you want less thinky and more brekky in the morning, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's the always listening Lauren, pardon me. The always listening. No. It was a slip of the tongue.
Laura.
The always listening Lauren.
What's that song? When you think of Laura. Is there a song like that?
I don't know. I'm not sure that one.
Oh.
And there's a Billy Joel song called Laura. It's about a not very nice person, so it's not, Plus
Christopher Cross, Think of Laura. Don't remember that one?
No, I don't remember that one.
That's Yacht Rocky.
That is Yacht Rocky.
Yacht Rocky.
Oh, that is. I apologize. Slip of the tongue. I didn't mean to call you Laura.
Cry.
The always listening Lauren, who is out in the newsroom, heard Gambo's request for a poll question.
Yeah.
And as a good producer does, she just flipped it into a poll question.
Exactly.
What's the question? Look at you, producers producing.
Producers producing.
Producers produce.
It's a good day to be producing.
It's you know what? Today it's a target-rich environment. There's a lot to produce today. A lot going on.
Exactly. And because a lot's going on, we're asking, do the Phoenix Suns make the playoffs this season? Yes as a play-in team, or no?
Are you going to be a slave to the moment and say no because they got their teeth kicked in by Oklahoma City last night?
I think they'll be a play-in tournament team, but I do not think they'll be any further than that. I do not think they can get to the 6th seed. I think they are a play-in tournament team.
I have to worry about whether the teams directly behind them. Golden State just got Jimmy Butler. Spurs just got De'Aaron Fox, and they kind of almost blew it last night, but De'Aaron Fox looked really good last night on that team. And I'm honestly worried about the state of the Suns right now and their ability to hold it all together against the schedule. I'm going to be that guy and say they don't even make the play-in tournament.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to be that guy and say they don't make the play-in tournament.
Wow.
Is that wrong? You know I love this team. I don't feel like I need to qualify this with my love for the Phoenix Suns.
But I think that's part of the problem. I don't think people love this team. I don't think that you love being a Suns fan,
yes.
But I don't think that. I think there's a lot of people that just don't love this version of the Suns.
That's a really fair distinction.
They're hard to love.
I'm gonna
like me. I'm hard to love.
Boy, ain't that the truth? Right. I'm gonna borrow a line from you. Did you know what I meant when I say I love this team?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know what I meant? You know what I meant.
Yeah, you're a diehard Suns fan. It's in your blood. I got it.
I think between how tough these 32 games are and now the uncertainty of everything going forward with what just transpired over the last 48 hours, no, I don't think they do.
Can I say one thing before we get the results?
Of course.
Your show, baby.
I think it would almost, this is crazy, but it would almost be better in some ways if they don't make the play-in tournament.
Because it would send a clear, validating message.
A 1,000% clear message.
You are not good enough. Blow it up.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear the results of this one. I'm rubbing my hands together just like Lauren is. What do you got?
To your point, by the way, about not loving a Suns team, I haven't loved a Suns team since they traded Cam and McHale away. I'm still sitting over here bitter about that.
I hear a lot of people who say that.
Sitting on the dock of the bay.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't go that far, but I would say 2021's NBA Finals seems like forever ago, doesn't it? Doesn't that seem like a long time ago? And it wasn't.
No.
3.5 years ago. They were in the NBA Finals. God, that seems like a long time ago.
I wasn't here for like the first 2 games.
I know you're in Rome.
I was producing them.
Were you?
Yeah.
I was down there for every single one of them.
I was not here.
I canceled 2. I didn't cancel. I pulled myself out of 2 family vacations to be here for that.
Oh.
2.
Such a better employee than me.
2. too. I'm like, oh no, man.
Such a better employee than me.
When the Suns win a championship, I'm going to be right there for it. I've waited my whole life for this.
His vacation, 2 vacations. I just hopped on a plane and went to Italy.
I didn't cancel nothing. I just canceled me out of the vacation. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to go.
Yeah, and then that other jerk employee that sits next to you.
To be fair, you were not the only one. As I've seen, remember, we were kind of a skeleton crew back then during some of those NBA playoff games. There are a few hosts who didn't cancel a lot of vacations. I remember that very, very well. But that's okay.
Yeah.
It's a judgment-free zone here on Burns and Gambo. There's no judging. You paid a lot of money for that vacation. Results of the poll question.
57%. No, the Phoenix Suns do not make the playoffs. 36%. Yes, they make it, but as a play-in team.
Okay.
8%, just a straight-up yes.
Yeah, in some ways, you're groaning and moaning and making noises over there, Gambo. In some ways,
2 Hall of Famers.
I know. Did you watch last night's game?
Oh my God, yeah.
Well, okay. At what point did you turn off last night's game?
You know, it's a good question. I'm going to show you something.
No.
No, I do. I'm going to show you. I'm going to talk because I write everything down. I can tell you exactly.
So you can tell me exactly when you stopped taking notes?
I can tell you exactly when I stopped taking notes.
Here, I can tell you I stopped watching halfway through the third.
Halfway through the third? Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't ask you, but I did want your opinion.
Oh, no, I was stalling.
Stalling while he was okay,
8:21 left in the game when they emptied the bench and they went with Damian Lee, Oso, Bobo, Bridges, and Gillespie. 118.
Shamefully, that's about when I stopped watching.
I shut it off with 8:21 left in the game. So I saw Shea get his 50th point.
Yeah.
That made it 114-84, and then I hung around for about another minute and a half. And then when they emptied the bench with 8.5 minutes left, I was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that game. It was, I mean, they for half, they were great. I mean, they were assisting every other basket. It felt like they were moving the ball.
Royce O'Neal.
Seriously, Royce O'Neal was great. Bradley Beal played fantastic in that second quarter. Right. He was so good. They were hanging in there.
And then Oklahoma City said, okay, we're done toying with you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it was like, right? Did you not feel like that?
A little bit.
Okay, we're done letting you hang around. This was nice. This was nice that you guys put up a little effort in the first half. Now we're going to show you what we're made of. And they absolutely had one of the most incredible third quarters I've ever seen. I mean, it was like blitzkrieg. I mean, 43 points. They outscored the Suns 43-16. They turned a 2-point deficit into a 104-79 lead. The game was over. I mean, it was over. Yeah. It was a 22-run to open the third quarter. And they never looked back. And truthfully, the game was over right there. I mean, and it was, and you know, and this, we always say this about the Suns, like, this team turns the ball over. Other teams are going to run on them, and they can't catch up. Tyus turns it over. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for fast break basket. Booker turns it over. Shai gets a fast break dunk. Dort blocks Beal. They go running. Shai gets a fast break layup. Book turns it over again. Dort gets a fast break layup while Book's complaining to the referee. It was like, man, this team, when they lose the ball, these other teams know, just run.
Yeah.
Just run. You're getting a fast break basket. Because they're not going to get back hard.
They can't. I mean, do they try? Is it because they can't? Because they're not very athletic? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Those live ball turnovers, it just leads to the easiest baskets in the world. Vinny Marotta said this morning that the Suns set I think I heard him say that the Suns set a franchise record for the most lopsided loss after leading at halftime. You almost have to remind yourself they led that game at halftime. Gambo, they made one basket in the third quarter. One. They were 1 for 13 in the third quarter last night.
I think I wrote down that the first points they had were free throws.
Yeah, Devin Booker free throws.
With 7:39 left. The first basket was Beal with 6:04 left. It was halfway through when Beal hit a mid-range shot, and that was their first basket.
Yeah, it was crazy, and it was.
That team's so good, though.
And we're going to talk a little bit later. I mean, just give you a sneak peek, but we'll talk a little bit later about we completed now this Cleveland, Oklahoma City run that I know you were looking forward to kind of see about your level of competitiveness against the elite of the NBA, and I think a message has been sent there in terms of the Suns' lack of ability to compete against the elite of the NBA. But it was a mess, and it was Kevin Durant not available. It was another really, really messy game for Devin Booker. I went back and looked at it. His last 3 games against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
He's been terrible.
Minus 84.
He was what was he in this game? Minus
30 something, 36, 37.
When do you ever see a number like that?
Gambo, last 3 games against Oklahoma City, he's a minus 84 against. It's a terrible matchup for him. I don't know what it is. There's something about
Young,
OKC
athletic,
and the way they
strip.
defend. It just gets all up in his business, and he does not cope with it very well. I was shocked when I looked at the numbers today. I think he's got more turnovers than made baskets in those 3 games combined.
When they play Oklahoma City, they should just change his middle name from Devin Armani Booker to Devin Turnover Booker.
Seriously, it's a mess. It's not the only. Like, there were a lot of reasons they lost last night. Devin Booker's turnovers didn't help, and he had an awful game. But they got killed on the offensive glass.
Again.
They got killed in points off of turnovers and run out points. And I mean, like all of those little, the extra shots. What did Oklahoma City take? 20 extra shots? 25 extra shots? I think it was something like that.
32 extra shots.
Oklahoma City took 32 extra shots.
Right.
They had 14 more offensive rebounds, 12 more steals.
They did
13 fewer turnovers. It was awful.
They wanted to do in the second half, and it was nothing the Suns could do to stop them.
Yeah, and
whatever they wanted to do.
Between that and the Jimmy Butler news, whether you were for or against that, it just made for a really bad night of Suns basketball. That and the whole Kevin Durant uncertainty, which we're going to get into, which we have gotten into. So when we come back on Burns and Gambo, deadline has come and gone. It came about 2 hours ago. Now it's time to talk about the offseason for the Phoenix Suns, because this summer is going to be everything for this organization, and that is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and taxes. One of the things I've always been really passionate about is financial future. Financial future. Always. Like my whole life, I've always cared about it and worked towards it and saved towards it. And I really, truly believe it's a huge difference when you have the right financial advisor working for you. I recommend a guy that works for me, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, 5 locations in the Valley. You may have seen Stuart Willis on TV giving people the advice on Saturday and Sunday mornings on, what to do with their finances, their tax situation, their estate plan, their retirement plan. But what I will tell you is, look, life goes by quick. In Italian, we say, il tempo vola, the lifetime flies. And before you know it, you're going to be my age. You're going to be saying, like, man, where did all that time go? I hope you're prepared, like I do. I hope every one of you is prepared. That's why I tell you about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. The sooner you start getting prepared, the better off you're going to be. I mean, I have things that I want to do. I want to go buy my villa in Italy and go spend a lot of time with my family there, and then, have a lake house somewhere here. There's things that I want to do and accomplish, and I've worked hard for it, but I've also had the right guy helping me. Get a free portfolio review right now with Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about For the Win at Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, April 10th through the 13th. Wolf and I are going to be there, so join us at the Ultimate Golf Tournament Viewing Party. Catch every angle from every hole from Augusta on Stadium Swim's 143-foot screen. And while you're there, indulge in traditional tournament fare at genuine tournament prices, sip refreshing cocktails, revel in the excitement of golf's biggest event. Don't miss out on the Green Jacket Party at Legacy Club Friday night. Book your room, reserve your spot today at CircaLasVegas.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
It's time to tee it up at Sparky's Fairway, a new driving range event hosted inside ASU's Mountain America Stadium. Returning this February and presented by Four Peaks Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale. You can hit golf balls from an elevated platform onto the football field. Get you and 5 friends a bay for the hour while enjoying great food and drinks. Or book your own private party at the stadium. Sparky's Fairway is fun for the whole family. Tee times vary. Book your time today at ASU365.events.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
A 4-team trade, and the Cleveland Cavaliers, best team in the East, they add size in the form of DeAndre Hunter from the Atlanta Hawks. They're sending to Atlanta Karis LeVert, George Niang, as well as some draft pick fodder. And Waste Management Phoenix Open Round 1 is underway. Most of the golfers are already done for the day. But as far as the leader, we have a tie between Justin Thomas and Nikolai Højgaard, both of them at 5 under. Both of them are also done for the day. Trending Now is brought to you by Four Peaks Brewing. Check out Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale. I recommend it as well. Easy to enjoy with notes of passion fruit, orange, and guava. Look for a Bad Birdie Juicy Golden Ale at your local restaurant or retailer.
The NBA trade deadline. Burns and Gambo talk Suns and NBA moves now.
When we got word that Bradley Beal was not going to waive that no trade clause leading up to the deadline, we were hearing talks about potentially a swap of Kevin Durant for Jimmy straight up. And I thought that was ludicrous because I thought they want Jimmy to play with KD and Book. And then that fell through because Miami didn't have enough assets to give back to Phoenix. Phoenix was not going to do a one-on-one swap. And so that complicated things.
So what you're saying right now, because Kevin Durant's name has been floating around and you've talked about him in a couple scenarios, Kevin Durant's not going anywhere.
Doesn't look that way. Kevin Durant's not going anywhere, and Bradley Beal for sure is not going anywhere.
Oh, but only if it were that simple. That's Chris Haynes, who, along with Gambo and along with Shams Charania and others have been reporting for a while now that KD's not going anywhere, right? Like he's and obviously he's not now because the trade deadline has come and gone. But it was squirrely there for a little bit, right? Like it was dicey from the minute, 9 o'clock on Tuesday nights, right?
Yes, Tuesday
9
night.
o'clock on Tuesday night, where you're like, hey, this KD to the Warriors thing, it's got some legs, and we'll see what happens. Everyone's talking about the Suns, and everyone's talking about Durant going to the Warriors, and et cetera, et cetera. None of it happened. But now we're hearing kind of reports and speculation that, hey, Kevin Durant, he's not sure about where he stands. He didn't want to trade. He didn't ask for a trade, and yet his name is being floated and things like that.
Yeah, they're going to have to be damage control done.
Right, like all of that.
Somebody asked me that today.
And I'll play that cut in a minute. But, I mean, let's cut to the chase here. He didn't get moved. He's still with the Suns.
Right.
It sets up a crazy summer for the Phoenix Suns organization.
Yeah.
Mostly on the Kevin Durant front because he will be the most talked about name in the NBA this offseason. You have guaranteed that now if you're the Phoenix Suns.
Yes.
It's going to make for a crazy summer,
Biggest
Gambo.
summer since the summer of '69.
Really?
No, I just like the Bryan Adams song. Come on. It's a good song. It's a good song, the summer of '69.
It's a good song. It's just a bad joke. That's all.
Summer of I don't have good jokes. I have stupid jokes to make people laugh.
It's just,
It's
okay,
good. It's
everybody...
good.
True. Everybody was correct on that. Yes, what Mitch said was correct. What Gambo said was correct.
Yeah, and the crazy part is that this, like, we don't have to wait until the summer. The speculation is going to be rampant starting now.
Oh yeah,
like we're not going to be like, hey, let's just wait till the season's over and then talk about where KD could go. The speculation is going to be that Kevin Durant will be on the trade block. The speculation will be that the Suns will be open to trading Kevin Durant. I even tweeted today. After talking with my people, that the Suns won't trade Kevin Durant unless they can get a combination of assets and younger players back. I would expect that could get revisited over the summer.
Yep.
That is what my expectations are, based on my reporting, is that if the Suns are able to get a package back of young players and assets, draft picks and young players, then Kevin Durant could very likely be moved. And so, but there's no reason to wait. People are going to start looking at every option. Kellen brought up a good point. Kellen Olson, when you hit him on earlier. What happens if Memphis goes out early in the playoffs? What happens if Houston goes out early or Oklahoma City? One of those teams is going to fail in the playoffs. Is that team going to be like, oh, let's just go get Kevin Durant?
We're Kevin Durant away. We just need Kevin Durant.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So look for those teams with all the assets and see if one of those teams flop in the playoffs.
Yeah, Brian Windhorst today said as much.
Yeah, this summer is now we're going to be eyeing Durant coming this summer. Now, you never want to make an assumption. You will see how the rest of the season ends. We'll see how the Suns play out. For a year and a half now, this triumvirate, Beal, Durant, and Booker, has not led to consistent winning. And we know we don't have to worry about what the Suns say about it. Their actions say that they don't think it works because they tried to trade Beal until they were blue in the face, and then they tried to trade Durant. Yeah. So this summer, it's going to be about Kevin Durant and his next home.
Man, I don't think 28 seconds worth of soundbite has ever said as much that I agree with in those 28 seconds. Here's Shams last night saying KD was a little caught off guard by this.
Kevin Durant has never requested a trade this season. He has not asked out of Phoenix. And honestly, I think him being in any type of a trade conversation over the last week was a surprise to him, somewhat caught him off guard from my understanding. But this is a player who, obviously, we know, two-time NBA Finals MVP, two-time champion. He's someone who has a great legacy in this game. And so to be in potential trade talks and not really want out of a situation that has to potentially rub him the wrong way, you would think. And so this is something that the Suns and Durant, to an extent, are going to have to navigate whatever tensions could still exist going into tomorrow, trade deadline, and then beyond, assuming he's still on the roster.
And you said you were asked about damage control earlier today and what damage control needs to be done. I'll just tell you honestly, between you and me and everybody listening, yes, this is going to be the summer of Kevin Durant, and yes, the Phoenix Suns are going to have to do something drastic this summer. But not because Kevin Durant is upset and not because he's miffed that the Suns were this close to trading him to the Golden State Warriors. It needs to be the summer of Durant because it's the right thing to do, because it's time to do it, because it's, you know what I mean? It's that This is not, and you might agree or disagree with this. This to me is not about Kevin Durant's miffed and we got to soothe him over by trading him where he wants to go. I mean, that's part of this, but the main part of it is It's not working. Everyone can see it. Everyone knows it. And Kevin Durant is the one true ship you've got that you can move, and you should be able to get a lot for going into the last year of his deal. That, to me, is all I care about. I don't care that his feelings are hurt. I don't care if he's miffed because they talked about trading him. I say do it because it's the right thing to do at the right time to do, and that's all that matters.
We've seen so many aging stars come to Phoenix, from Shaquille O'Neal to Emmitt Smith, and we can go on and on. Never before have I seen a superstar in his prime, still one of the greatest players, come to an organization surrounded by a good team and accomplish so little as a team, not as an individual, as a team. Kevin Durant's accomplishments as an individual player are fantastic. They're great.
Yes, yeah.
But I've never seen anything like this, where a player of that magnitude, who still plays the game at such a high level, can come to a good team, and the team has such little success. I've never seen it. Yeah, swept by the Minnesota Timberwolves in the playoffs last year. We're talking about them not even making the play-in tournament this year, and he's been healthy. The first year he got here, that team we thought might be able to win a championship, they got knocked out in the second round easily.
Are you talking about all sports, or are you just talking about the Suns?
I can't remember a player. All sports.
Okay.
Well, you have one in mind?
Greinke. He was good. They weren't. He was good. It's harder to do.
Baseball's hard.
I know. I was
Plays
just going to
day.
say it's harder to do in baseball because he's one of 25 and he's only pitching in 36, 37 games. It's a lot harder to do in baseball.
Harder.
He's the first name that popped in my. He was good. It led to no team success for them at all. I mean, virtually hardly any that was of any significance.
No, they play 162 games.
But that's hard.
32.
But then I think that's why I asked, because the comp almost has to be basketball. It's harder to do in football. It's harder to do in baseball because you're one of so many more that are out there on the field. In basketball, I think it's the only sport you can really comp it to because you're one of 5.
The final chapter's not written. We don't know what's going to happen the rest of the season and in the playoffs, if they even make the playoffs. But someday we're going to look back on Kevin Durant's tenure with the Phoenix Suns, and we're going to be like, what did it really amount to?
Are we wrong to assume that the final chapter is going to be all bad, or is that the safe assumption?
We're bracing for it.
I know I am.
We're bracing for it.
Is that unfair?
I told you guys, just so you know, I told Bernsey in the commercial break, and he was like, oh, thank God. I said, I'm not doing how many more wins is it going to take to get to 46, which is what the last play-in tournament team got last year, or get to 49. Like I'm done. I'm done with that.
It's over, ladies and gentlemen.
Unless if they start winning, okay, fire it up. Let's go. Let's talk about what win total they need to get to. And I want to leave open the slim. Lauren's giving me this look like I'm from Mars. I want to leave open the slim possibility that they could surprise us.
Yeah.
I don't want to just assume, it's just going to be crap from here on out. There's nothing about this season. There's nothing about the last 2 years of Suns basketball that would lead me to believe they've got that chance in these final 32 games.
I had a boxing match once where I fought this tough kid, Puerto Rican kid, knocked me down in the first round, knocked me down in the second round. I think my trainer still thought I had a chance, but I didn't. And then the referee stopped the fight in the third round.
Your trainer's like, you got this. You got this. And you're like, no, I don't. No, I don't. Are you watching the same fight I'm fighting in?
Expired.
I'm like, you didn't realize I've already been knocked down twice? I'm just trying to hope to get to the end of the fight.
When we
the Sun's trying to get to the end of the season.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Somebody went there with the Phoenix Suns. They used the word toxic. And it just sparked a big conversation on ESPN that we need to get into next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They did get rid of Nurk, which seemed almost like it had to happen. You and I were just talking about this a half hour ago. Like, can you even keep him around and just not play him? And you were like, probably need to get rid of him. So they just did. They attached a first-round pick, and he's in Charlotte.
They got a couple of guys that are going to come off the bench, of course, will be in the rotation. Cody Martin, I actually like him as a rotation guy. A guy that works hard, is going to play some defense as well. He's a guy that's a pro, and he's probably going to be a rotation guy, a depth guy, of course.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Global Credit Union, locations all across the valley. Tomorrow being Friday. Thank goodness, right? Because it might be payday for you. And if you have, like a lot of people do, direct deposit set up with your employer, you'll wake up tomorrow morning and there will be money in your account ready for you to spend it on the weekend and have fun or do whatever you need to do with it. But let's say that you needed to spend that money today. Let's say you had a bill that was due yesterday. You needed to get at, look, everybody knows that money's going to be in your account. It's going to be direct deposited there on Friday. At Global Credit Union, one of my favorite advantages is that they give you the opportunity to have access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. So that paycheck that you get on Friday, you can actually use on Thursday or Wednesday when you need it, as opposed to when you're going to get it. Again, that's one of many, many benefits. There are many more to banking with Global Credit Union. So find out about all of them. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Vince Marotta here for my friends at Bumblebee Plumbing. Trust me, you're in good hands with Mike and his crew, serving the Valley for over a decade, dedicated to customer satisfaction. Give them a buzz at 623-404-0233, BumblebeePlumbingAZ.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Fairway Mortgage. Are you ready to make your dream home a reality this year? The team at Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation is here to make home financing easier than ever before. Whether you're buying your first home, refinancing, or looking to upgrade, Fairway offers fast, friendly, and personalized service. So check out their easy-to-use and easy-to-remember website, home.com. That's HOME.com. Visit today to start your home buying experience the Fairway. Fairway, your dream awaits. Company NMLS number 2289. This is not an offer to enter into an agreement. Not all customers will qualify. Equal housing opportunity.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Yeah, the word I would use, I mean, he said glum. I'll use toxic. Wow. like that shoot around yesterday I heard was very awkward, very weird in Oklahoma City because everybody was on pins and needles wondering what they were going to do. And I think now you have this reset where how do you move forward as a team when there was a clear mandate here, like they have to do something. And if they're not able to get anything done, which is, as we say, you talked about it in the open, there's aprons, there's all this stuff. I mean, it's really hard to do something. And the thing they were trying to do did not come to fruition because Kevin Durant said no. It's hard to move forward, and that's where they're left.
This is Brian Windhorst and Kendrick Perkins, same program.
This team is not, I thought this team would be better.
They got Cody Martin. They started making moves to put pieces around.
At the end of the season, you think about the additions of Plumlee, Tyus Jones. They wouldn't address a lot of they wouldn't address a lot of issues. And Bob, I get it. You keep going back to the front office part of it and saying they need to have a meeting. The meeting needs to be had in the locker room.
Okay, and then here's one more, and then I want to react to this whole toxic thing. This is Brian Windhorst.
They are excellent at talent acquisition. They are not good at team building. And that's what's happened here.
Fair. Excellent at talent acquisition, not great at team building. I mean, that's really fair. Ramona called me yesterday. I think, were you here? So I was
at the tail end of that conversation. I walked in.
Ramona called me yesterday. I talked to her a little bit, and she brought up some things that she was hearing to me. And, even today, I was texting with Ramona, and she was like, I've just heard how bad it's been the past few weeks as people knew they were being shopped and the team was losing. And then she said there was also some, concerns over Bud. I'm like, okay. But that's like some of the stuff she's heard. Now, teams losing, trade deadlines coming. I think it's kind of normal for teams to go through that. How they respond to this is going to be very important because if there's still bad feelings and bad blood and no trust in the coach and no trust in each other, and then we're going to see it on the court. We're going to see it.
Yeah.
Usually you get past this is crazy. Usually you get past the trade deadline, everybody breathes a sigh of relief. It's the exact opposite here.
In a way, yeah.
It's the exact opposite. We're all like on pins and needles. Like this thing is so fragile right now. So fragile.
Such a good word. Yeah.
Right, because you think, okay, the trade deadline's over. Exhale, you breathe. You didn't get traded. Oh, okay, great. Now let's go ball. But it's such a fragile atmosphere with the Phoenix Suns that I think we're all just like almost bracing for the worst because of that. So, yeah, I spoke with Ramona yesterday and today, and I know this is becoming a very big issue about the toxic, how toxic it is in the locker room. And I'm at the games, and I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it firsthand. Now, I don't have all the access in the world, so I don't know everything that's going on there. But, there might be behind-the-scenes stuff that we don't know about. But, Kellen goes to all the games. I go to the game. I haven't seen that on my part. To be honest with you, I'm not saying I doubt it. I'm not saying I doubt that it's true.
No, you just said
I'm just saying I haven't seen it.
You're not going to sit here and throw a log onto the fire and say, oh, yeah, I know. But it does. The results on the court, I don't want to say that's proof positive of the toxicity that may or may not exist, but clearly something's off, right? Like I think we can, and that's probably the most Pollyanna passive way of putting it. Clearly something is off with this basketball team. There's just way too much talent here for them to be this blah. I mean, there really is. And so when I hear words like toxic and dysfunction and they can get talent, but they can't team build and all that stuff, man, I hate to do this because we already did this a year ago.
I know where you're going.
It just goes right to whether they do it again at coach, and not to blame.
I'm so disappointed in the coaching and Mike Budenholzer. So disappointed.
Are you?
I don't think he's getting anything out of these guys. You've got all this talent and you can't mold it into a better basketball team?
You watched last night, Shai Gilgeous goes for 50. Tyus Jones was the primary defender on him for a lot of that.
Yeah.
What the heck are we doing when the smallest worst defensive guard is trying to guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? You didn't draft Ryan Dunn for that? That's not what he's out there? I know Dunn got hurt, but Dunn played, 12 minutes in last night's game? What are we doing?
How about, double and trap them on every – I know they're a good team, but, you got to try not to let that guy beat you.
Yeah,
I've been – you know me. How many times have I come in here and said, I can't believe how, okay he is after every blowout loss? How many times have I said that?
Don't even get me started.
But I've complained about that a dozen times.
Okay,
You want to play a cut after last night's game, please?
I think we talked about it some through the years, just doing it for 48 minutes, finding
sustainability, both ends of the court. So we just got to keep pushing, keep working.
That was his answer to the question, is this fixable?
Never upset, never.
Here's his answer to the question about whether effort was a problem. You think effort was a problem last night for the Phoenix Suns? I do.
Yeah. I mean, they played well. I don't think it's effort. They give great effort every night. I think we give great effort. They played better than us.
It's the same thing. Like you never. We talked about Finch with the Timberwolves. Man, he was busting his team's ass after a win.
Yeah.
And they responded and they beat the Sun. Like, I listened to these press conferences from Mike Budenholzer. I'm like, are we watching the same game?
Yeah.
Like, has anybody ever done that? Like, you see, are we watching the same basketball game? Because I don't think we are. So, to my point, I don't think he's getting anything out of all these guys. I think he should be getting more out of these guys.
Well, it's what Wendy said about talent acquisition versus talent development. I got a lot of respect for Ramona, and the word toxic is toxic. It's a strong word to use, and I appreciate you saying, I can't sit here and say for sure I know that to be the case, but if there's even a whiff of that, and certainly listening to Bud's comments after the game, Gambo, all my brain can do is think, God, would they do it again? Would they make another coaching change this summer? Would they if there's one owner in the NBA who could afford financially to do it, it's probably Matt Ishbia. That doesn't alone justify it, and it seems crazy to be talking about this again, because I know people are going to misinterpret this and go, oh, that's just you blaming the coach for the problems. No, that's just me wondering if they've got this situation where they've got a coach who has no idea how to get the most out of this roster. Do they have the right guy moving forward? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to blame the coach for everything.
I know we're late for a break.
But if all of this stuff is legit about it being toxic and it's a bad environment and all, then you got to do something about it if you're Matt.
I went back to my notes on when the Suns interviewed Mike Budenholzer for the job when Sarver was the owner of the team and Mike was in Atlanta. The owner of Atlanta wanted to move on from Budenholzer. He owed him $5 million, so he was trying to get him to get another job. Budenholzer took the Milwaukee job. But my notes are all the things about Mike was how good he was at developing young talent. That he was really better with the younger players than the older players. The younger players are where he really excelled. He liked coaching the younger players, developing the younger players. It wasn't about like trying to work with the stars. So now he went to Milwaukee and he won a championship, so who knows?
Who knows? That's a good point, though. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Gambo and I had been looking at two games in particular these past couple of weeks as a measuring stick to where the Suns were and their ability to compete at the highest level. Then they got whooped by that stick. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You can listen to Arizona Sports 98.7 all over Arizona, even when you're out of range of our mighty transmitter that sits atop South Mountain. If you've got Wi-Fi or any cell signal, you can hear Arizona Sports live on the Arizona Sports app. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Buy 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic Motor Oil and get a $15 gift card after rebate, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Please, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. Two faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it. And we'll beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
With Cox Mobile, you're covered coast to coast, so you can call your friends anytime on that road trip from New York City to LA, even in, Franklin, Illinois.
Huh, what if I call from Franklin, Georgia?
Yep, covered.
Ooh, Franklin, Texas?
Uh-huh.
Franklin, Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, Nebraska,
all
Connecticut.
covered. Cox Mobile runs on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile and has call quality you can rely on. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox Internet required. Comparison based on percentage of area covered by T-Mobile as compared to Cox Mobile from FCC National Broadband Map of US as of 12/31/23. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Hey, did the ref blow the whistle on your roof? Because that's what happened at Casa Calvisi, and that's why we called America Roofing. Home or business, repair or replace, America Roofing is a slam dunk. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. Recently awarded Arizona's Contractor of the Year. More than 2 decades experience and more than 400 employees statewide. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the crew can run a fast break to wherever you're at. Mention Calvisi and save 10% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 18643HCR42.
Karis LeVert, George Niang, as well as some draft pick fodder. And the Waste Management Phoenix Open Round 1 is underway, close to concluding. Most of the groups are on the back nine now, and we got a pair of new leaders that are still working their way through the back nine, as a matter of fact. 6 under par is the new total, with Wyndham Clark and Taylor Moore leading the way in round 1. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Build your dream pool with Arizona's #1 pool builder. Schedule your free consultation before the 2025 swim season. Dive in at presidentialpools.com.
Burns and Gambo, open phones.
We've taken a lot of calls the last few days because we've had a lot to talk to you about, and we're appreciative and grateful for all the input. We're going to do it one more time today, 602-260-9870. It's done. This journey, it's over, Gambo. Trade deadline's over. Who could have imagined all the different directions it would go in with Butler and Beal and Durant and all the conversations that we were expecting to have and the conversations we weren't expecting to have? Now that it's done, now that it's over, how would you, Suns fan, describe the deadline for the Phoenix Suns? Let's go to Nick in Phoenix. We're going to try to get in as many calls as we can. Again, 602-260-9870. Be patient with us if you're trying to get in. Nick, welcome to the show. Happy Thursday. What words would you use to describe?
Thursday, fellas. Thanks for having me. I would describe this trade deadline as clueless and lacking vision in the front office staff. The team has no identity, and the executives of this team now realize that just putting big name players on a roster is not going to necessarily yield results. And since the dust from the DeAndre Ayton and Toumani Camara trade has settled, and we are where we are, and we see what we got out of that and where we currently are, this team is the front office staff is just visionless, and that's how I would describe this trade deadline.
Nick, thank you for the phone call. There are times during this process I would have agreed with that completely, where are you adding? Are you subtracting? Are you buying? Are you selling? Are you in it? Are you not?
You don't have a lot to sell.
You
just don't have a lot to sell.
You had KD to sell, and for a while there, it seemed like you were trying to add to KD, and then when you flipped and you looked like you were trying to sell KD.
Long? Did they wait too long to sell KD?
If they had,
because what if they in the middle of December had said, I know that we're not a good team. Let's see what we can get for KD. The problem is I think it just took way too long trying to trade Beal, and by the time you turned around and trade Durant, you were ultra focused on Golden State. That fell apart and you were done.
But that kind of speaks to the visionless, kind of directionless, sort of meandering sort of quality that this trade deadline had for the Suns. Mike is in Glendale. Next up on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Mike.
How you guys doing?
Good.
First of all, Gambo, I love the show. You there?
Yeah, right here.
You guys there?
Yes.
I love your guys' show. First of all, I'm a longtime Suns fan like you are, Burns. This hurts. I'm glad we didn't do anything because, in my opinion, I say trade Booker and Durant, and I say blow the whole thing up, restart all over again. And what really hurts about this, we finally have a billionaire owner who wants to spend money, and we went the wrong direction.
Yeah, Matt Ishbia is never going to be criticized for the commitment to win. Look, there was a time when the Suns didn't sign Joe Johnson over $5 million. There was a time when they didn't want to guarantee Amari Stoudemire's contract, so he went to the Knicks. Like, honestly, stuff like that is never going to happen under Matt Ishbia. So, but it's fair to question, like, the way they put the team together was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you could have done this. But now, because of the penalties and the aprons, you're so handcuffed. 5 years ago, putting this team together, you would have had ways out of it or to maneuver. There's just no ways to maneuver right now.
I still would rather it this way than the old way, this owner versus the old owner. I still would, because at least you don't have to worry about that level of aggression. But clearly, that aggression and that desire to make this it just needs to be channeled a little bit better, because it's been a little random, I think. Dustin is in Peoria. Next up here on Burns and Gambo. Hello, Dustin.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's up, Dustin? the wins?
Hey, so first off, I got to say, I don't know why they do my boy Gambo like this, man. He's up all night for 4 or 5 days, and we all knew nothing was really going to go down with the Beal trade. We knew that was going to happen.
Who's doing Gambo dirty?
Like,
What do you mean who's doing Gambo? No one's doing Gambo dirty. We all love Gambo.
I get respect.
We love Gambo. No one's dissing Gambo
all these
around here.
rumors about KD, trying to get traded. I know that, we're going to blow it up probably this summer, but I just don't understand how they think we're going to flip a switch in the last 32 games and do anything in the playoffs.
No,
I don't think they're fooling anybody.
No, they don't. They don't think that. They're just going to run it. They're going to address it in the summer. They're going to punt to the summer. And the summer's not that long away, and then they'll reevaluate, and they'll try to figure out what they can do. But they're not trading Kevin Durant in a quick trade. They're going to make sure they make the right trade because they need young assets back, and they need young players back. I'm telling you, you would have loved the Golden State deal. Everybody would have.
I didn't.
It was going to be a really good deal.
I didn't like it.
Lauren, did you like it?
I didn't.
You did? Mitch, did you like it?
I didn't like
Mitch, come on, you do Suns.
No, I'm just laughing by Burnsy's immediate. Well, not everybody.
Not everybody. I didn't love it.
Mitch?
So the advantage that I liked was that Kuminga was a restricted free agent. That's the one thing that I liked about it.
Kuminga, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, a pick swap. Man, it was a good trade. And Butler.
Don't you see? You're neglecting the centerpiece of the deal. Jimmy Butler is the centerpiece of that deal.
Yeah, Butler, Kuminga, 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a first-round pick swap. Wow.
Yeah, no, I would have
been a
I know I'm in the
deal.
minority. I would not have liked that deal at all. I think that's just another wrong direction move for them. Mario and Peoria is next up, but that's not me doing you dirty like Dustin. So you got your cousin calling in the show now? Saying we're dissing you, we're disrespecting you. You got family members calling now? Jeez.
My family members wouldn't sound like that.
Mario, what's up, man?
Mario.
How you doing?
Not much, sir. Hey, man, this trade line, I feel relieved. I did not want Butler. I feel like him turning 36 in a couple of months or a couple of weeks, I can't recall now, but he was going to turn 36, going to get, $121 million extension, probably a little bit more with us. And then you would have to re-sign Kevin Durant, and then, not Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant would have been gone, but it would have been Bradley Beal, who plays half of your games, and then you have Butler, who plays half of his games, and then you're gonna have Booker out there, and then probably Booker would have been tired. I'm so relieved this trade did not happen. I know that we might be losing Kevin Durant, but in summer, but I feel like it's time for reset, and I'm just hoping Booker doesn't ask out. Thanks for taking my call.
That's the doomsday scenario I think we're all a little nervous about. And we've got no indication, zero, absolutely none, to make us think we should be worried about that.
There isn't any.
And I'm not, but I do think that's kind of the hold your breath, waiting for the shoe to drop kind of thing. I'm not that worried about that, and I think relieved is a really. I'm relieved they didn't get Jimmy Butler, but I'm also now they've set themselves up for just a chaotic last couple of months of the season with Kevin Durant in the summer. Anthony in Verrado is next up here on Burns and Gambo. Anthony, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going?
Good,
Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
So trade deadline wise, I'm not sure why we didn't pick up the phone or if we made any calls to the Houston Rockets, since they were one of the main teams that were interested in Durant. I would have loved a package back from the Rockets, Amen Thompson. I'm not sure if you guys have been watching him play.
They weren't interested.
You were never going to get him. You were never going to get him. From Kevin
the Rockets
Durant.
were not interested in making a move like that. So if you heard they were interested in Durant, I don't think that's true. I think that they want to see how they do with this incredible young roster they have, and then they'll reevaluate.
Well, no, I mean, I'm fine with. And Anthony, I hope you're still on the line because I want to keep talking to you. I'm fine.
I'm here.
I'm fine with talking to Houston. I am. I just don't think you're ever going to get Amen Thompson from them for Kevin Durant. But anyway,
he's definitely a stud. But I think trade deadline wise, we did get rid of the Nurkic contract, and we got Cody Martin back, which is not a. I don't know if it's a contract that's for next year or it's just this year. We got rid of that contract, so we had that money off the books. I mean, we just had a lot of constraints, so I understand why we didn't make too many moves. I think this summer is definitely going to be very pivotal going into the future. And if we can get off Durant and get back, picks and young players to jump into the ship, and maybe not too young, maybe just around, that 25 to 20, the 28 range age to play with Booker. I think that's just the best case scenario going forward.
Number one thing to me is I agree with that. Try to trade Durant, see what you can get back. But you better make sure that Booker's on board with how long it may take to be good again. Because if he's not, then you might have to look in and address that. You might have to address whether it's worth it to move Booker too. A lot will depend on whether Booker is on board with what you're selling him as the vision of what this team will look like post Kevin Durant.
Yeah, totally agree. Thank you, everybody, for the phone calls. We got in as many as we could. We enjoyed the interaction with all of you, and we appreciate you listening to the Burns and Gambo show. Now, when we come back, Jusuf Nurkic, the one trade that did come down today, the reason why I don't have to buy everybody lunch tomorrow on the Burns and Gambo show, because a deal did come down before the deadline. What is the meaning behind it? Gambo's got the info. Stay tuned. He'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Suns aren't ruthlessly and completely crushing the scrubs of the NBA, even with Book and KD healthy. Why? Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman break down the reasons on the Empire of the Suns podcast from Arizona Sports. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. Having personally encountered the exceptional care provided by Moving Team 6, I can truly attest to the priceless bond we've formed. Their unwavering dedication ensures that your move is stress-free from the start to the finish. Feel secure that you and your belongings are receiving the highest level of care from Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, your move is their mission. Visit movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Dan Bickley here, and if you're ready for a new life with a brand new smile, you need to know about New Life Dental Implant Center. They offer amazing quality and unbeatable prices. They have their own lab, and everything is done in one location, and the entire process is entirely digital, which means your implants will be perfect. This is the place to make your smile dreams come true. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Vince Marotta here for my friends at Bumblebee Plumbing. Trust me, you're in good hands with Mike and his crew, serving the Valley for over a decade, dedicated to customer satisfaction. Give them a buzz at 623-404-0233, BumblebeePlumbingAZ.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you that at Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, they believe everyone deserves a place to call their own. The Fairway team makes the home buying process smooth, simple, and stress-free so you can focus on what matters most, your future. No matter where you are on your home ownership journey, Fairway is with you every step of the way. Are you ready to take that next step? Then let's unlock the door to your new home today. Visit today to start your home buying experience the Fairway. Fairway, your dream awaits. Company NMLS number 2289. This is not an offer to enter into an agreement. Not all customers will qualify. Equal housing opportunity.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfornow.com.
I tell small business owners, let TaxFile take care of your taxes. TaxFile connects you with licensed accountants who really sweat the details. That's TaxFile with a Y. Go to taxfile.com/radio and get their best offer.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Maybe these results will shock you. Maybe they won't. Lauren's a poll question. What do you got?
All right, guys, we're asking today, do the Phoenix Suns make the playoffs this season? Yes as a play-in team, or no?
Non-low so. I don't know. But I'm going to say they make it as a play-in team. Play-in team.
Sorry, I was finishing chewing my carrot that I shoved into my mouth before the break. I was really hoping.
Carrot is such a hard thing to chew during the show.
Boy, it really is.
Because it breaks into like 47 different pieces.
Right?
And it's like, well, it's
little carrot stick dipped into some peanut butter. I shoved it right into my craw right before we came back from break. And it's like, somebody talk here because I got a mouthful of carrot.
I'm going to go that they will be a play-in tournament team. 7 through 10 somewhere. I don't know where, but I'll go play-in.
We have a lot of votes on this poll, too. A lot.
I reposted it.
Oh, we got that Gambo seal of approval.
Every time gets the Gambo retweet.
Ooh, yeah, we're up to 3,380 votes.
I don't think they make the playoffs. I don't think they make the play-in. I don't. I think between the schedule, the improvements made by the teams that are chasing them, and honestly, just some real deep-seated questions about their ability to put all of the events of the last 48 hours behind them, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
In a roundabout way, as crazy as this may sound, would it almost be better to not make the play-in tournament team?
Yeah.
Sure. Because if you make the play-in, you're probably going to play Oklahoma City in the first round. Maybe it's Memphis, maybe it's Houston, but you're probably in a best-of-7 against the team that just worked you last night. Whereas if you don't make the play-in at all, what more of a sign do you need if you're Matt Ishbia, Josh Bartelstein, and James Jones? It doesn't work. You didn't even make the playoffs with this $400 million roster. Yeah, in some ways it would be better if they didn't make it at all because it would send a clear shot across the bow.
Yeah.
You're not good enough. Break it up.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
This is permanently broke.
Yeah.
Permanently.
So, how many votes on this do we have?
3,380 votes.
Wow. And
to your guys' point, too, about the piling on top of each other, is last season you got swept by the Timberwolves in the playoffs.
Yeah.
How can this get worse?
Can you
how
imagine
can you fall back further?
If I had said to you almost 2 years ago to the day, because remember, we were on Radio Row doing our show when the news of Kevin Durant getting traded to the Suns broke. Can you imagine if I had said to you just 2 years ago, the Suns are going to win one playoff series with Kevin Durant on their roster? Just one, and that's it? I mean, nobody would have.
Nobody.
So, yeah, I don't think they're going to make it.
And 56% of our audience is with you, Burnsy. No, they will not make the playoffs. 36% going with yes, but as a play-in team. And 8% going with just straight up yes, they'll make it.
The big shocking admission, maybe nothing bigger today on the Burns and Gambo show than Gambo's admission that he will stop coming in here after every Suns game and saying, the Suns need to go 21-11 the rest of the way.
What do they got to do to get to 46? Because 46 was the magic number last year to get in the play-in tournament. And right now, they need 21 games to get to 46 out of it. They got to go 21-11.
21-11 against the toughest schedule in the NBA.
I don't know that you'll see another email from me that will kind of break down the numbers.
Well,
I think I'm kind of.
I'll miss them. Kind of.
I think I'm kind of spent.
You're kind of done with. You're kind of exhausted doing the math wore you out. That tough math.
I think for the last 32 games,
well, it's almost like, I mean, I know we won't do it this way. It's almost like don't worry about the play in. Just let's just see how you play. See if you can do something to. I don't know. Like what do you got? What do you? 32 games. Try.
Show some heart.
Trade Kevin Durant. Everyone says your locker room is toxic. We'll get into that later. There are people talking about how dysfunctional you are. there's questions about the coach and the leadership. Are you going to crumble, or are you going to find something within you to not do it against the toughest schedule in the NBA? And then if you make a run or if you make a push for the play, and then great, that's a nice little bonus. But I don't know, man. There's just so many other things. Now, let's talk about the one trade that did go down today.
Okay.
And one of our callers in our last segment asked about it. Yusef Nurkic got traded to the Charlotte Hornets today. Nurk and a 2026 first goes to Charlotte for Cody Martin, a wing player, point guard Vasilije Mecic, and a 2026 second rounder that I believe belongs to Denver. So it's going to be in the late 40s or early 50s.
It's the least of the Denver Golden State, whoever has the worst pick between Denver and Golden State. You get a second-round pick. You gave back a first. I almost would have rather given up this year's first because I know this year's first is going to be 29th pick in the draft right now.
Because it's Cleveland, right?
It's Cleveland. I'd almost rather have given up take this year's first, but they did get a second back. They moved off Nurkic for two players who have non-guaranteed contracts next year who won't be on the roster. It'll free up some money because you're finally off a Nurkic contract, so they'll have a little bit of money to spend, I think, by getting off a Nurkic. And I was listening. One of the other things I was told, just better for the locker room that Nurk isn't there. Just better for the locker room. So that could be another one of those when we talk about the toxic locker room or what's going on. Maybe Nurkic had a part with that too by moving him out. Could be a positive.
Yeah, as long as you say he had a part and not insinuate that he was the reason or solely to blame for a toxic locker room. I believe you had mentioned earlier in the show that your belief is that neither one of these players, Cody Martin or Mecic, will even be on the roster next year. So it very much seems like kind of a salary-related move, right, to get money off the books. And yeah, because Martin, $8.7 million next season, but it's a non-guaranteed contract.
And Charlotte traded Mark Williams to the Lakers, right?
Yeah.
So
Nurk can be their center now.
Yeah, so they traded their center.
Yeah.
Needed a center back.
And the Hornets, by the way, have set themselves up yet again with just a war chest of draft picks now, right? Like there's, and maybe they don't have the exciting young team that Portland does, or they're not coming. But in terms of the draft picks and their ability to do some stuff, yeah, they've got the ability to do that. Yeah, I mean, Nurk, it sucks that you had to give up a first-round pick to move him. It sucks that, and in a way, given all the chaos of the last 48 hours, and this is maybe something we'll talk about tomorrow, maybe we won't. I'll bring it up here, though. I do wonder if there's going to be some regret over trading that 2031 unprotected first to get those 3 first-round picks if you're the Suns, especially given that you certainly seem to be trending towards the path of not having Kevin Durant on your roster during this offseason. And if you're about to go through some sort of a rebuild, reboot, whatever you want to call it, boy, that 2031 pick would be nice to have, knowing you might not be the best team in the world the next 5 years.
I agree. The 2031 pick, I believe, is more valuable, especially if this team is not good. It could be a really good pick. The problem is that they really do need the picks. Like, they do need picks.
I get it. I do.
So that they needed a pick to get off of Nurkic, but they also need picks to play. Like whoever they draft this year, I was looking at a mock draft today for the Phoenix Suns.
You put that in your email.
I put an email.
I was like, wow, we're looking at mock drafts.
Time to start talking mock draft here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah.
Yes.
We still have an NFL draft to get through. Well, let's pause on the NBA mock drafts. You know what I mean? But yeah, I saw you put that. No,
Colorado State senior, Nikkei Clifford, small forward.
Lauren?
Older prospect.
Lauren?
I don't even think Lauren knows anything about this guy.
He can't score.
averaging 18 points a game, 9.6 rebounds.
What conference is he playing?
He plays for Colorado State.
Exactly.
Gambo,
that's a future Pac-12 school right there.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a college basketball player in America who's draft eligible that Lauren doesn't have at least some thumbnail sketch on.
Yeah.
You'd be really, telling you, she knows her stuff about this. This is her passion. She loves college basketball.
I know.
Anyway, I totally understand the reasons for making the. I'm just saying there's another world where that 2031 would be really, really nice. But I get it. I get that those picks were necessary to potentially set you up for a deal or to give you some young players that you need. It just seems like we're really trending now towards the Suns not being very good in 2031. We'll see. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Trade deadline is over. Kevin Durant was a whisper away from getting moved to the Golden State Warriors. Instead, now we all look to the summer. A big big summer for the Phoenix Suns. We'll talk about it coming up on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
2 months this has been going on, this Butler flirtation, and it was pretty obvious flirtation. It wasn't a batting of the eye and a glance across the bar. This was Jimmy Butler saying to the Phoenix Suns, I want you bad.
Just doing a mating dance.
For 2 months. And when this all started, we talked about the 2 10-foot brick walls, the barriers that Bradley Beal's contract and status in the NBA would provide in any efforts for the Suns to try to get Jimmy Butler. And that's what happened.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about M-Drive, the daily supplement I take every single day. As tired as I've been the last few days, I went out there and ran for 30 minutes today. Why M-Drive? M-Drive helps me with my endurance, my stamina, my recovery. I had a good 30-minute run, just went at it real hard for 30 minutes and relieves a lot of stress for me. I love that. But what M-Drive does is it helps you boost your natural testosterone, but it also helps you in many other ways. Endurance, stamina, recovery. I use M-Drive Elite. That's for people that kind of go at it every day, people that are very active on a regular basis. Great product in M-Drive Elite. A lot of people ask me about M-Drive Boost and Burn because there are a lot of people that are like, hey, I'm kind of in shape, but I'm about 10 pounds overweight. I don't need to lose 40. I just need to lose 10 pounds. I'd feel so great if I could just lose 10. M-Drive Boost and Burn will help you get there. It's a terrific product for those of you that are somewhat active. You do work out some, and you just need to lose about 10 pounds. They've also got M-Drive Prime, and I love the M-Drive Accelerator. If you go to mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in the promo code, you'll get 25% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in the promo code. You can also find M-Drive at Sprouts.
Homeowners, while many agents are making very big promises, Carol Royce with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is famous for her written guarantees. Now, unlike some agents who promise a very unrealistic price just to get your business, Carol's going to provide you an upfront written guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value. Or Carol's going to pay you the difference. So if you're ready to sell your home in 2025, sell with confidence and for full market value, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Is your AC so old it deserves a retirement party? Paul Calvisi here, because day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, they're searching for the oldest AC in the valley. The winner gets a brand new high-efficiency air conditioner with an air purifier. Enter by texting DAY to 602-649-1889. Text DAY to 602-649-1889. Conditions apply. See official contest rules. Valid entry dates January 13th through February 9th, 2025.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about For the Win at Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, April 10th through the 13th. Wolf and I are going to be there, so join us at the Ultimate Golf Tournament Viewing Party. Catch every angle from every hole from Augusta on Stadium Swim's 143-foot screen. And while you're there, indulge in traditional tournament fare at genuine tournament prices, sip refreshing cocktails, revel in the excitement of golf's biggest event. Don't miss out on the Green Jacket Party at Legacy Club Friday night. Book your room, reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NBA trade deadline has come and passed, and the Phoenix Suns did make one move today. They're sending Jusuf Nurkic to the Charlotte Hornets, along with a 2026 first-round pick. In exchange, the Suns are acquiring Cody Martin and Vasa Micic, as well as a 2026 second-round pick. That is the only move that the Suns made today. Other trades as a reminder of what the Suns have done. Acquisition of Nick Richards last month, and then moving their 2031 first-round pick for 3 first-rounders from the Utah Jazz. You can find all the latest on the Suns and the whole NBA trade deadline right now on the Arizona Sports app and arizonasports.com. And then checking in on the Waste Management Phoenix Open at TPC Scottsdale, we have a new outright leader at 7 under, and he's still got a couple holes to go as well. Wyndham Clark with the outright lead at 7 under par, and that is through 17 holes of play. And that is what's trending now.
Going to be the best days of your life, the summer of 25?
Because whether they meant to do it or not, whether it was intentional or not, by coming within a whisper of trading Kevin Durant to the Golden State Warriors, the Phoenix Suns have signaled their willingness and the possibility of trading Kevin Durant. And by doing so, they've sent a signal to the rest of the NBA.
Yes.
You can have him. You can get him.
Yep.
We almost traded him. And whether that was their intention or not, whether they meant to do it or not, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter
We
whether
could be sitting here today announcing Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga to the Suns, Andrew Wiggins to the Heat, and Kevin Durant could be being introduced right now to the Golden State Warriors.
Could have, but he said no. But he said no. But just the fact that it almost happened is enough to almost ensure that it will happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like the fact that we got that close, whether Kevin Durant asked for it, he said he didn't. Whether the Suns intentionally knew that by coming that close to trading in the Golden State, they were kind of opening Pandora's box here. Pandora's box is open. They got tons of calls already.
Right.
Memphis called them, Minnesota called them. You said half the league called about them. The summer of 25 is when it's going to be reckoning time for the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant, because I think they have to move him then.
I mean, I think it's a pivotal point in the future of the organization. I think that this.
I agree. Tell me why. Tell me why it's pivotal.
Because this is one of the biggest trade chips you have. Him and Devin Booker are the two biggest trade chips you have. You've got to take advantage of this and get as much as you can with this trade chip, because I think it sets you up for the future. You can't miss this one.
Nope.
You can miss on just about everything you've done to this point. You can't miss on that one.
Yep.
Did you miss on Tyus Jones? Did you miss on Plumlee? Did you miss on Bradley Beal? Did you miss on Mike Budenholzer? Okay.
Did you miss on Kevin Durant the first time?
You cannot miss on this one.
That's exactly it.
The decision that they make this summer will have a profound effect on the future of the Phoenix Suns organization. Make no mistake about it.
And look, this is Brian Windhorst, and he basically said the same thing today on ESPN.
Summer is now we're going to be eyeing Durant coming this summer. Now, you never want to make an assumption. You will see how the rest of the season ends. We'll see how the Suns play out. For a year and a half now, this triumvirate, Beal, Durant, and Booker, has not led to consistent winning. And we know we don't have to worry about what the Suns say about it. Their actions say that they don't think it works because they tried to trade Beal until they were blue in the face, and then they tried to trade Durant.
Yeah. Yep.
So this summer, it's going to be about Kevin Durant and his next home.
It doesn't matter what's said anymore.
Yeah, their actions.
What matters is what was done. And what was done is you almost traded Kevin Durant to the Golden State Warriors. And that's, again, whatever was the genesis of that, it doesn't matter. It's you've gone down that path. And so you're right. They can't screw this up. They have to get this one right. They have to. Now, and here's why this summer is so pivotal, just in case, why this summer? What does it have to be? First of all, Kevin Durant is said to be not super pleased at how the last couple of days went down. He turned down the chance to go to Golden State. If he wanted to go there, he'd be there right now. This summer, it's either extend him or trade him. I mean, you could go
or
into
you could extend and trade.
You could extend and trade.
Yeah.
But if you get to the end of the summer and you truly decide it's your intention to keep Kevin Durant, it's probably in your best interest to extend that contract to get the best version of him and not have a contract extension hanging over everybody's head.
He's more valuable with extra years on his contract than he is on an expiring contract.
So if you've decided now, for me, and maybe these last 32 games, I can give myself a little wiggle room and say, hey, I'll see how they play and all that. To me, under no circumstances am I giving Kevin Durant a contract extension in the offseason. None.
With a plan to keep him.
None. Yeah, with a plan to keep him. No. This has not worked. Brian Windhorst is right. And even before they got Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant wasn't working here for the Phoenix Suns.
I told you after the second Portland game, they're telegraphing what to do. They're telling you what you need to do.
Yeah.
You got to blow it up.
Got to blow it up.
They're telling you. After the second Portland game, when we came in, I said, their actions on the court are telling you what you need to do.
And then last night's loss was like getting hit over the head by the Telegraph. You just lost to Oklahoma City by 31 points. You're just not good. You're not a good basketball team. You'll be lucky to make the play-in tournament at this point. So this summer, but I also think, and we'll talk about this a little more in the next segment too, I think this summer, you watch, it's going to be another summer of speculation about the Suns head coach and whether they got the right one. I think that's going to happen again this summer.
I've been extremely disappointed with his inability to push the right buttons and get more out of this basketball team. I think Mike Budenholzer has done a terrible job as the head coach. And he's tried a lot of different things and none of it has worked. But you alienated Nurkic and you lost him. You're not getting anything out of Tyus Jones, who was one of the biggest offseason additions they had, and we were all very excited about that. Mm-hmm. Devin Booker's having one of his worst years with you at the helm right now. The team's a 500 basketball team with talent, with all intents and purposes. They should be like at least 30-20. There's no reason that this team shouldn't be 30-20, and so you're not getting much out of him. I think there's questions about the rotation. Look, and I would say this right now. If I am James Jones or Josh Bartlestein or Matt Ishbia, I'm going to Mike Budenholzer. You're going to play Ryan Dunn, and you're going to play Oso Iguodaro, and you're going to play them a lot. And that's it. They're going to play. Those two guys are going to play a lot. And I don't care. I don't need to, at this point, anybody who's not coming back next year, I can limit their minutes. I don't care. But anybody who is coming back, like those two guys, I need to see more of them. You agree?
Yeah, I agree. I was looking. 100 everything you said. Absolutely everything you said. So this summer is going to be pivotal for that reason, but mostly for the Kevin Durant. You've announced your intentions to the rest of the NBA, and now the rest of the NBA, and like you had reported earlier, there was a report from Chris Haynes that Minnesota at the last minute tried to get Kevin Durant. Bob Myers let it slip today on national TV that he had heard Memphis had called about Kevin Durant. Teams are going to call. And this is where you have to be really, really savvy and really particular. And if you've decided that this is not going to work and really what other conclusion can you draw, you got to find the right pick. I was looking to see where the Suns would be if they were 30-20, like you say.
They'd be
fifth in the West.
A game behind Denver for fourth?
Mm-hmm. Game and a half. Yeah.
Right. And if they were
fifth in the West, and that's about where we would have thought.
And if they were, they probably would have made an addition to get them over the hump instead of looking to subtract.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Oh, after I remind you about this, because I think I'm going to try to get to this. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, giving you the chance to experience Eatings Festival. You're going to see performances by The Killers, Fall Out Boy, Incubus, The Black Keys, and much more. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for complete details and your chance to win tickets. And that's why I want to go. I've never seen The Killers in concert before. I've never seen I love The Killers. I've never seen The Killers in concert.
I've seen The Killers 3 times and could not recommend more.
Really?
Really?
Oh, they're fantastic.
They're fantastic. Have you seen them?
Oh,
man.
I want to go.
The Killers.
When is it?
It's February 21st, I think.
I want to go.
Yeah. Killers. Okay. I know what night I'm going. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we knew things were not going great for the Phoenix Suns. But when a nationally respected NBA insider uses the word toxic on national TV, yeah, you have our attention. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Here we go. America's pastime is almost back.
Del Castillo swings. High drive. Right field. Walk-off homer. Adrian Del Castillo.
Pitchers and catchers report Wednesday. D-backs season will be on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and arizonasports.com. Spring training coverage presented by Estrella Jalisco.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Dr. J. Schwartz, 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he specializes in vision correction. Now, he does it all. It's a full-service eye care facility. So if you need glasses or contact lenses, or you have dry eye or cataracts, or you need a cornea procedure, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center help you. But they really do specialize in vision correction. I had LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. K-Ray, Kevin Ray from the Suns broadcast team, he just had a vision correction procedure done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. We're talking about the best eye doctor in town, over 20-plus years right here in Arizona, and one of the best eye doctors in the country, and he offers 2 years of interest-free financing with a vision correction procedure, and he offers a free, thorough eye exam. All you have to do is call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs? No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy cases full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Do you know the risks of not having a comprehensive estate plan? Life is unpredictable. An accident, serious illness, or dementia could leave you incapacitated. Without the protection of financial and medical power of attorney documents, an Arizona probate court could appoint someone, possibly a stranger, to manage your finances and medical care. Even if you have a will when you pass away, without a living trust, your estate could get tied up in probate court, and legal fees could take a big chunk out of your children's inheritance. But RJP Estate Planning can help you avoid these risks with a comprehensive estate plan that includes a living trust and power of attorney documents. And if you're 60 or over, you'll save 65% on a living trust and receive financial and medical power of attorney documents at no extra cost.
Call 480-576-5457 by February 6th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
We all could use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Super Bowl is on Sunday. Oh wait, can I say that word? The big game is on Sunday, and we'll have our last Football Friday of the season tomorrow. Fun starts at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
They are excellent at talent acquisition. They are not good at team building. And that's what's happened here.
As Brian Windhorst, part of the pile-on today against the Phoenix Suns, there were certainly others that were... There were other things that were said as well, and this was the one that caught everybody's attention. Everybody was talking about it when Ramona Shelburne, very respected NBA insider, right? Like when she speaks, people kind of sit up and pay attention. Boy, listen to what she said about the situation inside the Suns locker room right now.
Yeah, the word I would use, I mean, he said glum, I'll use toxic. Wow. like that shoot around yesterday I heard was very awkward, very weird in Oklahoma City because everybody was on pins and needles wondering what they were going to do. And I think now you have this reset where how do you move forward as a team when there was a clear mandate here, like they have to do something. And if they're not able to get anything done, which is, as we say, you talked about it in the open, there's aprons, there's all this stuff. I mean, it's really hard to do something. And the thing they were trying to do did not come to fruition because Kevin Durant said no. It's hard to move forward, and that's where they're left.
Hey, Bernsey, I got a quick question for you. You said that you only knew Britney Spears' Toxic from your daughter's dance rehearsal. Mm-hmm. Do you not remember this?
Fans listen to every game on News Radio 620 KTAR, Arizona's news, traffic, and weather station. Hear Diamondback updates on Arizona's morning news with Ned Foster and Connie Weber. And talk about the game with the messy Dave Burns on News Radio 620.
That's when I got the pie in the face.
KTAR.
That's when I got the pie in the face. Yeah, at Chase Field, when they used to cut to me in the press box and hey, everybody, I'd wave and listen to the postgame show. And Bob Hune threw a pie in my face.
That little son of a gun.
Bob Hune
He's 5'2",
with the assistance of the late great Johnny V, who was distracting me. Johnny V was having a conversation, and while I was looking at Johnny V, I got a pie.
Have you gotten Bob Hune back for that?
No, I haven't. I'm not big on revenge. I'm not a big revenge guy. It was.
I'm all about it.
Although I did have like an interview in my pocket that I was supposed to play back that night, and it got whipped cream all over it, and it ruined it. So we can play it. I forgot that music was set to. Who reminded you of that?
Oh, well, our listeners can go and view the video on our social media, which we downloaded from a floppy disk that was found during moves at the station.
No way.
Yep.
I have floppy disks. I don't know how to transfer them. How do you do that?
Give it to Jeremy.
Jeremy knows how to
way.
Downloaded
slide that stuff over.
Sent me the MP4, and I got the video.
Wow.
That will be going out on social media.
I forgot that music was behind that, but
I'm gonna have to make a contribution to Jeremy for some floppy disk stuff.
Pie in the face. Do the Suns have a pie?
It feels like every time you watch a Suns game.
Right? I was going to say, do the Suns have a pie in their face right now? What do we make of the word toxic? Thank you for bringing me down memory lane. I appreciate that, Lauren.
Ramona called me yesterday.
Okay.
So I did speak to Ramona. She called me yesterday. We spoke a little bit, and we texted back and forth a little bit today. She said she just keeps hearing how bad it's been the past few weeks because people knew they were being shopped and the team was losing. And that there's some things going on with, dislike of Bud. That was what she said to me. So I think that I think words got around. But listen, it's the trade deadline. Everybody's on edge. The team has been very disappointing, and they were expected to make a big trade. So obviously Bradley Beal's been in the news, and then Kevin Durant was in the news. And then everybody else was wondering if they were going to get traded or not, too. You had the Nurkic situation looming with that. So it's, I mean, I'm not shocked that these last few weeks have been like they were. It's been tough. Now the trade deadline's over. What direction are they going to go? Are they going to get together? Okay, trade deadline's over. Let's go ball. Or is this team just mentally fatigued from a season of so much disappointment that they just cannot wait to get to the finish line?
Yeah, I mean, I think, when somebody like Ramona Shelburne uses the word toxic, like I say, it kind of makes you sit up and pay attention. There have been whispers that it's not the best locker room, that it's not the best situation, that it's and I think we've all kind of heard those. We've all at least wondered about that. I think what you just said a second ago really resonates with me. Okay. Let's see how these last 32 games go. In that, is Kevin Durant upset, bothered, distracted, or does he bring his lunch pail to work every day and get to work? Is the leadership under Bud? Does the team rally around him, rally around themselves? It's going to be hard to do against the schedule. And I know this all sounds like a bunch of rah-rah Herb Brooks miracle kind of stuff here, but I think it's also partially the truth a little bit. You're getting called out on national TV for having a toxic environment inside the locker room. People are calling you dysfunctional. Everyone's wondering about how KD is going to react and how he reacted to hearing that the Suns were a whisper away from trading him to the Golden State Warriors. I think in some ways how they play on the floor will kind of give us the answer to that. And if over these last 32 games they fall apart and it's just a mess for the last 2 months of the season, that'll kind of tell us what we need to know. That maybe it was toxic and maybe Kevin Durant didn't like the fact that his name was in these rumors. But if they rally and come together and play with more heart and more spirit and more connectivity than we've seen all season long, then maybe it's not nearly as bad as anybody thought. Like they have a chance to change this with how they play. Don't you think?
Yeah. But I don't know if this relates 100%.
Okay, hit me.
What if I told you that the radio station is going to blow up this show in the summer? They're going to blow it up. They're going to change the whole show. Like they're really going to change everything. They're going to switch to country music. Like something's going to happen. Like
I used to work at a country station, so let's go, man.
Yeah.
I can play Garth Brooks with the best of them. Let's go. Let's do it.
Morgan Wallen has a lot of my money.
yes, he
Morgan
does.
Wallen has
yes,
a lot
he does.
Morgan Wallen has a lot of my money.
I suppose I'm going to have to go a little more current than Garth Brooks, but I can adapt. Okay, go ahead. Continue with your analogy.
Would that not affect how you're going to do the next few shows?
Of course. Of course it is.
If you know that hey, in the summer they're gonna blow this show up.
But show up and do 4 hours every day.
Give it your best.
Give me your best. That's gonna be hard.
When you might happen to be looking for a new place to live,
and that's what I've been saying about Kevin Durant. And I yes, it's easy to say, hey, be a professional, man up, show up, do your job, play basketball. Don't worry about the fact they almost traded you. It is hard. It is hard knowing that you might be going 2 months from now, you might be getting shipped off to another team. And your legacy of being a vagabond, moving from team to team and city to city is just going to get reinforced. Yeah, it is hard. It is. It would be hard to go to work under those circumstances. So I frankly doubt their ability to rally over these last 32 games. I think it's going to be hard. I think it's going to be hard for the Phoenix Suns to show us that this thing is worth keeping together. It's going to be hard for Bud. Given the words that have been used. If you're Durant, it's going to be hard for Durant. I'll tell you the one guy it hasn't been hard for, I'll give him credit. Bradley Beal played his ass off last night.
He was really good.
He was really good last night. He looked lively.
They had to rush him back into the game at one point. I can't look at my note, but they rushed him back into the game. It was so bad.
Yeah, he doesn't look like any of this is bothering him a lick. He is the embodiment of how you're supposed to handle all this stuff. You want to trade me? You're talking about, fine. You want to bench me? Fine. I'll show up and play. He's handled it great. He's the role model. So I don't know. Are they all going to handle it like that? But these whispers, and I just keep going back to the coach. And again, not that it's his fault, but the question, Gambo, I cannot get out of my mind is, my God, would Matt Ishbia do this again? Can he do this again?
Run it back?
Does he have? By do it again, I mean get rid of a coach again.
Oh, yeah,
I mean that. When I say do it again, I mean
the only thing about, like, obviously, if you know you made a mistake with Bud, you have to. But the hard part is your reputation's going to take a hit throughout the league. This guy comes in. He's been here 3 years, and he's fired 3 coaches. Fired Monty, fired Vogel, and if you fire Bud, it's a hit on your reputation. Now, if it's the right thing to do, you got to do what's right.
Yeah.
But it also is like people around the league are going to be like, why would you want to go coach in Phoenix, man? That guy fires you every year, fires you. You have no chance.
People would be like that, and people would be like, dude, however it is that you're picking these coaches, do it better. Figure out a better way to do it, because clearly you can't get it right if you keep firing them every single year. I don't know if they're going to do that or not.
Could you hire a new GM and say it's going to be his decision on whether we keep the coach or not, and then you put it on the GM instead of the owner?
I suppose you, hypothetically, sure. I suppose you could. Again, I don't know if any of this is going to, and I don't want to make it sound like it's all Bud's fault, because we clearly did this a year ago, and obviously it wasn't all Frank Vogel's fault. I mean, that's as clear as day now, right? So I don't want to sit here and say fire the coach and everything's going to be better. But if the way Ramona and others are describing the situation with the Suns and the whispers that you might hear about the Suns, if it's true, don't you have to think about it? If you're Matt Ishbia, I mean, even with all of the collateral damage that comes with firing another coach, don't you have to think about it?
Financially, it's a freaking disaster.
Yeah, how many coaches are you going to pay, right?
You're paying 3 coaches at the same time. Like, financially, it's... But then again, how are you going to go with the young team? Are you going to try to win? Because, you different coaches for different, young team versus a veteran team, you might want a different type of coach.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot to talk about, a lot to think about. Suns and the Utah Jazz tomorrow. When we come back, 32 games to go. What are our expectations for the Suns now that the trade deadline is behind us? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
32 games left. I mean, this is what sports are all about, really. It's nobody is expecting anything from the Suns. And I don't either. It's not like I'm like, they're going to turn this around, just you watch.
Yeah.
But if I were on the Suns, I would want, everybody get together.
Yeah.
We're forgotten about. Everybody's writing us off. They're ready to pick us apart this summer. Let's just shut everybody up.
Wouldn't that be... again.
They'd become such a likable team if they did that, man. They'd be so likable.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
After my teenage son and his pack of hungry friends raid the pantry, there's barely a crumb left. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. As impressive as teenage appetites are, they're nothing compared to termites. These silent 24/7 binge eaters can cause damage to your home going undetected for years. Protect your investment. Call 602 Blue Sky and schedule your free termite inspection today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This is a busy time of year in the sports world, and that is good news for you because the football playoffs are here. Basketball and hockey is going strong, too, and we are closing in on spring training as well, believe it or not. So get to Twin Peaks for all of this. They got wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they have an outstanding food menu and the great environment that Twin Peaks is known for. Where would you rather watch these games? They've got 5 convenient locations spread across the valley now, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get ready for the weekend with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, your home of the no-fee emergency. Call now to book your appointment time for today, tonight, or later this week. We're here to help. With Ready Services, you'll enjoy free estimates, no trip charge, no after-hour fees, no weekend fees. You can even get a free second opinion on your big job. Always ready since 1957, saving you money and doing business the right way. ReadyServices.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Visit presidentialpools.com. Dreaming of summer? Now's the perfect time to design your custom pool. Presidential Pools has exclusive offers to help you create the ultimate backyard oasis without breaking the bank. Whether you're upgrading your outdoor space or building a brand new pool, Presidential Pools has the tools, experience, and knowledge to bring your vision to life for less than you think. Visit presidentialpools.com for all the details and let them help you create your backyard.
On their way through the back nine, and we have a singular outright leader through the first day, Wyndham Clark, with a 7 under par through the first round of 18. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Do you have the oldest AC in town? You could win a brand new high-efficiency AC with an air purifier from Day and Night. Text DAY to 602-649-1889 to enter. Message and data rates may apply.
This is the first time I can remember where you got 2 all-NBA players traded for each other.
The NBA trade deadline. Burns and Gambo talk Suns and NBA moves now.
In the immediate aftermath of the trade deadline, it wasn't even today, it was last night during the game. Jimmy Butler goes to the Golden State Warriors. The Suns don't get him. Kevin Durant kind of hung out to dry in at least one respect, where he was almost a Golden State Warrior. Now he's not, and everyone thinks it can be had. So no one knows whether Kevin Durant's going to get traded by today's deadline or not. And in the middle of all of that, the tweet from Chris Haynes that, I mean, you were watching the game, so was I, and the reaction to this one on social media, Gambo, it set everybody off. Chris Haynes tweeted out, multiple obstacles in the way to make a drastic change at the deadline. The Phoenix Suns were always prepared to venture into the second half of the season with the core roster in place. With futures no longer in doubt for the time being, the internal hope is improved play. And everybody was like, really? That's the best you've got for us? The internal hope is improved with this roster? With this team?
When you've disappointed, and they know it. Nobody should, it's been a disappointing season. They're a 500 basketball team. The talent on the roster is much better than this. They should be better than this.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it. They know it too. Like the team they put together should be a much better basketball team. It's not. And when you struggle the way they've struggled this year, and usually there's 1 or 2 games you point to. There's a dozen. There's a dozen games. There's Washington games, Charlotte games, Portland games, Atlanta games, Brooklyn Net games,
Memphis Grizzly games. They go on and on.
There are games where, there's a dozen games that you look at and you're like, there's a reason, there's a reason, there's a reason, there's a reason. So I can't believe how many. But again, to my point is everybody expected that they were going to have to do something big in order to change the direction of this season. And when you didn't, they're like, okay, we're going to run it back. Yeah, they'll run it back, and then they'll reevaluate everything over the summer. But I think they fully intend to have to make major changes in the summer.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because I know it's coming out snarky. I'm not trying to be snarky about the Phoenix Suns. I know they're all massively disappointed about how the season has gone. I know they put a lot of their hopes and dreams and, quite frankly, a lot of their money into the season, thinking that this was going to be it. So I don't. It's just internal improvement. It's hard not to roll your eyes a little bit when you hear that, because you just wonder how and from where and from who and maybe most importantly why. Is the motivation to internally improve even there? I know there's a chance for them to make the playoffs, but goodness, the schedule being what it is, and now we have to figure out where Kevin Durant's headspace is and all of these things, and that's why the next 32 games. And I failed to even consider this, but somebody on Twitter mentioned it, so I'll bring it up. The next 32 games, not only do you have to deal with what some are calling a toxic locker room, some are questioning Kevin Durant and like where is his head's going to be after almost being traded to Golden State. You've got 32 games against the toughest schedule in the NBA. You're just fighting to be a play-in team at this point based off of the standings. Do you have to worry about Kevin Durant rumors during the season? Because I guarantee you, at some point during the season, we're going to get hey, here's a team who could be interested in Kevin Durant. So-and-so NBA insider is reporting.
That's a really good question.
Right, that on its own has the potential to be an enormous distraction to this basketball team if before the season ends, rumors start cropping up about whether KD could go.
I think you know the answer to this. Do you think that we just shut out for the next 2 months any talk of KD going anywhere and we'll push it to the summer? No.
Especially if you hear something, if Shams hears something.
No, I don't think they'll do anything.
No,
they can't
they
do
can't
anything
do anything.
Summer.
But the rumors.
And the speculation. And just the thought that we are months away from this, what was supposed to be this incredibly successful era of Suns basketball that was going to lead to an NBA championship. We are months away from this thing being broken up. Very likely. I don't know that and I've said this before. I've said this even before the trade deadline. I said, if this team isn't successful this year, I don't see how I think they'll go to the summer and they'll break it up somehow. But I don't think that, I think the speculation starts now. I think, I don't know that we will go. I don't know that me and you will go an entire week without talking about the future of Kevin Durant over the next 3 months. We got February, March, April, even May. Once we get to June, it's going to be like the common theme.
Oh, yeah.
But it'd be hard pressed. Maybe we go a week or 2 weeks without it, but it's going to be hard.
It's going to be tough because there's just going to be too many rumors that even today, even after the deadline passed, or even after, I'll say this, even after you reported via your Twitter account, hey, Kevin, they're done. Yusef Nurkic got traded to Charlotte. That's it. There are going to be no more deals. It's over. I was still sitting on pins and needles to see if they were going to move him. Luke was still sitting on pins and needles to see if they were going to move him. Bob Myers, the former general manager of the Warriors, caught everybody's attention on live TV when he let it slip that he heard Memphis had called about Kevin Durant. Then after the deadline's over, Chris Haynes reports and you confirm that the Minnesota Timberwolves made a last-second push to try to get Kevin Durant. I mean, even after the deadline was over, it was really intriguing to hear about the teams that might have wanted Kevin Durant, right? And you think that's just going to go away because the trade deadline's
done?
They'll
still want him in 3 months, even though they'll miss a playoff season with him. They're still going
to want him because he is probably going to be the number one player available on the trade market over the summer. Whether the Suns intended for this to happen this way or not doesn't matter. He's going to be the number one guy on that list.
I'll take it a step further. There's 32 games left. There will be games that Kevin Durant plays well and the Phoenix Suns win. It's not going to change our mind about what they're going to do in the summer. There are going to be games in which Kevin Durant plays poorly and the Suns lose. Oh, man, there's another,
he's not focused. He's not dialed in.
He's not dialed in. He's checked out. He can't wait to get out of here. We'll be judging his mood. We'll be judging his
what he says,
mannerisms,
his body language. Oh dear God, here we go with the body language. Oh, Lauren's already. Oh dear God, here we go. Kevin Durant body language watch. Can't wait. He says sarcastically.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't, unless they go on this incredible 10-game winning streak and they beat a lot of teams, and is there any way to change the trajectory of what we're expecting to happen in the summer? I don't know. I mean, it would have to.
They'd have to win a lot of games.
They'd have to win a lot of basketball games and then have
games.
success in the playoffs.
And you know what's sick? What's sick in my and maybe I shouldn't say it like this. What's sick is that there's a little part of me that thinks that they could win a bunch of basketball games out of these 32. Isn't that crazy?
It's the same thing as every time I watched Mike Tyson fight, thinking he was going to knock somebody out.
Yeah. It's like
you're Mike freaking Tyson. Like you should not knock out everybody you fight.
Exactly, and that's exactly the thing. And I'm going through it where it's like sure they could win a bunch of games. They could go on the kind of run that makes me think, hey, on second thought, what are we talking about? Keep it together. Let's go. It's that kind of like perverted hope that I'm holding on to that, oh no, there's still so much talent there. They'll figure it out. They'll find a way, and I should probably just let it go, but I can't let it go. I can't get rid of it. So these next 32 games will tell us so much. I'll tell you this, Kevin Durant's social media game still very much on point. Did you see his tweet?
I did not.
You probably didn't see his tweet.
I did not.
So Kendrick Perkins said apparently it was on TV today, NBA Today, thank you. Kendrick Perkins says he was the real leader of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Quote, it doesn't mean your best player is your leader. When I was with the Thunder, it wasn't KD, it wasn't Russ, it wasn't James. I was the one leading. Close quote. To which Kevin Durant on Twitter an hour ago said, I know this may be a reach, but this comment is by far the craziest bleep I've seen this week.
Kevin Durant was like, I didn't even remember him playing with us on the Thunder.
Dude, I almost got traded to the Golden State Warriors for Jimmy Butler in a 3-team trade. But you saying you were the leader of Oklahoma City is the craziest crap I've seen all week long. Wow. Whatever, Kendrick, man, whatever. So his social media game is still on point. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. And again, Kevin Durant said it. Like, we're all professionals here. I've been traded. Most of these guys have been traded. Like,
easy to say, hard to do.
But you're the one who said it, so you've got to lead by example there.
Yeah.
Because you're the one who said it.
When we come back let me tell you about the injury report first. Kevin Durant with a left ankle sprain and Bradley Beal left toe soreness are questionable for the Suns tomorrow. Ryan Dunn is probable. And they don't say any. The injury report doesn't say anything about the new players or when their availability is. I don't mean to spring this on you. Have you heard anything about the new guys and their availability or when it might happen?
I haven't even checked.
That's okay. Well, I just thought I'd ask.
I know. I just
don't worry about it.
I haven't even.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, our final conversation of the day is centered around the word regret. Do we regret the Suns not getting Jimmy Butler and Golden State getting Jimmy Butler? That is next here on Arizona Sports.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Sun, Steve-X, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here to tell you about Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Yeah, with the weather the way it's been this past week, a little on the warm side, right? Not, nearly what we get on the summer, but certainly warm enough that you can start thinking about the summer a little bit. They're already thinking about the summer at Liberty GMC. And with summer right around the corner, an AC tune-up for your car, truck, or SUV that is normally $169 is only $69 for listeners of the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports. That's right. An AC tune-up that's normally $169 is now just $69 when you go to Liberty GMC. Just make sure you mention you heard it here, you heard it from me, you heard it from the station, however, and you will get your car tuned up and ready to go, because these 84-degree days that we've got going, this is nothing. You just wait. You want to make sure your AC is tuned up, and you will when you go to Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our Pro-only checkout and dedicated Pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2025 WM Phoenix Open February 3rd through the 9th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities.